Chapter 37, Consent. Lunch had been an affair. As soon as they were seated and ordered food, Dorcas began interrogating Remus. And bless his soul, he had been open to some of the questions, though some he had refused to answer. He had in turn inquired into Dorcas and her relationship with Sirius. It had been rather pleasant, all things considered, not that Sirius was going to tell either of them that.
You still coming by this evening?
Remus asked, brushing Sirius's hair out of his eyes.
Why would you even ask that question? Of course I am.
Sirius bristled. Remus leaned down and brushed his lips over Sirius's.
You have a friend to entertain,
Remus pointed out. Sirius shot a glance at Dorcas, who was not watching them, openly. She had her phone out. Sirius knew better, however. Those sharp eyes missed nothing. She was probably thinking of how to handle the PR about his new relationship.
She's my editor and a terror. I can blow her off more readily than Regulus.
Sirius retorted. Remus's mouth twitched.
Oi, Black, I can hear you.
Her tone was sharp, but she didn't look up from her phone. Her bright nails clicked on the screen. She didn't have patience for the long nails, but she did always have a perfect manicure of bright colors.
Meant for you two.
Sirius shot back. Remus tugged on a strand of his hair.
I have to get the store open again.
Remus reminded him that they only had a moment for this. Sirius turned away from taunting Dorcas and went back to Remus. Remus ran his fingers over Sirius's cheek and leaned in to kiss him properly. Remus pried his lips open and their tongues tangled.
Have fun with your friend. I will see you this evening.
Remus murmured, his warm breath tickling over Sirius's damp mouth before nuzzling his neck. The brief scent marking had Sirius flushing and melting. He had to learn to maintain structural integrity around Remus. Sirius lit up a cigarette as Remus opened the shop.
Do you want to see the town or head back to the house so I can work?
Sirius asked Dorcas, taking a deep drag from the cigarette. The taste of Remus lingered on his tongue, and his scent was heavy in the air. Scent marking was not as effective when one person was wearing a scent suppressant.
I want to see how your books are sorted here.
Dorcas determinedly stepped into the shop, leaving Sirius cursing and putting out his cigarette before he followed her in.
Where is the Dark Prince series?
She asked Remus.
With the other romance novels high above where children cannot accidentally grab them.
Remus motioned out to the signs over the different sections. Dorcas immediately went for the section.
Good to see you again.
He teased Sirius.
I told you she's a menace.
Sirius groused, leaning on the counter and waiting for her to return. Remus nodded as he returned to the paper he was evaluating.
Have you heard of this author, Gilderoy Lockhart?
Remus asked, passing the sheet to Sirius, who glanced over it. The full-color picture under it was smarmy. Sirius was sure many people would find him attractive, but the perfect wavy hair and the bright white smile made him think this man was very fake. He read the about piece and passed it back to Remus.
He seems like a git but very prolific.
Sirius responded. Remus nodded and pulled his computer toward him.
I don't stock authors just because they're prolific. The Dark Prince series almost didn't pass my rigorous testing because of the toxic alpha traits.
Remus commented. Sirius couldn't argue that. He was glad Remus did his research before deciding whether or not to stock a book.
Gilderoy Lockhart is a chuffer. He claims to write non-fiction, but I will eat my hair if he has done half the things he claims to have in his books.
Dorcas returned from her examination of the shelves.
He's represented by a member of the firm, the same someone who represents Rita Skeeter.
Sirius made a face. Rita Skeeter was a yellow journalist. The problem was she was convincing. Worse yet, she was a beta who had fallen under Riddle's spell and made life difficult for Omegas.
Lovely.
Remus grumped. Sirius ran his hand over the other man's and got a brief smile.
I'll see you later.
He got a nod and a gentle hand squeeze as Remus focused on his research. They made their way down the street. Sirius figured they should stop by the 3 Broomsticks on the way back. A cup of coffee would not go amiss today. Remembering Tonks's request that he not bring in any more muggles, he pulled up the menu on his phone.
I would climb him like a tree.
Dorcas had a dreamy look on her face. Sirius felt jealousy and possessiveness rise in him. No one was going to climb Remus like a tree.
Dorcas,
he exclaimed in a reprimanding tone. She gave him an unimpressed look and continued to walk. Sirius felt his irritation rise. She never took him as seriously as he thought she should. Honestly, it might have been because he had made the serious pun in their first meeting.
What? Are you telling me you haven't?
She asked as Sirius pressed the button for the crosswalk. She glanced back at him, and her face softened.
Is this about your ex? I spent an hour with Remus, and I can tell you there is nothing similar there.
Trauma doesn't just go away with a handsome face.
Sirius pointed out, wishing this light was faster. It was one of 3 in town. They should just jaywalk like everyone else. But Dorcas had grown up in the city and was opposed to crossing against the light.
Maybe not, but you're happier than I can ever recall seeing you.
She speculated, tapping her nails against her phone again. It was a fidget she had. It had irritated Sirius the first few times he had spent a significant amount of time with her. He had gotten used to it over the years.
I mean, that could be location as much as anything else.
Sirius reminded her. He had left behind the dirty, loud city for fresh country air and scenic views.
Not being in a cramped apartment right above the underground has to help. Who knows what carcinogens I was inhaling on a daily.
I highly doubt it. All things aside, you thrived in London. We both know why you moved to a sleepy little town, and it had nothing to do with the city.
Her voice held a mix of pity and apology. Sirius sighed, but she was right. He had never left London because he was upset with the city. He had left London to get away from his abusive ex. It would have been easy to relocate. London was a big city with lots of sub-cities and neighborhoods. He needed to be away from it all, though. The thought of running into his ex had made the whole city into one large trigger.
You are not allowed to come into my life and make those types of assertions. A lot of things have changed since we last spent time together. For one thing, I no longer have a twat alpha pawing my ass any chance he gets. For another, I reconnected with my brother. I have a new romance with someone who does not paw my ass. In public. Much. And the people here are very friendly.
Sirius recounted. There was a lot to be happy about. It wasn't down to Remus or wanting to sleep with him. Some of it, absolutely. But he had many things to be happy about in his life.
I am your editor. I am supposed to come in and turn your life on its head. It makes for good material. Beyond that, if you climbed him like a tree, you would have good material for your book. I am looking forward to the smut in your new book, with a gentle, green-eyed alpha being worlds different from before.
Dorcas argued as the light changed and they crossed the street. Sirius hadn't thought of that. He hadn't reached the point where he should be adding smut to his story. Sure, it was going to be there. It was how he had made his career, but he had no thoughts or notes on it. His brain stalled. How was he supposed to write smut with a character like Remus when he didn't know how Remus would be in that situation? His brain conveniently reminded him of the looming deadline. He was so screwed. They entered the 3 Broomsticks, which was painfully warm after the cold fall air. It was supposedly going to snow tomorrow. Tonks looked up from where she was steaming milk and gave them a smile and a wave.
Here, read this. I won't have Tonks accuse me of knowing only boring people.
Sirius passed Dorcas his phone.
So where is Dorcas staying?
Remus asked, as Sirius sorted through the used books sitting on the counter. He was just waiting for closing time. He had gotten here a bit earlier just to escape Regulus and Dorcas, though it might have been a bad idea to introduce the 2 of them. They were a force of nature on their own. It was a bit like introducing a hurricane to a typhoon. Sirius was the unlucky coastal city they were bearing down on.
The room of requirement.
Sirius answered. It was a little inn just on the outskirts of town. It wasn't too far away from the night bus, but was 3 stars versus the relatively unknown status of the night bus.
That was going to be my second recommendation, just after the Leaky Cauldron. It's a nice little bed and breakfast, run by the old caretaker, Tom. He makes a delicious pea soup.
Remus mused, closing his laptop and stretching.
Dorcas is the embodiment of a city girl. She doesn't want to be friendly with the people who work for her.
The air quotes helped with the murky gray area that was customer service. Technically, the money handed over was for the good received, not the service of the person helping you, but it was at least a short-lived way of working for each customer.
I thought Tonks was going to lose her temper earlier. I took Dorcas into the 3 Broomsticks, and when Tonks tried to make idle chit-chat, Dorcas shut her down. I had to remind her this was a small town, and we all like each other. She would not like a bed and breakfast type of situation.
Sirius clarified.
I happen to remember another rather standoffish Londoner. We wore him down quickly enough. I have no doubt she will fall in love with the eclectic townsfolk if she comes here often enough.
Remus hummed, wrapping his arms around Sirius from behind. Sirius traced his fingers over the large hands on his stomach. He tipped his head when Remus kissed his cheek, and then the sensitive spot right behind his ear.
You said no fooling around in the shop?
Sirius reminded Remus when a hand moved from his stomach to slide under his shirt. Remus sighed and pulled back.
So I did.
Remus muttered and tipped Sirius's head so he could properly kiss him. He smoothed the shirt back down and stepped back from him.
It's hard to remember such things when you smell like me and home.
Sirius gave him a wistful smile over his shoulder.
Oh, I agree.
Sirius chuckled, turning back to the books he was sorting. Finally, Remus turned the sign to closed and ran a broom through the aisles.
Is she helping or hindering the creative process?
Remus asked as they stepped into the cold air. Sirius immediately pulled a dark hat over his hair and ears. He hated the cold, and it seemed more biting here. Perhaps it was because there wasn't a storefront every 2 feet trying to beckon them in with warm lights and bright colors. He knew it was only a matter of time before Christmas threw its glittery entrails all over the small town.
I mean, having her around always helps. She would come over when he wasn't around or near the end of my books. We would drink wine and edit until we couldn't anymore. The hangovers were a bitch, but it was always a good time. She pulls me out of my head a bit, allows me to run through ideas before I commit them to paper.
Sirius mused as Remus slipped gloves over his fingers and offered a hand to Sirius. He shook his head, keeping his bare hands tucked into his coat pockets.
We need to get you some gloves if you are to survive this winter.
Remus scolded, wrapping an arm around Sirius to hold him close. They made their way down the street.
I have lots of gloves.
Sirius protested.
They just tend to vanish. When I commented this to Regulus earlier, he claimed it was the Nargles, and then point-blank refused to explain what the fuck that meant.
He might have just been being a tosser.
Remus soothed Sirius. Sirius sighed. That was highly likely. Still, the idle way it had been thrown out, plus the look that crossed Regulus's face, had Sirius thinking it was more. It was thrown out the way one would throw out a suggestion they were used to. His throwaway comment when someone was looking for something was, "I ate it." Regulus had paused right after accusing the Nargles and got this look on his face. Sirius was unsure of how to describe it. It was happy and sad all at once. He looked like he was remembering something happy and lamenting the time that was no longer part of his life.
But aside from that, I have extra gloves, and you will wear them home tomorrow.
Remus stepped back to the topic at hand, which was the unacceptable fact that Sirius did not currently have gloves on.
And if I don't?
Sirius challenged. Remus sighed and kissed the top of his head.
Normally, I would be threatening to beat your cute little bottom, but those jokes in our relationship should probably be kept to a minimum.
Remus speculated. Sirius swallowed at the idea. He'd been beaten in the real sense by his ex, but that had been a belt cutting open his back. He considered how he felt about spanking as he detangled Padfoot's leash from around their ankles.
I'll be very upset and disappointed.
Remus revised, and Sirius clutched his chest dramatically.
Low blow Lupin,
he muttered, cuddling in closer to Remus.
You challenge me to find creative ways to encourage you to take care of yourself.
Remus informed him, causing Sirius to look up at him.
I have not used the alpha voice since I left the military. People claim it's not a bad thing, but I've seen the way it robs people of their agency. Why would biology create something bad? Omegas and some betas are not slaves or dolls, so the voice is out. And I would never take away the agency you have by forcing my point across while holding you.
Remus's hand found the back of Sirius's neck to finish his implication. Sirius shivered, but didn't shy away.
So no pressure point or alpha voice. And again, threats of spanking or physical correction with someone who has been abused doesn't sit right with me.
Remus carried on, his hand moving to the small of Sirius's back.
So I have to get creative.
Sirius felt warm despite the cold wind whistling around them. He knew Remus was big on consent and everything, but being reminded that Remus tried even harder to make sure he wasn't stripping anyone of their choices was lovely.
I mean, there is a difference between abuse and consensual.
Sirius trailed off with a shrug. He wasn't sure what to call it. The word beating had negative connotations.
I agree that if that was something we were both into and discussed, I could spank you, and likely there would be no issue.
Remus began, his voice speaking of very careful control. Sirius sighed. He was about to hear a lecture.
However, the human brain is a very odd thing. It has very few categories, which are why a gallbladder failure can feel like a heart attack, but an appendix feels like a stomachache. While right now fully dressed, with a person you've deemed safe in a public setting, spanking might not sound completely horrible. Imagine how you would react if this had been brought up in my living room, or when we were cuddled in bed this evening.
Remus concluded. Sirius considered this. He wanted Remus to take him at his word when they had these conversations, but he appreciated the offers to think. His trauma was sometimes deeper than he realized. Remus making him think before they went down a specific path kept Sirius from going with it because of hormones or to please his partner. How would he have felt if this was brought up in the cottage he loved, or in that safe, dark space wrapped in Remus's arms?
You could have just swatted my bottom to see how I would react.
Sirius muttered mutinously as he realized it likely would have set him on edge.
Nope, that could have triggered and sent you spiraling. I have permission to grope your bottom.
Remus matched actions to words, running a gentle hand over the pert globes and giving a light squeeze.
I don't have permission to do anything else. We operate on explicit and continued consent.
Sirius, in a show of fabulous maturity, stuck his tongue out. Remus pulled him close and made him share that tongue until they were tied up by the dog, shivering slightly and out of breath. Chapter 38. Lyle and Hope. Thursday passed quickly. Dorcas was helping him streamline the process of rewriting and seemed pleased with his progress. Her continued admiration of Remus made him slightly uncomfortable, but he kept his silence. He also noticed the awkward dance she and Regulus had started. That was not going to end well. Dorcas joined them on their jog on Friday, complaining much the same as Regulus and telling Sirius he was crazy. She would stick to yoga, thank you very much. Out of respect for Sirius, she did not drink in front of him. He did know that there were now several bottles of wine in his house, though. She and Regulus shared dinner and drinks when Sirius was at Remus's. Sirius hadn't thought about what Friday night meant until a text from Remus reminded him.
Closing early tonight for my parents' visit. If Pads and you would like to walk with me, come by around 5.
Will do.
His answer belied how nervous he felt at reading that reminder. He closed his computer and made his way to his room. He left his editor and brother flirting but not flirting on the couch. It took him a solid hour to find what he wanted, or at least that worked for the occasion. A black button-down with an intricate design across the shoulders and back, paired with a set of distressed, skinny jeans. Nice did not mean boring. As a result of not wanting to get sidetracked or teased, he decided to get ready at Remus's place. It was only as he was applying the dark makeup that he paused. Maybe he shouldn't wear makeup. Sure, he was an Omega, but he was also a man. Men didn't typically wear makeup, at least according to the more traditional older generation. What if it made Lyle less accepting of him? He lowered his brush as he glanced around for his makeup wipes. The outfit was already pushing it.
Is one eye fashionable now?
Remus asked from the doorway with a tease in that delicious accent. It was clear he was a bit nervous. His accent was thicker than usual. Sirius glanced up and met his eyes in the mirror. Seeing the touch of panic there made Remus step into the room.
Sirius, just breathe.
Remus soothed.
I shouldn't wear makeup to a meeting with the parents.
Sirius responded. It seemed he had left his makeup wipes at home. He would never be able to get this makeup off with soap and water and not look like he had been crying. Worse yet, it would look like the early stages of pink eye. Great go in makeup and be disliked, or have Remus's parents think he was contagious. Maybe he should just not go.
You should wear makeup to a meeting with my parents. I want them to meet my sexy partner, and I want the presentation to be authentic.
Remus responded, scenting his neck. It made Sirius's heart flutter in a completely unhelpful manner. Sirius sighed and tipped his head helpfully. Remus hummed happily and pressed in closer, their scents twining together. It was wonderful and intoxicating. It made Sirius want to ditch the suppressant tonight. Smelling like parchment did not sound as good as smelling like Remus, smelling like home.
Cheating,
Sirius murmured. There were no pheromones to make his brain go fuzzy, but the scent of an alpha that he trusted was enough to ease some of his issues.
Perhaps but creative.
Remus hummed.
Let me kiss you before you cover your mouth in color, because as much as I enjoyed ruining it the night of our first date, I don't think smeared lipstick is the way to go tonight.
Sirius normally would have tipped his head back, awkward but effective. This time, however, he turned in Remus's arms. Their lips met, and honestly, that was more helpful than anything else. Their tongues tangled and Remus's fingers were gentle in his hair.
Sirius, my annual, they won't hate you.
The soft Welsh word sounded caring and gentle. He didn't need a definition. It was a term of endearment. Sirius looked into those eyes. Remus had never lied to him. Why would he start now? Sirius took a deep breath. He turned back to the mirror and applied a dark color to his lips. He noticed he still hadn't done the other eye and huffed, picking up the eyeliner again.
I blame you for the distraction.
Sirius accused. Remus, who was in the bathroom, gave a low chuckle.
Your daddy is kind of dramatic.
Remus spoke to Padfoot, who followed Remus around when Sirius wasn't moving.
I know I like it too.
Sirius bit back his smile at those words and continued to blend his makeup so it looked symmetrical. He opened the little silver box he had brought and started slipping rings onto his fingers. He threaded his earrings through the holes in his ears, a few through the holes in his nose, and he was ready to go. He was fairly sure it was too edgy, but it was him. Beyond that, he had an internet presence. There was a very good chance that Lyle and Hope had already looked him up.
You ready?
Sirius asked, sitting on the edge of the bed to zip up his boots.
Just about.
Remus answered, and the light from the bathroom flicked off. The bed dipped behind Sirius, and Remus's hand swept his hair away from his neck. A kiss was placed there, and a necklace was draped around his neck. Sirius didn't wear many necklaces, usually because he couldn't find anything that went with his style or that he liked. Picking up the small piece, he examined it. It was a crescent moon, but the bottom looked like waves. It was silver like most of his jewelry.
What's this about?
Sirius asked, wondering if someone had let slip the significance of the day. He was already contemplating violence against Regulus or Dorcas, literally the only two who had that information.
I've had that piece for a long time, and I don't wear a lot of jewelry. I thought it might help with the anxiety since I can't very well scent you in the middle of a restaurant with my parents sitting right there.
Remus responded, adjusting the clasp so it laid flat against Sirius's skin.
You don't have to wear it.
The offer to remove it, giving Sirius that choice, had his heart fluttering. He knew it shouldn't. That was the baseline when giving accessories. His cheek twitched as he remembered the beating he had taken from his ex for simply not wearing the necklace given to him. It had been too tight and made Sirius feel like he was wearing a dog collar. He wasn't going to let himself be claimed like that. This, however, was sweet. It hung between his collarbones and wasn't huge. It was just a small little reminder that Remus cared for him.
Of course I will wear it.
Sirius's voice was soft but assured. He turned and wrapped his arms around Remus.
Thank you.
Remus returned the tight hug. Sirius enjoyed the gentle nudge against his neck. Remus still smelled marvelously like their mingled scent. He fixed his lipstick when a gentle kiss smeared it and ducked into the bathroom quickly to add scent suppressant. It made him a little sad, but he wasn't comfortable enough to go out without the suppressant. They made their way downstairs and gathered jackets. Remus made sure the water bowl was full and the fur babies had kibble. Sirius pulled a hat over his hair as the cold wind whipped around them. Remus offered him a pair of gloves. Sirius pulled them on with a nose wrinkle. He wore gloves to keep his fingers from falling off, but he always hated them. The hate was negated as Remus wound his gloved-covered hand with his.
Where are we meeting them?
Sirius asked. The snow from the day before crunched under their feet as they made their way through the dark streets.
Madam Puttyfoot's. I know they would not be as appreciative of the Hogshead for dinner. I might recommend it for breakfast or lunch.
Remus answered. Sirius glanced over at him.
Have they not been here before?
Sirius asked. Their breath fogged the air. He knew the answer as soon as he asked the question. They had met James. They had likely been here last time they were seeing Remus.
They've been here a few times, but we usually eat at the house or go into London. Last time they wanted to see me, I went to Wales.
Remus responded.
They have never been to the Hogshead. Initially, it was some weird sense of misplaced shame. I had slept with Aberforth, but had no intention of dating him, and thus I shouldn't rub his nose in my parents' or my parents' noses in him. Ab disabused me of this notion when I mentioned it.
Sirius reminded himself that Aberforth and Remus's hookup had been over before he was even in this town. He'd had no claim to Remus and had been sleeping with someone else at the time. Still, he felt jealous about the thought of those two.
Where are they staying?
He asked instead of thinking about Aberforth and Remus.
The Leaky Cauldron.
Remus noted, his fingers gently tightening around Sirius's briefly.
First time for that as well. Normally they stay in my home, but this time I told them it would make me uncomfortable, since my partner and I were still getting used to being in each other's space.
Sirius recognized this as Remus not wanting his parents to stay in his house and respecting Sirius in the same move.
Glad to be of service.
Sirius responded with a small mock bow. He gave Remus a soft smile when those eyes flickered on his face. They turned the corner and reached Madame Puttyfoot's. The heaters on the deck immediately offered some relief from the biting cold. Two people were standing by the door, huddled in warm clothes as well. A youthful-looking woman with similar features to Remus's and the same sandy hair was in a long brown coat with a floppy hat covering the top of her curls. She had a kind face. Next to her was a tall man with the same green eyes, but his hair was flecked through with gray and white. While he smiled when he spotted Remus, the wrinkles on his face did not imply a life spent smiling. He took pride in his appearance. His hair was perfectly combed, and even as an older man, his spine was straight, and he looked like a military commander. There was no sign of him going to seed or succumbing to age. He was wearing a black coat and perfectly pressed black slacks.
Hey, ma'am.
Remus greeted. The small woman came over and Remus leaned down so she could hug him properly. She was a bit shorter than Sirius.
My Cariad.
She responded and pulled back. She cupped his face and pressed a kiss to his cheek. It left a pink lip print behind.
You look tired. Are you sleeping?
She asked, her accent thicker than Remus's.
More so than usual.
He assured her. She tutted but accepted the answer and released him. He turned to the man. The hug was stiff but affectionate.
This is Sirius.
The warmth in his voice had Sirius smiling, although he felt awkward.
Nice to meet you.
Sirius said and extended his hand.
Remus talks about you fondly.
Hope shook his hand, introducing herself. Lyle looked him over, but Sirius refused to falter. If he wanted to be treated appropriately, he had to work not to flinch every time an alpha tried to make him feel small.
Nice to meet you.
Lyle's tone was neutral. Sirius felt his stomach curl up and attempt to crawl away as Lyle turned back to Remus.
May in Burton braid in Fidga.
The Welsh words were unfamiliar and heavy in Sirius's ears.
Yes, he is bold. That is one of the many things I like about him. Now, I will not have you talking about him in front of him. We speak English to include Sirius in our conversations.
Remus's voice held no compromise. Sirius glanced over at him. Someone standing up for him was so foreign and it warmed him more than the heat lamps nearby. Hope tutted at Lyle this time, and he looked like he was sucking a lemon for a moment before the face smoothed out.
Of course. I apologize, old habits.
Lyle spoke directly to Sirius, surprising him.
Oh, no worries.
Sirius struggled to not shrug, not sure how else to respond. Lyle took his hand this time and gave it a perfunctory shake. They stepped inside and claimed one of the many tables. Hope was wearing a bright pink shirt and jeans. Lyle's button-down was as perfectly pressed as his slacks.
So what do you do for a living, Sirius?
Hope asked after they ordered drinks. Sirius considered how to answer this. His books were not appropriate for family dinners. Finally, he went with cloaked honesty.
I'm a published author. I am working on the last book of a series I started several years ago.
Sirius answered. Hope nodded, picking up her menu.
I'd been stocking his books for a few years before we met.
Remus informed them, perusing his menu.
Are you going to keep your career when you start having children?
Lyle asked. Sirius could feel Remus stiffen next to him. He placed a hand on his leg to soothe him. He had a response to this. It was one he'd dealt with in many interviews. That helped. Thinking of this like an interview allowed him to shelve his nerves and focus.
If
Sirius placed delicate emphasis on the first word.
I have children, the discussion about careers, stay-at-home parenting, finances, and the million other facets one should consider when thinking of having children will be discussed between myself and the partner I am having the children with. While I am hoping that the parents of said partner would be willing to offer advice, I will be discarding any advice that says I should give up my passions, hobbies, and/or career based purely on the fact that I am an omega.
Remus's hand settled over his, and Sirius enjoyed the gentle touch.
I agree. No one should have to give up what they love to have children.
Hope reminded Lyle. He picked up his menu and Sirius relaxed slightly. He looked over at Remus, who brushed his hair back and gave him a reassuring smile. Dinner was ordered and Sirius sat back as Hope picked up a glass of wine. Tonight was going to end badly. The conversation moved to Remus. His parents seemed to want to catch up on everything. They asked about James, Lily, and baby Harry. The bookstore was also talked about, so was his cat. Sirius was fully prepared when the conversation turned back to him. He was asked about his family, more about his career and such. He felt thoroughly examined as dinner wore on.
I'm going to go smoke.
Sirius murmured. He needed a break. Turned out he didn't like any parents, on top of the alcohol, and then the fact that Lyle's scent suppressant wasn't effective.
Do you want me to come with you?
Remus asked, and Sirius shook his head. He pulled his coat on and made his way outside. He lit up and allowed the smoke to soothe his jangled nerves. He made sure he was far enough away from the door to avoid exposing anyone to secondhand smoke. He glanced up when the door opened, watching as Hope stepped out. She came over to him and leaned against the railing.
He's working on being more accepting, but it's hard for him. Remus had a very clear moment of his alpha persona being bad. Lyle hasn't had that.
Sirius didn't know if it was her natural scent or a suppressant, but she smelled like honey and clovers. It was immensely comforting, especially when away from Lyle's heavy scent. Sirius examined the burning end of the cigarette.
I get it.
He responded. He didn't need an explanation. It was painfully obvious that Lyle was traditional and working on being more open.
He's better than he used to be. It was odd for me. I mean, I grew up in a traditional house, so when I married Lyle, I had no thoughts I would ever be equal. Then Remus came back from his last tour, so devastated, and started working on being different, on being better. Whenever we visited, Remus would call us out on our inequality, and the way keeping Omegas repressed was a bad thing. It took a bit, but it got through to Lyle and me.
Hope answered. Sirius glanced over at her.
It's not only alphas who think Omegas shouldn't have rights sometimes. I had to reevaluate some of my values.
I don't personally understand what value says you have to be less than.
Sirius responded and Hope considered him.
I was raised to believe my value was in being a good wife and mother.
Hope answered.
That was my only value. I was offered very little education out of that ideal. I am grateful that my son is looking for a partner who isn't meek. I like you, Sirius. You've got spunk.
Hope headed back into the restaurant, and Sirius felt some more of the stress of the evening melt away. Hope liked him. Chapter 39, Snowball Fight.
It took me ages to get Hope to like me.
Lily whinged as Sirius bounced baby Harry. He was currently sitting on the living room floor with the baby. Lily and James were up on the couch, and Dorcas was trying to maintain her indifference. She was supposed to be disapproving since Sirius should be working, but it was clear the cute baby was melting her ice.
I'm awesome.
Sirius smirked.
Besides, I'm not the one who helped her baby move so far away to a sleepy little town.
It was clear Lily was gearing up for a retort, but Harry did it for her. He spit up on Sirius and giggled right after.
Thanks, slugger.
Sirius wrinkled his nose while Lily cracked up. He handed the baby off to Dorcas and went to the bathroom to rinse off the spit up. He nearly bumped into a messy-haired redhead on the way out.
Oh, sorry.
He recognized Marlene.
Better to bump into me out here. I was about to walk into the bathroom. Lily didn't mention anyone was over. Feels like something died in my mouth.
She ran a hand through her hair, causing it to stick up even more. She looked like she had just woken up.
Hangover.
Sirius asked and she nodded. He recognized the signs, the bloodshot eyes, the hangdog expression, the squinting against the light, and the sound of a dry throat. He had seen it in his mother in his mirror. She stepped past him into the bathroom, and he made his way back out to the living room.
What did you do to Marlene?
He asked.
The girl can't handle her vodka.
Lily commented with a shoulder shrug.
We were hanging out last night and she cracked out the liquor. I don't drink much because I am still breastfeeding, but James mixed her drinks and got her properly shit-faced.
Remind me not to join you on these late-night hangouts.
Sirius commented.
I am sure Jamie can make you a Shirley Temple.
Marlene unhelpfully supplied, depositing herself on the couch. James gave a grumble and moved to the other chair. Marlene set her head in Lily's lap.
My head hurts.
Poor Boo.
Lily articulated sarcastically. She ran a finger over Marlene's nose and got a wrinkle of said body part.
You're a mum, you're supposed to be sympathetic and shit.
Marlene commented, closing her eyes and wiggling to get comfortable.
When Harry comes to you hungover, are you going to be this rude?
If he's underage, I am going to make him go outside and mow the lawn.
Lily argued immediately.
Either stop wiggling or get your head out of my lap. Jesus, woman.
Marlene settled down with a smirk on her face. Lily retaliated by tugging on her hair before smoothing it. Harry made a sound and Marlene turned her head to him.
Little man, I know you are happy to see me, but maybe we don't shout today.
She opened her eyes and paused.
How many visitors did you invite over to see my hangover?
Dorcas is Sirius's editor. She's a proper nag about the working thing.
James commented from the other chair as he scrolled through his phone. He missed the glare Dorcas sent him. Sirius realized to everyone else she was less intimidating.
He's bribing me with the baby in a misguided attempt to get me to forget that I am 2 seconds away from chaining him to his computer.
Dorcas commented, bouncing Harry before pulling him over her head, making an airplane noise. Harry burbled happily.
I came to tell my friends about meeting Remus's parents last night. I will work this afternoon.
Sirius protested.
For an hour before your brain wanders away to the bookstore.
Dorcas shot back.
My focus is likely to be shot for a lot of reasons, but that is not one of them. Remus is out shopping with his parents. There will be no visit to the bookstore, and I am very cross about it.
Sirius grumped. Lily snickered behind her hand.
Why would you want to chain up a dude? Girls are so much more fun.
Marlene muttered, turning back to face the ceiling and closing her eyes. Sirius smirked when he noticed Dorcas blush. Sirius glanced over as Dorcas fidgeted again. She was on her laptop, sitting next to him. As a result, he recognized when her focus scattered. It subsequently scattered his.
What is up with you?
Sirius asked, pulling his headphones down to rest on his shoulders. He preferred the over-the-ear ones when working.
It's been a long time since I have met a girl who is as attention-demanding as Marlene.
Dorcas answered. Sirius raised an eyebrow at her.
Why do you and Regulus insist on making my life difficult? It's my small town, get your own.
Sirius retorted, but turned back to his computer.
Why not ask her out then? Lily is like a matchmaker. You could ask her where to find Marlene.
That's not smart. I live in London, one I am not willing to abandon. I came down for part of the week to harass you. I'm planning on going back Wednesday.
Sirius rolled his eyes.
Lesbians, they make everything so complicated.
He responded, and she made a derisive sound in her throat.
I am not a lesbian, I am bisexual, thank you very much. And on top of that, you calling anyone complicated is a bit of the pot calling the kettle black, don't you think?
Dorcas responded by knocking her shoulder into his with a friendly smile.
My point exactly. You could walk into any club in London and walk out with anyone, man, woman or other, on your arm. Being single is impossible. I'm surprised it happens as often as it does.
Sirius pointed out, and she wrinkled her nose.
I dated that college professor last year. He told me I was sapien sexual, meaning attracted to intelligent people. This was right before he dumped me. Turns out he did not want a smart, ambitious Omega. Intelligence is in low supply these days, especially from the club scene.
She lamented, picking at the faux wood grain of Sirius's table. He pulled her nails away from the table.
You will find someone, I promise. You're too awesome not to have someone out there.
Sirius murmured and hugged her. Dorcas sighed and allowed the hug to go on for a moment before shoving him away.
All right now, the gooey part is over, and I am back to slave driver. Write me smut, you keyboard monkey.
She demanded, and Sirius laughed. He pulled the headphones over his ears and went back to work. Dorcas sighed and turned back to her work. Sirius jumped slightly when warm arms came around him and a nose nuzzled against his neck.
Sorry, I came in with your brother. I've missed you today,
Remus remarked. Sirius pulled his headphones off completely as his heart rate slowed.
You're a jerk.
Sirius scolded but relaxed into the hold and turned his head so Remus could kiss him.
How was shopping with your parents?
He got a groan in response and bit back a chuckle.
Let's just not talk about it. They decided to stay for a romantic dinner and drive back on their own. I made my excuses and left.
Remus murmured. Sirius shook him off and stood so he could properly wrap his arms around Remus. The scent of laundry and the woodsy scent soothed his jagged nerves. He didn't like being away from Remus.
Oi, lover boy, before you disappear. Here.
Regulus's strident voice broke through the warm cocoon starting to close around them. Sirius was sure if he hadn't grown up with Regulus, he would have missed the thing thrown at him. It was squishy and wrapped in newspaper.
Happy late birthday.
Is it your birthday?
Dorcas asked and checked the calendar.
Oh, it was yesterday. I didn't get you anything.
We don't celebrate my birthday.
Sirius reminded her, ignoring Remus's green eyes on him. He hadn't celebrated his birthday for a few years. He tore open the newspaper wrapping to reveal a nice set of fingerless gloves and a pair of fuzzy slippers.
Were you planning on telling me it was your birthday?
Remus asked as Sirius snapped the plastic ring holding the gloves together and tugged them on.
Nope.
Sirius answered, simply adjusting the gloves. They were super soft and colored like old paper in a book. They were covered in black typeface. He brought his hand close to his face to read the words on the gloves.
Ms. Jane Austen and some of her most famous quotes.
Regulus commented.
Now you no longer have to worry about freezing your fingers or toes when you refuse to stop working.
Sirius disengaged from Remus completely to hug Regulus.
Thank you.
He ruffled Regulus's hair, getting an indignant squawk. The gloves were warm but kept his fingers clear so he could still type without interference, and the slippers would help with cold toes on the wooden floor. Later that evening, they crunched through the icy slush on the way to Remus's.
Why don't you celebrate your birthday?
Remus asked, and Sirius shrugged.
It wasn't much of a big deal when I was a kid. I mean, Father insisted on a big family meal, but meeting with the extended Black family was never much cause for celebration. Once I presented, we didn't do that anymore. Once I was out of the house, I just never really fell into celebrating.
It was a half-truth, and Remus was smart enough to see through it.
Gonna tell me the defining moment you keep leaving out?
Remus asked quietly. Sirius twisted the charm on the necklace for a second before dropping his hand.
I had just started living with my ex, and Dorcas threw a surprise party. She didn't tell him. She didn't tell me for obvious reasons. He was nice and polite throughout the whole party. Afterward, he accused me of being selfish and making him look bad, and the whole nine. When I tried to argue back, he said some things I'm unwilling to ever repeat, and bashed my head into a wall.
Sirius was surprised his voice stayed steady during this recount. If he didn't think about it, it didn't force his brain to spin.
I asked Dorcas not to do it again. I always try to make sure I am not in public on the day of. He made it very clear that no day was about me, and trying to celebrate made me selfish.
They continued along the path. Padfoot chased a snowflake, barking happily. Their breath fogged the cold air, and Sirius adjusted his coat.
I understand if the answer is no, but I would like to get you a birthday present.
Sirius glanced over as Remus spoke.
You already did.
Sirius pointed out. Remus paused and reached over to pick up the necklace and examine it. He let it fall through his fingers to rest against the fabric of Sirius's sweater.
Okay, a proper present that I wrap and say happy birthday while giving it to you.
Remus revised, and Sirius sighed. He didn't pretend to know why Remus was the way he was, but it was clear this was important to him.
Fine.
Sirius sighed. Padfoot came back to sniff at them and find out why they had stopped.
I don't know why popping out of my mum is a cause for celebration.
The snow was starting to fall heavily around them.
I am pretty sure your birthday is a cause to celebrate. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ever met you.
Remus reasoned. Sirius was glad to blame his pink cheeks on the cold.
Are you dedicated to going in tonight? Or do you want to take Pads to the park and let him chase the snow while we freeze?
Sirius gestured for Remus to lead the way. Their gloved hands wound together as they passed the small cottage to a park. It was quiet in the cold night. All the womb fruit was likely at home, cozy in their beds. Sirius let Padfoot off the leash, knowing at this point he wouldn't wander too far away, and came when called. Sirius retrieved a tennis ball from his pocket. When Padfoot wasn't chasing the snowflakes, he would happily chase the yellow ball.
My neighbor had a dog, and when it got really cold, we would throw snowballs for him.
Remus commented as Padfoot abandoned his pursuit of the yellow ball to bark at snowflakes.
That's mean.
Sirius responded, thinking of how confused the dog would have been when the ball disappeared. This was a nice distraction from the horrible memories still vying for a place in the forefront of his mind.
He caught on pretty quickly, so he started using his tail to pelt snow back at us.
Remus explained. This made Sirius smile. The dog getting revenge sounded cute.
After that, we would just throw snowballs at each other.
Remus matched words to actions by hitting Sirius in the shoulder with a sopping snowball. The previous snowfall was mush at this point, and there wasn't enough new snow to make nice snowballs. They were slick and wet and broke on impact. It took Sirius a few attempts to make one that got to Remus before smashing. It drove the heavy memories from his brain. Soon they were both giggling and slightly damp.
I have never had a snowball fight, or even any real fun in the snow.
Sirius commented, leaning down to run his hands over Padfoot to check how cold he was and to rile him up a bit. He roughed up the face and Padfoot bounced away barking. Sirius gave in and chased him.
My mam would always wake me at midnight after the first major snowstorm of the season, and we would build snowmen and snow angels and have an epic snowball fight. My Tad would always have cocoa waiting for us when we came back in.
Remus said when Sirius came back over, leaving Padfoot to bark at snowflakes again. Sirius smiled at this and walked over to the abandoned playground. He sat on one of the swings and wrapped an arm around the frozen chain. Remus stepped up behind him and pushed him to get the swing going.
I think I threw a snowball at Regulus once. He told Creature about it. Creature gave me a lecture but thankfully didn't tell my parents about it.
Sirius recounted as Remus slowly pushed him higher.
Did you do anything fun as a kid?
Remus asked cynically. Sirius smirked as he thought over his answer.
I jerked off a lot as a teenager. Want to watch sometime?
Sirius asked. Remus's hands caught the chains and stopped the swing. Sirius turned to look at him innocently. His mouth was caught in a rough, hot kiss.
Why are you such a tease?
Remus asked when they broke apart. The cold air immediately started biting at their damp lips. Sirius raised an eyebrow at the other man.
Tease, Mr. Lupin. Whatever do you mean? I intend to follow through on my offer.
Sirius replied coyly. Remus shook his head slightly and leaned back in to kiss Sirius once again. Chapter 40, Original Sin.
Do you have plans with your parents this morning?
Sirius asked when Remus came into the bedroom on Sunday morning with coffee.
Not really. I thought we could go get breakfast with Aberforth and wander down to see if they wanted to do anything. They're flying back tomorrow, so I should probably have dinner with them.
Remus commented while sipping on the warm brew. Sirius made a sound that did not sound like consent, but climbed out of the warm bed anyway.
I want it noted for the record that you passed up a day in bed with the boyfriend to go see the parents.
He stole Remus's coffee, walking past him into the bathroom.
I mean, you're cute and all, but they're my parents whom I do not see often. Plus my mam wants to see you again.
Remus leaned on the door jamb watching as Sirius picked up a hairbrush. Sirius met his eyes in the mirror, a perfectly sculpted eyebrow raised.
She doesn't have an ulterior motive. She just likes you. I don't even think it has some backhanded way of being traced back to me. She likes your spunk.
That sounds dirty.
Sirius scrunched his nose, smoothing snares from his curls. Remus made a face this time. Sirius gathered up half the hair and tied it back from his face. He wore his hair up more often than not these days. He refused to attribute it to Remus. It was simply convenient. He threaded several of his rings through his ears. If he was going to spend the day with his parents, he was going to have some of his armor in place. The silver bands that normally adorned his fingers were left off. They weren't comfortable under gloves. After 20 minutes, his face was painted, and he passed Remus back a nearly full cup of coffee.
You're going to give Aberforth a heart attack looking like that?
Remus commented, and Sirius shot him a look.
I am planning on wearing clothes.
Sirius snarked back, clearly teasing. He knew Remus was referring to Aberforth, having never seen him in makeup. He made his way to the overnight bag. Remus sipped his coffee slowly, and Sirius worked not to flush as green eyes traced over his body. Remus smirked when he smelt the slick. Sirius would have been embarrassed if Remus's area of the room didn't smell like a mocha. The fresh snow crunched under their feet as they walked through town. Sirius shivered and moved closer to Remus. Remus immediately wrapped an arm around him and kissed his forehead.
We should build a snowman this evening. Go over to the Potters, steal one of James's coats, and help Lily run interference with the baby.
Remus drug his foot along the sidewalk, seemingly analyzing the depth of the snow.
I don't understand your desire to play in the cold wet. Wouldn't you rather be inside with a mug of cocoa and a blanket?
Sirius complained. Remus shrugged, adjusting Sirius's jacket and doing up the zipper. Sirius gave him a mock scowl and was placated with a kiss on the cheek.
Normally you would be right, and later in the winter that will likely be the case. But right now I want to spend as much time outside as I can before my joints get all achy. Besides, you are gorgeous with snow diamonds clinging to your hair and a pink tint to your cheeks. Wait here.
Remus was suddenly stepping away from him. Sirius frowned as his brain picked through the whole comment. Remus ducked into a shop called Shell Cottage. Sirius huffed. Why was he waiting outside? Oh right, with Remus it was always a request, never a demand. He adjusted his hat and tucked his hands into his pockets as he examined the windows of what appeared to be a jewelry shop. Maybe he was picking up something for his mam, an early Christmas present perhaps. He could see the town gearing up for Christmas, but so far there was no tacky Christmas music, so he didn't mind it. The evergreen decorations being wrapped around the lampposts were actually kind of cute, all topped off with a red bow, and the fairy lights were visible. It would likely be very beautiful at night as the whole of Main Street lit up.
Sorry.
Remus was tucking something into his pocket when he returned to Sirius's side.
I am emotionally damaged having to stand outside while you went in someplace.
Sirius complained. Remus grinned and reeled Sirius in for a gentle kiss.
My apologies, pretty boy.
Remus swept a curl off of Sirius's forehead. Sirius melted. Remus was so warm, it was impossible not to melt into him. Another gentle kiss, and they resumed walking. The Hogshead was never very crowded in the morning, but Sirius felt happy that he could name most of the people there. Dorcas and Regulus were at the bar chatting happily with Aberforth and Hagrid. He could see Augusta Longbottom with a round-faced couple at one of the booths. Mrs. Fig was counting out bills to lay on the table. A few other familiar faces were seen as they moved to take their customary spots at the bar.
Good morning.
Dorcas chirped happily as her coffee was refilled.
We have talked about taking your Adderall with coffee.
Sirius commented, and she flipped him off while sipping the dark brew.
Can I get cocoa?
Sirius asked when Aberforth started filling up Remus's mug.
Who drinks cocoa in the morning?
Regulus asked while Remus felt his forehead.
You know the caffeine in cocoa don't exist, right?
Aberforth asked. Sirius shoved Remus's hand away.
It's snowing outside, therefore it is a cocoa morning.
Sirius retorted, pulling off his warm clothes. Aberforth shrugged and turned to rifle through several boxes of tea and cider packets. Sirius should have realized it would be the powdered stuff. That was all right, he would drink it for now and make real cocoa tonight at Remus's.
Me cocoa is expired. Let me back with a mug and summat to eat.
Aberforth grumped and made his way through the doors to the kitchen.
So Hagrid, what are your intentions with Aberforth?
Regulus asked. Remus nearly spit out his coffee. Dorcas snickered into her mug. Hagrid's mug was set on the bar with a low thud.
What kind of question tis that?
Hagrid demanded. Sirius could see Regulus preparing the typical smart-ass answer, but Hagrid continued.
I've not finished me first mug of coffee yet. I know your city slickers are all about to now, but of some respect. I won't be describing Abe's bollocks till I'm at least halfway through me second mug.
Remus had to set down his mug. Sirius snorted so violently he had to grab a napkin. Dorcas laughed and slapped the top of the bar. Regulus looked like he was regretting all of his life choices.
Ask dim-twitted things like tat, and you'll get inappropriate answers.
Hagrid winked. Aberforth returned with a mug topped with whipped cream and a couple of bowls. The bowl of food set in front of them was questionable.
You better appreciate tis. I had to dig out the chocolate chips. And since I had to open a knee bag, I'll be making cookies tomorrow. If you tell Lily, you won't get none.
Aberforth warned Remus. Sirius wondered at the story behind this. He would tell Lily so they could both get cookies.
Thanks.
Sirius sang happily, using his spoon to scoop the whipped cream off. He bit back a grin at the look on Remus's face as he ate the mound of white cream.
Tis his knee, just eat it. To texture is into works.
Aberforth remarked. Regulus was analyzing the bright yellow mixture as it dripped off his spoon. Dorcas was staring at it like she expected it to do a trick.
No bacon.
Hagrid asked, almost a little put out. Sirius silently agreed, but Aberforth had never let him down thus far. He took a bite and immediately wished he hadn't.
Oh, this oatmeal needs therapy.
Regulus commented, seemingly having followed Sirius's lead. He looked like he regretted it just as much.
Unemployed grits.
Hagrid agreed. Remus looked like he was biting his tongue. Sirius went that route. He didn't want to hurt Aberforth's feelings, but it kind of tasted like a wet blanket.
Bacon and pancakes, 10.
Aberforth responded and removed the bowls. Sirius turned back to his cocoa. It was good, and he was glad to have asked for it. It chased away the lingering chill. Thankfully, when Aberforth returned, the food was delicious.
How much bribery is it going to take to get you to come back and work on your book?
Dorcas asked Sirius as they stepped out.
I don't work on Sunday. It's the Lord's Day.
Sirius held a hand to his chest as if he were grasping a rosary. Remus snorted next to him, and Regulus looked incredulous.
But you're Satan.
She expressed seemingly unfazed. Sirius was going to reset her humor button.
No, that would be you, my lovely editor.
Sirius responded.
Remus doesn't open the shop on Sunday, and in respect of my brain and my relationship, I am refusing to work on Sundays. Beyond that, I have to go woo my boyfriend's parents.
You will not always be able to wiggle out like this. When your last book is published, you will go on tour even on Sundays.
Dorcas scolded. Her finger wag was less effective with snow in her hair.
I look forward to it, dear Lucifer.
Sirius gave her a mock bow.
Ta!
He gave her a finger wave as he walked away with Remus.
You shouldn't antagonize her. She's just looking after your career.
Remus pointed out as they made their way toward the leaky cauldron.
We're just teasing Remus. She knows I am good for it, and I know she is going to nag me nearly to death until the draft is across her table.
Sirius and Dorcas had always been slightly antagonistic to each other. There was no true malice behind it. He will likely finish up the edit this evening and have new material for her tomorrow afternoon. Remus looked mildly convinced. They met up with Hope and Lyle outside the bed and breakfast. While Lyle still seemed wholly unimpressed, Hope had no problem taking Sirius's arm.
We should go to that charming coffee house you took us to. Does that blue-haired woman still work there?
Hope asked.
Tonks's hair has now been changed to pink, and yeah, she still works there. She's the owner with her mum.
Remus answered. Lyle's mouth tightened, but he didn't comment. Sirius had the sudden desire to dye his hair rainbow. He should not actively work to piss off Lyle. He didn't want to make life hard for Remus.
I never know what to order here.
Lyle responded as they crossed the road for the 3 broomsticks.
I have offered to show you the internet menu, which has descriptions.
Hope noted with an eyebrow raise that was so similar to Remus's that Sirius was sure Mother Nature had used copy-paste.
Or the menu could be useful.
Lyle informed her. Sirius felt his stress rise. Parents arguing was not something he ever experienced. He didn't want to experience it now.
It is useful if you use the other tools available to help, like translating from a different language. Here.
Remus interjected and passed his father the phone. Lyle grumbled something else, but took the phone as they stepped into the coffee shop. The smell was always amazing. Sirius could smell the extra Christmas cheer.
Mrs. Lupin, it's so nice to see you again.
Tonks greeted happily, adjusting the headband, which was covered in tinsel. It was red and green and clashed brilliantly with her pink hair. The shop was already fully decked out in Christmas stuff. Made sense she had decorated for Halloween too. She was likely into every holiday. Sirius made sure to read the specials carefully. He did not want a drink full of tinsel or glitter.
How many times have I told you to call me Hope? Mrs. Lupin makes me sound old.
Hope scolded lightly. Remus mumbled something that did not sound nice. Hope swatted him, and Remus slung his arm around her.
Ah, my old man, she's so frail.
Remus was boisterous now. Hope smacked him with her bag this time, and he rubbed his shoulder.
Remus John Lupin, you are not too old to be stuck in a corner.
Hope scolded. Sirius grinned and got his tongue stuck out at him. He preened, fluffing out the loose curls at the back of his neck.
Mr. Lupin?
Tonks was a bit stiff with this greeting. If Lyle noticed he didn't say anything, he simply ordered a drink. She put it in unsmiling. Lyle was clearly a downer if he was able to rain all over Tonks's sunny disposition. Hope ordered her drink as well.
So how have things been for you?
Hope asked as Tonks started to build their drinks.
They've been good. I met estranged cousins and a cute girl who is not related to me. Helena?
Tonks explained, steaming the milk. She filled Hope in on a very condensed version of the Black family and their far-reaching branches.
Andromeda and Alphard, the original rebels, such shining examples.
Sirius commented. Tonks gave him a look.
You're lucky you grew up in rainbows and unicorns. If you grew up in that family, you would understand why your mother has my endless awe at her bravery.
Tonks poured another drink, seeming to consider what he had said.
She told me stories when I was younger. Nothing terrible because I was a kid, but I remember thinking the wealth wasn't worth it. Mum and Dad didn't have a lot when I was growing up, but I would take that over a fortune and the family staying any day.
Tonks concluded.
Hear, hear.
Sirius cheered as they collected their drinks.
Do you not speak to your parents on the regular?
Hope asked as they settled at a table. Sirius felt his walls come back up. Remus's arm came to rest over his shoulder. The touch and his comforting scent helped. Sirius reached up and closed his hand over the small moon that rested against his skin. It was grounding.
My father was never happy about my presentation, and they are still very old school.
Sirius responded. How was he supposed to explain abuse to people who hadn't earned the full story? How could he expect them to understand that his mum was so broken that the only time he'd heard her speak was in one of her psychotic rages? Hope seemed like the kind of mum to patch up skinned knees, make chicken noodle soup when her family was sick, and sing when the storms were bad. She seemed like the kind of mum that told her children she loved them. While Berga spent most of the time in her room, drunk or drugged on the sedatives her doctor kept prescribing her, Sirius worked hard not to judge her. She'd been married to her cousin as soon as she had presented. She'd had him less than a year later. However, sympathy only got one person so far. Sympathy ended with silver rings slicing over his cheek because he dared ask a question. Sympathy ended when she had dislocated his elbow when he'd tried to run from a haircut. Sympathy ended when she had let his grandfather beat him for spilling milk at Christmas tea. Sympathy ended with all the times Sirius had screamed while Orion sliced open his skin. There was an Omega submission, but hers was beyond that. It was stone cold. He'd never heard "I love you" or comfort from his parents. While Berga had been less likely to beat him or Regulus when they were younger, she never raised a hand to Regulus after he presented. She'd beat Sirius whenever she caught sight of him after that. It was also when the screaming had started for her and stopped for him. She would be less cruel if Sirius stayed silent and still. She'd called him all sorts of foul things after he'd presented. It was at the hands of his parents that he'd learned being an Omega was the worst crime in the universe. Perhaps that is why he had been so willing to accept the same treatment from his ex. If he endured enough punishment, he would be able to wash clean of the sin of being an Omega. Chapter 41, French Twist. Sirius sighed as he rolled onto his back. Again, he wondered if he should give up the pretense of sleep at this point. As his phone had informed him a while ago, it was past 2 a.m. He'd done nothing but toss and turn all night. At least he hadn't disturbed Remus. He sighed and pushed the blankets off. He got up quietly, carefully walking past the cat and dog, trying not to wake them. Once in the kitchen, he set the kettle on a burner and retrieved chamomile tea. He wanted something stronger, but thankfully Remus had gifted the beer to James and no longer had alcohol in the house. He stood next to the kettle, determined to pull it as soon as it even started making noise. Before he could get that far, though, Remus came in.
You okay?
He asked, offering Sirius a sweater, who took the warm garment gratefully.
Exes and fathers are easy to get over. They wouldn't necessarily have the compassion available to avoid punishing a child for the simple crime of biology. It's harder to brush off my mother's abuse,
Sirius commented. Remus frowned at him and brushed his hair back. Sirius felt exposed under that kind gaze. He reached over and turned off the stove.
Can we go for a walk? All I want to do is drink until I sleep.
Yeah, let's get dressed and we can walk.
Remus responded. They made their way back up and changed into actual winter clothes rather than the light sleep clothes they had been in. Sirius laced up snow boots as Remus dug out his own. Soon enough, though, they were walking along the snow-covered path next to the river. It was colder than it had any right to be.
You would think eventually we would reach the end of the saga of bad things that happened to Sirius Black.
The joke fell flat, mostly because it wasn't a joke on Sirius's part, and Remus wasn't the type to laugh at trauma or jokes about trauma. The silence felt brittle in the cold air, but Remus never pushed Sirius to talk about what was bothering him. He blocked the cold wind when it kept blowing out the lighter, so Sirius could light up a cigarette and allowed Sirius to take and drop his hand as the fancy struck him.
I remember after I presented, Orion beat me that night. I was able to avoid another beating for a while. I just made myself invisible and worked to disappear from any room my parents were in. I was home mostly alone one day. Creature had been in my mother's room to give her breakfast and her medication. He left the door open. I made the mistake of walking past. She called me in and had this wicked cane. She never broke the skin. She left welts and bruises and broken bones in her wake. It was the first time she screamed at me. Most of the time, her beatings felt like beatings of convenience. I was in her way. She called me shame of her flesh as she hit me.
Sirius looked down at his hands as he spoke. Remus's face was set in lines of sadness.
Funnily enough, she's the reason for me not being married off at 16. Many of the higher families have a nasty little habit of marrying 15 and 16-year-old Omegas to older Alphas in the same circles. My mum was married to Orion at 16. My cousin Bella married her husband at 16, and I think Narcissa made it to 17 before being married off to Malfoy. My uncle had a soft spot for his blonde angel.
Sirius rolled his eyes but continued.
Mum insisted they don't marry me off so easily because what would the rest of the world think? Despite everything, she didn't want to see me sold off so quickly.
How is that even legal? I thought only legal adults could get married.
Remus muttered, sounding disgusted and annoyed.
It's legal in the UK for a couple to get married if both parties are over 16, and legally free to marry, i.e. single, widowed, or divorced. The 16-year-old needs parental permission or a legal dispensation from the courts, often granted to underage Omegas. My family simply filled out the parental consent paperwork. I heard Bella wasn't even asked if she agreed to the marriage. Her dad signed the license.
Sirius sighed. This was just one of a million reasons he had run from his family.
No one cares that Omegas are essentially traded like stocks. We're baby makers and that's it.
Sirius was surprised by the fierce hug he was pulled into. He relaxed into Remus's hold.
I'm okay. I'm here and safe.
Sirius reassured him. Remus nudged along his jaw. They were wrapped in layers of wool, but Remus was still able to mix their scents together in an intoxicatingly comfy aroma. They stood there for several long moments, breathing each other in until it was impossible to distinguish their scents from one another. Both men had been shaking when the embrace started, but those shivers slowed and eventually stopped. Remus pulled back and cupped Sirius's face.
I'm sorry you had to go through all that, but I am glad you survived. I am glad to know you, and I will keep you safe in whatever way you allow.
The kiss on his forehead sealed this promise, and Sirius gripped Remus's wrists.
Thank you.
Sirius murmured and leaned in to properly kiss Remus. The kiss was soft but filled with the tender, caring emotions shared between the two. It almost felt like love. If Sirius had been willing to use that label again, he might have. Right now, tender care was all he could label it as. He would re-examine it when he wasn't so broken. Remus pulled back completely, though he stayed close to Sirius.
I have something for you. I was planning on wrapping it, but this seems as good a time as any.
Remus explained as he rifled through his trouser pockets and eventually pulled out a small velvet box.
I can see the look in your eyes. Stow it. It's not what you think.
Sirius raised an eyebrow, but let Remus open the box. It was not the ring he had feared it might be. He glanced up and met Remus's eyes and got a shrug from the other man.
I notice you only wear rings when the event is formal or stress-inducing, and while the necklace looks beautiful, I think that was a lightning in a bottle moment. As someone who admires all the metal you have in your ear, I got you a bit to add without another hole needed.
Remus plucked the silver frill out of the box.
Naughty man talking about my holes.
Sirius teased, trying to go along with a lighter mood. Remus shushed him. He turned Sirius and exposed his ear.
It's an ear cuff.
Remus handed the velvet box to Sirius. Warm fingers manipulated the cold metal against his ear. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Remus had the finger of the discarded glove in his mouth and a look of concentration on his face. The bottom half of the frill rested against the inside curve of his ear. The upper half wrapped around the outside of his ear, and a piece in the middle held it attached.
It's a French twist. I thought about getting a Welsh design, but the twist suits you better.
Remus breathed against his ear. Sirius shivered, but it had nothing to do with the cold. He spent a moment reassembling his mind.
Merci. Cela signifie beaucoup.
He felt the shaky breath against his ear. Could speaking French have the same effect that Remus speaking Welsh had on him? He could practically hear Remus's brain deciphering the words. Sirius half expected for Remus to pull out his phone and have Sirius repeat for Google Translate.
Mei croeso I chiefing hariant. Daliwcheti isiad felia bid genif gynrichioliad cofferol offing werthfaurodiad.
Remus answered back in a low, husky voice, and Sirius shivered again. That lovely voice, speaking a language that was so steeped in history and sounded so wild, was delicious. It chased away some of the lingering cold and fear. The snow had started to fall thick and proper now.
Let me show you how to make a snow angel.
Sirius had been about to turn and kiss Remus silly. The sudden about-face had him a bit wrong-footed. Remus covered his ear with the hat and led him over to an undisturbed patch of snow. He fell back and started waving his arms and legs. When it became clear he wanted Sirius to join him, Sirius sighed and did so. He lay back in the cold snow and waved his limbs. He was about to pick himself up and look at his art when a warm body covered him. The kiss was heated, and hands were braced on either side of his head.
You ruined my snow angel.
I would apologize, but I got to kiss you in the snow,
Remus replied. He leaned down and did it again. They kissed until Sirius's nose was cold. He placed his hand on Remus's chest, and immediately the other eased back.
As romantic and cute as it is, my arse is wet and my nose is cold. Take me home and warm me up in bed, you brute.
Sirius implored. Remus gave him a rakish grin and stood easily. He offered a hand to Sirius to stand from the snow. Sirius glanced back at the imprint in the snow. The snow angel with the handprints on either side of the head and legs is a little bit longer than the skirt. It would be abundantly clear to any adult what happened. Sirius covered the incriminating marks with snow. The walk back felt easier than the walk out. They shed layers of clothing just inside the foyer. They lost nearly as much snow as clothing. Remus, ever the neat freak, insisted on clearing the frozen stuff before it formed a puddle. Sirius left him to it. He made his way up to the bedroom and shed his damp clothes in the bathroom. After a quick thought about how cold he was, he ran a bath.
Do I get to grope you in the tub?
Remus asked when he came in and shed his damp clothes.
Not until your hands and feet warm up, mister.
Sirius explained as he checked the temperature of the water and plugged the tub. Remus curved his fingers like claws, and before Sirius could make any evasive maneuvers, the freezing fingers were on his shoulders. He gave a faux shout as he was hauled against the cold body. He was only a degree warmer from the warm bathroom, but it was still different.
I'll just warm up against you.
Remus teased. His normal warmth was already overpowering the cold, and Sirius's bones felt warm from the play, especially when Remus's fingers brushed the frill and traced over the necklace.
You look nice like this. It's enough jewelry to bring out your natural grace, but simple.
A curl fell over Sirius's eyes, and he watched as Remus huffed but left it.
I like the jewelry you get me.
Sirius responded. Remus kissed him softly before reaching under the sink and retrieving a container of bubble bath. It filled the bathroom with the smell of sugar. The label said it was burnt sugar, but Sirius didn't smell the burnt part. He cut the water when the bubbles reached just over the top of the tub.
I like this tub.
Sirius commented, sinking into the hot water. The temperature shift had pins and needles tickling over his body. He would suffer for the bliss of a hot bath. Remus was more careful. He dipped his feet into the water and settled on the edge of the tub, waiting to warm up a bit.
It covers my tits and knees at the same time. I had a similar tub when I was a kid, but it was in the middle of a very Spartan bathroom that I shared with my brother. Didn't matter how hot the water was, I always felt cold.
I've heard some of the older and more elegant houses are drafty.
Remus commented and Sirius nodded.
They're not set up for modern amenities. The electric lights, plumbing, and heating are secondary. They were designed when you used a fireplace. Many of the interior rooms stay warm, especially the kitchen and dining room, but I hated my room and the bathroom.
Sirius replied.
What did your childhood home look like?
Remus carefully lowered himself into the water.
It was just a cute little house. The garden was bigger than the house, and my mam spent ages cultivating flowers and herbs. It was grey when they bought it, but my dad painted it bright yellow, my mam's favourite colour.
Remus reminisced. Sirius smiled at the description.
You strike me as a kid who grew up in a yellow house.
Sirius commented. Remus seemed to consider this comment and shrugged.
It was either that or a stone cottage. Oh wait, you live in one now. Grew up in a yellow house in the Welsh countryside, now lives in a stone cottage with his cat and runs a bookstore. You are a Hallmark movie and Disney prince all wrapped in one.
Tragic backstory. Finds orphan animals and fails to see his worth. Does that make you my Disney princess?
Remus asked. Sirius wanted to object to being cast in the female role, but Remus made it sound so appealing.
Shut up.
He flushed, and Remus leaned back, seeming pleased with himself. With a small stretch, he reached the switch in the wall and turned the lights off. The moonlight shining through the window kept it from being too dark. Their legs tangled as they lay in the water.
Come over here,
Remus requested. Sirius shifted. He was careful with his hands and knees to avoid hurting Remus. Eventually, he settled in the other man's lap. Their skin was slick and warm from the water of the tub, and it seemed Remus just wanted a cuddle. Their fingers tangled together.
I have never kissed someone in the snow before you,
Sirius told him as the dark soothed the last of his frayed nerves. Remus gave a pleased sound.
And I have never taken a bath with someone before. Okay, not completely true. Our nanny bathed Regulus and me together when we were little.
I don't know many people with siblings so close in age that aren't bathed together. My cousin and I were bathed together when they came to visit. We were within months of each other.
Remus responded.
You're the first romantic partner I've bathed with. Unfortunately, my first snow kiss goes to a boy I met right before I went to military school. I enjoyed the one with you more.
Geez, Remus, do you just go around kissing boys in inclement weather?
Sirius demanded, though there was no heat in his accusation. Hands slid free of his and up his arms.
Only the pretty ones.
Remus responded. His mouth moved around Sirius's neck. He kissed over the scent gland, mingling their scents again. Already that mixed scent spoke to Sirius of home and safety. It was starting to permeate the small cottage. It was moving over Remus's scent and claiming the space for both of them. Sirius loved it. Hands slid over his shoulders and down his chest. His touch and scent were so intoxicating. His hands slid back up, tracing the lines in Sirius's skin and eventually over his shoulders. When those talented fingers started easing the tension and knots in his shoulders, he groaned lowly.
This is the second time you have stolen the tension from my shoulders. I was using that to stay upright.
I want you to sleep tonight. Your muscles and bones will be sufficient.
Remus replied sardonically, his fingers working down Sirius's spine. Sirius didn't have the energy to argue. It felt amazing. When Remus had reduced him to mush, he was cuddled close. Lips worked over his neck and shoulders until he was nearly dizzy with the intoxicating scent.
Take me to bed.
Sirius spoke softly against damp skin. Remus gave a hum in affirmation and groped behind them for the plug.
Normally, I would not be averse to picking you up, but wet skin mixed with wet tub equals falling and concussions,
Remus explained. Sirius got up slowly under his own power. They dried off with thick, fluffy towels. As soon as they were dry, he was picked up bodily.
Hey!
The protest wasn't even half-hearted and completely ignored. He was dumped on the bed and covered in a warm body. As his lips were pried apart by an insistent tongue, a knee nudged his thighs apart. He expected to feel those delicious fingers pulling him apart, but the hard flesh of his boyfriend slid between his legs into the rapidly dampening crease. If not for the complete and total trust he had for Remus, he would have panicked slightly. Remus's hips moved carefully, so he was sliding along the crease, the blunt head even brushing the hole but never penetrating. Sirius clung to his arms braced on either side of him. One arm moved to grip his cock and stroke him. When he broke the kiss to breathe, Remus moved his lips down the long column of his neck. Sirius gasped as Remus latched onto the skin just over his nipple. Sirius could feel the skin bruise and found he didn't care. He even liked it. His orgasm approached quickly. He arched against the tormenting hand and body.
Fuck Remus!
He breathed, and Remus returned to his mouth. Sirius pulled back and nibbled on Remus's bottom lip.
Gonna come, can I?
His breathless plea generated a low growl that made his stomach tighten in the best way.
Yeah, show me how I make you feel.
Remus answered. Sirius groaned at that, and his toes curled as his vision whited out. He was aware he was whining and cursing as he came and basked.
Such a potty mouth. Might have to work on that.
Sirius was sure if he hadn't just come, he would be hard from the implications. He felt the warm spurt a moment later. Remus's cock pulsed against his hole, spurting. They lay together, coming down for a bit. Remus was the first up, coming back with a damp cloth. He cleaned up Sirius and lay down with him. Fingers lightly traced over the bruise.
Sorry I got carried away.
I don't mind. If you want to leave hickeys, that's fine. I would prefer they not be visible over my clothes, and obviously, the scent glands are off limits. But as long as you don't draw blood, I find I don't care.
Sirius waved his hand vaguely.
Are you going to be able to sleep?
I sleep when you manage it, which is a lot more than I used to get. Are you going to be able to sleep?
Remus asked in turn. Sirius considered. He felt sleepy and was no longer thinking about his family.
I think so. A wild wolf listened to me ramble and claimed me with a new shiny and hickey.
Sirius responded. Remus's finger traced the silver on his ear again. Sirius wondered if he should feel odd about classifying himself as claimed.
That's all right. A Disney princess claimed me.
Remus responded. Sirius realized why he didn't mind being Remus's. It was mutual. Remus was just as much his. He kissed Remus's collarbone and cuddled close as sleep pulled at his eyes. Chapter 42, A Comprehensive Guide. After Sirius was done sorting through the books, he went and stacked them on the shelves, mostly because their late-night walk seemed to have caused Remus's arthritis to act up, leading Sirius to demand that Remus allow him to put the books away, because taking care of each other was a two-way street. He made sure to double-check everything, and if he was unsure, he would send a picture to Remus. He had just finished up with his second box when he stepped down the step stool he'd been using. He missed the step and wiped out, twisting his ankle on the way down. The subsequent bang had Padfoot racing down the aisle, barking like mad.
Are you okay?
Remus called.
Ow, yeah. Pad's come on, knock it off.
Sirius brushed off the black dog, who was so pleased to see Sirius on the ground that he was attempting to cover him in saliva. He stood up and brushed off the dirt. He placed weight gingerly on his ankle. It was a little sore, but nothing too bad. He glanced up to see Remus had made it to the end of the aisle.
Your floors are hard.
My boyfriend is uncoordinated.
Remus corrected with a fond smile. Sirius chased a sore spot on his ribs, rubbing it to make sure none of his old injuries were making a resurgence, and then rolled his shoulders.
Remind me not to do that again. Fuck me.
Sirius muttered, rolling the soreness out of his shoulders and tipping his head slightly.
Anytime, anywhere.
Remus responded, and Sirius paused. He ran back through what he had said and flushed as he realized what Remus had responded to.
Obviously, it's still a conversation that I wait for you to start.
Remus walked back to his spot at the till before Sirius could even formulate a proper response. He glanced over at Padfoot, who planted his butt on Sirius's feet and looked up at him, tongue lolling and tail wagging.
You're as bad as he is. The look you give me could be considered love bombing, and that is abuse.
Sirius informed him. As though he realized he was being talked to, Padfoot just looked more pleased with himself. Sirius leaned down and gave him a scratch. He nudged the rapidly growing dog off his feet and made his way to the front. Remus was working on paperwork. Sirius had been released from his duties when he had finished the edit and gotten Dorcas 2 new chapters. As long as he worked diligently through the day, she didn't care what he did with his evenings, though she still thought Sirius was a bit ridiculous not to just ride Remus.
Last time we had this conversation, you shut it down immediately.
Sirius reminded him. He had been determined not to push it. Remus had made his position clear. He'd wanted to make sure Sirius was healed or whatever.
I did so for a couple of reasons.
Remus answered, closing his laptop. He reached forward and ran his fingers over Sirius's cheek and traced over his ear. Sirius had pinned back that side of his hair to show off his new accessory. Dorcas, Regulus, and Aberforth had all complimented it.
The primary reason being that every time I would try to touch you, no matter where, you would flinch like you expected to be hit.
Sirius sighed, remembering the constant tension he carried around his ex. It had been a few days since he felt that tension around Remus.
Now you don't flinch. And secondly, whenever we would do anything in bed and I made a new move, I could feel every muscle in your body get ready to bolt. I watched your logical mind push the instinct away, but your first instinct was you were going to get hurt. Last night we came as close as we ever have, and never once did you tense.
Sirius flushed but didn't drop his eyes.
I trust you. You're not going to hit me, and I know that without some form of discussion we aren't going to have sex. I don't trust much in this universe, but I know for a fact that my consent is valued and that Lily is going to be listed on my death certificate as the cause, if it's not James.
The little joke made Remus smile at him.
I like you, Sirius. A lot. More than I thought I would when I met you at the Potters. We're both adults, and we can voice if we don't like something. I figure at this point, your physical reactions are no longer outrunning your brain, so I want to see what your brain thinks.
Remus suggested. Sirius swallowed. No one had ever put it so bluntly. When his consent mattered, it had been a yes or no on whether or not they wore a condom.
You're kind of, well, huge, bigger than anyone I've ever...
Sirius broke off because while Remus was trying, he couldn't completely suppress the grin on his face.
Jerk, this is not an ego stroke.
The fact that your pretty face wants this broken down man is an ego stroke, sweetheart.
Remus replied, sounding smug. He took in the look Sirius gave him.
Explain to me the reaction you need, because my boyfriend just told me I'm bigger than anyone in his past. I understand the concern, but I am still a man.
You're impossible.
Sirius complained, throwing his hands up. Padfoot barked again.
You're impossible too.
The tail started going again. Nothing could dampen his spirits.
I am concerned. I'm nearly positive I could handle it, but I'm not willing to put myself through that kind of pain again. You've pointed it out and all but hit me over the head with it shouldn't hurt. We should both enjoy it.
Remus nodded thoughtfully and glanced at the front door. The closed sign had been up for an hour, while Sirius put away books and Remus worked on papers, but it was still a glass storefront with lights on. He was checking that no one was watching them. He gestured for Sirius to come back. Sirius ducked through the opening in the counter and joined Remus.
First of all, the compliment, as unintended as it was, is all kinds of awesome.
Sirius huffed and Remus smoothed his hair.
Second of all, I'm not just going to shove it in because we decide to have sex. I never have any intention of going anywhere near your cute little bottom without extra lube and my fingers first. A condom too, if that would make you feel more comfortable.
Remus continued. Sirius realized when Remus paused, he was expected to voice his opinions. He'd insisted on condoms before his ex when it had been random hookups. He hadn't been given a chance after that. He considered what he wanted, and then remembered Remus sitting so patiently waiting to get tested, simply because Sirius had asked.
I'm on a heat suppressant and birth control. I get shot in the arm once a month, so I'm good to skip the condom,
he decided. He didn't want this to be a random hookup. He didn't want to be planning to have another partner. He wanted to treat Remus like it was endgame, so maybe it would be.
Sounds good. Since we've already been tested, that's one less thing to worry about. And now, for the last reason, my size isn't something that I want you to worry about. If it does hurt, or you just don't like it, all you have to do is tell me. I will also be watching for you in case you go nonverbal on me.
Remus promised. Sirius examined his face. He believed him. Remus would let him stop at any time for any reason.
We've talked about it before, but the knot.
Sirius's voice was low, barely above a whisper. Remus considered him for a long moment before standing up. He wandered back to the nonfiction section and returned with 2 books.
Everything you need to know about your knot. A comprehensive guide for newly presented alphas. What is the very degrading Omega version?
Everything you need to know about your heat. A comprehensive guide for newly presented omegas.
Remus read off.
The part that bothers me is the color. The alpha one is blue and the omega one is pink. But I made a very clear point of stocking ones that were informative without a lot of bias. I would prefer to just stock one, a comprehensive guide for subgenders, but people are more likely to pull the one regarding a specific subgender.
Remus flicked through the blue book, while Sirius idly flipped through the Omega one, pausing at some of the more disturbing bits.
Don't make fun of me, I'm buying both of them. They're more comprehensive than the bullshit education I was given at the Omega Center.
Sirius muttered. Remus's lips twitched, but he managed to keep from outright grinning.
I like that at the end they have a whole chapter about the other, so the kids that end up with these books at least get a basic education on what the physical characteristics of their partner will be. It also keeps misinformation from happening.
Sirius knew Remus was referring to the alpha who had told him that an alpha always had to knot.
Right here.
Remus muttered and set the book on the desk. Sirius glanced at the diagram before looking down at the print Remus was pointing at.
For the first few months after presentation, your knot is going to come up every time you ejaculate. Eventually, you will be able to control when it comes up. It is important to make sure every omega is okay with a knot. Many may not be except during a heat.
Remus's voice was comforting in his ear. A hand rested on his shoulder. Those words brought up a lot of complicated feelings in Sirius. He swallowed as his eyes stung.
Is this common like in all the information for alphas?
He wanted to know how deeply he'd been deceived and betrayed. Remus's hand smoothed over his arm, aiming for comfort.
I have yet to meet an alpha, at least when we talk about it, that doesn't know they have some control over it.
Remus's voice held sympathy now. Sirius wiped his eyes.
I have been working on control since I presented. My Tad sat me down on holiday from school, and we had a long conversation. It's surprising because, for a lot of people, old-fashioned means lack of consent, but I was taught this same information. It was my job to have control over something that could hurt or make my partner feel violated. I was also informed that if I knotted an omega without express consent, I did not deserve the omega or the knot I was gifted with.
Sirius was startled when a tear hit the glossy paper. Remus smoothed it away and wrapped an arm around him.
Does it feel better with a knot?
Sirius mumbled, deciding to deal with the tears later. They were not in reaction to Remus. They were in reaction to the deep deception he'd dealt with.
Probably.
Remus shrugged, causing Sirius to turn his head, just slightly confused by that answer.
I have never knotted a partner. I mean, you've felt it when we get off together, and I've done that with others, but I never felt...
Remus paused for a moment, seeming to struggle with his words.
It's a big deal. I'm able to stop anything. You could tell me to stop in the middle of coming, and I am 99% sure I could piece my brain back together enough to pull out. If I were to knot you, and then you wanted me off or out without hurting both of us, I couldn't do it. I don't want to lock someone in and take away their consent. Our biology should never be more important than what your voice says to me.
Sirius was staring at Remus with something akin to veneration. He'd never thought he would ever meet anyone who would place such a premium on consent.
I have near perfect control. I have only slipped once with a partner, and rather than knot them, I pulled back, got myself back under control, and explained what had happened.
Remus probably considered this a full disclosure thing.
What would it take for you to knot someone?
Sirius asked. He wanted to ask what it would take for Remus to knot him, but his mind had shied, and that had come out instead. Remus wiped a tear track off of Sirius's face and seemed pleased that Sirius wasn't properly crying. Sirius didn't consider it a proper cry. He'd been upset about being lied to.
I think to knot someone, I would have to be mated to them, and probably trying for a kid. I've never spent a rut with someone, though, so I'm not sure if that would be a deciding factor.
Remus seemed like he was thinking through every word as he said it.
Would you ever be comfortable enough to be knotted?
Sirius shrugged.
It never really did much for me. so it would be purely for the benefit of my partner.
Sirius responded. He had taken a knot during his first heat because he'd been half out of his mind. After that, he purchased a toy to use for his heats. It was easier to plan his heats once he'd found a suppressant that worked. That had been the main process. Now he had one a year, as was recommended by his doctor.
I know it's necessary for children, so that would likely be the conversation we had.
Makes the mating stronger.
Remus pointed out and Sirius made a face. Remus gestured for him to elaborate on that face.
We're not animals. In the traditional sense, we have big brains. I feel like mating bites and knotting are left over from an ancestor we've moved away from. I'm not sure I want to be mated to someone in that sense. Married, sure, but...
Sirius shrugged. Mating had never been something he thought was all that amazing. In his mind, it was being owned. If he let someone bite him, he was saying he was willingly becoming their slave. The alpha voice was more effective. Everyday commands were more effective, and most of his mind would be dedicated to pleasing his alpha at all times.
You know, I am thinking you have been given bad information about the mating thing. It's not an ownership thing. It's a scent thing. We're already scent marking each other even though we haven't talked about it. The mating bite wouldn't be just me biting you. I would be more than willing to take on your mark as well.
Remus ran his hand down Sirius's back, stroking along his spine. Sirius glanced up at him in surprise. He had heard of alphas who let their omegas mark them, but he had thought it was a lie or an exaggeration or just symbolic.
And it's going to change our brain chemistry and make us more attuned to each other. But it also comes with many benefits. It makes it easier for you to conceive. Both of us will be less stressed around each other. Our scents will mingle almost permanently, and I won't have to scent mark you every day to keep you smelling like me.
Remus nuzzled against Sirius's neck to drive home the point. Sirius felt himself relaxing. This was still Remus.
It'll make heats and ruts less dramatic, and even without a knot, there's a whole host of health benefits from the chemicals.
Is it a deal breaker for you if I don't ever want that?
Sirius asked curiously. He didn't want to get involved in a relationship and put his heart on the line only to find that he and Remus were incompatible on the base level.
No, it is not a deal breaker, just like the kids thing is not a deal breaker. However, I ask if I can give you links to articles, as well as a few academic works about mating bites so we can talk about it.
Remus persuaded. In the scheme of things, it was a small ask, so Sirius nodded. He was asking Remus to give up a lot and deal with a lot. The least he could do was make sure he knew why he was saying no. He would have to work to keep an open mind. Remus ran a hand through his hair, detangling some of the curls.
So, to bring this back to the original catalyst of conversation, I would like to have sex with you.
Remus spoke with perfect confidence. It was the same way he had told Sirius he would like to finish their date with a kiss. Sirius flushed, but didn't look away from those amazing eyes. Nerves flooded his stomach, but they weren't bad. They were the best kind of nerves. They were the kind of nerves that came before a first date or before asking a crush out.
I want that too.
Sirius's voice was quiet but steady. Remus's smile was gentle and sweet. He ran a thumb over Sirius's cheek and leaned down to brush his lips over Sirius's.
Come on, let's go. I can do the books tomorrow. Oh, and to keep you from panicking, I'm not planning on making a move tonight. I was thinking we could hold off until Saturday, so I could set up a proper date for you, and we could spend all of Sunday together.
Remus murmured. Sirius gave Remus a grateful smile. He trusted Remus and wanted to feel that man in that way, but it would be nice to have time to fully come to terms with all of it. He also knew he would likely freak out a few times in the week coming up.
Will you ring these out while I move the box and that ladder out of the way?
Sirius asked, stacking the books and digging out his credit card to set on top.
Not sure I should charge my boyfriend for books.
Remus called back as Sirius made his way back down the aisle to clean up his mess from earlier.
I don't get free books from a local business just because I am dating the owner. You would go out of business if that was the case.
Sirius responded, coming back up with the box of books and setting it on the counter.
I could be your kept man.
Remus teased, handing Sirius back his card and the 2 books. Sirius tucked them into his bag with his laptop.
You would be a horrible kept man.
Sirius responded, closing his bag and picking up his coat to start layering up. Remus picked up his coat and tugged it on.
You might be right, but it was worth a shot.
Remus agreed. They layered up and Remus closed down the shop. Their hands wowing together and Padfoot trotted happily ahead of them. It was so quiet, the fresh snow muffled everything. The town looked like a little gingerbread village with all the roofs covered in thick white snow with perfectly pointed icicles at even intervals. They passed by the Hogsheade. Sirius tugged on Remus's sleeve and pointed to the side door to the pub. Against the side of the building were two large men. Hagrid and Aberforth were kissing against the side of the building like a couple of teenagers. As they watched, Aberforth groped for the door and pulled Hagrid inside. Sirius covered his mouth with his hand to avoid laughing.
Well, it looks like Aberforth is getting it tonight.
How rude of you to assume that solely based on some kissing. I have been staying with you for a couple of weeks, and we haven't slept together.
Sirius pointed out, and Remus nodded.
You and I, Lily and James, and possibly Regulus know this, but the rest of the town.
Remus moved his hand in a wishy-washy motion.
You forgot about Dorcas. She knows we haven't slept together.
Sirius noted. Remus took his hand, and they continued on their way. This town was crazy and far too into everyone else's business. Chapter 43, Plot Shenanigans. After breakfast with Remus, Sirius spent some time on his story, much to the relief of Dorcas, but he hit a snag. It was a snag he couldn't get over, no matter how much he stared at the screen. How the hell was he supposed to write a sex scene with a loving alpha when he had no clue? How did alphas treat people when they gave a damn about them? He had no idea where to even start.
I don't hear the clicking of keys that I can turn to profit later.
Dorcas finally commented when she realized Sirius was not doom-scrolling or looking up references for the last 20 minutes. No, instead he didn't have a damn clue where to even start with this. Smoky quartz eyes looked over both Sirius and his computer.
What's that face?
He was never kind to me. How do you write nice sex?
Sirius asked. Dorcas snorted. She glanced over to make sure Regulus was absorbed before she slid closer to Sirius.
Haven't you and Remus done anything?
She asked, and Sirius gave her a dirty look. She held up her hands.
It's a reasonable question, sheesh. I honestly don't know why you are so hung up on this. I mean, maybe sleeping with Remus would help with the whole recovery thing.
I'm assuming you have a point.
Sirius sniped. She gave him an unimpressed look.
You know, if you and your beau have done anything, you could use that for inspiration.
Dorcas reasoned. Sirius considered this. He had never written a partial scene. He'd written negotiations. He'd written scenes where the action had to stop for one reason or another. He had never really written a sex scene that wasn't about the penetration. Of course, before Remus, he'd never really had a scene that was about something other than penetration happen in his life. Sirius picked at his cuticles. This was ridiculous. Closing his computer with a defeated noise, he got up and started for the front door.
I'm going to take Padfoot for a walk.
Sirius grumped. At the mention of a walk in his name, Padfoot bounded up excitedly. Bundling up and leashing Padfoot, he set out. The air was bitingly cold as he lit up a cigarette, wandering about the neighborhood.
If I told you I was feeling listless and uninspired to write a sex scene, would you invite me to the shop?
Sirius figured if nothing else, he could get Remus to help settle some of his issues. He knew that simply asking the man to inspire him could be bad. Remus was not a plot device. He was his boyfriend. However, perhaps he could give Sirius a nudge if he was stuck, or at least talk him through a sticking point.
No, I have customers. However, I will remind you there are other forms of physical intimacy besides penetrative sex, several of which we have engaged in. Blowjobs are a great way to convince a nervous Omega to relax and let themselves be cared for.
Sirius felt himself flush, even as the memory came back to him. That first night with Remus sucking him off so sweetly. He frowned as he reread the end of the text message.
Are you saying that the first night wasn't authentic?
Sirius really shouldn't be winding himself up like this. He already had a scene forming in his head. He should just thank Remus, flirt a little bit, then go placate his editor. The thought that Remus had blown him for some other reason than genuinely wanting to had Sirius smarting a little bit.
I put my mouth on you because I wanted to. You smell divine and taste even better. I liked watching you fall apart. I look forward to doing it again in the future. It had a dual purpose of soothing your nerves. You could barely stand to let me touch you and kiss you before that.
Sirius tapped his phone on his leg as he considered his answer. At least Remus had done it out of want and not a necessity. That was nice. Sirius never wanted to be a duty. He wanted to be a priority, one born of love and affection, not duty. His parents had a union based on obligatory necessity. Sirius never wanted something so cold.
Sirius, do I need to close early and come find you? I don't want you spiraling because you got lost in your head. I never did anything for any other reason than I wanted to.
Sirius had clearly taken too long to answer Remus back, which incited a phone call from the man. Remus's picture popped up cheerfully on the screen. Sirius knew if he ignored the call, Remus would track him down. It was a small town. There was nowhere he could evade the man for long. He didn't even want to try.
Lo.
He answered softly, letting Padfoot hose down an innocent tree.
How far in your head are you living today?
Remus asked, his voice soft and soothing. Sirius let out a pent-up breath and took a deep drag of his cigarette.
I'm not in my head. The comment about convincing an Omega and...
Sirius took a deep breath of the cold air, feeling it expand his lungs.
I didn't mean it like that. I just meant it's a good first step in any physical relationship.
Remus sounded stressed and a bit like he was hiding in the back room. Sirius should not be distracting him from his work.
I should have worded my response better, and I am sorry for any distress I am causing you, Anwyl.
Sirius forced another cold breath down and kicked his brain into motion. Remus was sweet, and he had never done anything he didn't want. Sirius had to trust that, and he did.
I know.
Sirius finally whispered, and he dropped down onto a frozen bench. Padfoot chased a squirrel to the end of his leash and sat there barking happily.
I'm sorry, both for treating you like a writing prompt and spiraling this hard.
A warm chuckle caused some warmth to flow back into his cheeks.
You can use me as a writing prompt any time. I hate the thought that you need help with a gentle alpha, but I'm glad you aren't recycling anything from Damien.
Remus responded happily. He paused for a second.
If you ever would like help directly, or someone to just read it over, I would be more than willing, but I won't look at it in progress without permission.
If you weren't such a creepy stalker fanboy, I might consider the offer, but you will have to wait like everyone else.
Sirius retorted jokingly. His equilibrium was returning a little bit. Remus always had a wonderful way of setting Sirius at ease. He would be a good dad one day.
Will you sign my copy?
Remus asked, his tone warm and happy now. Sirius pretended to consider it for a second.
If you ask really nicely, maybe.
Sirius trilled softly. Remus laughed again.
Thank you for the help, and for checking on me when I started spiraling.
Anytime, sweetheart.
Remus promised. They said their goodbyes and hung up the phone. Sirius started back to the house. He paused when Padfoot automatically stopped at a gate, Remus's gate. Sirius knew he should just turn around and head home. He had a million things to do today, and the scene was practically writing itself, but something compelled him up that walkway. He picked up the front door mat and plucked the spare key off the ground. Once the door was unlocked, the key was returned to its super-secret hiding place. He would have to talk to Remus about that. It wasn't all that secure, and probably the first place a person looking to rob a house would check. He didn't care how small of a town Hogsmeade was. It could happen. He let himself into the familiar home and glanced down as Mooney padded over, meowing loudly at them. Sirius reached down to stroke the soft kitty, muttering a gentle,
"Hello, beautiful."
She sniffed at him and Padfoot, chirping happily at the pup, while Sirius let him off the leash. The two wandered off to have one of their secret meetings in the sitting room. He unwound his scarf while wondering what he was doing here. It smelled like Remus, but also like him. It was an intoxicating mix. It felt more like home than even his place. He made his way to the bedroom, wondering if this was okay. Would Remus be mad at him? Sirius carefully climbed into the bed after shedding his outer layers and shoes. He rolled over, immediately pulling Remus's pillow to his face. That heavy scent made his head spin in the best way. He plucked his phone out of his pocket and lounged on the bed, surrounded by his boyfriend's scent. He opened the doc containing his story and let the scene flow from his fingers. It was easier to write without someone monitoring his keystrokes. Every word stroked the fire burning in his gut. It moved to his groin as he remembered what had happened. The gentle way Remus had held him and kissed him, the warm dampness of his mouth as he sucked Sirius down so easily. Sirius was trying to get this all down on paper before the memory overcame him. Eventually, his focus was shot, and he dropped the phone on the heavy duvet next to him. His cock was insistent. He undid his pants, wishing it was Remus. He wondered if he should be concerned about how much he craved Remus already. He ignored it in favor of inhaling that heavy scent again. He rolled onto his stomach so he could press his face into the pillow while stroking himself. It felt deliciously dirty. He also knew there was no way he would be able to keep Remus from finding out. The room was heavy with his scent, more so than this morning, and would remain like that well after the man got home. Sirius pulled himself up onto his knees to give his hand more room to work. Normally he did everything he could to avoid this position. It was never one he'd found much power in. It was so close to presenting. A flash of heat raced up his spine as he thought of Remus taking him in this position, asking him in that rough morning whiskey voice to present.
Fuck.
Sirius breathed, his fingers tightening around his cock briefly. The thought of that thick, heavy cock pushing into him and filling him, Remus's heavy frame draped over his back, and that hand on his cock was intoxicating. He rocked into his hand a little more frantically. For the first time in a long time, he felt empty, like he wanted a cock inside of him. He normally never longed to feel that way outside of a heat. He could imagine Remus as they would move together.
You look so pretty spread out beneath me.
Sirius smoothed Pre come down the shaft.
Look at how easily you take me, pretty boy.
Sirius's whimper was swallowed by the pillow as he rocked into his hand.
I knew you would look so lovely letting me love you.
Every cell in his body tingled as he drove himself closer and closer to the edge. God, it would be so much better with that Welsh accent in his ear and those large hands taking every ounce of his pleasure. His own hands were fine, but Remus was so much better. He ran his hand over his chest, under his shirt, and gave a low groan. For a long time, masturbating had been a means to an end. He had masturbated to get rid of annoying boners and deal with urges that might come up, and regular releases made the suppressants work better. The last thing he wanted to deal with was an annoying heat. Now, however, it was purely for pleasure. He hadn't come here with the intention of getting off, but now it seemed like a wonderful way to spend an afternoon. He continued to work his hand over the hard flesh, keeping his face in that wonderful smelling pillow.
Remus.
He groaned out as he spilled over his hand in the duvet. He barely managed to remember to roll onto his back and avoid the wet spot. His breathing was rough and jagged as he came down. That cinched it for him. He wanted to have sex with Remus.
I jerked off in your bed after our phone call.
Sirius commented idly that night as he sat at one end of the counter sorting through some books. Remus was putting together a display of Christmas-themed stories for the holidays. A loud thud told him Remus had dropped one. He bit back a smile and kept his eyes on his work.
And you're telling me about this because...
Remus asked, although the low tone in his voice sent a shiver up Sirius's spine. Sirius glanced up to see Remus staring at him with barely contained lust on his face.
For the same reason I am telling you that I am driving with Dorcas back to London to go to the spa tomorrow.
Sirius murmured.
We're partners, you deserve to know.
Remus crossed his arms over his chest and gestured for Sirius to explain.
You don't just go into a new relationship without taking care of certain things, such as the jungle growing in my backyard.
Remus snorted and the tension shattered.
Sirius, I am 30 years old and you are 25 with cute little grey hairs starting on your temple. I know you have body hair. I'm not scared of it. Beyond that, I've had my mouth and fingers in that jungle. I really don't care.
Sirius flushed. He doubted he would ever be that confident or cool talking about sex.
It's not just the full body wax I want to get. I'm also getting my nails done and likely have a facial and maybe get my eyebrows threaded.
Sirius commented. He had called his normal girl after his impromptu jerk session at Remus's. He had been glad for the opening tomorrow.
How are you planning on getting home?
Remus asked, leaning down to pick up the dropped book. Sirius admired the long line of his back and his bottom pressed against his trousers. He wanted to go over and reacquaint his hands with it.
I say driving up with Dorcas in the loosest of terms. I'm going up in my car. We are meeting up at the salon.
Sirius responded. Remus nodded. Sirius turned back to the books he was sorting. A warm hand came under his chin, and Sirius's gray eyes met Remus's.
Did you clean up your mess?
Remus asked, his green eyes swirling with lust and desire. Sirius swallowed as Remus's finger lightly traced his ear and followed the motion of his Adam's apple.
Of course. I would never leave a mess for my neat freak boyfriend simply because I lacked basic manners and self-control.
Sirius commented. He did feel a little bad about breaking into Remus's place and getting off in his bed. There was no world in which this could be appropriate behavior. The way Remus was looking at him told him not only did he not mind, he would actively encourage it.
What were you thinking about?
Remus mused. Their faces were inches apart. Remus's fingers moved restlessly over his skin. Those green eyes held him more effectively than any trap. Sirius couldn't look away.
What else would I be thinking about? I was thinking about you.
Sirius answered honestly. He didn't have much of a choice. That gaze was reaching into the depths of his soul.
Initially, it was just to write without Dorcas breathing over my shoulder. Between what I was writing and your scent, I got, well, turned on.
Sirius could feel the heat rise on his face. If not for the desire starting to build in the other's eyes, he would have stopped talking.
Since I was 16, I haven't been able to present without it feeling like just not pleasant, not something you do with someone you care about. I wondered how it would be to do that
Sirius paused. He wouldn't be doing it for Remus.
with you.
And
Remus pressed when Sirius paused.
I got off, isn't that enough of a response?
Sirius shot back. Remus ran a finger over his lips and shook his head.
arousal is an involuntary bodily response to sexual stimulus, physical or mental. Ejaculation is an involuntary response to continued arousal and stimulus. Neither of these indicates that your brilliant mind and body are willing to accept anything of the sort.
Remus reminded him. Sirius searched those brilliant eyes.
You make me feel safe. I think if I ever presented for you, it would be nice, not degrading. I enjoyed the thought.
Sirius managed to get out. It was true. Remus made him feel safe. Mentally and physically, Remus would protect him so Sirius could just be himself. He had always considered himself independent, never needing someone to look after him. With Remus, it was different. He was independent and still able to look after himself. He looked to himself first and likely always would. Remus was there to offer extra support or a kind word if needed. He was willing to offer advice or to be a sounding board. He was just there to be there. His presence did not require submission or deference from Sirius. It didn't even require acknowledgement. It was clear he was content just being there.
I know you have issues with certain positions, but I will never order you to do anything. It will always be me asking or suggesting, and if you don't want to or don't like it, just tell me.
Remus's fingers were soft on his face, cupping his cheeks, open and honest with every word that came from his pretty mouth.
I want to try everything with you. You make me feel good about exploring all these things. I want to know how it feels to be loved by you in every way.
Sirius caught Remus's hands, keeping them pressed to his cheeks. Remus smiled indulgently and leaned in to kiss him until his breath was gone. Warm lips tickled over his cheek and up to his ear.
I want to see you masturbating to the thought of me sometime.
Remus murmured in his ear and sucked in his earlobe. Sirius had a feeling that if he wasn't already sitting, his knees would have buckled. Chapter 44, Rising. Sirius stepped into the shop at the end of the day.
I thought the snow and ice would hang around until March.
Sirius commented. The sun had been shining most of the day and melted the snow and ice.
Now we go through several freeze thaws similar to the city. How was your spa day?
Remus asked as Sirius flipped the shop sign to closed and locked the door.
Very nice. Went with a massage too, since my boyfriend is always on me about how stressed I am. They sent in this guy and all I could think of was you.
Sirius told him, coming over and kissing Remus over the counter.
Did he look like me, or are you telling me that other big meaty tops don't do it for you anymore?
Remus asked, tracing his finger over Sirius's ear. No matter how many times he did it, Sirius still shivered. The constant reminder of the pretty ornament in his ear was welcome. It made him feel a tangible connection to Remus, especially when those scarred hands traced over the chain of his necklace.
Both. I've had a problem with wayward erections since I hit puberty.
Sirius commented. His cheeks still warmed, but it was easier all the time to talk to Remus about these things. Remus was safe and would never hold it against him.
Your face is soft, and I like the color you picked for your nails.
Remus commented. Sirius lifted his nails to examine them briefly. They were bright green, just a shade off from Christmas green.
Thanks.
Sirius replied. They stepped behind the counter. Remus immediately leaned down to greet Padfoot.
Dorcas is back at her office, but warned me that she can and will return.
Remus straightened with a smile.
Maybe you'll actually finish your book on time.
Remus teased. Sirius stuck out his tongue.
Don't stick it out unless you want to share it with the class.
Remus's eyebrows went up, and Sirius flushed again.
I'm always willing to share with you, Remus.
Sirius challenged. Remus wound his arms around Sirius and pulled him for an absolutely filthy kiss. Sirius's fingers tangled in the soft sweater, and Remus's fingers tangled in his dark hair. Remus trailed damp kisses down his jaw and over his neck.
The spa made you not smell like you.
Remus grumbled. Sirius tipped his head and leaned against the counter as his knees went a little weak.
They use almond-scented products. Used to rank second in my favorite smells. My first was a coffee shop.
Sirius ran his fingers through the sandy hair as Remus moved over his jaw and back up to his mouth.
Why the past tense?
Remus asked, his hands settling in Sirius's hips. Sirius gave him a quick smile.
I found a scent that I like more than both. Fresh laundry and a pine forest. Mix in a little chocolate and I swear it's heaven.
Sirius responded. Remus's eyes darkened a little.
Take me home where I can smell like you, and you can see exactly what I got done today.
You make an enticing offer, pretty boy.
Remus responded slowly. Sirius was pinned to the counter and kissed heavily again.
But alas, I cannot. When I saw the snow was melting, I called James. He agreed to lend me his bike and a helmet. Regulus should be meeting us shortly. I am going to teach the Black Brothers to ride a bike.
The walk to the Potters took forever. Sirius should know better than to get wound up in the shop with Remus. It never ended the way he wanted. Now he was going to have to learn to ride a bike with a boner. He knew he shouldn't be so nervous. He'd ridden a motorcycle for years. This had to be easier. James was sitting outside with a baby Harry, bundled up in a coat and cute little snow boots.
Lily wants to make sure he knows how to handle the cold before he's too old. She sent out the husband and baby while she sips tea on the couch.
Should have asked her to come out with you.
Remus was offered Harry. James shrugged when Remus lifted the small infant and made a face at him. Harry burbled happily at Remus.
Have you ever tried to get Lily to do something she doesn't want to do?
James asked. Sirius stepped past Regulus and into the house. If Lily could ignore doors, so could he.
Oi, Ginger Witch, get your butt outside so we can laugh when Regulus finishes the night with a wet bottom.
Sirius demanded. Lily looked up from the book she was reading and her brow furrowed. He put a hand on his hip.
Oh, all right.
She answered, sounding heavily put upon.
I will have to know that the child did not nap until James got home, and I am very tired.
Sirius watched her dress in warm layers.
You'll be fine.
Sirius assured her, and they stepped out into the cold night.
I do believe James is simply not trying hard enough.
I have to live with her. You get to retreat to Remus's at the end of the night.
James argued. Lily leaned down and kissed his cheek.
That's all right, love. You can help me make the voodoo doll of him later. I'll even let you stick the pin in the anatomically correct genitals.
She responded sweetly. Sirius shot her a dirty look, which she responded to with a sweet smile.
Not the bottom, that's mine.
Remus called, setting off giggles. Sirius flushed. If his ex had made a comment like that, Sirius would have felt humiliated, less than human. From Remus it was a joke and everyone knew it. Sirius glanced up through eyebrows and smiled at Remus.
Who's up first?
I'm the older brother, I'll do it.
Sirius sighed. Remus handed Harry off to Regulus and took the bike James offered him. It was shiny and blue. Sirius also knew why Remus had enlisted James's help. He was basically the same height as the two brothers.
Safety first.
James handed Sirius a helmet. It was obviously for kids. It had a plastic mohawk on it. Lily snorted. It must be new. Sirius put it on without missing a beat.
If only Lily had thought the same thing.
He shot back and James pretended to be wounded.
You're a cruel man.
James commented. Sirius clipped the helmet straps under his chin. James automatically reached out and tightened the straps.
Don't need it coming off. I mean, you don't have much going on up there, but I think Remus would be upset.
The good-natured banter had him relaxing slightly.
Should have gotten him a butt cushion. I won't have to stab his ass if he wipes out.
Lily commented. Her and Regulus were convincing Harry to walk along the dead grass.
Just breathe.
Remus reassured him.
I won't let you fall.
That helped more than anything. He trusted Remus. If Remus said he wasn't going to let Sirius fall, Sirius would not fall. Sirius took a deep breath and placed his hands on the handlebars. Remus made sure he was okay before having Sirius place his hands on the pedals.
This is your brake.
Remus squeezed one of the handles. Sirius enjoyed Remus's hand on his own. It was ridiculous, but Sirius felt his face flush.
Don't squeeze this one. It's for the front tire, and you will go over the front of the bike.
Sirius made sure he repeated the squeeze on the one he was supposed to use. Remus helped him find the spot of balance on the bike. It was largely based on feeling, and Sirius was nearly positive he was going to overbalance and wipe out. He reminded himself that he had felt that way on a motorbike when he started riding. A couple of short loops in the road with Remus nearby had him feeling a bit more confident. He finally pushed the bike a little faster. With the extra speed, it was easier to balance. It had been the same with the motorbike as well. When he reached the intersection, he did nearly squeeze the wrong brake, but managed to not fly off.
Well, I nearly went arse over tits at the end, but I feel like I did okay.
Language.
Lily scolded as Sirius stopped in front of Remus by dragging his feet on the ground like a kid.
Congratulations.
Remus kissed Sirius softly.
Want to go again before I attempt to help the other brother?
Regulus sighed heavily.
I used to have a name and be defined by something other than my brother. I miss those days.
Regulus moaned dramatically.
That's all right, other brother. We like Sirius, so we'll keep you as well.
James commented, slinging an arm over Regulus. Regulus looked like he was regretting every decision that he had ever made that led him to this point. Sirius took 2 more laps, feeling much more comfortable on the bike at the end of it. He climbed off the bike, surprised at how tired the muscles in his legs were.
Sit on the porch with Lily and make sure you keep moving your legs to keep the muscles from seizing.
Remus suggested as he unclipped the helmet.
Rem, I know they're not intentional, but I would really appreciate it if you could start framing the things that come out of your mouth as requests instead of orders.
Sirius felt a bit nervous at his request, but the order had him bristling. It was solid advice: go hang out with their friends while Remus helped Regulus, stretch and play with the baby to avoid soreness. Still, the command had made him immediately want to do anything, but Remus's brow furrowed.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was doing that. Can you please find some place to rest and stretch?
A gentle hand stroked over his cheek. The sweet request had his heart in his shoes again.
Thank you.
Sirius murmured and leaned over to kiss him lightly. He made his way over to the porch. James and Lily were sitting on the steps and Sirius took the infant. He pulled off a glove and lightly touched the pudgy red cheeks. He wasn't too cold. He immediately reached out a gloved hand to grab at Sirius's hair.
I am glad to see you getting comfortable enough to tell him when something he does makes you uncomfortable.
Lily commented as Remus talked Regulus through the same process as Sirius. It was clear Regulus was less familiar with the 2-wheeled type of vehicle.
It wasn't comfort. I need to know that he doesn't see me as less than. Sure, he shows me all the time with just his basic being, but ordering me about just hit me wrong.
Sirius commented, bouncing Harry gently. It was clear the shine was wearing off and Harry was getting cold and cranky.
I'm going to take him and get him warmed up.
James commented and took Harry from Sirius.
You did good on the bike.
James informed Sirius and took the small infant inside.
Remus doesn't mean anything by it. I think it has to do with socialization. He does it to James sometimes. James just tells him to stop being such a pushy prat.
Lily moved to sit next to Sirius as he stretched out his legs and rolled his ankles.
I know, but when you spend your life being ordered about by alphas, the logic of that doesn't process. He was an alpha and telling me what to do. My brain immediately went with bad things.
Sirius explained. He wished he could move on from his trauma. Every time he thought he had his brain pulled out another trigger.
You two seem more comfortable around each other. He reaches for you easier and your affection back is easier.
Lily observed as Regulus made a shaky circle. Remus reached out to steady him when the bike nearly unseated him. Sirius chewed his lip. If she didn't hear it from him, she would likely hear it from Remus at a later date.
We talked about some stuff.
Sirius was glad for the cold. It would make the flush covering his face less noticeable. He was slightly irritated at his hedging in face. He was a grown-ass man that wrote truly filthy smut for a living. It should be easy to talk to a married woman with a kid about intimacy with his boyfriend.
This sounds juicy.
Lily moved closer, dropping her voice and taking his hands. Sirius watched as Remus attempted to get Regulus to loosen up. He was unsuccessful. Regulus looked like his spine had been replaced with a metal rod. It was clear he was irritated that this didn't come easier to him. Regulus was always good at most things he set his mind to. If he wasn't good at something, he deemed it not worthy of learning.
We had a discussion about having sex, properly.
Sirius kept his eyes on his boyfriend and brother. His face was so warm, he was going to start sweating.
Oh.
Her tone was neutral.
How did that go?
It went well. We're going to try on Saturday. I'm nervous, but I think it's good nervous.
Sirius murmured. It was easier to admit to Lily that he was nervous. Unlike Dorcas, who would tell him he was being ridiculous, Lily always had a mum's response. She didn't know Sirius's history, but she always worked to give him the most compassionate response she could.
I've never been in that situation with Remus, obviously, but I will tell you, I have never met someone as sweet as him. He worked so hard to throw all of his alpha instincts out the window when he moved here. As a result, he is one of the gentlest men I know.
Lily commented as Remus steadied Regulus again. Regulus grumbled something, but Remus's patience never slipped. He urged Regulus to loosen up.
I know that. I'm not concerned about him being pushy or aggressive or hurting me.
Sirius responded and chewed on his lip again.
I am concerned that when we get to that point, I will have a panic attack. The last thing I want to do while my boyfriend is start crying or tense up to the point that it hurts both of us.
Sirius commented, gesturing vaguely. Lily actively laughed, and the two men glanced over at them.
Jesus, why do we do this? We're grown-ups who know about sex, and yet we dance around it.
Lily commented, but sobered.
Have you talked to Remus?
She let the question die as she glanced over at Sirius.
No, of course you haven't, because you are so sexually repressed. I was surprised to find out what you wrote.
The words you are groping for, dear woman, is sexually traumatized.
Sirius retorted, but softened at her concerned glance. He tried to put his thoughts in order. He didn't even care when James returned with a baby monitor. He had come to consider the man a part of Lily and a good friend in his own right. He hoped his friendship with James would continue to grow. He knew from the friendship James and Remus shared that James was deeper than he first appeared.
I've never had an encounter that was 100% consensual. Half out of my mind in a heat wasn't consent. I would have done anything to end the pain because heats do hurt if the biological needs are ignored. After that, I was never completely on board with anything. I don't like knotting, I don't like heats, and most of the time sex with alphas was pushy, aggressive, and painful.
Sirius was more than a little scared. He trusted Remus, but he was worried that as soon as that line was crossed, Remus would change.
Sirius, Remus isn't going to hurt you. I can guarantee that man is working on a way to make it so perfect for you. Romantic and wonderful, and he will talk about it as much as you need.
Lily assured him. Sirius glanced over at her.
He takes consent seriously. He wouldn't even hug me until he knew both James and myself were okay with it.
Same with me. It was odd to know that my lack of consent would have kept him from Lily, and weird that it worked in the opposite direction.
James broke in gently. Sirius glanced over at Remus. He knew Remus was worth all of this. The man was taking time after a full day of work to teach his brother to ride a bike. It was so sweet.
I know, and I'm glad I have a week to come to terms with it. I'm just nervous, and before you ask or rat me out, I will talk to him about it.
Sirius responded with a sigh. He knew Lily would not let this go now. Chapter 45, Nerves. Despite numerous conversations over the next few days, Sirius could feel his nerves threatening to shake him out of his skin when he woke up with Remus on Saturday. They dressed warmly for the jog in mildly uncomfortable silence.
Where are your nerves?
Remus asked as Sirius stretched on the sidewalk. Sirius swallowed.
6.
He finally answered, gaining a nod from Remus.
And before you ask, no, you can't help. This is just what I have to work through.
A warm hand slipped under his chin, and he looked into the bright green eyes of his boyfriend.
Anwyl, if you need to put this off.
Remus started. Sirius reached up and placed his fingers over his boyfriend's lips. The other fell silent, and Sirius took a deep breath.
I don't need to put this off. I trust you. I want this. I am going to have some residual panic. I just ask that you bear with me.
Sirius admitted. Remus examined his face for several long moments before nodding.
So what's the plan?
I would like some time this evening to get a proper date set up, so I am going to ask that you not come by the store to pick me up. Instead, come by the house at 8.
Remus replied. They made their way to the trailhead, falling into step with each other easily. The cold air burned at Sirius's lungs. They wouldn't be able to do this safely for much longer. Their breaths puffed in front of them in clouds.
Are you skiving off work early?
Sirius mused and Remus shrugged. Sirius felt something warm in his chest.
It's not like I can be fired. I'm the boss. Besides, setting up a lovely romantic scene for my boyfriend is infinitely more important.
Remus smiled softly, looking down at Sirius. The certainty in his voice has his heart melting even further.
Wear something comfortable, please.
That simple word had him smiling. Remus was working so hard to phrase everything as a request these days.
I can do that.
Sirius agreed. They fell silent as they started climbing the hill. It was easier than it used to be, but Sirius still found his breathing was labored. When they reached the top, Remus stretched, releasing the tension in his joints. Sirius leaned against the rock and watched him.
You always stare at me while I stretch.
Remus pointed out, and Sirius shrugged to himself this time.
You're always sexy.
Sirius assured him. Remus came over, and his warm body was a delightful contrast to the cold air and the cold rock pressing into his back. His nose was cold as it skimmed along his neck, mostly covered by his sweater.
I love that you have stopped wearing your suppressants when we run.
Remus's breath was warm against his ear. It made Sirius shiver slightly. He had stopped wearing suppressants before a run because it would simply be washed off anyway.
Would you rinse them off before you come over tonight?
Sirius eased Remus back and examined his face.
I can do that.
He agreed, and Remus smiled at him. It was amazing that something so small could light up Remus like that. He would likely want a shower before going over for the evening, but even a quick rinse would do the trick. Remus went back to scent marking him. Their scents tangled together in the cold air before soft lips finally met his. They kissed with cold lips and noses while warm tongues tangled and chilly hands snuck under clothes, causing shivers to race up both spines. They kissed until they were breathless and leaning against the rock as much as each other. Remus pulled back first. His fingers traced over Sirius's ear and down his face.
How did you get so pretty?
Remus asked. Sirius wrinkled his nose, falling back on his old answer.
Generations of inbreeding. What's your excuse?
Sirius retorted, raising a brow. He fell for that face more and more each day. The beautiful soul behind it was just more of a reason to surrender himself to the wonderful Alpha with a Welsh accent.
I would say good genetics, but I think your answer proves that is not always the case.
Remus smirked, running a finger along Sirius's nose. Sirius felt like he should be responding to the touches in kind, tracing his favorite parts of Remus, but as always, his brain had been wiped out. His hands rested on those broad shoulders as he soaked up the sweet affection, basking in Remus's warmth and kindness. The low swooping feeling of his heart and the tightening of his stomach had him swallowing. He knew that feeling. He had felt it for his ex for a long time. Now that feeling was coming up whenever he thought about Remus. It scared him. That feeling gave Remus the ability to destroy him. He looked away before Remus could read his eyes. His silver eyes flicked over Remus's shoulder as the sun rose. The forest being frozen meant the sun reflected even more than in the fall. Each crystal shot off a prism of color and light, nearly blinding him with the effect. Remus turned to look at it as well. Instead of the forest looking like it was on fire, it took on the soft purple, pink, oranges, and reds of the sunrise. It looked like a forest painted in watercolors, so perfectly beautiful and fleeting. The sun climbed higher in the sky and slowly the color drained away. They were staring at the frozen forest again. As they raced down the hill, Sirius lost. He always lost. They showered and walked padfoot before making their way to the Hogsheade.
Good morning.
Sirius greeted, sliding into his normal stool. Remus sat next to him.
The jogging thing's ridiculous. You are both going to get pneumonia or hypothermia.
Regulus chided, noticing Sirius's damp hair. Sirius wasn't about to give his brother the satisfaction of admitting he was right.
I think today is the last day for a bit. I could feel some worrying symptoms, and I don't want to cause my asthma to return.
Remus mused as Aberforth poured the dark brew into their cups.
At least someone is talking sense.
Regulus muttered, thanking Aberforth for his refill.
Rem tried to get a flock taggeter to jog when he first moved here.
Aberforth shared, and Remus made a face.
Got a fair few as well, but it very quickly turned into a mummy group. All the women of the town, with their athleisure wear and jogging strollers. They hated it when we deviated even a little off a paved street.
Remus continued and rolled his eyes.
Didn't they push you out?
Aberforth asked as the door opened, sending the bell clanging again. Hagrid stepped in, bringing a rush of cold air in his wake. The door was quickly closed, and the large man made his way to the counter.
Yeah, about a year after we started, it wasn't even subtle. I'd just got the cold shoulder, or they would all change the time and place we would meet. I didn't try to get back in. I transferred the administrative duties of the group chat to Cassie Finnegan and went back to jogging by myself.
Remus didn't seem bothered by this.
Good thing, too. I wouldn't have been able to follow Sirius if I had still been jogging with that lot.
Sirius felt his heart flutter happily and looked down at his coffee. He had lightened the color with creamer and admired the colors swirling in it.
He's such a creepy stalker. I really should have reported him.
Sirius teased. Aberforth snorted and leaned over to kiss Hagrid before filling his mug.
Everyone at this bar is gross and in love. I'm going to take my breakfast over to a table if the gooey love keeps up.
Regulus warned. Sirius leaned over and immediately slung an arm over Regulus, smashing their cheeks together.
Do you feel the love, little brother?
Sirius asked, keeping Regulus trapped against him. His voice was slightly muffled.
You're the devil.
Regulus answered in a muffled tone.
Who can blame me for following you? A butt that cute demands to be followed.
Remus responded, sounding completely blasé. Sirius's face warmed. He knew Regulus could feel it. He didn't pull away from smashing his brother as Aberforth and Hagrid chuckled at him. Breakfast passed in a companionable blur, and Sirius walked Remus to the bookstore, Regulus walking along with them.
8 o'clock.
Sirius confirmed.
Don't be late.
Remus confirmed, smoothing Sirius's jacket so the lapels lined up like they were supposed to. Sirius leaned into him, and they exchanged a quick kiss. Remus turned to open the shop, and Sirius turned back to Regulus. They walked toward the house in silence, and retrieved Padfoot from Remus's home before stepping into the house. Sirius noticed immediately his brother's bags in the living room.
Going someplace, or finally checking into a hotel?
Sirius asked.
A couple of friends got some tickets to a music festival, so I am going to London for a couple of weeks. Honestly, I need to get out of this town for a bit.
Regulus answered. Sirius nodded. He would miss having Regulus around, but just because he had stepped away didn't mean Regulus had to.
My buddy is driving down to give me a ride up.
Regulus continued.
Which friend?
Sirius was curious if he knew the friend. Once upon a time, he had known all of Regulus's friends, at least by face, if not by name. They would likely be different, since it had been at least 7 years by now.
Mulciber.
Regulus answered, and Sirius made a face. He had never liked Mulciber. The man had been cruel in secondary, and another reason Sirius had been glad to leave home. Many of Regulus's friends had been older than him and presented earlier. When Mulciber and Avery had presented within days of each other, they had started looking at Sirius like he was a piece of meat. He'd been cornered once and broke Avery's nose. He had felt they were plotting some form of revenge, so he bailed before he could find out what that revenge was. He guessed he shouldn't be surprised. Regulus had bought into the brainwashing over the years. He was only now starting to grow out of it.
You and Pandora get the same look when I mention Mulciber. Honestly, he has changed a bit since secondary.
Regulus hurried to assure Sirius. At that moment, it felt like they were kids again. Regulus seeking his approval. There had been a time when Regulus had wanted Sirius's approval of everything. That had gone away quickly. Sirius was surprised it had returned now.
You're a grown-up, Reg. If you want to be friends with an asshole, I can't stop you.
Sirius reminded him with a shrug. Regulus made a face.
Honestly, I think if I hadn't known him my entire life, I wouldn't be friends with him. I don't introduce him to my uni friends.
Regulus responded. At least he recognized that Mulciber was toxic. Sirius wished Regulus would just stop hanging out with him, but for now, distance and separation were good. Maybe as Regulus continued to learn and grow, he would eventually outgrow his fascination with that whole group. Sirius spent the morning with Regulus, helping him track down all of his things and making sure his clothes were clean and folded. Sirius wasn't sure how Regulus had survived at the university unless he went home every week, or Pandora had helped him. Honestly, the more Sirius heard about her, the more he wanted to meet her. She seemed to have changed Regulus so much in such a short period. There were 2 short beeps outside, and Regulus gathered up his bags.
I'll come to see you before I go to school. I hope you will have a proper spare room set up for me when that time comes.
Regulus hugged Sirius tightly. Sirius hugged Regulus back just as tightly and smoothed his hair.
I will see what I can do, but you did show up unannounced.
Sirius pointed out, and Regulus pulled back.
See you around, Squirt.
Asshole.
Regulus laughed softly, shoving Sirius's shoulder. He knelt down to stroke Padfoot's head and say goodbye to the dog. He stepped out of the house. Sirius listened to the door click and peeked out the window. He watched his brother get in the tan car and watched it pull away. All at once, he felt very alone. He made his way to the kitchen and collected a soda. Maybe he could work on his book until it was time to go see Remus. He took Padfoot out for a walk. It wasn't too long until he was sitting at his computer once again, staring at the cursor as it blinked at him. He closed his computer and made his way to the kitchen. He poked through the cupboards and frowned when he found a bottle of wine. Dorcas must have left it here. He should give it to Lily. Her sharing it with James would be much better than sitting in his cupboard. He should find an alternative to wine since grape juice was usually too sweet. He should research it. He missed the taste even if he didn't miss the side effects. He paced around the kitchen again and checked the time. Only 5 minutes had passed. Every tick of the hand served to crank his nerves. He clenched his hands when he noticed they were shaking. His skin felt like it was too small and filled with sand. His stomach felt like it was filled with lead, his lungs with salty water. His face was burning, and his hands and feet were freezing. He picked up the wine and read the label. Dorcas, of course, had picked out his favorite. They had similar tastes after all. Maybe one glass would take the edge off the nerves. He could settle and take a bath to fully relax. He dug through a drawer, liberating a corkscrew. He only filled the glass halfway with the red liquid and took a measured sip. The taste was divine, like a half-forgotten friend. He drained the glass without permitting himself to do so. It took the edge off his nerves as well. His head was slightly fuzzy and his limbs felt loose. He filled the glass again and tipped it back, letting the familiar feeling wash over him. It didn't take too long to go through the bottle. He was feeling pleasantly buzzed as he walked through the house. He did take a long bath with the second bottle of wine he found. The room was spinny and slightly unsteady as he dried off. He had to sit on the bed to apply his lotion. He used unscented, knowing Remus liked his natural scent. All his worries seemed completely ridiculous now. He wandered back to the kitchen naked, letting the lotion sink in, and grabbed another bottle of wine. He wondered if he should slow down a little. 3 bottles in an afternoon was a lot even for him. He opened it anyway. He had been good, he could indulge. He poured himself another glass and went back to the bathroom. He dressed comfortably, but still nicely. He wanted Remus to be enamored by him. He was glad for the years he spent building up a tolerance, because even when drunk, he was able to apply his eyeliner straight and add shimmery lipstick to his mouth without smearing or going outside the lines. Once he was satisfied with his look, he finished the 3rd bottle and collected Padfoot. It was finally late enough to leave. He stumbled a bit as they headed down the path. It had been a while since he'd been drunk in heels. That was all right. Being drunk might make this whole thing easier. Without the nerves choking him, he might actually enjoy the night they had planned. He let Padfoot go to the bathroom, and they reached the familiar cottage. Sirius felt the low, swooping sensation in his stomach, and his face split in a bright grin. He made his way clumsily to the door and knocked loudly until Remus opened it.
Remy.
Sirius stumbled in, throwing his arms around a suddenly very stiff Remus. Chapter 46, No. Remus eased Sirius back and examined his face. His eyes were hazy and unfocused. There were 2 bright splotches of color on his cheeks, and he was swaying slightly. Remus could even smell the alcohol on him. It wiped out the wonderful scent that was Sirius.
Are you drunk?
He asked cautiously, closing the door behind Sirius. Sirius nodded and giggled.
As a skunk.
Sirius continued to giggle. Remus's frown deepened. He leaned down to let Padfoot off the leash. When he straightened, he was assaulted by that man again. Sirius had hands traveling over his body and leaned in for a kiss. Remus turned his head and lips met his cheek.
Whoa!
He caught thin wrists and pried Sirius off of him. They weren't going to do anything with Sirius in this state. Honestly, he was confused and worried. What had set Sirius off on the drinking thing? Everything seemed fine when they said goodbye this morning. He had figured Sirius would be a bit nervous when he arrived, but Remus had a plan for that.
Oh right, I'm supposed to take off my shoes.
Sirius muttered, tugging his wrists free. He leaned down and nearly fell over, but managed to get his shoes off with no injury.
All right, show me what you got, Remy.
Sirius rubbed his hands together, looking gleeful. Remus crossed his arms defensively and leaned against the door jamb. He should send Sirius home. That would be a sensible course of action. Have this conversation when he was sober.
How much have you had to drink tonight?
Remus asked instead. Perhaps sober Sirius was close and they could have a proper discussion after a few cups of coffee. Sirius scoffed, and Remus could see that quick temper flare in those silver eyes. A haughty expression covered his face.
What are you, my mummy? I'm a grown-ass man, Remus. If I wants to have a drink, 2 I can.
Sirius pushed past him with a scoff.
I was simply curious about your level of intoxication.
Remus followed Sirius into the living room but kept his distance. Drunk, Sirius didn't have consent, and Remus was going to avoid temptation.
Was it matter my level of intoxication? I didn't come here to be yelled at for drinking.
Sirius threw his hands up in the air, his voice louder than normal due to the alcohol.
Your level of intoxication matters, because anything said or done while drunk means nothing. I can't trust that it's you saying yes, and not whatever poison you used to shut off your brain.
Remus retorted, trying not to rise. It would not do anyone any good to get mad at Sirius at this moment. The timer went off in the kitchen. Well, dinner was done. He made his way toward the sound, trying to put him further away from Sirius.
So what? Now you don't trust me at my word. I'm an adult Remus I can consent to. Where the hell are you going? Are you ignoring me now?
His words slurred together more the angrier Sirius became. It was clear to anyone he was too far gone for a few cups of coffee to help sober him up.
What the fuck, Rem? I wish talking to you. It's rude to walk out on people.
Remus lifted the casserole out of the oven and set it on the stovetop.
Rude. I'm rude for walking away. You showed up to a date completely trashed. I would like to trust your word, Sirius, but you gave me your word you would stop drinking and call me when the urge hit. Yet here we are.
Remus spread his hands out in front of him.
It's for my nerves. Figure help loosen me up a bit so I'm not so jumpy tonight. Besides, I might be able to enjoy it more 'cause of it.
Remus watched as Sirius stomped his foot like an overgrown toddler and took a deep breath to help settle his nerves, though it seemed he was the only one. Sirius was breathing heavily and started huffing and puffing like a toddler who didn't get their way. Remus waited to see if the toddler act would dissipate.
If you had come over nervous like I expected, we would have talked. As it is, nothing is happening tonight. I won't have sex with you while you're too drunk to even stand still.
Remus replied. He had to stay firm on that. If he took advantage of Sirius while drunk, he would be no better than any of the alphas that had harmed that beautiful man in the past. He wouldn't be able to live with himself if Sirius looked at him tomorrow with broken trust in those expressive eyes.
The fuck? We agreed on this morning, didn't we? I don't see what the big fucking deal is that I've been drinking. Why are you suddenly going back on your word? We're supposed to have sex. That's what we've been talking about all damn week. And now you're too scared to just because of this.
Remus flinched at the loud voice. He was so used to Sirius speaking at a modulated level. Sure, he could get loud when he was excited, but this was different. Remus's ex used to yell until he got his way. He met Sirius's gaze levelly.
You're drunk. You cannot consent, therefore the answer is no. It's always about consent. Maybe we agreed, but that didn't mean it was going to be tonight. If you were too nervous or I was concerned about the mental strain, we could have stopped this. I am stopping this because you dealt with your nerves in a way that prevents a rational discussion.
Remus wasn't going to bend. He would send Sirius home before he had sex with him in this state. He kept his distance from Sirius, making sure there was a counter and a clean exit on his side. Something must have snapped for Sirius since now he was even redder than before, and his eyes held a fury like nothing Remus had seen before. Before he could react, Sirius had picked up one of the oven mitts and thrown it across the room in a fit of rage.
Ah, god damn it, Remus. Consent this, rational discussion that. You're acting like I can't think straight. I am an adult and I can make up my mind on my own. If I say I'm okay with sex, then why the hell are you so hung up about it?
Sirius looked down, his lower lip quivering, and his now soulless eyes started to mist over with tears.
Am I that unappealing because I've been drinking? Do you not love me anymore?
Remus simply caught the oven mitt and placed it on the counter. He tried to calm himself down. He was going to kill Lily or James when he saw them. They were the only ones who knew how deep his infatuation with Sirius ran. He would deal with that in the morning. Right now, he had to deal with Sirius. All the insecurity and drama mixed with alcohol and marinated for several hours. He rubbed his face and came around the counter.
You can't think straight right now.
Remus kept his voice gentle as he grabbed Sirius's shoulders and had him sit on a stool. He grabbed water from the fridge and watched as Sirius struggled to focus enough to grab it. He poured it into a glass and placed a straw in it.
You're not unappealing. There are a lot of words I would use to describe you, but that is not one of them. I am saying no because I love you.
The words were easier to get out than they should have been. Sirius was drunk, he reasoned. He likely wouldn't remember the specifics tomorrow.
No, I'm damaged and broken and gross. No one as good as you would want someone so defective as me. Can't even be a proper Omega. And please my Alpha. I'm worthless. He even said so.
Sirius's voice was shot from the yelling, and it wasn't helped due to his silent sobbing. Remus hadn't been there for the first bender, or the one that happened when Sirius had found out he was an alpha. He had only been there for the aftermath to watch as Sirius figured out the hangovers weren't worth it. He knew he had to get through to Sirius somehow. This wasn't because Remus didn't find him attractive. He found him insanely attractive, and the proper Omega thing made his skin crawl. He didn't want a slave, he never had. He loved Sirius because he was spunky and sassy and sweet when he got comfortable. Remus sighed and came back around. He cupped Sirius's cheeks and pulled out his handkerchief, the one Sirius kept stealing. He wiped away the black tracks on Sirius's face and met those quicksilver eyes.
Anwyl, I really need you to listen to me. You're not damaged or broken or gross. You are exactly right because you are you. I don't want a doll or a servant. I want Sirius Black, all of him, and to protect all of him, including that wonderful brain and the soul he has so willingly exposed. I am not going to make love with him when he is incapable of non-slurred speech or uncoordinated movements. I need you to trust me on that.
Remus kept his voice steady. He didn't let Sirius dip his head or hide. He held that gaze. He needed Sirius to understand this wasn't because Remus didn't want him. It was easy to see that Sirius didn't want to maintain eye contact if his eyes darting around the place where anything to go off of. Finally, though it seemed he finished fidgeting as he looked Remus squarely in the eyes.
What if I let you read my book before it's published? Will you sleep with me then?
His voice was barely a whisper, still a bit raspy from having just cried. Remus's brow just crinkled. How the hell did his book come up?
Why would that change anything? I like your writing, but this is not happening tonight. What is going to happen tonight is I am going to try and convince you to eat something, and you are definitely finishing that water. Afterward, you can crash in my room, or I can walk you home. We're not having sex tonight. That's a full stop. No compromise. Not tonight, while you're upset and drunk.
Remus leaned his forehead against Sirius's. The smell of booze was sticky and heavy, but the smell of Sirius upset was worse. It had Remus's alpha instincts trying to fight to the surface. His omega was hurting, so he had to fix it. He pushed that aside. Sirius wasn't his no matter how badly Remus wanted him to be.
Rem, I think I'm going to be sick.
Sirius's voice was strained as he started trying to push Remus away and get off the stool at the same time. Though he was still very drunk, he was coordinated enough to get to the sink before the contents of his stomach decided to greet the world. Remus wrinkled his nose at the smell and the sound, but made his way to the sink to hold back Sirius's hair and stroke his back like his mam did for him when he was sick. He helped Sirius straighten up afterward. He handed him the glass of water, helping him lift the straw to his lips. He wet a paper towel and cleaned up the sweat on his forehead. He didn't rush Sirius as another dry heave had him leaning over the sink. He washed away the sick as it came up, pressing the cold cloth to Sirius's face whenever he could. If this wasn't love, he didn't know what was. He ran his fingers through soft dark curls, grateful they had escaped the mess. It was another 10 minutes before it seemed like Sirius's stomach settled down enough for them to finally make their way back to the counter. When Remus looked back at the casserole he had made, he decided against trying to feed that to a sick Sirius, since the chances of it coming back up were much higher than simple broth and crackers. Sadly, he was all out of broth, so water and crackers would have to do the trick.
I'm not hungry.
Sirius whinged when Remus brought the salty little squares over for him to eat.
Sirius, eat the crackers before I kick your cute little butt. You need something in your system. Water and crackers. Don't even think about arguing.
Remus spoke firmly, but was very careful not to slip into his alpha voice. He wasn't going to push around Sirius even for his own good. He watched the dark-haired man nibble on the edge of a cracker. He placed a lid on the casserole dish and placed it in the fridge. He leaned on the counter across from Sirius, filling his glass with more water.
Do you want me to walk you home?
No, don't want to go home. Feels like you're breaking up with me then.
Sirius successfully munched down 2 crackers and half his refilled water. He started on a 3rd cracker, but he ate it slower than the first 2. It seemed that after everything was said and done, the younger man wore himself out to the point of exhaustion.
You can stay here. I'll look after Padfoot while you recover this evening, and we can talk in the morning.
Remus agreed easily enough. Honestly, it would be better for him to have Sirius here. He wouldn't have to worry about him drinking more and wandering into traffic. His mind also remembered the last time Sirius had been this messed up. He didn't want to get ignored for another week, though. He was pretty sure Sirius wasn't going to like what he had to say in the morning. Remus watched as Sirius nodded slowly, though whether that was to him saying he could stay the night or that he was passing out already was up for debate. After Sirius finally ate about 6 crackers, he refused to take any more, claiming that he was full and that if he ate anything else, it would end up everywhere while he slept.
Come along, sweetheart.
Remus tidied up the kitchen and led Sirius up the stairs. He led him into the bathroom and picked up his toothbrush. He applied toothpaste and wet the bristles. Remus kissed his cheek and handed it to him.
I'm going to get a bucket in case you throw up in the middle of the night and some sweats.
Normally they just slept in their boxers, but Remus wanted to leave no doubt to sober Sirius tomorrow morning that nothing had happened. When Remus returned to the bathroom, Sirius was still idly brushing his teeth, looking asleep on his feet. Gently nudging him, Remus helped him finish up and get changed after using the toilet. Though he must have let his guard down, since when he started laying Sirius down, he was pulled into bed with him.
Come on, Remy. We're already here and I'm half dressed. You sure you're not interested in me for some fun?
It took a moment for Remus to extricate himself from the grabby limbs of Sirius.
Absolutely not. You are going to sleep, and we are going to talk tomorrow.
Remus felt his elbow crack as he rolled off Sirius. He really should have known better. Sirius had always been persistent. He shoved Sirius to lie down. He didn't like manhandling Sirius like this. When they were messing around in bed, it was fun and made Sirius delightfully giggly and pliant. To keep him from mentally or physically harming himself made Remus's skin itch. He loved Sirius. He didn't want to push him around. Sirius just pouted, looking up at Remus, possibly giving him the worst attempted bedroom eyes the drunk man could attempt. The only blessing was that Sirius seemed to get the hint and stopped his attempts of reaching up for Remus. The only slightly good thing about this was that Padfoot could go into his backyard to use the bathroom, and that his couch was large enough to be made into a makeshift bed. Looking back at Sirius's prone form, it was easy to tell he was still awake and pouting, muttering something that sounded more like gibberish than English. Remus kept an eye on Sirius throughout the night. He knew he wasn't going to sleep. He knew when Sirius fell asleep. He would come over occasionally to make sure the man was still breathing. The moon spilled through the curtains.
What am I going to do with you, silly boy?
Remus pushed his curls off his face and leaned down to kiss his forehead. The conversation in the morning was going to kill him, but maybe Sirius would be better off without him. It was clear this relationship was his big trigger. Remus remembered meeting Sirius and the quick manner they had fallen into each other. Sirius was good for the soul. He was strong and smart, both qualities that Remus had admired. Sirius had survived so much and knew what he wanted from life, at least sometimes. He at least knew himself well enough to not be absorbed by Remus. He made his way back to the couch, laying on his side to watch Sirius. He rolled over when his hip started hurting. He shouldn't be sleeping on the couch. It was bad for him, but he couldn't lay next to Sirius right now. He had to be responsible. He was going to make sure Sirius was safe mentally, physically, and sexually. He would do that even if that meant saying goodbye. He closed his eyes against the sting and grunted when Mooney jumped up and onto his chest. He ran his fingers over her soft fur. She meowed at him as Padfoot jumped up and curled up at his feet.
I know, honey. I will miss them too. But we have to be fair to him. I can't keep him if it's damaging him.
Those bright eyes told him he was stupid, and he agreed. If he was a smart man, he would have left the barbecue as soon as that man showed up. He wouldn't have stuck around. He wouldn't have followed him out jogging and wouldn't have continued their flirting. He would have let the man alone so he could properly heal. Instead, he had forced his way into Sirius's life, and instead of healing, Sirius was trying to be what he thought Remus needed. Remus would remove himself from the equation so Sirius could heal. Chapter 47. The morning after. Sirius groaned as he woke up the next morning. He glared around the room. It was Remus's room. The curtains were closed against the sun, small mercies. He glanced around again. His phone was plugged in, and next to that was a water bottle and some ibuprofen. Sitting up took a lot of effort, but he managed and popped the pills, followed by most of the water bottle. He was surprised by how thirsty he was. The toilet flushed, and he glanced toward the bathroom. The sound of running water could be heard before it turned off, and Remus came out fully dressed. His hands were damp. His green eyes were carefully guarded.
Grab a shower if you would like. I'll have breakfast ready when you come down.
Sirius closed his eyes as the deluge of memories reminded him of how epically he had fucked up the night before. He pulled himself out of bed and into the shower, trying to wash the stink of the alcohol from his skin. He changed into the clothes Remus had likely run through a steam cycle for him. It had amused him to no end that his Luddite boyfriend had such an advanced washer and dryer. Now thinking about it just made him sad. He made his way downstairs. Toast, coffee, orange juice, and eggs greeted him. He chugged the juice, ignored the eggs, and picked up the toast. He didn't want to eat. His stomach was still tender, but he knew he had to. Remus wanted to talk this morning, and after last night, Sirius owed him that. As he munched on the toast without adding anything, not even butter, since all slimy things were bad this morning, he tried to order his jumbled memories. Nothing good, mostly cringy, and Remus was going to remind Sirius about consent on both sides. Sirius felt the coffee and toast doing what it was supposed to do, and the hangover started to fade. He swallowed his nerves and made his way to the living room. Remus was sitting in the large chair with his computer open on his lap. Sirius sat across the room on the couch. He hated sitting on this couch. The couch usually meant he and Remus were upset with each other. He wasn't surprised the other man was upset. Sirius had been a mess last night. He sipped his coffee while he waited for Remus to finish up and set the computer aside. It didn't take long. Remus closed the lid and set it on the table between them.
I've already told you I really like you, Sirius.
Remus finally said after what felt like an age. Sirius felt his heart stutter. That did not sound like a good thing. That sounded like the start of a breakup. He kept his eyes focused on the dark brew in his cup.
I'm not sure this is good for you. I don't want to hurt your recovery.
Sirius's eyes flew up to Remus's and his brow furrowed.
What are you on about?
Sirius demanded. Remus hurting him was so ridiculous. He had never treated Sirius with anything but kindness. Kindness and gentleness, which were so sweet, it made Sirius melt into a puddle every time he thought about the other man. Sirius didn't think Remus even knew how much his very essence helped Sirius recover and fight the demons of his past.
When you found out about my subgender, you spent a week on a bender. When we discussed taking us to the next level, I thought it was a wonderful discussion that was done from a place of trust and honesty. It set you off again. I don't want this to be the reason for your recovery to be jeopardized.
Remus responded. It looked like it cost him a lot to say this. He was hiding his emotions behind a wall, but Sirius could read the pain in his eyes. Sirius swallowed and set his mug down, trying to order his thoughts.
You're not damaging me.
Sirius managed. Remus was silent, likely sensing Sirius wasn't done.
I know you aren't going to hurt me, or not me, or whatever else my brain went through last night. Unfortunately, that is an upper brain thought. Remus isn't going to hurt me or force me. My instincts and experience have been programmed to feel something different.
It was difficult to separate that idea and feeling. Remus nodded and looked down at his hands. Sirius prayed that Remus would actually listen to him. He couldn't lose this man. He was very important to Sirius already. Losing Remus would cripple him. Whether or not he admitted it, he was in love with Remus. He had never even permitted himself to fall.
Right, and this is why I am worried that this is damaging you. You should be focused on those triggers, not on a relationship.
Remus finally managed. He wasn't looking at Sirius. Sirius's lungs had evaporated. Remus was going to break up with him for one slip-up. He was going to leave Sirius alone and worse off than before. His hands shook as they gripped the coffee cup. Being with Remus had been the most okay he had felt in years.
You don't get to make that determination for me,
Sirius argued.
You don't get to decide what's good for me or not.
Remus considered this for a long moment.
You're right. The only person who can determine that is you. If I thought you could be honest with yourself and me about what's good for you, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I don't think you know what's good for you anymore.
Remus responded, inclining his head to Sirius. Those normally bright green eyes were dark and stormy now.
I have to decide if, based on what I see, I'm good for you. So far, I've seen that no, I am not good for you or your recovery.
Sirius looked down at the coffee in his mug. The idea of Remus harming him or his recovery was insane. The breath he took was shaky. He felt like he was about to fly apart into a million pieces. How could he convince Remus he was good for Sirius? How did he stop the shredding of the relationship that had come to mean so much to him?
No,
he said, finally setting his mug on the coffee table. He looked up at Remus.
Pardon?
Remus asked, meeting Sirius's eyes this time. Sirius took a deep breath and forced his thoughts not to scatter.
I said no. You don't get to make that choice for me. You're pushy and insufferable sometimes, but that's not an issue, because as soon as I voice an issue, you work on it. I thought that's what we did. We worked out our issues. You don't get to decide that you're not good for me. You don't get to end the relationship because of me. You get to decide if I'm not good for you. You get to decide to end the relationship because of you. I don't consent to you making that decision on my side.
Sirius retorted. It took a lot to keep his voice steady, and he wasn't sure if what he had said was coherent. He was a writer. He had a million chances to rewrite a scene that was on paper. He didn't get to rewrite life.
And while I know it doesn't matter much since I still drank it, I didn't go out of my way to get wine. It was left in my home, and I could have easily just poured it down the drain. Instead, I stupidly made the choice to drink it. Did it have anything to do with our plans for yesterday? Slightly, But mostly it was because the temptation was too sweet to not indulge, and it ruined a lot of things that I am aware of.
Remus seemed to be considering his words and trying to determine if there was any merit to them. Sirius held his breath in Remus's gaze.
You need to breathe, Sirius.
Remus finally commented.
Breathing is overrated.
Sirius muttered but allowed air in and out of his lungs. Each tick of the clock was painful, like the throb of the pulse behind a fresh bruise. Sirius felt like he might cry as he waited for Remus's decision.
You're right, I can't decide for you. I am deciding for myself to make sure we're okay. I'm not ready to admit that I'm good for you. I have a million reasons why that's not true, but you're right. We work on our issues. I think you should see a therapist.
Remus finally stated. Sirius felt his hackles rise.
I'm not crazy. Why would I see a therapist?
Sirius was defensive in seconds. He had been to a therapist before. He had been informed that he wasn't submissive or obedient enough. A mating bite would solve all his problems. He wasn't going to repeat the experience. Had that been Remus's plan all along? Get Sirius so deep that he agreed to therapy and manipulate him into the perfect pet. Sirius pushed that away. Remus wasn't a bad person. He would never violate Sirius's consent like that. He had proved over and over that he loved Sirius's spunky side. This caused a pause in Sirius. His first thought about someone as sweet and gentle as Remus was a bad one. Maybe he did need therapy. He didn't lower his defensive posture. He would not go back to that. He would not go to someone who couldn't see his merit beyond a submissive, stay-at-home baby maker.
Carriette, that is not what a therapist is for, and you know it.
Remus's voice was soft and soothing like aloe on a sunburn. Sirius looked up at him, his heart thudding against his ribs. He could feel it, a frantic thing, almost like it was trying to run away. Was Remus recommending a therapist because he thought it would help? Did he not know the advice 90% of them had for Omegas? It had been the same bullshit growing up. Omegas were unhappy because they weren't mated. Oh, and Omega was mated and still unhappy. They weren't submissive enough. He already felt enough like a failure. He wasn't going to let someone reaffirm a belief he was trying to shake off.
They all say the same thing. I am unhappy because I don't know my place. Like that fucking church. I could find paradise if I knew my place. Knotted and mated and pregnant in the kitchen.
Sirius spat. The venom in his voice had Remus recoiling. Sirius bit his tongue. He had no right to be cruel to Remus. He had been unkind last night and still had to apologize for that.
There are therapists that will give you help without suggesting an alpha as the end-all be-all of the solutions.
Remus's voice was still soft and soothing. Sirius wanted to lean into it. He wanted to lean into Remus. He probably would have, but he was fairly sure he would be rejected right now. They had to have a plan before their relationship could move forward.
And if you feel like therapy isn't the right choice, that's up to you.
There was a caveat to this agreement. Sirius could hear it. Remus was trying to keep the issue separate, but Sirius was sure their relationship hinged on it now.
However, as much as I like you, I'm going to insist on someone helping you if you want to continue this with me. I won't stand for the verbal lashing you put me through last night and just now. We both deserve better.
It was so mild, but every word felt like a punch in the heart. Remus wouldn't be with him if he didn't go to therapy. He wiped his runny nose and forced his tears back. He didn't want to go back to therapy. He hated it the first time. Beyond that, how would he know the affirming therapist before he was sitting in their chair?
I don't want to lose you.
Sirius admitted, not looking up at Remus.
But I don't want to go to therapy.
You need to decide which want is more prevalent.
Remus's voice didn't lack compassion, just a direction. He had laid out the options he could live with. Sirius had to decide which was less objectionable.
I don't know how to find a therapist that won't turn me into a doll.
Sirius finally admitted to the quiet room. Remus seemed to have been holding his breath. Suddenly sound flooded in. The sharp exhale of Remus, the clock on the mantel ticking loudly, the fire crackling merrily in the grate, and the soft snore of Padfoot.
I already have someone in mind.
Remus slid a white card across the table for Sirius. Sirius picked up the heavy cardstock, printed in purple, swirling calligraphy. Minerva McGonagall, trauma therapist, followed by a phone number and the address of her office. He remembered the severe-looking woman at the Hell House. He remembered her wife and the sweet way they were with each other. He'd remembered the gentle way she handled Poppy. There was no control or tension based on their subgenders. They had been balanced and happy. Was she another good alpha? Had they all been hiding in small towns? Sirius considered it for a long moment before convincing himself he could do this. He had to do this. He wanted to get over his ex. He wanted to move on with Remus. He glanced up at the other man. Remus tipped his head and reached out to touch Sirius's face.
She really helped me. Sirius and I think she can help you.
Sirius leaned into that warm hand.
I'm sorry for being unkind last night. I knew even as I poured the first glass it was a bad idea.
Sirius finally whispered. Remus didn't look away and he let Sirius continue.
I never meant to hurt you, and I don't think I was nervous enough to get as drunk as I did.
Sirius hated that he had done that to Remus. He slid his hand over the smooth, warm hand on his cheek.
Do you remember last night?
Remus asked. His voice held something. Sirius was too tired to chase it. He shifted through his hazy memories of the night before. He remembered bits and pieces. He remembered Remus's continued refusals to have sex with him. He remembered Remus saying he loved him.
Bits and pieces,
Sirius admitted. Remus nodded and twisted his fingers with Sirius's. Sirius missed the warmth on his cheek, but was grateful Remus was touching him at all.
There is something I want you to know in a clear and sober state. I will not have any form of intimate contact with you under the influence of mind-altering substances, such as alcohol or drugs. I don't consider intoxicated consent as consent. I don't want you to wake up and regret something we did.
Remus's voice was confident and firm. Sirius could see Remus would not compromise or negotiate this point.
Thank you for not giving in to me.
Sirius breathed. He was so appreciative of Remus denying him. He'd met plenty of alphas in bars who had insisted on pouring alcohol down his throat. His ex had preferred him drunk, which made him more pliant and suggestive. Sirius hated some of the things he had been talked into doing while drunk. Remus rebuffing him and then keeping him safe meant more than he could ever put into words. He hated that it had come to that. He hated that he had tried so hard last night. Losing his first night with Remus to alcohol was the worst thing he could imagine. Remus's lips quirked just slightly, and he gave Sirius's fingers a gentle squeeze. Sirius dropped his eyes to their joined hands, admiring the tanned, scarred skin against his own pale skin.
I remember some things from last night, including our conversation in the kitchen. You said you loved me.
Sirius's voice had very little volume. He was worried Remus would deny it or say he had only done it to calm Sirius down. Sirius wasn't sure he would handle that very well at this point. He heard Remus's sharp intake of breath.
You seemed to know before I told you.
Remus pointed out, and Sirius nodded slightly. He was going to rat out his friend. He wanted to have this conversation with Remus. He wanted to hear it from his own mouth.
James.
He started, but didn't have to go any further. Remus tutted, and this made Sirius actively smile.
Meaning it is Lily's fault because I told her.
Remus responded. Sirius looked up at him. The warm affection dispelled some of the hangover.
She usually comes by the shop right before 6. She likes to take Harry for a stroll at that time while James cooks. We share a cuppa and talk.
About me?
Sirius clarified. Remus shrugged this time.
Sometimes. We also talk about news, town gossip, Harry's progress, a new position she and James tried, how my relationship is going, new books, and interesting plans. We had an ongoing bet about some of the older people in the town. You know who would kick the bucket first, but ultimately decided that was unkind and disrespectful.
Remus responded. He looked away for the first time.
It came up shortly after you came back. I don't even remember what I was doing, but Lily was there, and you texted me. According to her, I was gooey. She had it nailed down and identified in seconds. Normally I would attribute it to her gift, but I think it's just those green eyes that miss nothing.
Sirius gave his fingers a gentle squeeze.
I prefer the peridot eyes of my boyfriend.
Sirius responded and got said eyes to meet his. He should return the sentiment. The tightening of his stomach and the low swooping feeling had him thinking of love as well. He shoved the nerves down to a deep, dark pit. It was a pit he used to drown his feelings in. Perhaps he should mention that in therapy. The ghosts of drowned emotions usually came back to haunt him in the worst ways.
I love you too.
Sirius managed to get out. Remus's eyes investigated his before he leaned forward. They kissed in the brilliant shine of passion and love. Remus's hands tangled with his hair and Sirius clung to his neck as Remus kissed the breath right out of him. This Sirius could do. He was good at this. There was no push for this kiss to go deeper. They simply enjoyed each other. Sirius felt his heart and lungs settle into place. While they had taken a few steps back, they would still be together. Sirius knew he would have to repair the damage he'd done to Remus's trust last night, but he would do that. He would work on his issues until the end of time if it meant he got to keep Remus. Chapter 48, Snowballs. Sirius had to force himself not to panic and just run away. This was needed. Not only was his relationship with Remus on the line, but his own mental health. He needed to work on this. He had to get better at this. He didn't want his ex to have the power that he did. He didn't want his ex to haunt his nightmares anymore. Even with doing this, he highly doubted he would become well-adjusted. He was a member of the Black family, and being well-adjusted did not exist for them. They were either alcoholics or batshit insane, sometimes a mix between the two. Though perhaps that wasn't so true anymore, he remembered that Reggie was healthy, both physically and mentally. After all, he was going to become a doctor someday. Sirius, however, wasn't destined to be well-adjusted. For most of his life, he had been the proverbial firstborn, best education, the apple of his father's eye and all. The main issue came with his personality. He was not an obedient child. He had questioned anything and everything, all the time. After that, he hadn't fallen in with the family views on omegas, gays, blacks, and women. Every single opinion he formed had been in almost direct opposition to his parents. He believed in many of the causes he stood for, even now years later, but some of those had been formed because of his idealistic, teenaged self. Some of his rebellions had been about him being an idiot. He was still paying for some of his idiocies, he reflected as he fidgeted with his pack of cigarettes. He had started smoking as a middle finger to his family, after all. Uncle Alfred had smoked. Uncle Alfred had been his role model growing up. Honestly, in a family like his, there had been worse people to idolize. He wanted a smoke, to vent the tension he felt. He didn't want to miss his appointment, though. He knew if he did, he'd keep pushing it back and end up in a never-ending spiral. So he sat waiting with his hands tucked into his pockets. The waiting room was plain as it was at most medical facilities. The walls were painted a soothing cream color with little lavender accents, and the decor was neutral enough to attempt to evoke calmness. He could smell the essential oils that were supposed to add to the soothing atmosphere. For him, it just made his nose itch. The chair was uncomfortable, and the magazines were outdated by at least a year. At least it wasn't too cold. The heater was set to a moderate temperature to ensure comfort. Though unsurprisingly enough, it also wasn't empty. It was a dual practice office, with Minerva's single office on one side. The other half of the office was an actual doctor's office run by Minerva's wife, Poppy. Had he not been as stressed as he was, he would have found it cute. After more waiting, his anxiety became so much that he started to pick at his nails. It was just another bad habit of his. The polish was already chipped and flaking, so it was easy for his nail to slide under another piece of the red polish, flaking it off.
Sirius, come on back.
Minerva's Scottish brogue broke through his preoccupation. He stood up and followed the woman, fisting his hands into his pockets again. Her office was cozier than he had expected. He'd expected a Spartan office, similar to previous therapist offices he'd been to. There was a large window overlooking an open lot and trees that surrounded this town. It was frozen and dead right now, but had a stark beauty to it. There was a large fireplace crackling merrily to ward off the chill. There were several framed certifications on the wall. Large bookcases sat on either side of the fireplace filled with large leather-bound tomes. A large desk dominated the space with comfy-looking leather chairs grouped on one side. There was the stereotypical couch near the fire. He wrinkled his nose.
Do I have to sit on the couch?
He asked as the door clicked closed behind them.
Not if you don't want to. Why don't we sit at the desk and get to know each other?
Minerva suggested. Sirius expected her to sit behind the desk and pick up a clipboard. However, she surprised him by sitting in one of the leather chairs and gestured for Sirius to sit across from her.
Would you like a biscuit?
She opened a tin and offered it to Sirius. Hesitantly, he took one. She was so different from the counselor the Omega School had made him see twice a week. She poured them each a mug of tea and offered Sirius sugar. Sirius tapped his fingers nervously. Minerva did not look away from him or pick up a piece of paper.
You don't just call up a therapist for no reason, especially not with my specialty. Care to tell me what brought you to my office?
Sirius swallowed and looked down at the brown liquid in his cup. After what felt like an eternity, he spoke.
My last relationship was abusive mentally, physically, and sexually. It continues to interfere with my life and relationship now.
Sirius responded. He didn't look up at Minerva, but he heard some slight shuffling, and another biscuit was placed in front of him.
Even just saying that takes a lot of strength and courage. I would love to help you recover and be able to live your life however you want.
Minerva answered after a few moments. Sirius glanced up through his eyelashes and fringe. She had a compassionate look on her face. It made her look so different from the severe school marm look she'd had before. He nodded and figured he could work on letting down those walls, at least around her and Remus.
Do you sell blank journals?
Sirius asked, stepping into the bookstore later that evening. Remus glanced up and nodded.
Yeah.
Remus stepped out from behind the counter and led Sirius over to the stationery section of the store. Sirius picked up one of the notebooks, flipping through it casually.
Are you planning on handwriting a story?
Gods, no. I did that with my first book. The transcription to the computer was absolute hell.
Sirius answered, picking up another journal.
I had my first therapy appointment today, and Minerva asked me to start journaling. Says it will help me understand my own brain.
Sirius picked up a black leather journal with a resigned expression. As he was about to put it back, he saw a sparkly unicorn journal that was originally right behind it. His face lit up.
There is going to be glitter all over both our houses.
Remus lamented when Sirius picked up the journal happily and walked back to the cash register. He followed Sirius up and rang out the unicorn journal and pack of multicolored pens he picked up for Sirius to use.
Yes, but it will be hard to lose, and maybe I'll actually use it.
Sirius pointed out, handing Remus his credit card. Remus placed the journal and the pens in a bag and handed them back to Sirius.
Let me finish closing up, then we can walk back,
Remus suggested. Sirius ducked behind the counter and settled on sorting the never-ending pile of used books Remus had.
Do you sell all the books you get?
Sirius asked curiously as Remus methodically swept the aisles.
Not by a long shot. About once a year, I go through the shelves and pull anything that isn't selling. I donate all the children's books to children's homes, schools, and hospitals. Most of the other books I donate to homeless shelters, domestic violence shelters, and libraries. If you would like to, this year you could help me. I put together a care package to the shelters and children's homes.
Remus didn't seem to realize he was melting Sirius all over again.
What do you put in these care packages?
Sirius asked curiously. He stood up and put his foot behind the dustpan to hold it for Remus.
Blankets, coats, gloves, hats, socks, sweaters, and clothes. Underwear of all sizes and genders, because I read an article that shelters and children's homes are always low on underwear, but no one ever donates it. Canned food, toothbrushes and toothpaste as well as those little flossers, unscented wipes, toilet paper and tissues, scent blockers, feminine hygiene products, and condoms for the same reason as underwear.
Remus listed, keeping his focus on his sweeping.
Has anyone ever told you you're an odd duck, Remus?
Sirius responded and Remus shrugged.
Is this like a Christmas thing?
No, I do this 3 times a year. I love that Christmas reminds us to be kind and charitable, but these organizations need help year-round.
Remus continued. He looked up and met Sirius's surprised and impressed eyes.
I was fortunate enough to grow up comfortable with 2 parents. I am privileged now to be comfortable and relatively healthy. I can help those that aren't as fortunate. Besides each quid a shelter spends on clothing, they can't spend getting doctors to prescribe suppressants and birth control. No one should have to be homeless or abused and suffering through a rut or heat and unwanted pregnancy.
The broom clattered to the floor as Remus suddenly had his arms full of Sirius. The force nearly toppled them both over. Remus stumbled and steadied them against the counter.
Oomph. Ow!
Remus eased Sirius back and rubbed the middle of his chest.
Why the rugby tackle?
Because you are too good to be true. I keep expecting to wake up in London and find out this has all been a vivid dream brought on by CO2 poisoning in my shitty little flat.
Sirius responded. Remus's hands stayed on his shoulders. Sirius reached up and pinched Remus's arm.
Why are you pinching me? That's not how dreams work.
Remus commented, pushing away the pinchy fingers. He retaliated by pinching Sirius's arm through his sweater.
It's not a dream. I just believe in giving what I can.
It was such a simple thing for Remus. Sirius donated to charities, but had never really bothered to put together a donation box or anything like that.
Yeah, I want to help you.
Sirius responded as Remus rubbed the spot he had pinched. Remus leaned down and kissed him. Their kisses had stayed gentle over the last several days. This was the first time he felt Remus run his tongue over his lips. He gladly complied. Their tongues tangled, and Remus kissed him breathlessly.
Now go back behind the counter while I finish this.
Remus ran a thumb over Sirius's bottom lip. He seemed to catch himself, though.
Please go sit while I finish this.
The change had Sirius's heart adding to the mess on the floor. He extricated himself from Remus and made his way back behind the counter. They left the shop when he was done. The snow was falling thickly, and their gloved hands wound together.
Lily is meeting me at my place to claim all of the leftover wine,
Sirius murmured. For the last several nights, Remus had left him at his doorstep with a gentle kiss. Sirius wasn't going to push to return to Remus's. Their relationship had taken a hit. He needed to let it heal. However, every night had ended with a midnight call and them wandering around until morning. The worst part was when Remus showed up to walk with Sirius. His exposed skin was already pink, proving he had already been out before the call. Sirius hated to think that Remus was returning to his previous state of not sleeping.
Smart.
Remus agreed, leaning down to scoop up a handful of snow. Padfoot chased the ball to the end of his leash, barking madly. He didn't seem to care that it disintegrated. When he couldn't find it, he would trot happily back to Remus and trip Sirius while staring up at the heavily scarred man excitedly.
You're not the brightest crayon in the box, you know that, right?
Sirius muttered to Padfoot as he returned a third time. Remus laughed, creating another snowball for the black dog.
He's a puppy, be nice.
Remus scolded. Sirius watched Padfoot gallop away and back.
He's a huge puppy, more so a dog at this point.
Sirius pointed out. He missed the moment when Padfoot hit the ice and barreled right into him.
With all the coordination of a puppy.
Sirius rubbed the sore shins he now had. Remus smirked as he threw another snowball.
Like his owner, who gets over-eager and forgets how to walk or balance.
Remus shot back and laughed when Sirius shoved him. He leaned to the side, but otherwise, the shove didn't affect him. He wrapped an arm around Sirius and kissed the side of his face.
Both are incredibly cute.
Now Sirius's face was warm. When they reached the residential street, there was already a pesky redhead standing on his porch, looking bundled up and a little chilly. Remus pulled Sirius in close and kissed him softly.
What does she know from your little chats?
Sirius asked. Their breaths misted in the cold air. He also knew Lily would not begrudge him a moment with Remus.
Most things. I keep many of our moments and your secrets to myself, but you really scared me the other night. When I convinced you to call Minnie, I called Lily and had a coffee with her the day after that. I wanted to make sure I was doing the right thing, and not just the thing I wanted.
Remus told Sirius unflinching. That was fair, and Sirius found he wasn't angry. There were worse people to tell.
Okay, see you tomorrow.
Sirius asked, and Remus leaned in and kissed him again.
Doubtful we'll have to wait that long. I'll loop back here around midnight. I love you.
Remus murmured. He said it every night, seeming not to want to hide it anymore. Sirius managed it about half the time.
Love you.
Sirius mumbled out softly. Remus leaned down to give Padfoot pats. He straightened and started down the path again. Sirius had to lock the leash to keep Padfoot from following. Eventually, the overeager puppy gave in to his owner and followed Sirius up the path to his house.
Took you assholes long enough.
Lily griped with absolutely no heat as Sirius unlocked the door.
I would have left my door unlocked for you, but one of my neighbors has no boundaries and just walks into my house all the time. She's a ginger, and her husband, who shot way out of his league, somehow managed to trick her into marrying him. Perhaps you know her.
Sirius teased a playful smirk curling on his lips. He ducked as a glove was tossed at him. He let Padfoot off the leash. The pup was back a moment later with the glove.
Good boy.
Lily complimented, kneeling down to retrieve her glove. Padfoot, however, just planted his bottom and looked at her eagerly. She faltered when she realized the glove had not been returned, and he wanted to play fetch. Sirius saved her glove as he shed his boots and tossed his socks.
Something warm.
Sirius offered, gesturing to the kitchen. She nodded and followed him to the kitchen, leaving Padfoot to destroy Sirius's socks. He set the kettle on the stove and checked the orchid Remus had gotten for him. During his more listless moments, Regulus had taken care of it. Now Sirius just checked the soil every night and would water it when dry.
Want to talk about why I have to come to sanitize your house?
Lily asked, poking through the cupboards looking for the elusive wine. Sirius let her get on with it. He was fairly sure there was only one bottle left, but he wanted to be thorough. Plus, he knew keeping her from looking could just be seen as suspicious. He wanted his friends to know he was serious about his sobriety. Dorcas and Regulus had already apologized and blamed the other. Dorcas swore up and down that it was Regulus's wine, and he was supposed to take it with him. Regulus thought Dorcas had claimed it before she left for London, and it was her idea in the first place. Once the blame game had failed to elicit any response, they apologized. Dorcas had offered to come down and clean out. Sirius had thanked her for the offer, but called Lily instead. He hoped she would tell Remus about the thorough search, and that would settle some of Remus's issues with him.
My brother and editor are assholes.
Sirius tried. She gave him a look that Sirius was sure Harry would see growing up. She may be a cool young mum, but she still had the patented mum look.
Okay, that's partially it, but I knew I was being stupid. I just couldn't stop.
Sirius confessed as she collected the bottle from the cupboard. She turned around and set it on the counter before turning back to her examination of the cupboards.
Remus seems to think he's pushing you or pressuring you, is he?
Lily asked, facing Sirius properly as he collected mugs and tea. The kettle started its piercing whistle.
No, not in any sense of the word. My brain got tangled up and I used alcohol to try and straighten it.
Sirius muttered, keeping his eyes on the preparation of tea. Lily's sharp eyes traced his face.
When I first met you, you were so sad I couldn't leave you alone. I'm glad Remus makes it better. I don't want to see either of you lose something so amazing. Please promise me if you can't talk to him, that you'll talk to me or James.
Lily's voice was soft, but there was a genuine plea there.
I can't promise that because I don't always realize I'm spiraling until it is too late, but I can promise to try. Maybe therapy will help.
He said in the most sarcastic voice he could manage, but held up the notebook. Her face lost the solemnness, and she bit back a smile.
Now, is there any more alcohol in this house or anything else you would like me to take?
Lily asked as Sirius passed her a mug of tea. Sirius shook his head before remembering something. He got up and retrieved a package his publishing house had sent him this morning. It was a Christmas package with little liquor-filled chocolates. He handed them to Lily.
I think I need to tell my publisher about my new take on life.
She examined the box with a mild level of interest.
Possibly.
She responded, picking up a spoon to prod at her tea bag. As they stood at the counter, they talked. Just spending time with Lily was helping him feel more himself. He had missed feeling okay in such a short period of time. He was glad to finally be on the right track again. Chapter 49, Sugar Tits and Candy Dick.
Hello, hello.
James answered the door, a big grin splitting his face in two. He was in a form-fitting crewneck shirt, and over top was an apron that was streaked with flour as well as his face. He seemed oblivious, however, to the white stuff on his face.
Lily sent me?
Sirius commented, and James's smile widened. He gestured Sirius into the house and took his jacket.
She would. I'm making Christmas cookies.
James responded, leading Sirius back to the kitchen. Padfoot went over to Harry, who was in a playpen. After analyzing the plastic fence for a moment, Padfoot simply jumped over it. Crookshanks made a grumpy noise but didn't puff up.
My dog spends so much time around cats. He's going to get confused and think he's a cat.
Sirius sat at the counter as James bustled about making tea.
He is not confused and asks that you respect his identity.
James scolded, pouring boiling water over a tea bag and handing the mug to Sirius. They shared a quick smile.
So, why would you making an army of gingerbread be cause for me to come over?
Sirius asked, stealing a bit of the dough and eating it. He had always liked gingerbread cookies.
She believes everyone should know how to make Christmas cookies and figured you didn't get any as a kid.
James commented and gestured for Sirius to stand. As he stood up, he realized with James he should have asked more questions. A moment later, a pink apron was draped over him and tied around him quickly.
Smile.
James pulled out his phone and got a picture before Sirius could respond.
Pink, why?
Sirius asked, and James shrugged, adjusting his own apron, a garish Christmas affair with candy canes, reindeer, Santa hats, Christmas lights, and little trees on it. It was bright green and easily the ugliest thing Sirius had seen, and that included most ugly Christmas sweaters.
Seemed the one most fitting with your sparkling personality.
James shot back with an innocent smile.
It'll make a very bright murder weapon when I use it to strangle you.
Sirius snipped, washing his hands anyway. He knew with Lily it was moot to fight it, but he guessed James was the same way. He had to have some steel in him to be married to that woman.
Oh, don't threaten me with a good time.
James teased. Sirius chortled and joined him at the counter, where he was carefully cutting out gingerbread people and transferring them to a sheet pan. He had Sirius help him with the little army of people. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the smell of the Pillsbury Doughboy's butthole as James cleaned up from that batch and showed Sirius how to make sugar cookies, also in fun shapes such as trees, candy canes, and an ill-fated attempt at stars that they ate straight from the trays, burning their fingers and tongues in the process. Several batches later, they had a metric shit ton of cookies.
There is no way you eat all of these.
Sirius commented as they whipped up a few batches of colored frosting. Sirius had texted Remus already to sit out lunch. Remus commented that Lily had shown him the pink apron picture, and he was having lunch with her.
I'm having lunch with our favorite Ginger. Make sure you bring me some cookies tonight. I love James's cookies. I'm sure yours will be even better. XX.
Sirius flushed and ended up knocking over a measuring cup of sugar at the text. He hoped the pink apron picture didn't make it to Regulus or Dorcas. He would never live it down. Somehow he knew it would, and Dorcas would make it the author picture on the inside flap of his new book.
I don't. Most of them are given away. I bring them to the schools I help out. Lily takes them to the office when she goes in for meetings. I give them to postal workers and the book club just down the street. Remus takes a good portion of them and sets them out in his shop for people to take. I have even started wrapping them in individual goodie bags so they aren't all germy.
James gestured to the stack of goodie bags and tinsel ties on the dining room table.
Are you an elf? Or just high, because if you are high, I find it rude you have not shared.
Sirius pouted, and James simply laughed, scooping the red frosting into a piping bag while Sirius tried not to cover himself in green frosting.
I am not high. I just like the holidays. Also, as a bonus point, you, sugar tits, are not to be given alcohol, drugs, or any mind-altering substances by order of the Queen herself, Mrs. Lily Evans Potter.
James booped the tip of Sirius's nose playfully, leaving a small amount of red frosting in his wake. After finishing up with the red piping bag, James handed it off to Sirius and took the green frosting and bag away from him. He made it look so easy.
Sugar tits?
He asked as James passed him the candy canes. They were already covered in white frosting. They just needed the red stripes added. He took a minute to figure out how to lay the frosting properly. It was a bit like drawing.
Don't know. I guess since everyone else has a nickname for you, I needed my own. Cariad feels weird. Dumbass feels very Lily, and I figure if I call you sugar tits in front of Remus, he might get that confused look on his face he sometimes gets when faced with Lily.
James prattled on, focusing on adding the green to the trees. He glanced over when Harry made a happy noise. He was playing with Padfoot. The pup had a toy in his teeth gently and was playing a gentle tug with the baby. Harry was thrilled.
You call me Sugar Tits, and I'll call you Candy Dick.
Sirius warned, and James seemed to consider it for a moment.
Want to try and find out?
James offered with a straight face, turning to Sirius with his arms open. Sirius tossed a broken cookie at him and got a laugh.
Remus would kill both of us and Lily would help. I'm still not convinced she doesn't have a voodoo doll of me.
Sirius commented darkly. James simply laughed again and continued to decorate his cookies.
Candy is dandy.
James commented when they were adding gumdrop buttons to the gingerbread later. Sirius sniggered, but the new nicknames seemed to be permanent now. They both glanced at the baby. Harry was destined to know a curse word before his first birthday.
Let's hope he doesn't call you Sugar Tits when telling his preschool teacher about you in a few years. Although Uncle Sugar Tits would be funny.
Sirius felt warm all the way through, and it had nothing to do with the tea. James and Lily already thought he would be around for years, long enough for that sweet dark-haired boy to call him uncle. Sirius knocked his shoulder into James's and got a retaliatory swipe of frosting on his cheek. The food fight was careful, James reminding Sirius that Lily would kill them. Padfoot barked wildly, and Harry giggled like mad when picked up and used as a shield. Sirius let himself into the shop and set a couple of wrapped paper plates on the counter.
You're a bit early.
Remus commented, and Sirius unwound his scarf.
Saw the snow coming down and wanted to get to the shop before it was too heavy to carry the cookies and walk Padfoot at the same time.
Sirius pointed out. He leaned over the counter and got a sweet kiss. Remus's fingers skimmed along his ear, tracing the metal and the curve of his ear. He felt the shiver down Sirius's spine and smiled. He turned to the plates of cookies and unwrapped the first one. This was the set wrapped individually for customers.
It's good that James decided to do this. I have had a few people ask if I would have Christmas cookies this year.
Remus adjusted the plate to sit at the corner of the counter, right over a bright red ribbon and an evergreen garland. Looking around, Sirius could see Remus had decorated for Christmas.
You all are aware it's not Christmas yet, right?
Sirius asked as Remus unwrapped the second plate and picked up a cookie.
December 1st is next week, it counts. Don't be a Scrooge.
Remus warned, pointing a candy cane at him. Sirius fought the smile, but Remus was just too ridiculous. He came around the counter and ducked under Remus's arm. Remus offered him a bite of the cookie. Sirius had more than enough with James, so shook his head.
What are your plans for the holiday?
Sirius asked, thrilled that Remus was holding him close. They had both taken a distinctive step back from a lot of physical contact. They would still hold hands when walking, and they shared a fair number of kisses, but that had been it since that ill-fated weekend.
I don't really have any. I used to fly home for the holidays, but
Remus shrugged.
I thought I would go to the Potter house and watch Harry eat the wrapping paper. Do you have any plans?
Remus asked, pressing a kiss to the top of Sirius's head.
Are you kidding? I'm crashing your plans.
Sirius murmured, and Remus gave him that warm smile that made his insides runny.
I look forward to spending Christmas with my favorite person.
Remus replied, and Sirius preened.
Oh, and you too.
He commented, and Sirius smacked his shoulder, getting a warm laugh.
I'll warn James so he can make a non-alcoholic batch of eggnog.
Oh, Candy Dick and I have an arrangement already, don't worry.
Sirius assured him. He glossed right over the look on Remus's face. It was brilliant.
He already invited me to their place for Christmas do. Are you ready to head out then?
Candy Dick?
Remus asked, as Sirius moved out from under his arm and resealed the cookies in the protective plastic for the walk back to Remus's place. Sirius nodded and managed to keep the shit-eating grin off his face as he raised innocent eyebrows at Remus.
Are Lily and I going to regret you two bonding?
Oh, undoubtedly. Do you want me to sweep up?
Sirius asked with a wicked grin before moving to the back of the store to collect the broom. He heard Remus typing as he swept the lanes and made sure the books were in their right spots. Remus locked up, and they made their way down the road.
If I invite you in tonight, will you come in?
Sirius asked. Remus's fingers wound with his. Sirius hated the heavy wool gloves they were both wearing. He couldn't wait for summer, when gloves would be a mere memory.
I was actually thinking we should figure something out. I got used to sleeping through the night, and now my brain is trying to turn into pudding.
Sirius repressed the happy jump at this, and forced his rational brain back to the conversation at hand. He was glad Remus was carrying the cookies when Padfoot tried to dislocate his shoulder.
Hey, doggo, you keep that up. I'm getting a sturdier leash, and we work on the value of the command heel.
He reached down and patted Padfoot's side. He didn't have to lean down as far as he used to. Padfoot's tongue lolled out as he tipped his head back to look at Sirius and Remus upside down.
He's definitely your dog, just as strange and weird as his owner,
Remus commented. They made it another block before the mood sobered back up.
I am glad you're talking to Minerva, and I think that's a step in the right direction, but I want to be cautious about a physical relationship. We jumped in headfirst that night and ended up a little bruised.
Sirius made a face but didn't argue. He knew he owed Remus space and time.
Taking a step back shouldn't be ceasing all of the contact we enjoyed. I'm not going to jump you in my home. I want to share a mug of tea and perhaps a heavy makeout session on the couch like teenagers.
Remus met his silver eyes dancing with mischief.
You, Sirius Black, are a devil wrapped in pure temptation with the words forbidden fruit written in sweet sugar all over you.
Remus griped, pulling Sirius close and stopping them on the sidewalk to kiss Sirius heavily. A scarred hand slipped into his hair, knocking his hat lopsided. Sirius could feel the edge of the paper plate against his hip. Padfoot was a few feet away, sniffing a tree. He gripped Remus's shoulder as their cold noses brushed and tongues tangled. His breath was already catching when Remus pulled back.
We have to try and behave. If we find self-control slipping, I will decide to head home.
Remus scolded, pointing a finger at Sirius. Sirius removed his hands from Remus and held them up in surrender.
Bossy,
Sirius quipped, untangling his dumb dog from the tree, and continued down the street.
What counts as slipping? Like, what if I sit in your lap since you're so freakishly tall?
Remus's fingers had found his again and tightened briefly.
I am not Santa. There will be no lap sitting.
Remus shot down Sirius's request, sounding unaffected. However, Sirius could see the tightness in his face and knew he had gotten a little bit of a rise out of the normally level-headed man.
Wants me to have Christmas spirit but won't let me sit in his lap. I am thoroughly unloved and neglected.
Sirius explained to Padfoot. The dog did a happy dance, and Remus rolled his eyes. Sirius returned to the living room with 2 mugs of tea as Remus scrolled through the streaming options Sirius had available. He wrinkled his nose as Remus put on a saccharine-sweet Christmas movie.
You're gross,
he grumbled, snuggling in close.
You're pretty.
Remus retorted, dropping a blanket over them. Padfoot wiggled under the blanket and put his head on Remus's thigh.
I think I stole your dog's affections.
Remus scratched between his ears.
It's okay just means I will have to keep you around.
Sirius's hand wrapped up in Remus's sweater and settled in the middle of his chest as the cheesy Christmas music started. The movie was a typical Christmas story. A little bit of drama right before Christmas, cue an emotionally formative trip to some tiny town, rediscover the true meaning of Christmas, antagonistic relationship with a local handyman or whatever good with tools and super rugged man it was, slowly morph into flirting as the girl realized his heart of gold or something. Probably more to do with the awesome sex, and boom, happy ending with the Christmas lights glittering romantically in the background.
I can feel your annoyance.
Remus commented as the credits rolled. Padfoot snored on Remus's leg. Sirius shifted.
It is very annoying. She's never going to be happy in that tiny town. She's going to have a couple of kids and feel trapped.
Sirius commented and Remus ran fingers through his hair.
Are you concerned that you are fulfilling the stereotype of moving to a small town nicely? Are you going to end up in a relationship with a couple of kids and feel trapped?
Remus asked, and Sirius looked up at him. He honestly considered the question.
It was never my intention to move from London. The city was perfect for a long time. It was large enough that my parents didn't know where I was, even though I ended up alarmingly close to my childhood home. It was busy and vibrant and lonely. No one sees each other there. We're all moving to our next fill in the blank. I couldn't have told you my neighbors' names. I like it here.
Sirius responded, and Remus ran his hand over Sirius's shoulder, shifting him slightly to take pressure off of Remus's ribs. Sirius automatically shifted to a more comfortable position for both of them.
I went with James this afternoon to deliver cookies to Mrs. Figg. Mrs. Longbottom was there, thankfully less gropey, but I did have to pose with the whole book club and was offered some ancient chocolate cake. Harry is like old Lady Ambrosia. Then we walked to Tonks and her parents' place. It was a fun afternoon, and it was nice seeing all these faces that I knew and getting greeted as if I'd always belonged here. I don't know if I could go back to London.
Sirius commented, thinking through the afternoon with James. Harry bundled up in his buggy with a large bag of plated-up cookies that they took around to everyone. The book club, Tonks, the Hogshead. James had even made an extra plate for Hagrid. They'd even stopped at the hotels handing out plates of cookies. James invited Sirius over next week for the second batch. Sirius briefly entertained the thought that James didn't actually want him over and was being polite. He had written that down and squashed it. He would talk to Minerva about that when he went in the next day.
You proved your own theory wrong, sweetheart. You left London not for whatever lame reason you gave, quiet or whatnot, and moved because you needed to escape and found happiness. Is it so unreasonable to believe that generic Christmas characters A and B could be happy in the small town?
Remus asked. At least he acknowledged the bland character development.
I moved for me and found fulfillment. She found fulfillment on the end of his dick.
Sirius pointed out, and Remus tipped his head to the side, considering this statement.
Oh.
He commented and leaned down to kiss Sirius's nose.
She found fulfillment in love, both romantic and platonic. It's a Christmas movie and you're grumpy. Can you keep an open mind this year and let this town draw you in, please?
Remus's voice held a sweet promise, and Sirius sighed.
You ask so much of me. Be healthy and sober. Don't be a hermit. Be nice to my brother. Be kind to myself. And now you want me to be pulled into the cult of Christmas. It's a good thing I love you.
Sirius commented, and Remus smiled, nudging their lips together gently. This Sirius could get behind.
I love you too, Scrooge.
Chapter 50, You Smell Funny. The days fell into an easy rhythm. Sirius would spend the mornings dutifully working on his book. He left space for the intimate scenes and told Dorcas he would fill them in as he could. He did make some progress on some of them. Developing communication with Remus helped. They tried to have a couple of conversations a week about things. Shifting lines, consent, triggers, and more fun things such as the future, family, and dreams. There was no shortage of fun Christmas moments, too. The church sent around carolers, and Sirius was stymied by Remus from shutting the door on them. They weren't going to go to the church or participate in any church activities, but the music was pretty, and Sirius got kissed heavily against the door for being a good sport. In fact, this seemed to be Remus's favorite form of reward when Sirius did something in the name of being a good sport. He helped decorate the Hogshead, including a Santa hat on the animal heads, and he got a long kiss that tasted like butterscotch under the mistletoe Aberforth had hung. He helped hang lights on the Potter house and then Remus's cottage, and then his own house had led to a heavy makeout on Remus's couch that ended with Remus tumbling him down. They had rutted heavily for a few moments before they both decided to take a breather. Sirius hadn't fully wanted to, but he was learning from Minerva that he needed to deal with his trauma before jumping back into an intimate relationship. Sirius had asked if that meant he should break up with Remus, because if that were the case, he would have refused and likely just left the office. She explained that no, but he should work on therapy before trying to have sex again. His own issues had hidden and complex triggers. Self-worth and self-esteem should be well established outside of a physical relationship. He had hated it, but silently agreed. He had mentioned this to Remus, who had gotten a smug look on his face. They had agreed that above the belt was fine, but anything else was going to be off the table for a bit. It didn't matter. Remus could drive him mad with kisses just as easily as anything else. It was odd how much it had eased Sirius's nerves. Taking sex off the table had made the whole thing easier. They were sharing a bed most nights, but they were very careful with that as well. This meant they were in full coverage with pajamas and separate showers. Sirius would have taken anything. Being with Remus allowed both of them to get proper sleep again. The easy habit of the days turning to a few short weeks meant it was already scripted that they would go to the Hogshead for breakfast. Sirius noticed Aberforth was in the kitchen, so he moved behind the counter to get the coffee pot. Hagrid tutted at him, but Sirius simply refilled his mug.
Can you at least tie your hair back before you get me in trouble with the health department?
Aberforth chided, stepping back out as Sirius refilled a couple of the other regulars' mugs.
Like you have any room to talk, Ab?
Sirius pointed out and tugged at the long white and gray beard before moving back to the other side of the counter and sitting down gracefully.
You're so rude.
Remus playfully admonished, and Sirius shrugged, adding sugar to his coffee. Aberforth took their orders, or more accurately, double-checked that they wanted the usual, before lumbering back to the kitchen. They chit-chatted with Hagrid until breakfast arrived.
Have you heard the chatter?
Hagrid asked, moving to the other side of Remus so he could add brandy to his coffee without triggering Sirius. Remus didn't look up from carefully cutting up his pancakes, but made a sound to indicate he was listening. Sirius spread jam on his toast and shook his head.
New bird wandered into town last night. Went to Tonksonton.
Hagrid started and Sirius furrowed his brow.
Thought it might have been one of your lot.
Hagrid waved a hand the size of a bin lid at Sirius.
She weren't that tall like you and your brota, and she had really light blonde hair. Saws her walking with Tonks this morning.
I mean, we have the occasional blonde in the family.
Sirius responded, thinking of Narcissa. She and Lucius would make very pretty blonde babies. He also knew a few of their family bleached their hair.
You can't just base your perception of the Black family on my brother and me. If she reached out to Tonks, it's likely she's distantly related.
Or Tonks got a new girlfriend from out of town.
Remus suggested, and Aberforth shook his head.
According to Roz, Tonks and that girl, Rowena, are still dating. Had to be someone else.
Aberforth looked like he was deeply sorry to know this information. Sirius was once again reminded of how deep in each other's business this town was.
Well, as much as I would like to speculate over this girl, I am going to let it alone because I know how it feels to be the one talked about.
Remus politely informed, wiping his mouth with a napkin and giving Sirius a pointed look. Sirius knew he should be sympathetic. He still got the occasional whisper following him.
He's right,
Hagrid commented. Sirius wondered if Hagrid had whispers following him too. He loved this town for many reasons. Other times he did see the problem with everyone knowing everything about everyone. They finished breakfast and made their way to the bookstore.
Are you joining me for lunch?
Remus asked, and Sirius nodded. It would be a very cold day in hell if he didn't join Remus for lunch.
Be nice to this girl, especially if she is an estranged Black.
Remus suggested, seeming to know where Sirius was going as soon as they were done.
I'm always nice.
Sirius protested immediately. Remus gave him a disbelieving look.
You're delusional, my sweet little psychopath.
Remus responded and leaned down to kiss Sirius. It was gentle and sweet before Remus stepped back and unlocked his shop. Sirius made his way to the 3 broomsticks.
Are you here for a wide-eye, or did word already get out?
Tonks asked as soon as Sirius walked in. He could see a girl in the corner staring morosely into a cup.
Hagrid mentioned it. Escape Black.
Sirius whispered gently and Tonks shook her head.
Escaped Malfoy.
Tonks kept her tone low, knowing that the walls had ears, before starting to build the drink for Sirius.
Apparently, when she returned home, her family rejected her. Narcissa managed to get some money and a note to her about my mum and the address. She showed up last night. Poor thing.
Tonks glanced over at the young woman, too. Sirius could see her resemblance to the Malfoy family in her features. Her hair was strawberry blonde from the roots fading into a cotton candy pink. It looked like she had dyed her whole head pink, and now it was growing out and fading. It led to a lovely ombre. She looked so miserable. Sirius took the drink, paid, and made his way over to the girl. He sat across from her and she looked up, her brow crinkled and then smoothed.
Regulus mentioned that he missed you.
She said softly and seemed to realize how weird that was.
I realize that sounds strange. I know your brother from university. I'm Pandora. I tried to talk Regulus into visiting you a few times. He never listened.
He finally listened. He spent a couple of months here.
Sirius mentioned, and she smiled slightly. Her eyes were gray like Sirius's, but watered down.
Good. Like I said, he missed you. And once he got his head screwed on straight, he was actually really upset about how he treated you.
Pandora sipped at the cloudy liquid in her cup. Her sweater was baggy around her and swamped her tiny form.
I heard you had a lot to do with that.
Sirius murmured, rubbing his nose. He glanced around and noticed Lily had come in. That was probably why he was smelling babies. She likely had just finished up with Harry.
When I first met him, I introduced myself to him. I was his student advisor. My job was to basically give him a tour and help him get acclimatized. But he took one look at me and flagged me as an Omega. Then he just started ordering me about. I punched him in the face.
Pandora seemed unaffected. Sirius chortled. That was good.
Well, I am not Regulus, but I've heard stories about you from him, and that was favorable. I also know why people run from our families, so if you need anything, shoot me a call or a text.
Sirius wrote his number on a napkin.
Tonks knows where I live if you want an in-person conversation.
Sirius informed her. She took the napkin from him and nodded.
Thank you,
she murmured. They sat in the quiet for a bit, just sipping their hot beverages. Sirius looked up when Lily sat down. He could smell her scent suppressant, but the baby smell never got stronger. Maybe her scent suppressant was cutting most of it. It didn't smell like the leftover scent of cuddling Harry. It smelled like his mum when she was pregnant with Regulus, and whenever someone was pregnant. His eyes flickered down to Lily's stomach.
This is Lily, your friendly neighborhood stalker.
Sirius teased, smirking. She flicked his ear. Pandora gave a small giggle.
Now, honestly, she's amazing and a great friend. She refused to let me be a hermit when I came here after a hard situation.
Lily smiled at him and flushed slightly.
I'm Pandora. Came to stay with some of my sister-in-law's family while I figure something out.
Pandora answered, extending her hand to Lily. They shook briefly, and Lily picked up her coffee.
It's interesting timing. Regulus went back to London only 2 weeks ago. I know he'll be sorry to have missed you.
Sirius pointed out, and Pandora looked briefly pained.
I don't think so. We didn't leave it on the best of terms. He disagreed with some of my choices.
Pandora was being diplomatic. Sirius didn't want to press her. She didn't know him, and he wasn't entitled to her life story.
Well, for what it's worth, he did mention you often, and any time he did, he seemed like he was still very fond of you.
Sirius answered.
You're sweet. Tonks is calling me over.
She got up and made her way over to the counter. Her sweater was even bigger when she stood up. It was cute on her. Sirius turned to Lily.
Congratulations on the baby.
Sirius commented, picking up his own beverage. Lily set her mug down with a loud click. Her face was not pleased.
Are you saying I look fat, Sirius Black?
Lily's voice held a warning that Sirius should pick his next words very carefully. Sirius's brain immediately spun out as he scrambled to explain.
No fleur-de-lis. I'm simply asking because, well, as an Omega, I'm really attuned to being able to, smell that sort of thing. It's a biological way of one Omega helping another out when it comes to nesting and whatnot, to kind of be in the know of it all.
Sirius was trying to endear her as well as keep her from murdering him.
Thin Ice Black, I am not pregnant. Fuck off.
She replied, crossing her arms defiantly over her chest. Sirius held up his hands in surrender. He could still smell the pregnancy on her, though, so made a mental note to ask James. She might not know yet, so if James brought it up, she would likely not kill him.
Lily is mad at you.
James informed him, opening the door after lunch. Sirius had just left Remus back at the bookstore and was joining James to look after Harry and hang out. Sirius has a feeling they were going to play video games since he didn't like watching sports.
When I was around her this morning, I implied something and she took it the wrong way.
Sirius stepped into the house. Padfoot was let loose and immediately went on the search for the baby. Sirius pulled off his damp boots and handed his jacket to James.
I kind of guessed. She ranted about Sirius Black and saying something stupid. Does he even stop to think about what leaves his mouth? Even if he was right, which he wasn't, but even if he was, what if I didn't know? If I dye his hair pink, you're my alibi.
James quoted as they made their way into the living room. Padfoot was lying next to the swing Harry was napping in.
What did you say?
James settled on the couch and offered Sirius a bowl of chips. Sirius plopped down next to him and took the proffered bowl for the time being.
I might have implied she was pregnant.
Sirius commented, crunching a chip.
Bad move, sugar tits.
James winced. His eyes followed a small figure on the screen. Sirius didn't even try to tune into the game. He didn't like sports. He didn't know any of the rules, nor did he see much difference between the games.
Wait, why do you think she was pregnant?
James turned to look at him.
Omegas can smell pregnancy even on betas. I'm assuming it has something to do with omegas nesting together and helping rear the children while the alphas went off and did the hunting, or whatever the fuck they did in ye olden days.
Sirius waved his hand flippantly. James's brows furrowed, but he didn't seem too perturbed.
Did you smell it on her?
James asked, and Sirius shrugged.
I thought I did. She shut me down, so I'm thinking I was wrong. Could have been that I was smelling the baby on her.
Sirius tipped his head toward Harry. Another alternative was she was ovulating, but Sirius kept that to himself. There was a good chance that James knew Lily's cycle, but if she was keeping it to herself, Sirius had to respect that. He had no right to the information anyway. His nose has already violated her privacy enough.
Is there not a difference between the baby she held and the baby in her body?
James asked, seeming genuinely curious. Sirius was used to this. Not many betas knew how omegas and alphas worked. All they knew was the basic details. Not many knew the changes that would happen to them or the curious way mated omegas could communicate. They didn't know that omegas could smell pregnancy, stress, contentment, heats, and ruts. Alphas could smell changes in their mate, such as pregnancy or heat, but not usually in others.
Usually, which is why I assumed pregnancy. I don't know, Candy Dick, we were in a coffee shop. I could have been smelling someone else, not to mention it's been a minute since I was around a pregnant person. I could have confused the scent.
Sirius pointed out. James nodded slowly and his hazel eyes returned to the television.
Well, it wasn't Lily. She's still breastfeeding the terror. You can't get pregnant while breastfeeding.
James spoke with complete confidence. It was misplaced. Sirius gaped at him. He reminded himself to have a conversation with Lily as well. There was no way they were both that misinformed.
Unless you are using a secondary form of birth control, condoms or hormones, she can still get pregnant if you two are sleeping together.
Sirius watched as James turned back to him.
No, you can't. The hormones or whatever prevent all the ovulation shit.
James sounded so sure of himself.
Trust me, Lily and I have been sleeping together for years.
Trust me, I have the ability to get pregnant. Breastfeeding does prevent ovulation in mammals. In fact, many mammals get pregnant with a new baby while breastfeeding. Most wild animals, dairy cows and the like. Humans can also get pregnant while breastfeeding. You should not be sleeping with Lily without a backup, unless you are trying to give Harry a sibling. Maybe I did smell pregnancy on Lily.
Sirius muttered. He failed to recognize the danger of this comment. James was frowning at him, and Sirius watched as his eyes glazed and he mouthed something. He watched as James pulled out his phone and opened the calendar app, touching each small square as he silently counted.
Fuck you.
James shot at Sirius as his normally tan skin lost its color. It looked slightly ashy now. Chapter 51, Tree Trimming. Sirius snuggled closer to Remus, feeling consciousness pulling at him. He didn't want to wake up yet. He didn't know what time it was, but it felt late. The alarms that pulled Remus away from him every morning hadn't gone off yet. He wanted every blissful minute he could get with Remus. A warm arm dropped over his waist. The bed smelled like home, and he could feel Padfoot and Mooney curled up by their feet. He loved the nights they spent at Remus's place.
Phone is noisy.
Remus murmured sleepily in his ear. Sirius made a noise of dismissiveness.
Ignore it, it's too late for phone calls.
Sirius suggested keeping his eyes firmly shut and testing the physical limits by kissing Remus's collarbone. He heard a sleepy murmur of interest from his bedfellow. The phone fell silent, and Sirius worked his fingers under the soft cotton covering Remus's torso, feeling triumphant. The phone sounded again, and Sirius groaned. Remus gave a low chuckle as Sirius rolled onto his back and picked up his phone. It was 2:12 in the morning, and Lily was calling him. He frowned at the phone and answered the call.
Lil, what's up?
Sirius asked immediately, concerned for Harry or James.
The ice you were standing on just melted. Why the fuck does James think I am pregnant?
Lily's voice held murder in its depths. Sirius sat up in bed, feeling panic run through him. Of course, James had thrown him under the bus. The man was not subtle.
I don't know what you mean, madam.
Sirius answered while cursing James in his mind. He was in so much trouble.
I will cut your hair and end your life in that order.
Lily snapped, and Sirius reached up defensively to touch his hair. Realistically, he knew she couldn't do anything at the moment, but he lived in the same town as her. He wouldn't put it past her to start carrying scissors and a stabby sharp thing, maybe a knife or a sword. Of course, where would she get a sword? It was Lily after all. She could probably get her hands on a sword. Sirius was going to be dead before Christmas.
Well, at least you are going to do the courtesy of killing me after ruining my hair. Oh, sorry, Remus is calling me from the other room. Toodles.
Sirius responded, pulling the phone away from his ear.
Was it?
Remus asked, his voice heavy with sleep as Lily started cursing at him. Sirius hit the end button and started panicking.
I have to move. Like way far away. Maybe Antarctica. I could learn to like penguins. Do you think she could find me in Antarctica?
Sirius asked. Remus blinked at him blearily.
You can't move right now. We have to decorate with the Potters tomorrow.
Remus rolled over.
Go back to sleep, Sirius. It was a nightmare.
Remus's voice was delightful and warm, but Sirius felt like his plight was not being taken seriously. He pouted at Remus's back.
My phone log tells me it was more than a nightmare.
Sirius muttered, and Remus turned back to him and gave him a long, suffering look. He reached forward and caught Sirius around his shoulders. He pulled the man down and loomed over him, pinning Sirius to the bed.
There are some decent-sized caves in the mountains nearby. I will help you find one, and we will change Padfoot's name to Snuffles for his own protection. Now, I have grown accustomed to sleeping throughout the night. Go to sleep.
Remus laid down on top of Sirius. It was remarkably comfortable. Sirius pouted at Remus. His hair and life were on the line. Did the man he loved and who claimed to love him not care about that? Sirius squirmed, attempting to get out from under Remus, as the scent of the man he loved had another unintended side effect. He was getting aroused.
It is 2 a.m,
Remus commented dryly. Sirius gave him an unimpressed look that he didn't see.
You are the one laying on me and smelling like home.
Sirius stated, clearly exasperated. Remus lifted his head and met his eyes. Sirius wiggled his hips again. Remus's lips twitched.
Sweet, sweet boy.
Remus murmured and leaned down to kiss Sirius gently. Sirius met the kiss and returned it enthusiastically. He wiggled happily when a warm hand slid under his shirt and over his chest. He wasn't sure what he would have done if Remus had said no. He had missed the easy intimacy with Remus. He understood why they weren't having sex. He hadn't counted on losing that wonderful touch that made him feel so desired. Those wonderful hands traced over his body as their tongues tangled and heat rose between them. Remus broke the kiss and tugged Sirius's shirt and his own over his head.
I don't want to jump back into everything we were doing before, so behave yourself.
It's cute that you think I have that kind of self-control.
Sirius smirked and got an eyebrow raise. He lifted his hands above his head and sarcastically gripped the slats of the headboard. Remus gave him an unimpressed look, but Sirius gave him a smug smile.
Brat,
Remus commented. He leaned down and kissed Sirius's neck before nuzzling him properly and scent-marking him. Sirius tipped his head. He had missed smelling like Remus, smelling like home.
Missed you smelling like me.
Remus was once again reading minds.
Please don't let me go so long not smelling like you.
Sirius breathed as lips teased over his collarbone, and Remus ran his tongue over a nipple. Sirius shivered his fingers, tightening briefly on the slats. He would have thought this would have made him feel vulnerable or trapped, but the fact that he was doing it under his own steam and could stop whenever helped.
I was worried it would make the whole thing worse.
Remus confessed. His breath was warm on Sirius's skin. Sirius released the slats and ran his fingers through the sandy-colored hair of his boyfriend.
I thought maybe pulling back on all contact would help.
It makes me think you don't want me after I was such a mess. That being that mess made me undesirable, and that you're waiting for me to be more stable before breaking up with me.
Sirius confessed. He hadn't even told Minerva this. He didn't want anyone to know he had that insecurity. It was hard to admit to Remus. Remus pulled back so they could look at each other.
I love you and I want you, Sirius. I promise you that. I just don't want your brain to suffer. I want it to be an amazing experience for both of us.
Remus ran his fingers over Sirius's cheek softly. Sirius gave him a soft smile and gave his hair a gentle tug. They kissed again and Sirius wrapped his legs around Remus's waist. He could feel he was not the only one affected by the whole thing. He rocked against Remus. Their skin was warm against each other. He could feel Remus's chest hair tickle his skin. The friction as they rocked together was lovely. Sirius had missed this with Remus. Even through 2 sets of pajama pants and 2 pairs of boxers, he was delightful. It felt so good. Remus's lips moved to his neck again. He felt Remus suck a mark into his neck as they moved together. He was leaking in his boxers and starting to sweat. The air was heavy around them and smelled like chocolate and coffee. Sirius felt Remus shift onto his knees and move against him with more purpose. The smell of laundry, the forest, and chocolate was heavy in his nose. Every moment set him on fire. His brain was delightfully fuzzy and floaty. He gave a small whimper as his toes curled.
Feels good.
Sirius breathed. He felt his hands being removed from Remus's shoulders and pinned to the bed. Again, he figured this would have made him panic, but he had perfect faith in Remus.
Remember your manners, pup.
Remus warned, and a shiver ran up Sirius's spine. Those green eyes met his silver ones, and he gave Remus an easy sex-drunk smile. He could see the anxiety ease. He never minded getting a bit rough and kinky with Remus. They picked up the pace rocking together. He watched the haze of pleasure washing over Remus's face.
Can I come, love?
Sirius breathed as the coil in his stomach tightened again. Remus groaned and dropped his head to nuzzle at Sirius's neck.
Pretty boy, come for me.
Remus muttered and his teeth scraped over Sirius's neck. Instead of causing a panic, Sirius leaned into it. He groaned, his back arched as he sprayed the inside of his boxers. His fingers dug into his own hands, but his arms stayed relaxed against Remus. He felt Remus's careful bite bruising his neck. It was well away from the scent gland, and Remus was careful not to break the skin. Sirius shuddered against him. He could feel Remus's erection swell, and the other man groaned. Sirius's legs went limp and fell back to the bed. He lay still, catching his breath.
You always make me so messy,
Remus commented, rolling off of Sirius. It was clear he had intended to get up, but Sirius immediately rolled to cuddle him.
Deal with it,
Sirius implored. Remus paused and his hand slid through Sirius's hair, and he relaxed onto the bed.
Thank you.
Should have done that as soon as you were sober. You don't do well on your own. Perhaps you will take better care of yourself when I remind you that you're mine,
Remus commented. His voice was mild and his hands soft, but Sirius felt owned in the best way.
As long as you're mine, I'm okay with this,
Sirius responded. Remus kissed the top of his head.
I was yours the second I saw you in the backyard,
Remus informed him. Sirius snuggled in as peace settled over him. The next morning after breakfast, they made their way to the Potters. Sirius claimed Harry from James almost before he was fully unwrapped from his winter clothes.
Stick with me, little man. Your mum threatened my hair. It's your job to make sure it's still intact this evening.
Sirius placed a kiss on a chubby cheek. Harry babbled at him. As soon as he entered the living room, he wasn't sure Harry would be enough to protect him. Lily's eyes narrowed, but her eyes fell to the baby in Sirius's hands, and she sat back in her chair. Remus went over and hugged her immediately. Sirius didn't. She gave him a tight smile and a finger wave. The awkward moment was skated over as James cut the netting on the tree. Remus and James fluffed the branches while Lily retrieved several boxes of decorations. Sirius kept Harry and Padfoot entertained while she set the boxes out of reach. He handed the baby off to her. She couldn't do anything to him if she was holding the baby. He helped Remus untangle the lights. James and Lily were being gooey, as in James would pretend to be draping garlands over the tree and act shocked when he ended up catching Lily. Lily would giggle, blush, and kiss him before swatting him. Eventually, James got them on the tree and not on his wife. Remus and James also draped lights. Sirius took Harry when Lily went to get more tea and chat with Marlene on the phone really quick. He had the small child help him with ornaments, and by help he meant let Harry reach for one, then he would place it on the tree.
I've never decorated a tree before,
Sirius admitted as he moved around Remus to hang another glittery owl. Harry seemed very fond of them.
I have seen the Black family in the newspaper. Your family was always in front of a Christmas tree this time of year.
Lily responded, stepping back into the room. Sirius immediately swiveled so the baby was between them. She gave him an unimpressed look.
Perfectly curated. Mother would give the servants a schematic and double-check when it was done. Reg and I made ornaments at school one year, just the cute little ones that kids make. We put them on the tree when we got home. Mother threw them at the wall, shattering them.
Sirius commented. Lily frowned as she lifted out a delicate glass sphere. It had a small painted handprint on it, and underneath was Harry's birthday.
I'm sorry you had such a shitty childhood. We'll go shopping for an ornament for you. Special as the first Christmas you spent with family.
Lily handed Sirius the ornament. It made his face feel warm and his eyes sting.
Stop using my son as a shield. I won't harm you or your hair this time. Just keep your nose out. If I am pregnant, James and I will talk about it.
Lily ran a hand over Sirius's hair and over her son's.
Were you using my godson as a shield?
Remus asked as Sirius hung the ornament on the tree with care.
My hair was at stake, Lupin.
Sirius retorted but nuzzled Harry. He glanced over to see Remus staring at him. He would have been nervous that he was about to get scolded until he realized the expression on that familiar face was affection. Remus was seeing him holding a baby and looking like he could get used to the image. Sirius moved over to where he was standing and leaned in to kiss him softly.
I look forward to one day smelling like your babies.
Sirius ruffled Remus's hair and stepped away. He felt like Remus would have replied if not for the arrival of Marlene. She claimed the baby and turned to Sirius.
Is your friend, Editor, going to come around again?
Marlene asked Sirius straight out. Sirius snorted, taking an icicle decoration from James.
Hopefully not. She doesn't like to leave her office in London if she doesn't have to. When she has to chain me to a computer, she gets rather grumpy.
Sirius placed the newest piece. James handed him another and they slowly circled the tree.
Why do you ask?
Sirius turned to Marlene and she huffed.
Because I want her advice on how to publish a book. Why the fuck do you think?
Marlene demanded. Sirius was about to shoot back when Remus cleared his throat. Marlene deflated.
I am sorry I should not have talked to you like that. I wanted to ask her out.
Sirius let his own temper deflate. He appreciated the apology.
She will likely not be returning, and unless you plan on moving to London, I wouldn't recommend pursuing it. She loves the city too much. I'll have to pry her out with a crowbar when she dies.
Sirius turned back to an old joke. She used to say even dead, they would have a hell of time removing her to the cemetery. Marlene considered this for a while, bouncing Harry when he fussed at her.
Why does the cute girl with the corkscrew hair have to be geographically undesirable?
Marlene huffed and Lily grinned at her. She came around and gave Marlene a hug.
You'll find your love one day.
Lily promised as Marlene swatted at her.
I would take someone to have great
She paused and glanced down at Harry.
sex with and who doesn't make me want to rip my ears off after only a few hours. I dated an urban farmer last month. She was so boring. Other than that, you might be wrong. I have dated all the girls around here, even the straight ones and some even twice. She's not here.
Marlene answered. Lily put herself out of range.
There are new girls turning 18 every day.
Lily crackled when Marlene threw a cookie at her. This naturally set Padfoot off, and the barking dog set Harry into fits of giggles.
No throwing food.
James scolded. It was completely ignored.
It's cute how you think we have any power in this situation. We are utterly outshone by our loves.
Remus was looking at Sirius as he spoke, and Sirius flushed happily right before he got a face full of tinsel. Apparently they weren't throwing food anymore. Chapter 52, Spare Room. After the day of tree decorating at the Potters, Sirius and Remus returned to his place.
I think I prefer your house to mine, but I'm waiting on the bed for the spare bedroom, in case any other surprises end up on my doorstep.
Sirius informed Remus as he unlocked the front door and they stepped in.
I don't mind. Making both houses smell like us is just another reason to keep touching and kissing you.
Remus answered as they stepped into the house. Sirius flushed as they unwrapped their winter clothes.
How is it that we have seen each other naked, and I write filth for a living, and somehow the sweet things you say make me red?
Sirius led Remus into the kitchen.
Perhaps because anyone can say dirty things in the heat of the moment. But I mean the sweet things with all my heart.
Remus chuckled when this renewed the red on Sirius's cheeks. Sirius checked on the orchid while preheating the oven. He was just planning on warming up a frozen lasagna from the store. He had just slipped the pan into the oven when there was a loud knock on his door.
Maybe that is the mattress.
Sirius wiped his hands on a towel and stepped to the door. He opened it and felt a sense of déjà vu. There Regulus was, just standing on his doorstep with white snowflakes sprinkled throughout his dark hair and a suitcase.
Gonna invite me in?
Regulus asked in mock sarcasm. Sirius stood aside and Regulus stepped in.
Why is it I get shit when you are the one lacking the manners to properly warn me of your arrival?
Sirius asked as Regulus shed his coat and reached down to pat Padfoot.
Missed you too.
Regulus sniped back and straightened. He pulled Sirius into a hug. It was easier to hug Regulus these days. It wasn't such a foreign exchange between the two. Remus had come out at the sound of another voice.
Sorry about the wine thing. I really thought Dorcas was going to take them back with her. Hello, Remus.
Regulus greeted.
Regulus,
Remus greeted.
welcome back.
Thanks.
Regulus responded with a genuine smile.
I was planning on staying in London until around the 21st, but I had to get out of there. Mulciber and Avery are just not my speed at all anymore.
Sirius raised his eyebrows, but didn't pursue it. He made his way back into the kitchen to add another plate to the setup at the counter.
What happened?
Remus asked, and Regulus sighed, sitting at the counter and taking a soda from Sirius with a word of thanks.
I've known Avery and Mulciber since we were kids. We all grew up together and frequented the same circles. They were a bit more unkind than I like, but I let it go.
Regulus shrugged. He looked down at the counter.
When I went to university and got some sense knocked into me, I pulled even further away, but still didn't cut ties with them. They went too far this time. As of right now, they are sitting in a jail cell.
What happened?
Sirius asked, surprised to hear it. He knew they were bad news, but they came from money. Money bought excuses, cover-ups, and freedom. There was very little that these men could get into that their family wealth couldn't buy them out of.
3 incidents stand out in my mind. One happened before we even reached London. Mulciber made a comment about Sirius that was in poor taste. You could have made a pretty trophy wife if you learned your place. When to shut your mouth and how to open your mouth on your knees.
Regulus admitted, his face heating up with shame. Sirius reached over and smoothed the hand over Remus's shoulder when he noticed the sandy-haired man's fists tightening.
I did tell him to get stuffed. Then a few days later he made a comment about Pandora. He asked if I had boned that little strawberry blonde Omega bitch I was with while in university. Avery followed that with a comment about how she looked like she would squeal real nicely and pretend not to like it. Took everything I had not to hit them and throw up.
Regulus looked like he was recounting something too horrible to even think about.
The final straw came yesterday. We were heading out after a night of just cruising the bars. Fairly unproductive. Mulciber got a drink thrown in his face. Avery got a blowy in the bathroom, and I struck out with a cute beta with a nice bum. We were heading home when we stumbled into a drunk Omega. He was very sweet and very much my type with a lovely Southern American accent. Mulciber and Avery were already working on leading him into the shadows and undressing him. I called the police.
Regulus took a deep, shaking breath. Remus reached over and set his hand on Regulus's shoulder.
You did a good thing.
Remus assured, and Regulus gave him a hesitant smile.
You made a similar choice that I did several years ago. Did you help him get home?
Yes, they sent a couple of knothead alpha cops who wanted to throw him in a heat cage.
Regulus's lip curled, and Sirius felt warmth suffuse him again. His brother's attitude toward the abuse Omegas suffered was delightful. He loved that Regulus's attitude was so caring toward Omegas now.
I stepped up and said no, I would look after him. I think the cops thought I might try to take advantage, but he wasn't fighting me, so he was allowed to go with me. I had to look at his ID because he was screwed out of his mind. He was chatty. We had a whole conversation on the way back to his place. I made sure he had water and the door was locked.
Regulus responded. He looked down at his hands.
If I hadn't been there that night, it would have been Mulciber and Avery against this guy. His ID said he was 19, he's just a kid. 4 years younger than me, and the guys I called my best friends wanted to hurt him because of a quirk of biology. They would have hurt him. How many other Omegas have they left to wake up in the morning with pain and bruising and no idea what happened?
Regulus sounded absolutely wrecked. Remus did something that had Sirius warm all the way through. He moved from his chair and wrapped his arms around Regulus. For his part, the younger black brother tensed slightly before relaxing into Remus's hold. Sirius was surprised when the wall crumbled completely and Remus was subjected to a damp shoulder.
I'm sorry.
Regulus seemed absolutely aghast when he had himself back under control.
It's okay, I can be a tissue for the wayward black brothers.
Remus waved him off. Regulus swallowed and his eyes met Remus's fully unguarded for the first time.
I didn't hit them when they talked about Sirius and Pandora like they were pieces of meat because I remembered how kind you were. I don't want to be the kind of alpha my father is. I don't want to be like Mulciber and Avery. I worked on becoming kinder and more of a person while I was in university, but it wasn't until I met you that I had a full image of what I wanted to be. I did put myself between them and that guy, But I did that for him not because of some macho posturing on my part.
Regulus finally admitted. Sirius noticed Remus look down. He knew Remus often felt shame or guilt for his past, so he likely didn't feel like this was warranted.
Thank you.
Remus answered, his voice steady. Sirius met his eyes and saw the emotions shining there. It was dramatic and intense. He reached across the counter and wound their fingers together. Remus gave his fingers a gentle squeeze. The timer for the lasagna went off at the same time as there was another knock on the door.
That'll be the bed for the spare room. I have to sign for that. Can you get the lasagna?
Sirius asked, passing the oven mitts to Remus with a soft kiss. Regulus watched Sirius exit and turned to Remus.
Thank you for looking after him, after our epic mess up with the wine. I'm glad to know you are honourable enough not to have sex with him when he's drunk.
Regulus was speaking quietly. He knew if Sirius heard this, he would jump to the conclusion of alpha interference and be upset with everyone in the room.
He's important to me, and that means taking care of his brain, heart, and soul before my own physical drive. If he turns out to be too damaged to ever have a normal sex life with me, I will stand by him. He's more important than how we get off.
Remus retrieved the lasagna and set it on the stovetop to rest.
If he had come out as asexual, I would have been okay with that.
Regulus watched him with striking blue eyes. They were direct and cutting.
You're a better man than I think you give yourself credit for. I'm really glad you met my brother and fell for him. He's not an easy man to love.
Regulus decided. Remus gave him a small smile.
I don't think anyone that falls for a black has an easy road. We don't sign up for an easy road. We get the wonderful human beings that escape the abuse and tyranny. We can handle the trauma and damage.
Remus assured Regulus. Sirius had insecurities that would fade with time. Remus just had to be there for him. Regulus, on the other hand, could afford to take Remus at his word. Remus wasn't planning on going anywhere. He loved Sirius, and that was his end game. Sirius felt a bit tired the next morning. He hadn't slept much the night before. He'd been putting together the bed, catching up with Regulus, and then helping Remus wind down. So he skipped writing completely and simply took Regulus to the 3 broomsticks. He didn't mention Pandora. She spent most of her time there with Tonks. They stepped in and stepped up to the counter to order. Regulus had just given Tonks his order when his eyes slid over her shoulder and to Pandora sitting in the corner.
Excuse me.
He responded absently and walked away, leaving Sirius to pick up the tab. He had known he was going to lose Regulus as soon as they walked in.
He's back in time for Christmas.
Tonks cheered as she steamed the milk for the drinks. Her tinsel hairband was a bit lopsided, but lovely all the same.
I hoped he would be. I would like to have some happy holiday memories with him.
Sirius gushed back. He adored Tonks. Nothing seemed to get her down. She was a shot of happiness on days when he was mentally worn out.
Pandora mentioned Regulus. I figured it was your Regulus.
Tonks glanced over at the corner where the two were sitting. Pandora was more relaxed and open than Sirius had seen her so far.
He's not mine. He's hers. I'm the interloper.
Sirius commented. They both glanced over now. It was clear to see that he was right. This Regulus was bright-eyed and happy, very attentive. He very clearly gave his soul to the woman across from him.
I give it 2 weeks before they are together.
Tonks hesitated.
I would take that bet, but you're going to lose. She's got something going on.
Tonks was not going to spill what she knew, but it was clear she knew something. She passed Sirius 3 mugs. One was full of the cloudy herbal tea that Pandora seemed to favor. He carried them over to the table. He set the 2 in front of Regulus and Pandora.
I'm going to take off. No, you stay and catch up. I'm going to go harass Remus for a bit.
Sirius waved Regulus down when he made to stand. He wasn't going to crash the party. Those 2 had a lot to catch up on. Sirius wrinkled his nose as he caught the smell of pregnancy again. Maybe it was just this corner or one of the drinks. He gave Pandora a friendly wave and made his way out of the shop. Pandora watched him leave.
He was very sweet to me, seemed to know me, so I hope that meant you 2 were at least talking.
Pandora commented, turning back to Regulus.
I finally pulled my head all the way out of my ass.
Regulus responded, admiring the features he'd missed. She smiled at this analogy. She had constantly been telling Regulus to get his shit together and go talk to his brother.
Where is Zeno?
Regulus asked with no real interest. Xenophilius Lovegood had gotten his hooks into Pandora in her senior year of pre-med. He had hated him. She cleared her throat and looked down at the table.
It didn't work out.
She muttered, tracing the wood grain. She didn't look like she wanted to talk about it.
I'm sorry.
Regulus offered. She looked up at him, slightly surprised.
Why are you sorry? You never liked him.
Pandora responded, her bright blue eyes intent on his face. She was always sharp as a tack. Regulus had always adored talking to her. She was interesting and amusing.
I'm sorry because my friend is hurting.
Regulus answered, offering her a hand over the table. She hesitantly took it.
So, what brought you to Hogsmeade?
He asked curiously. Pandora was the studious type. She was not the type to just leave her education behind. She had chastised Regulus for wanting to take a gap year.
After things fell apart with Zeno, I just needed some time.
She answered. Regulus could sense she was holding something back.
I went home, but my family obviously wasn't pleased. You know how they are. Sissy actually helped me, gave me Andromeda's address and such. She's a saint. I showed up on their doorstep with just a bag and pregnant, and they let me in.
She froze at the sharp intake of breath. Pandora played back the conversation and winced.
Right. And now, you're never going to speak to me again.
She whispered, pulling her hand back before Regulus could rob her of that comfort. She wrapped it back around the warm mug.
Why would I not speak to you anymore?
Regulus leaned forward and cupped her hands around the mug.
I let myself get knocked up by a guy you warned me was an asshole from the start.
Pandora, annoyed, felt tears sting her eyes. She spent so much time crying these days. It was the baby and everything. She was so emotionally fragile, and now she was going to lose her best friend. Regulus frowned at her.
You didn't let yourself get knocked up. Shit happens. We're adults having sex, and sometimes that can mean there's a baby on the way. I'm just glad you are safe and have supportive people around you. I would like to be one of them, if you would let me.
Regulus wanted to be there for his friend. He had missed her so much. She looked up and gave him a watery smile.
You are an amazing person, Reggie. I would be thrilled to have you around.
She took his hand again. Right now, she was going on faith. She would have to see what the future brought. As much as she wanted Regulus around, she knew it could become too much at any moment. He also had things to get back to. He might be around for the pregnancy, but she highly doubted he would be around for the kid.
So what's up on your agenda?
Regulus asked. Pandora moved to the other side of the booth to sit with him. She pulled a newspaper and a map out of her bag. On the map, she had several circles, some in purple and some in blue.
Well, I don't want to be a freeloader, so I need a job and a place to live. I was going to hit a few places today that claim they needed help. It's all word of mouth here.
She grumbled. Regulus agreed with her.
Aberforth said he needs more help in the morning, so I was thinking there. Remus also says he needs more help with the weekend crowds. Unfortunately, both of those are part-time. I was also thinking of being a receptionist at the clinic. Poppy said she would be willing to help me get the required credits to fill out my degree, and I could do my internship and residency there. I'm honestly tempted. I want to show my baby that no matter what curveballs we have, Omegas can do anything.
Regulus smiled happily at her.
There's that fire. What about a place to live?
Regulus asked, and she flipped open the newspaper.
There are a few 2-bedroom apartments and some small houses for rent.
She pointed to the ads she had circled in the paper and to the corresponding blue circle on her town map. Regulus admired how organized she was. They spent a while covering various things, and Tonks dropped off more coffee and tea regularly. Regulus really had missed her. Chapter 53, Christmas Tree Lot. Sirius let himself into the shop that night with Padfoot and Regulus in tow.
Why did you want me to bring him? If you're into the whole fucking two brothers thing, I have to tell you now that is never going to happen.
Sirius warned him. Remus might have been about to kiss him, but pulled back and made a face.
You.
Remus remarked at almost the same time as Regulus made a retching sound behind them.
I was planning something sweet. Now I am thinking I need to take you in for an emergency session with Minerva.
Hush up, you.
Sirius smirked, rolling his eyes before pulling Remus in for a kiss. The taller man melted as soon as their lips touched, and wonderfully warm tan hands tangled in his hair.
What's the plan tonight?
Remus shook his head fondly and ran his finger over Sirius's nose.
It's a surprise. Help me close up.
The request was sweet, and Sirius nodded. He took over sweeping while Remus did some paperwork. Regulus was helpful only in the sense that he kept rolling balled-up paper for Padfoot to chase. They bundled up, and Remus locked up the shop. He took Sirius's hand as they headed into town proper.
Be warned, your biggest fan might be in here.
Remus informed Sirius as they stepped into a shop called the Magical Menagerie. It was warm, cozy, and slightly cluttered. Like most shops in town, a large bell over the entrance signaled their arrival. The shelves were crowded with little porcelain figurines, some tiny, some huge, all insanely detailed and intricate. They were all different kinds of fantastical creatures. There were tiny little elves crowded together with little toadstool bases, all the way up to a dragon the size of a small child breathing a column of fire as long as Sirius's forearms. It was so realistic, he could almost feel the heat. There was a large phoenix with its huge wings off to the side, so it didn't get bumped. Past the thousands of figures, some of which Sirius couldn't name, was a Christmas section. It was sparkly and smelled of cinnamon, ginger, and evergreen. Sirius followed Remus back, and while they looked through the ornaments, they lost Regulus to the knick-knack section. Sirius poked through the ornaments, dismissing one after the other. None really felt like him. He was about to give up when he saw an ornament filled with a snow globe scene, a tiny recreation of Hogsmeade covered in glitter and submerged. So when it was shaken, the glitter fell over the tiny village. All the details were perfect.
This one to represent my new home, and the people in it helping me heal.
Sirius picked up the ornament. It was a little heavy, but it was beautiful. Remus examined it and smiled.
It's perfect.
Remus agreed and kissed him softly.
Do you want Alice to paint your name or something on it?
Sirius considered it and nodded. They made their way to the back of the store. Sirius had met Alice once before. He knew she was the daughter-in-law of Augusta Longbottom. Ah, that's why he had been warned. The Longbottoms owned the store.
Hello, Remus. Sirius. Lovely to see you tonight.
She set aside one of the delicate figurines, giving them a bright, friendly smile.
Hi, Alice. We're here buying Sirius a special ornament.
Remus answered, and her smile brightened as Sirius showed her the globe.
I made that one just a few days ago. I thought no one would want something so heavy. I was going to turn it into a proper snow globe. I am glad I waited.
She tittered happily.
Do you think you could paint the year on it for me?
Sirius requested, holding on to the ornament tightly. She nodded and wiped the color off of her hands and took the orb from him. She picked up a brush of silver paint and carefully painted 2022 on the glass.
How's that, honey? Giselle?
She asked, offering it to Sirius. He gave her approval and she picked up a small hairdryer to blow the paint dry. She then packed it into a small white box lined with tissue paper.
Frank will check you out up front.
Frank sent me back saying Alice could turn anything into an ornament for me.
Regulus suddenly appeared as Sirius took the box with a word of thanks.
Within reason. He really needs to add that qualifier. Someone wanted me to mount the 3-foot dragon onto an ornament string. It took forever to explain why that wouldn't work.
Alice informed them with a roll of her eyes.
Reg tends to be a little bit more reasonable. Regulus, this is Alice. Alice, my brother Regulus.
Sirius made the introductions and they politely shook hands.
Pandora mentioned a Regulus when she was in here with Tonks earlier. Those two are going to clear out my unicorn section, I swear.
Alice bemoaned, but her smile said she didn't mind at all.
I saw this and loved it.
Regulus answered, holding up a small green and silver dragon. Alice smiled and took it from him.
It will only take a moment.
She answered.
Go check out with Frank while I do this.
She handed Regulus a charge sheet, and they made their way up to the front. Sirius flushed when Remus insisted on buying his and Regulus's ornaments. Regulus thanked Remus before being distracted by a tray of rings that reflected the lights. Sirius followed Regulus out of curiosity. It was clear the rings were also specially made. The intricate designs matched the rest of the shop. Regulus reached for a ring near the back. It was a small silver ring cut into the silhouette of a unicorn.
I think that'll fit Pandora, but if it doesn't, you can come back and get it resized for free.
Frank offered with a knowing smile as Regulus paid for the ring with no hesitation, watching as it was packaged in a soft velvet box.
Thank you.
Regulus didn't flush or shy away. Instead, he just tucked the soft velvet box into his pocket. Sirius thought about giving him shit, but Regulus seemed to really like Pandora. Sirius wanted him to do what made him happy. If Pandora made him happy, Sirius would learn to live with the fact that she was a Malfoy. He couldn't quite shut himself up, though.
Aside from the complete scandal, if you married Pandora, you would be making an acceptable marriage by our parents' standards.
Sirius nudged Regulus's shoulder and actually got a small smile out of Regulus.
One of us has to be acceptable. We can't all find a sweet alpha with a Welsh accent.
Regulus answered. Sirius didn't find the need to retort all that important. His sweet alpha with the Welsh accent wrapped an arm around his waist and kissed his temple while Regulus retrieved his dragon. They left a 20 in the tip jar on the way out.
Home or to the potters to hang these?
Sirius asked, holding up the small white boxes. Remus shook his head at Sirius. He ducked into the 3 broomsticks, grabbing 4 hot chocolates. Considering Tonks usually closed at 6, this was obviously planned, as was the other person joining them. Pandora blushed prettily as she came around to see them waiting.
Sorry I was late. Tonks and I had to find a pair of snow boots to fit me.
Pandora took the hot chocolate happily and looped her arm with Regulus's.
Thanks for inviting me.
She smiled, looking up at Remus.
No one should be left out during the holidays, and any friend of Regulus's is all right in my book, except for the ones his brother tells me are bad.
Remus answered.
Do you know what we're doing?
Sirius asked as Remus led them further from the city center. He sipped the hot chocolate. It was lovely. Pandora shook her head.
Nope, he just invited me to join you this evening.
She shook her head, sipping on her own hot cocoa. Sirius shot Remus a look and a fond smile. Remus seemed determined to make sure all wayward children of prominent families had a wonderful Christmas.
Thank you for letting me use your printer, by the way. Poppy will have me start working at the clinic after New Year's.
She came by the shop this afternoon to see what I sold and such. She mentioned she was looking for a library so she could print her resume. I offered her my printer.
Remus answered the confused looks Regulus and Sirius were giving him.
He's a lifesaver, I swear. Honestly, Sirius, you snagged a good one.
Pandora assured him, and Sirius smiled at the sweet girl.
I know, he reminds me of that often.
Sirius looked up at Remus with goo-goo eyes.
I didn't do anything altogether impressive. Now stop looking at me like that, or I can't be held responsible for my actions.
Remus playfully threatened. Sirius considered continuing, but he didn't want to subject his brother and Pandora to his and Remus's PDA. He looked down at their joined hands instead. They finally reached the edge of town. Usually it was just a field, but now there was a small section blocked off with an orange safety fence and covered in trees. It took a moment for Sirius to understand what was going on. Remus had brought them to shop for a Christmas tree. Sirius was surprisingly touched. He pulled Remus to a stop as Pandora and Regulus immediately made their way into the cordoned-off area. Their happy voices carried over the snow.
You okay?
I've always wanted a tree that I picked out with someone I cared about to decorate. Thank you.
Sirius threw his arms around Remus, who grunted at the force of the hug but stayed upright and hugged Sirius just as tightly. He pulled back and Remus removed a glove before running his thumb over Sirius's cheek.
I want us to do all the cheesy Christmassy things together, from tree trimming to Christmas do. I love you.
Remus sounded sweet and wonderful all at once. Sirius leaned in and kissed him. He tasted like chocolate, and the cold air around them made the kiss more pleasant.
I love you so much.
Sirius responded. Remus's hand traced his ear through his hat. They made their way into the aisles of trees.
So how do we pick a good tree?
Sirius asked eagerly. Remus gave him a bright smile.
First thing you do is check the color.
Remus pulled out his phone and shone the flashlight at the tree. It was bright green.
Then you give it a firm shake.
Remus reached up and shook the tree and immediately shook his head.
It's dry, so it will turn brown in 2 days.
Remus nodded to the number of needles that had fallen. He walked to the next tree and had Sirius check it. They moved through several trees before one didn't drop a lot of needles and was a good color. Remus went to the vendor and gave him the tag from the tree.
Let's go check on Regulus and Pandora,
Remus suggested. Sirius nodded and they picked their way through the trees. Regulus was shaking trees while Pandora teased him.
Siri, hey, you guys are planning on taking your tree to Remus's, right? Because I am totally stealing your living room. Pandora hasn't ever had a proper tree either. Seriously, it's like blue blood parents just exist to suck all the joy out of life.
Regulus was bright-eyed, his cheeks and nose red with the cold.
We can take it to my place.
Remus agreed easily when Sirius looked over at him.
I have to go make a call. I'll be right back.
Remus touched Sirius's shoulder lightly and stepped away. Sirius walked with the younger two, letting their happy banter wash over him. He slipped on a bit of ice and righted himself. He noticed Pandora slip on the same ice, and he caught her arm, pulling her closer so she was off the ice. The wind stirred her hair, and Sirius smelled the scent of pregnancy on her. She saw the realization on his face and straightened.
Don't tell anyone, please. Tonks and her family know, because they're housing me, and Reg knows, because he's my best friend. I don't want the rest of the town to know right now.
Her voice was a whisper that Sirius struggled to hear over the wind.
I'm happy to keep your private life private, as a person whose private life has been aired through town, so I will keep your secret with one exception. I don't want to keep any secrets from Remus.
Sirius murmured back, helping Pandora keep her feet under her until they were off the ice. She sighed and nodded her understanding. Sirius was grateful. He didn't want to blow her secrets, but he also didn't want to ever lie to Remus. They made their way through the next row of trees. Regulus found one that they both liked and took the tag to the vendor. Remus rejoined them as the two trees were paid for and hauled to the front.
How are we going to get these home?
Sirius asked, looking at the two trees. Both were taller than Remus and heavy. The walk back would be impossible.
I recruited help.
Remus waved and bright headlights swept over them. James jumped out of a large truck.
Sorry, we didn't anticipate having to pick up 2 sets of decorations, and then Lily went overboard.
James clapped Regulus on the shoulder but gave Sirius a proper hug.
Oi, I can hear you and haven't ruled out killing you yet.
Lily snapped, climbing out as well. She had Harry wrapped up against her chest. James held up his hands in surrender.
The Black brothers went off script.
Remus pointed out, giving the redhead a gentle hug and James as well.
You should have expected that Remus.
Lily pointed out, hugging Sirius. They loaded the 2 large trees onto the flatbed. Pandora and Sirius were told to wait in the warm cab. Pandora simply crossed her arms and looked at Regulus with an unimpressed expression until he corrected himself and apologized. Sirius kicked up an even bigger fuss, pointing out that Lily with the baby was more in need of the warmth, and he wasn't a delicate flower. He refused to be placated until Remus had properly apologized. Pandora was still a little frosty over the whole thing and opted to sit next to Sirius instead of Regulus on the way home. They pulled up to Sirius's place first. Pandora was about to hop in the bed to help unload the tree, but Sirius stopped her.
As much as you don't want to admit it, you shouldn't be handling something so heavy right this moment.
Sirius muttered and gave her a significant look. A simple hand brush over her belly told Sirius she was thinking in the same direction. She sighed and let the men unload the tree. She scowled the whole time. Instead, Sirius and Pandora helped Lily carry in the decorations and the cookies James had baked. Regulus was building up the fire, and Sirius set about making more hot chocolate, while Remus and James got the tree set up.
Lily, love, did you steal my spare key?
Sirius asked as he moved the water pot for the tree, wrapping it with foil to keep Padfoot from going near it.
No, I asked Remus too. We were going to surprise you with a tree when Remus pointed out that you would likely lose your shit, especially since tree hunting is something most of us enjoyed as kids.
Lily took the hot chocolate with a word of thanks.
Well, you are right, I would have.
Sirius puffed up slightly, and Remus came over and kissed his head.
Here, you can have it back. I wasn't planning on keeping it.
Remus assured him, offering back the key. Sirius noticed it was on the simple plastic tag it had come with. Remus hadn't even added it to his key ring. Sirius figured he should be upset that Remus had taken the key, but the sweetness behind it had him relaxing.
Keep it. I don't mind you having access to my space. You'll have to take me to get a copy because Reg has one, but I would like to offer one to Pandora.
Sirius answered. Remus gave him a sweet smile and pocketed the key. Pandora flushed as she undid the twist ties, keeping the lights tied to the package.
Oh, thank you.
She answered sweetly and finally handed over the package to James when it defeated her. He cut the lights free and handed it back to her, obviously not wanting to imply she wasn't up to the task. She smiled gratefully and stood to start draping the tree. The decorating went easily enough. It was like a Christmas movie. The fire crackled merrily, and the hot chocolate and cookies kept flowing as the tree was decorated. Most of the decorations were from a store and not very personalized, but Lily pointed out they could be a placeholder. As they added more of their own ornaments, they could cycle out the impersonal ones. He was content as they did this. He was so glad Remus had pulled this together. It was so far his best Christmas ever. Chapter 54, O Tannenbaum. As Remus moved about the attic, Sirius was curled up on the squashy chair. Everyone else was in their various homes. Regulus was with Pandora and would walk her home. Lily and James had gone home right after dropping off the second tree at Remus's. Now Sirius was sitting in the chair, looking at the naked tree. Lily had provided more decorations, but Remus swore he had some in the attic.
I would love for you to help me, but it's dark, dusty, and small. I will be worried about you getting hurt. Please stay down here and relax while I see what I can dig up.
Remus had requested. It was only because Sirius didn't want to crawl around a dark and dirty space that would make him claustrophobic. It wasn't because Remus was so sweet, Sirius told himself. He pet Mooney and covered the water pot in tinfoil when she sniffed at it, interested. Christmas tree water was deadly to pets and humans if he were to believe what the others told him. Remus eventually returned with a box that was covered in a fine layer of dust. Sirius frowned.
Is this another box of secrets?
He asked warily as Remus set it down. It was bigger than the box with the medals, but had the same coating of dust.
You know more of my secrets than anyone, even my parents and James,
Remus assured him.
This is a box of memories, mostly pleasant. I haven't really used it. I always went over to the Potters and helped them decorate. There was no reason to decorate this space when I was usually over there anyway.
The spirit of Christmas didn't decorate his own home. Remus John Lupin, have you been misleading me?
Sirius pretended to be affronted and shocked. He giggled when Remus loomed over the chair and captured his lips in a kiss.
You're a good reason to decorate this space, because unless you want to listen to Regulus and Pandora's banter, I have a feeling you'll be spending a lot of time here.
Remus suggested. Sirius nodded happily.
Oh, definitely.
Sirius answered, looping arms and legs around Remus. He managed to pull him down onto the chair.
I plan on making the whole place smell like me so you crave me when I'm not around.
Sirius knew he should feel weird about provoking and teasing Remus. Honestly, though, Minerva was already unwiring his hardwired triggers. Nothing about Remus scared him anymore, not even the knot, mostly because he knew Remus would never force that on him. Laying underneath Remus on the chair was lovely. That strong body was pressed against his, and his lovely smell washed over Sirius, mixing with his own.
I already crave you all the time. Makes me crazy when you're out of my sight. Makes me crazy when you smell like me, and then throw something in my face like tonight, when I told you to get in the cab of the truck.
Remus informed Sirius. He saw Sirius's smile falter just slightly.
I'm working on it, I promise. I am glad you spoke up and told me I was being unkind. My hormones are still very real, and they try to overrule my brain. Honestly, having you and Pandora around will help. You're both very opinionated,
Remus supplied. Sirius raised an eyebrow at him.
That sounds like a nice way of saying rude.
Sirius informed him, and Remus shrugged, laughing when Sirius shoved his shoulder.
You're a jerk.
Remus rolled off of him and picked up the package of lights. Together, they hung the lights and garlands before Remus moved over to the box and opened the lid. He picked up a smaller box inside and opened it.
Ma'am gave this to me when I left home. Told me it would bring me luck and safety.
Remus offered the box to Sirius.
It's been in her family for generations. It's usually passed to daughters, but I was their only kid.
Sirius ran his fingers over the delicate glass shape. It looked like a Celtic knot. It was also not a Christmas decoration. It looked far too heavy for the tree. He realized it was the type of thing to be placed on a shelf or on a bedside table with a light under it.
I'm planning on passing it to our daughter.
Sirius looked up at him. Yes, he had mentioned smelling like Remus's babies, and meant it, but he hadn't expected Remus to be so blunt about it. He should have. Remus wasn't one to mince words or desires.
That's sweet,
Sirius answered, tracing over the intricate design one last time before handing it back to Remus. Remus went back to digging through the box. It was quickly sorted into two piles, Christmas and Knot. Knot was stacked neatly back into the box to be dealt with later. Sirius was curious about the knot, but figured he would know eventually. Remus unwrapped several ornaments painted clumsily with years underneath. School-mandated assignments, it seemed. Remus handed most of them to Sirius to put on the tree. They were cute. There were also several that his parents had bought him, both when he was at home and after. Once all of the customized decorations were up, Sirius added his own ornament. It was a bit heavy, but they hung it on a sturdy branch and supported it from underneath with another branch.
You've decorated 3 trees this year. Has it made up for your childhood?
Remus asked, wrapping his arms around Sirius from behind and resting his chin on Sirius's shoulder.
Nope, that is going to take my whole life.
Sirius replied. Remus hummed contemplatively.
Can you manage that?
Sirius asked, looking back at Remus. Remus gave him a fond smile.
If it means I get to keep you Sirius, I will decorate as many trees as you want.
Remus answered and leaned down to kiss him. The kiss was soft, as were the hands that slid under his shirt. Sirius turned in Remus's hold to kiss him with more purpose. His own hands slid under his boyfriend's shirt and pushed it off his body. Remus peeled off Sirius's shirt. He didn't return to kissing him, however. He started pressing gentle kisses into Sirius's skin, under his jaw and over his collarbones. Sirius tipped his head, allowing Remus free access. He grinned when Remus walked him back to the chair and covered his body with his own. Sirius stayed completely mellow under Remus. Those wonderful lips and that talented tongue traced over his body and had him aching for more. He canted his hips up against Remus and could feel he was hard too. Remus ground his hips down and Sirius's nails dug into his shoulders.
Fuck Remus,
he breathed. Remus grinned against the heated skin and undid the zipper and button of Sirius's trousers. Sirius cooperated with their removal and lounged naked in front of Remus. He enjoyed those peridot eyes tracing over his thin form. Remus sank to his knees on the floor, hooked his arms around Sirius, and pulled him to the edge of the chair. Sirius's breathless giggle turned to a moan when a rough tongue flickered over his balls and down his damp crease. He had forgotten that Remus actually enjoyed his taste. His breath came heavier as Remus traced his tongue over Sirius's entrance. He reached down to take his own cock in hand, but Remus swatted his hand away.
Under normal circumstances, you're free to do with your arousal as you please, but right now, that is mine.
Remus's voice was dark. It didn't make Sirius scared. It made him excited. He saw a warm smile curve that mouth as he held his hands up in surrender.
If you would like me to surrender to you in bed, I can do that. All you had to do was ask.
Sirius commented. He trusted that Remus would never cross his limits or stop if Sirius asked. Surrendering himself to the gentle, caring way Remus dominated him in bed sounded wonderful.
I trust you to look after me.
I'll work hard to be worthy of that trust, as long as you promise to tell me if I get too pushy.
Remus responded, and Sirius nodded. He reached down and threaded his fingers with Remus's. He got a gentle finger squeeze before Remus leaned back down, and then that tongue was back against that sensitive place. Sirius closed his eyes, allowing the sensations to wash over him. He felt his legs being shifted until they were resting over Remus's shoulders so he could bury his tongue in Sirius. That tongue traced, teased, and pressed into his body. He shuddered, moaned, and fell apart against that wonderful warm mouth. His cock was twitching and leaking profusely as he lay there and let Remus pull him apart. His skin was hot, and he could feel slick and sweat running down his thighs and onto the chair.
God, Remus, your mouth.
Sirius arched into Remus's mouth. His free hand tangled in the sandy hair. Remus, for his part, took it in stride. He continued to drag his tongue over Sirius's crease.
Gonna come for me, untouched pretty boy?
Remus's hot breath washed over his heavy cock. Sirius groaned. It was a distinct possibility. Remus was hitting all the right buttons.
So good, don't stop.
Sirius forced out. Remus gave him an affectionate smile and returned to eating Sirius out like he was the most delicious thing in the world. Sirius felt each pass of the tongue eroding his mind. God, he was going to burst into flames. He whimpered as sweat beaded on his face. When Remus fondled his balls at the same time as he pressed his tongue past that ring of muscles, Sirius couldn't help it. He groaned loudly as he spurted without a single touch. White ropes landed over his stomach and chest as his cock twitched. Every cell was on fire in the best way. Sirius never wanted it to end, but oversensitivity washed over him, and without being told, Remus automatically shifted away. Sirius felt a cool cloth rub over his entrance and thighs soothingly. He realized Remus was cleaning him up because Sirius had shown his discomfort with copious slick before. Warmth filled his whole body at the feeling. Remus had proved over and over that he didn't mind anything that came with Sirius being an Omega. He was handling something that made Sirius uncomfortable. Remus opened his arms for a snuggle, but Sirius had other plans. He refused to let nerves overwhelm him as he moved to the floor. He sat up and undid the fly and button on Remus's trousers, easing them down. He swallowed carefully as Remus's cock sprang free. He wasn't concerned about blowing Remus. It was the position that was causing him to pause. Last time he had taken a position on his knees, he'd ended up with a knot locked behind his teeth. He trusted Remus not to do that to him. He pulled the pants off completely and cast them toward his pile of clothes. His hesitation had not gone unnoticed.
Sirius.
Remus's voice was warm but cautious.
Hush, I want to do this, trust me.
Sirius looked up at Remus. A gentle hand cupped his cheek while his face was examined by those bright eyes.
I do trust you. Carry on.
Remus allowed. Sirius stuck his tongue out like a child and turned back to the task at hand. He adjusted on his knees until he was comfortable and took Remus in hand. He lowered his mouth over Remus's cock, taking in the large organ slowly. He stopped when it hit the back of his mouth. Remus was always going to be a challenge for him. Thankfully, it was a challenge he could take at his own pace. He used his hand to stroke the part he couldn't fit in his mouth and worked to set up a pace. Sirius loved how clean Remus smelled and tasted. It was a contrast to his ex, who had always tasted and smelled off. He continued to work over the large appendage. His jaw ached, but he felt so cherished and wanted that it didn't matter. Every low rumble he got from Remus felt like a reward and encouraged him to keep going. He could feel the tension as Remus kept himself still for Sirius to work. It wasn't long until his thighs trembled.
Siri love gonna come?
He groaned. Sirius briefly considered pulling back, but kept going. A moment later, Remus was spilling down his throat. Sirius swallowed as much as he could and pulled back. He was almost immediately hauled into Remus's lap, where he was kissed as though he was air, and Remus was drowning.
Has anyone ever told you you're brilliant?
Remus muttered.
Lots of people. You were the first person to make me believe it.
Sirius answered, a warm shiver running up his spine as those careful fingers traced over his ear.
I love you.
Love you?
Remus responded. It was nice having Regulus around, and he pulled Pandora out of her shell. Soon Sirius could see why she had been so popular in school. She was bright, funny, and spunky. She didn't let Remus and Regulus get away with any sort of pushy alpha behavior. Sirius spent some of his time writing and some of his time Christmas shopping. He also made it a point to spend at least 20 minutes a day journaling and didn't miss a single therapy appointment. He had one of the 23rd, and Minerva informed him it would be the last one of the year. She and Poppy were going to take the rest of the year. Poppy would be on call for emergencies, obviously.
You've made amazing progress so far, Sirius. Make sure you give yourself credit and praise. That's important. You need to believe in yourself to heal properly,
she reminded him. Sirius knew a big part of the healing process was recovering his self-esteem, and he knew it was one of his big struggles. He wanted to make a snarky comment, but as he so often found with Minerva, he couldn't. He made his way to the shop. He had found spending time with Remus after baring his soul to Minerva helped with the raw nerves. The shop was closed for lunch. Sirius let himself in. Remus had 2 bowls of soup sitting there and immediately gave his full attention to Sirius. Sirius buried himself in that warm hold. He loved the progress he was making, but it was painful and left his soul feeling raw and exposed every time. He hoped it would get easier. Instead, it seemed to get harder as they dug into each wound he had acquired growing up, both physical and mental.
We talked about my father today.
Sirius finally forced out. Remus didn't respond. He always let Sirius talk without interference.
I thought I was going to throw up. I thought she was going to throw up.
Remus traced soft touches over Sirius's back and shoulders. Sirius relaxed in his hold, breathing in the comforting scent of laundry and pine. He pulled back and gave Remus a grateful smile. They shared a gentle kiss, and Remus insisted Sirius eat some of the soup.
So I am closing the shop until the 27th.
Does everything close on Christmas?
Sirius asked, and Remus nodded.
Basically, the church does a midnight service, and sometimes Aberforth will do afternoon tea at the Hogshead, but mostly it's just stay home with your family.
Remus shrugged, stacking the paper bowls and tossing them. Sirius helped himself to a little gingerbread person and settled in his familiar spot of sorting out the used books.
So basically, I have 4 whole days of you to myself.
Sirius asked, sounding like he was making dark plans.
You absolutely do not. I have to go watch Harry eat wrapping paper, and Lily would be devastated if you weren't there. Then I get to watch my boyfriend and his brother experience the joy of Christmas at your house with Pandora and Regulus. We can spend Christmas afternoon and Boxing Day together.
Only Christmas afternoon and Boxing Day.
Sirius pouted. Remus laughed lightly.
You can come over on Christmas Eve as well. I have some presents to wrap, but I'm sure I can do that while you snore away happily in my bed.
I don't snore.
Sirius pouted.
Oh yes, I must confuse you with the buzzsaw I bring to bed every night. You do snore, and it's adorable. We'll have to get you assessed for sleep apnea at some point, but for now, it's cute.
Remus replied. Sirius scowled and got a comical look in return.
You are welcome to every moment of my spare time, so long as you don't mind sharing it with others I have come to care about.
The sweet words had Sirius melting.
How could I mind? There are worse things you could be doing, and it sounds like I get to come with.
Sirius let his dramatics drop and went back to sorting the books. The quiet that existed felt comfortable and companionable. The lines were steady when Remus opened back up. Everyone was buying last-minute Christmas gifts. Sirius just let the familiar sounds of the register and the bell over the door soothe the last of his frazzled nerves. Chapter 55, Coffee Shop. Christmas Eve was blessedly uneventful. They all shared a lovely meal at the Hogsheade. Aberforth had made a huge batch of eggnog that everyone but Sirius and Pandora had enjoyed, though he had made a smaller batch of non-alcoholic eggnog for them, which was delicious. Sirius got snogged under the mistletoe by Remus and then by Lily. He got front row seats to his brother, plucking up the courage and kissing Pandora. She flushed a pretty pink color even as she cast her arms around him and kissed him with more passion and intent. He met Tonks's eyes across the room, and she tipped her glass to him, acknowledging that he had been right. 2 weeks. They made it back to Remus's around 1 in the morning.
Hold on, I want to give you one present tonight.
Remus stopped him from going upstairs. He picked up a small box from the table by the door and handed it to Sirius. Sirius undid the small red bow wrapped around the white box and lifted off the lid. Inside were 2 silver house keys. One had a green cover and the other had a yellow cover.
The green one is my house key, and the yellow one is for the store. I want you to have access to my spaces.
Remus informed him. Sirius felt his eyes misting over. He had shared a place with his ex, but he'd never been given access to his flat before they moved in together. They hadn't talked about Remus making space for him in the dresser in the bathroom, or about the fact that his favorite pillow had migrated here. They didn't talk about the fact that Padfoot considered this home. Still, Remus had done something that made Sirius's eyes sting. He had given him unrestricted access to a place he considered home and safe.
Thank you. You don't know what this means to me.
Sirius wrapped his arms around Remus in a fierce hug.
You're welcome, love.
Remus hugged him tightly back.
Now come on, if we're still up when Santa arrives, he won't give us any presents.
Sirius attached the keys to his keys already in the bowl and followed Remus upstairs. They settled into the bed that smelled like each other and cuddled close.
Are we going to move in together?
Sirius spoke softly in the velvet darkness of the room. Remus slid closer and his warm breath tickled over Sirius's cheek.
Do you want to?
Remus asked just as softly. Sirius counted the breaths on his cheek. 1, 2, 3, steady and unworried. The warm hand resting on his belly, relaxed. The wonderful way Remus's body molded against his, pliant and warm.
Would we move into one of the houses we already live in, or would we choose a place together?
Sirius deflected. He didn't have an answer. Well, he did. It scared him.
That would be a talk to have. I'm attached to this place, but I would be willing to move if you would like. If that's the case, however, I would ask that we find a place together versus either of us moving into the other's space.
Remus responded. Sirius swallowed. He liked this little stone cottage. From the first time he had stayed the night, the house felt warm, open, and welcoming. It felt like how he always imagined a home feeling.
It's kind of small if we want kids.
Sirius pointed out and Remus hummed in agreement.
We can always add an addition. Most houses in this town have only 2 bedrooms.
Remus informed him. Sirius knew that. He had been scanning the ads with Pandora for a few days. Sirius counted 5 more breaths.
You didn't answer my question. Do you want to move in together?
Sirius chewed on his lip.
You didn't answer my question, which I asked first.
Sirius pointed out and Remus gave a warm chuckle. He turned his head and kissed Sirius's cheek.
My answer is dependent upon yours.
Remus informed him. Sirius sucked in a deep breath, feeling pain spiral out from that answer.
So you have no independent desire to live with me, or not? If that's the case, I'm going home.
Sirius didn't even get to sit up. That warm arm tightened around him.
I fail to see how 2 men with our education and love of language continue to misunderstand each other.
Remus started, his voice soft as Sirius lay tense in his hold, ready to bolt as soon as he was allowed.
I have a great desire to spend my life with you, Sirius. I want to come home to you every day and kiss you and hold you. I want to share a home that smells like us, that smells like family. I want to marry you and see you carry our babies, loving them as they grow and experience the world. I want to see lines start to form at the corner of your eyes and grey start in your dark hair. I want a whole life with you. So, of course, I want to move in with you. I am working very hard on not letting my desires overwhelm your choices. I am always going to leave the first step up to you.
Sirius huffed and struggled properly, finally escaping the hold Remus had on him. He stood up. The animals perked up in confusion. Remus was looking at him concerned.
I am not the only person in this relationship, and I won't have you sidelining your desires for me. You have to stop treating me like I'm damaged goods. I want a partner, not a parent.
Sirius snapped. His face felt hot and his breathing felt shallow.
I can't be the only one pushing this relationship forward. It is supposed to be us together, not me struggling while you apply brakes and training wheels.
He wasn't yelling only by the barest fraction of will, but he was angry. Remus had to stop doing this to him. He wasn't a child, he was simply damaged. He didn't handle being coddled like this. He needed the truth. He needed to know what Remus wanted and when. He rubbed his eyes, tired and upset. What a lovely way to spend Christmas Eve. Remus was sitting up in bed and sighed.
I need to be responsible. I'm older and the alpha.
He started and Sirius gave him a derisive look.
If I am not allowed to dodge responsibility by being an Omega, you are not allowed to use it as an excuse for treating me like a child.
Sirius snapped and stopped as a thought hit him that caused ice water to shoot through his veins.
If we continue this, are you ever going to see me as an adult and equal? Or is it always going to be damaged little Omega, needs someone to look after him? He obviously can't do it himself.
Sirius wondered if he was overreacting. He hated fighting with Remus. He was aware that in many ways Remus was non-traditional, but some of those ugly habits broke through. He was pushy and oftentimes forgot to talk to Sirius before doing something. He would throw out commands without thinking and occasionally fell into the trap of trying to make decisions for Sirius.
I'm not trying to take away your decisions,
Remus answered. Sirius swallowed against the lump in his throat. Crying would not help the adult thing.
I don't want to push you.
You take away my decisions by failing to give me the relevant information. If I have to make decisions about our future without your input, that's not a relationship, or at least not one that I want. It's basically the same as the alpha deciding everything. I don't want a relationship where one person decides everything.
Sirius blinked, trying to get rid of the film clouding his vision. Remus's face was somber in the bright moonlight spilling through the window. Sirius wanted to go over and wipe that look off his face, but they had to get through this.
I worry about forcing you into something you are not ready for. We went down that road once, and you went on a bender.
Sirius frowned, feeling the first of the tears hit his cheeks. He hated that Remus brought up his lack of self-restraint any time it came to an argument about their lives together.
I am working on my issues. Do you think I go to therapy twice a week for kicks? I actually kind of hate letting someone poke and prod at my bruises and wounds, but I don't flinch because I thought we were building something together. We've covered this before. You can't make those decisions for me. If you can't handle this because of you, then fine. It's not up to you what I can handle.
Maybe dating an alpha had been a mistake. Despite everything, it was still an ill-balanced relationship. Could an alpha ever truly see an Omega as equal? Even as sweet and caring as Remus was, he still didn't see Sirius as an equal. It was devastating to deal with. He turned away from the other, his eyes finding the window. He shrugged off the warm hand when it rested on his shoulder.
Sirius, I am sorry,
Remus murmured. The warm hand returned to his shoulder, and Sirius didn't have the emotional fortitude to shrug it off again. Remus had always been a source of comfort, so even while hurting over Remus, his body wanted to lean into the promised warmth. There was a heavy sigh from behind him.
I think I overcompensated. I'm trying not to overwhelm you.
Remus responded again. Sirius turned to him and knew his face was vulnerable. He didn't bother to try and build that wall back up again.
I didn't think about how holding back could be just as bad as pushing. I'm asking for another chance, even though I'm sure I don't deserve it.
Sirius sighed and moved forward. He placed his head against Remus's chest and felt those warm arms come around him again.
Just treat me like I'm a person with a brain. If you bring up something that I am not okay with, I will text you if I can't verbalize it.
He wanted this to work. Minerva had suggested if he couldn't bring up an issue verbally, he should write it down in an email or a text.
Thank you.
Remus breathed. Sirius wrapped an arm around Remus and hugged him close. Once he was sure he wasn't going to break into a million pieces, he stepped back.
Now it is time for sleep,
Sirius informed him. They climbed back into bed, and Sirius fell back into being the little spoon.
Do you think Reg is going to take on the step-down role to Panda's baby?
Remus asked a short time later. This was the problem with two insomniacs trying to sleep in the same space. It had happened before. Remus and Sirius would stay up until 3 a.m. just talking.
I'm not sure what's going to happen. I know he's been into her since day one, but babies are complicated.
Sirius answered honestly. Remus nodded against his back and pressed a kiss to the back of his neck.
I know her condition doesn't make her any less to him, which is good. She needs support in her life right now. She doesn't really talk about the baby's father, but I get the feeling Zeno wasn't as progressive and kind as he should have been.
Far too many of you have stories of unkind alphas. Makes me even more determined to not be one of those stories.
Remus sounded sad and a bit worn. Sirius turned in his arms until he could see that handsome face.
Rem, I would never call you unkind. You are unfailingly kind. You're just pushy and sometimes fail to listen. I'm not a picnic either. I know I forget to listen not just to others but to myself. We just need to get better at communicating.
Sirius ran his fingers over Remus's cheek.
I love you.
I love you too.
Remus croaked out gently and lightly kissed Sirius. Their lips connected wet and soft as they lay with each other. They didn't move on from light kissing and eventually did fall asleep. The morning was fun. Watching Harry tear through shiny paper and be more fascinated by it than the toys was amusing. Sirius could see the magic of Christmas in the joy of the little boy. The new apron he had gotten James with Candy Dick embroidered on the front with a pattern of candy printed over the fabric had made the raven-haired man cackle. He had gotten Lily a palette of brightly colored makeup after sneaking a peek at the brand she used. She and Remus exchanged candles. She had gotten Sirius a nice cable-knit gray sweater and confessed Remus had mentioned it would make his eyes pop. James had gotten him a cookbook, Desserts for Dummies. They wandered down to Sirius's house afterward. Pandora was there on the couch when Sirius walked in. She looked warm in Christmas pajamas.
Merry Christmas,
Sirius said, coming over to hug her. It was easier to see she was very pregnant. The pajamas didn't obscure her swollen belly as much as her sweaters did. Her own sweet smell was hard to pick up under the heavy scent of pregnancy. Sirius was curious about how far along she was. She hugged Remus too and settled back on the couch.
Regulus is losing an argument with the pajamas I got him. He should be out shortly.
Pandora sipped at her tea before turning off the television.
You got Regulus to wear Christmas jammies, how?
Sirius asked. Regulus was never one for sentimental holiday displays. He hated many holiday traditions up to and including pajamas.
I asked him.
She made it sound so simple.
I got you two some as well.
She retrieved 2 identical packages from under the tree and passed one each to Remus and Sirius. This was how she convinced Sirius she was magic because they also changed into pajamas after a short conversation. The scene was straight out of a Hallmark movie. They opened presents. Pandora adored the unicorn ring and it was a bit tight. She reassured Regulus that it was probably the right size. Her fingers were swelling from the baby. Pandora talked them into singing Christmas songs. Remus and she gave a rather spirited performance of I Want a Hippopotamus for Christmas, and somehow Remus talked Sirius into singing Frosty the Snowman. Sirius glared at him through the whole thing. Regulus tried to get Pandora to sing Baby It's Cold Outside with him, in which Pandora gave him a very spirited explanation of why that song was glorifying date rape. Sirius expected Regulus to blow her off or agree without listening, but his eyes were attentive and he asked intelligent questions. He was so sunk. Remus and Sirius left after a light lunch. Sirius was glad to be back in the cottage with just Remus. They cuddled in the squashy chair.
Want to open the present I got you?
Remus asked. Sirius made a vague sound of interest, but made no move to get off of Remus. Remus huffed a laugh and looped warm arms around him.
You have to move.
Sirius wiggled his hips, managing to get even deeper into Remus's hold.
That's not what I meant, and you know it, brat.
Remus scolded.
You should have been more specific. I moved and now I have no intention of doing that again for a while.
Sirius dropped his head to Remus's shoulder. A gentle finger traced over his nose and then his lips. He hummed happily, closing his eyes as Remus ran gentle fingers over his eyelids and forehead. It caused goosebumps to erupt behind the teasing finger, but it was nice. Combined with the merrily crackling fire and their combined scents, it was a warm scene, like a blanket but for the soul. He was unsure how long he sat there, allowing Remus to trace over his features before the fingers were replaced with lips.
Come on, Sirius. I want to give you your gift before I FaceTime my parents.
Remus commented, his breath warm over Sirius's face.
Spoilsport.
Sirius muttered, but removed himself from Remus. Remus got up and retrieved a package from under the tree.
As much as I think you could honestly get away with not wearing one, I know it makes you nervous to think about. And so far, you haven't found one you liked. I picked up this one when I saw it.
Remus handed him the package. Sirius furrowed his brow at Remus and tore off the paper. It was a scent suppressant. It claimed to be scented like a coffee shop. Sirius uncapped the bottle. He loved the effort, but so far he hadn't met one that smelled like an actual coffee shop. He paused and sniffed at the bottle again. It was that amazing smell he loved from the three broomsticks.
How?
He asked. Remus smiled. Sirius would have applied it at that moment, but knew they weren't leaving the house tonight. Remus liked his natural scent.
Your complaints about most coffeehouse scents have been noted and catalogued. I picked that one up out of curiosity and was hoping you would smell the same thing I did.
Remus answered smoothly. Sirius carefully capped the bottle and launched himself at Remus. Remus grunted as Sirius landed on him, and their lips met heavily. They kissed for several long moments, and the smell of desire rose between them. Remus's hand tangled in Sirius's dark locks. Sirius tangled his hands in Remus's shirt. Their legs tangled together, and Sirius gasped when Remus pressed a thick thigh against his cock. He rocked against the pressure and broke the kiss, not wanting to get carried away.
Rem, I want to have sex with you.
Sirius breathed, looking down into the blown pupils of Remus. Chapter 56, Vocabulary. The stillness of Remus had Sirius rushing to divert that reaction.
Please don't shut down on me. I understand if you want to say no, but I would like to have a discussion.
Sirius hurried through. Before anything more could be said, Remus was kissing him heavily. Sirius sighed, relaxing against that warm, possessive mouth.
You're sure?
Remus asked against his ear, and Sirius nodded as Remus layered damp kisses over his neck.
Please, Rem. Want to feel what it's like with someone who really loves me?
Sirius breathed. He could feel slick dampening his underwear and Remus's thick cock against his hip. Remus's mouth latched onto his neck, leaving a darkening mark on his skin.
Shouldn't say such sweet things to me.
Remus muttered against the bruise, gently peppering it with kisses. If not for the warm love in his stomach, he would associate the warmth with heat. This was the safe warmth of arousal. Remus never drove him to that sharp, painful place of uncontrollable heat.
Want to come up to bed?
He asked, and Sirius shook his head.
I've always wondered what it would be like in the light of a Christmas tree.
Sirius suggested. Remus grinned at him slowly.
You would look so beautiful, spread under the tree like a present for me to taste, unwrap, and love.
Remus agreed. Sirius felt his cock throb, and another gush of slick rush out of him. He knew Remus could smell it. Sirius was honestly surprised Remus was still coherent. His eyes were so dark.
Baby.
He whined, and Remus pressed a kiss to his neck again.
I'm going to run upstairs and grab my lube real quick. When I get back, let me know if we need to start over at kissing again.
Remus's voice was soft, the question there in his tone.
Promise.
Sirius agreed. He wasn't going to lose it this time. Remus was safe. Remus would work him down all night if needed. There was no rush. Taking their time would make this so amazing. Remus kissed his nose and carefully untangled himself. Sirius took a deep breath as soon as he was alone. He made sure the front door was locked. Remus had called the fur babies upstairs, presumably to put them somewhere they couldn't interfere. Sirius pulled the blanket off the back of the couch and laid it on the floor after killing most of the lights. All that was left was the fire and tree. He added a few pillows to the blanket and pulled off his sweater. He sat on the blanket, knowing he would feel too exposed if he laid down.
I was right. You do look delightful in the low lighting.
Remus stepped back into the living room and Sirius flushed. He looked down at his fingers, tracing a line of stitching. Remus set down a little tube and Sirius heard the sharp intake of breath. He realized it was his own. A warm hand slipped under his chin, and he thought for a moment Remus was going to tip his head up, but it retreated.
Sirius love, will you look at me, please?
Remus's voice was soft, and the request was devastatingly beautiful. Remus was giving him the choice not to make eye contact. Just that simple moment of respect had warmth unfurling in Sirius's chest, chasing away the fear. Remus wasn't about to force anything on him. They were doing this together. He looked up, meeting those amazing eyes. Even with the deep arousal, the caring was so evident, it made Sirius feel so cherished. No one had ever looked at him like Remus looked at him.
Just a small moment of panic. I'm okay, I promise.
Sirius breathed, hoping his face and eyes reflected this. He wanted Remus. He couldn't remember the last time he had wanted someone like he wanted Remus. Remus brushed back his curls and leaned in to kiss him. The kiss was slow and sweet. It sank into Sirius's soul and had him shivering in anticipation against Remus.
Can I put your hair up?
Remus asked, breaking the kiss. It took Sirius a moment to piece his brain back together to parse the words, and another sluggish moment to formulate an answer. Remus looked like he was trying not to laugh.
Sure.
Sirius finally agreed. Remus moved behind him, and in easy, deft movements had Sirius's hair gathered up. Sirius saw him snag a bit of Christmas ribbon Mooney had stolen earlier. It was tied in place, holding Sirius's hair back from his face.
I love your hair, but I hate it when it covers your expressive eyes.
Remus settled back in front of him again. Another blush covered Sirius's cheeks, but he didn't look away from those piercing eyes. He leaned forward, and Remus met him halfway. Their lips slid together and tongues tangled.
Don't wait on me. I don't know where to start. Want to follow your lead.
Sirius informed him between hot kisses as he realized that Remus was waiting for him to take the next step.
I'll tell you if I need a minute. Please, Rem.
Sirius grinned when he was tipped onto his back. Remus made short work of his shirt, tugging it off and casting it away to be dealt with later. Sirius let out a low moan when those talented lips closed around a nipple. He tangled his hands in sandy-colored hair and clung as Remus licked over the hardened flesh.
Fuck,
he swore when Remus set his teeth into the nub and pulled carefully. The idea of Remus being a little rough was delightful. He didn't want Remus holding back on him. He loved the gentle dom he had seen up to this point. His other nipple was treated the same way, and Sirius was whimpering by the time Remus returned to his lips. The sweater was easy to pull off of Remus, but the buttons were slick against Sirius's clumsy fingers.
I hate your buttons.
Sirius decided. Remus gave a warm chuckle and sat back. Sirius sat up on his elbows. Remus's quick, sure fingers undid the buttons, and he cast the shirt off. The flickering light of the fire and the multicolored lights of the tree cast the scars into shadow and made his tan skin look almost golden. He looked so beautiful and strong. Sirius reached for him. Bare chests brushed, and Sirius shuddered at the heat rolling off Remus. Strong arms cradled him, lowering him to lie against the blanket. One hand was removed briefly, and a pillow was tucked under Sirius's head. Remus held him as close as was physically possible, and their hips rolled together. Hard, heavy erections rubbed together through several layers of fabric. It felt so amazing. Remus slowly moved with him. It was amazing. Too amazing.
Rem close?
He broke the kiss, and Remus kissed over his throat.
Let go, Cariad. I can wind you up again. I want you fully sated tonight.
Remus's breath was warm, even as sweat coated Sirius's skin. God, that little bit of Welsh had Sirius shuddering against Remus. The rock of their bodies together was so delicious. Sirius gave a small cry as he spilled into his pants while clinging to Remus. Soft lips brushed his cheeks and over his eyelids. It was good as Remus worked him through his delicious orgasm. He melted into the blankets. Remus eased off of him and worked his trousers open. Sirius shivered slightly as his trousers and pants were eased off. A warm rag cleaned up the cum on his cock. Remus's jeans were scratchy against his legs as the larger man settled between them and ran firm hands up his thighs. Sirius looked up at him fondly. Remus wiggled his eyebrows at him, and his hand moved. Sirius jerked against those brilliant fingers.
Most people don't realize that there is a scent gland right here.
Remus stroked over it softly, every pass causing Sirius to gasp.
Just like the one on your neck. It's very sensitive.
Every nerve in Sirius's body was alight as Remus carefully explored him with his fingers and lips. He felt like he was going to vibrate apart. Remus would occasionally run his fingers over the scent gland on his neck or the one on his inner thigh. Sirius was also aware he was being scent-marked. Remus didn't leave a centimeter of his skin unexplored. He was fairly sure he was vibrating when Remus returned to his cock. It was heavy and leaking again.
Such a lovely boy,
Remus murmured, stroking the organ softly. The scent of coffee and chocolate was heavy in the room. It mixed pleasantly with the smell of a forest during a lightning storm and tobacco. The smell of leather and cotton was a low highlight scent lingering under the heavier scents. Remus's hands were slightly dry from the constant handling of books. They were gentle, confident, warm, and large.
Has anyone ever told you that you have perfect romance novel hands?
Sirius trilled, arching into his touch.
You have a unique perspective on the world.
Remus had the warm edge of a laugh in his tone. He gripped Sirius's thighs, adjusting him, and moved down himself. Sirius's mind was back to fuzz as a warm tongue brushed over his absolutely soaked crease. That tongue lapped at his opening and pressed in as hands tugged on his cock.
So wet and hard for me.
Remus admired. That admiration had Sirius flushing happily. He groaned when that sinful mouth closed over his cock. He looked down at Remus and felt a curious digit press against him. He dropped his head back, and his fingers gripped the blanket. He felt the fingers slide in easily, and a moment later he was groaning with abandon. Remus was so good at this. Sirius was going to burst into flames before Remus was in him.
Sirius, breathe.
Remus's voice cut through the haze and Sirius sucked in a heavy breath. He hadn't even realized that he had held his breath for several moments.
Keep going. Feels so good, bien-aimé.
Sirius rolled his hips against Remus's fingers. He heard the click of a cap, and when Remus's fingers pressed in, he could feel the artificial lube mixing with his own. It was odd, but wonderful. None of his other partners had bothered doubling up on lube. Unlike females, male omegas didn't always produce enough for a smooth encounter. Remus layered soft kisses over his hips as he opened Sirius slowly and thoroughly. 2 fingers, then 3, and finally 4 all the time, making sure he was riding the pleasure of having his prostate touched and his cock stroked.
Do you want another orgasm?
Remus asked, spreading his fingers apart again. Sirius shook his head.
Want you. Come on, Rem.
Sirius wrapped his legs around Remus. Remus removed his hands from Sirius and gripped his legs, unhooking them from his waist. He kissed each ankle as he bent Sirius's knees and set his feet flat on the floor. He stood and Sirius watched through heavy eyes as Remus shed his trousers and pants. He was reminded of his size as his cock sprang free.
We don't have to do this.
Remus reminded him, sensing his nerves.
For fuck's sake, Remus. I'm not going to get over how fucking hung you are until we fuck. Don't make me ask you again. Get down here and fuck me.
Sirius snapped. Remus sank back down and kissed Sirius.
There's that fire I love. We'll go slow.
Remus promised and claimed Sirius's mouth so thoroughly he was breathless when Remus pulled back.
One request.
Sirius looked at him with hazy eyes.
Call it sex or lovemaking, please. I have issues with the crudeness of curse words in reference to sex with a partner.
Well, then show me something different than what I've experienced in the past. Sap.
Sirius teased as Remus stroked his inner thighs. Remus leaned down and kissed his inner thigh. Sirius gasped when Remus sucked on the sensitive skin. The slightest hint of teeth had him gasping, but he didn't pull away. It felt nice. Remus kissed the mark when he pulled back.
Should fade in a few days?
He assured Sirius, and Sirius smiled at him.
I find myself less opposed to your mating bite all the time. I'll let you know if and when the aversion goes away completely.
Sirius informed him. Remus gave him that sweet smile that showed off his dimples and reached for the lube. Sirius watched as Remus applied a liberal amount to his cock. He lay back, and Remus leaned over him. One hand slid into his, and lips covered his, as Remus's other hand found his hole briefly before lining the cock up with it. Sirius broke the kiss with a gasp as Remus's cock breached him. It didn't hurt, but it sent his mind spinning. Remus went to pull out, sensing the disconnect with Sirius, but Sirius hooked a leg around him.
Don't move. Let me try and get on top of it, please.
The plea in his voice must have been obvious because Remus fell still. Sirius had a death grip on his hand. He took several deep breaths and lifted Remus's wrist to his nose. The familiar safe scent helped ground him. He was safe. Remus was safe. Remus wanted to make love to him. Sirius wanted to know what a willing encounter felt like. He stopped the spiral and walked back up it to the safe, warm space with Remus. His hand loosened, as did his body.
Oh, there you are, sweetheart.
Remus murmured when Sirius gave him a small smile.
More?
Sirius asked.
Impatient brat.
Remus said with such warmth that it sounded like a compliment, but complied, pressing deeper. Remus kept his promise and took Sirius slowly. Sirius had an easier time staying on top of himself. That initial breach had just been so panic-inducing. Remus's lovely scent and that strong hand in his kept him calm, as did peridot eyes, a soothing voice, and searing kisses. Sirius admired Remus's restraint and patience. Both men shuddered when their hips touched. Sirius had been right. Remus was huge. He had never felt so full in his life. He had also never gotten this far without pain, so he was grateful for that. He could feel the shudders running through Remus as he held still. Slowly, his other hand wrapped with Sirius's, holding both of them immobile.
If you need to stop, go slower, or anything, tell me, including if you want your hands loose, and I would love it if you would ask if you can come.
Remus pressed out.
If I remember.
Sirius agreed. Remus gave him a rakish grin. He rolled his hips carefully, and Sirius gave a low gasp. Remus took his time easing in and out of that tight channel. After what felt like an age, he was able to smoothly move without Sirius tensing on him. Sirius could feel the pleasure on the edges of his senses, but it still felt mostly like a large rod splitting him open. Maybe he wasn't feeling it because he wasn't surrendering. Would sex be disappointing because he didn't submit? Just as he was about to settle in for a pleasant, if bland, trip, Remus shifted the angle and fireworks exploded behind his eyelids.
There it is. Sorry, it took a minute. I swear your prostate moves.
Remus was breathless. Sirius couldn't string together enough brain cells to answer. The pleasure was intense, and Sirius was mostly just trying to remember how to breathe. He was boneless against Remus, only one leg looped around him. Every cell felt like it would burst at any moment. The sound of soft groans and sighs was heard, as well as the damp sound of wet skin against wet skin echoing through the living room. The air was humid and heavy. Sirius clung to Remus's hand as his prostate was battered. Slick flowed heavily from his body, further easing Remus's way. Every thrust caused his toes to curl. It was so amazing. He never wanted it to end. He also realized why Remus had gotten him off before. He was more sensitive, and this would last longer. Still, every movement caused Remus's stomach to rub against his weeping cock and pushed him up that mountain. He let the pleasure carry him out of his head and placed himself in Remus's care. He didn't need to think about this. This was primal, and even with his hands held in place, Remus was loving him. All the bad was fading as his body experienced what it was supposed to be like. There was no pain or force. Remus had taken the time to open him properly and gently. He had taken the time to make sure Sirius was comfortable. The love was clear and present. Even when kisses trailed over his neck, not one sliver of fear greeted him.
Touch me, please.
Remus immediately released a hand and wrapped his own around Sirius's leaking prick. Sirius groaned, arching against the feeling.
Fuck right there. So close.
He breathed.
Remy, please want to come for you.
Siri. That broken groan against his throat had him fighting back his release. His fingers tightened where they were trapped. He knew his internal muscles clenched because Remus growled.
Pretty boy, come for me.
Remus murmured, and all at once Sirius fell apart. His cock throbbed in Remus's hold. His toes curled, and he was sure his nails left marks on Remus's hand. Every muscle went tense for a moment as he sprayed across Remus's hand and his torso. As he melted, he could feel a fluttering pulse as Remus spilled into him. He welcomed the warm weight of Remus on him. They lay like this, catching their breaths. Just when he thought it might be too much, Remus eased out of him. It was slightly unpleasant, but it didn't hurt. He lay still, letting Remus clean them up.
How are you doing, pretty boy?
Remus asked, wrapping Sirius up.
Don't panic, but I think I might cry.
Sirius could feel the familiar burn. Remus frowned down at him.
If I had known it could be like that, my whole life would have been different. Having someone love me so openly is making me emotional. Thank you.
Remus's frown eased and he caught a tear. Sirius lay against him. It was a gentle wave of tears.
And you're right. Fucking is not a word I would use to describe what we just did.
I'm glad to have changed your perspective.
Remus sounded pleased.
Can you walk? I can't stay on this floor much longer. My back is already sore.
They made their way upstairs and showered before curling up in bed.
I love you.
Love you?
Sirius murmured, curling against Remus, his lover and boyfriend. This was the best Christmas he had ever had. Sleep pulled him under quickly. Chapter 57. At dawn we march. Sirius grumbled a little bit when lips touched his cheek.
Why are you up?
Remus asked, moving over to the electric kettle and plugging it in. It was early, darkness still blanketing the outside world.
Got inspired.
Sirius answered, lowering his noise-canceling headphones, but never stopped typing. He could feel Remus's eyes on him and sighed.
You're good for the creative process. Take the compliment.
He looked over in time to catch Remus's smug grin before the other man turned to retrieve tea and mugs.
Are you writing smut based on our Christmas tree lovemaking?
Remus asked, pouring hot water over a tea bag and leaning his hip against the counter. Sirius gave him a face and stole his tea. Remus let him have the mug, adding a scoop of sugar when Sirius set it down and made his own without any added sweetener.
Glad to have been that good.
You're a jerk.
Sirius retorted, but Remus's grin just got cockier.
You're cute when you get all flustered. You write this for a living. Do you always turn so red?
Remus needled. Sirius was getting ready to shove him off the bar stool he now occupied.
I usually write alone. I take back my earlier statement. You are bad for the creative process.
Sirius shot back and pulled his headphones back over his ears. Remus seemed determined to make a pest of himself.
You can ignore me, but I don't go away.
Sirius glared up at the man. Remus simply gave him a sweet smile. Sirius locked his phone and flipped his phone over. It vibrated again, but he ignored it. A moment later, hands slid over his shoulders and up to pull off his headphones.
You know, looking so cute while ignoring me is a bit rude.
Remus moved his hair off to the side and kissed the back of Sirius's neck.
You're very touchy this morning.
Sirius replied and finally closed his laptop, recognizing he was not about to get any more work done. Remus seemed pleased he'd won. He turned the stool so Sirius was facing him and kissed him.
Forgive me. I woke up alone and part of my brain expected to find you had run away.
Remus looked a little repentant at this. Sirius reached up and smoothed the pensive lines between Remus's brows.
I was so glad to find you in the kitchen tapping away.
You would have to remove me with a crowbar at this point.
Sirius warned, wrapping his arms and legs around Remus. Remus looked surprisingly okay with the arrangement.
No regrets then?
He asked, and Sirius shook his head.
You were wonderful, and I am glad to have a redeeming experience. Thank you for being so patient with me.
Sirius answered, brushing back the fringe that tried to fall over green eyes. He ran his fingers over the stubble Remus hadn't shaved off yet.
Good.
Remus leaned in and kissed the side of Sirius's neck before rubbing the rough hair against where he had kissed, causing Sirius to squawk and push the other's face away. Remus eventually let him get back to work. He sat reading the news on his phone. Sirius sat working until Remus came over.
Have breakfast with me,
Remus asked. Sirius let Remus close his laptop and lean over to kiss him. The rest of December passed quickly, leading easily into the new year and halfway through January. Pandora had started her new job as Poppy's receptionist and started her online classes to get her credit squared. Sirius continued to meet the goals for the deadlines. Dorcas was ecstatic about the material he was putting out. Sirius spent every evening with Remus at the shop and then at his home. It became less about staying out of Regulus's way until Pandora got her own flat, and more just because it was comfortable. Sirius was sitting in the chair one night, sorting through the books, when Pandora and Regulus burst into the shop. This was usually the slow part of the evening, so Remus peeked around a shelf, surprised, and Sirius set aside the book he was looking through.
He's a complete monster. We have to go to London.
Pandora slammed a newspaper onto the counter. Remus came up behind Sirius, placing a hand on his shoulder. Sirius read the headline. Tom Riddle and his followers, the Death Eaters, rally to overturn Omega Right's laws. Right underneath was a picture of the tall, pale man with dark hair. His features looked a little like melted wax, a little inhuman. Just the picture made Sirius's skin crawl. Right next to him was a far too familiar face, Bellatrix. She looked as crazy as ever, and it made Sirius's stomach feel twisty. In front of this man were several angry-looking people showing off ugly tattoos.
Why are we going to London? We don't want to go to that rally.
Remus pointed out, his sharp eyes reading the article underneath the picture.
I'm still part of a group from university. They're arranging a protest across the street from the rally.
Pandora answered.
I'm not going to sit idly by and let him take away my rights.
She's right. If we do nothing, we're basically admitting that he's right.
Sirius agreed. Remus glanced down at him and then over at Pandora.
Sounds like we're going to London.
Remus agreed. Pandora found the actual date of the rally and worked out details with her group chat. Sirius let Dorcas know he would be in London. She agreed to come to the protest and also wanted to arrange a professional meeting with him so they could start working out publicity and dates for the book tour. He wasn't looking forward to that, but agreed easily enough. She said she would send him the details of a hotel to stay in overnight.
All right, Vamoose. I want to close up. The only ones allowed to stay are the dog and Padfoot.
Remus shooed them out. Regulus laughed while Pandora stuck her tongue out at Remus. She looked placated when Regulus took her hand. Sirius helped him close up and lock up the shop. Remus was walking Padfoot.
Thank you for agreeing to come to London.
Sirius took Remus's hand as they walked down the street.
You were right. If I don't protest, I am basically saying I agree and I don't. My beautiful, wonderful boyfriend has a brain and dreams and should have rights. No one should be allowed to take those from you.
Remus tucked an arm around Sirius and pulled him close.
What bill were they talking about? I didn't recognize it.
It covers mostly medical secrecy, meaning I don't need an alpha parent or partner to have access to birth control, heat suppressants, prenatal care, and abortions.
Sirius answered. He liked the statue they were trying to overturn. It was why he could go to Poppy next week for his birth control and suppressant shot with no input from anyone else.
If they manage to get it overturned, reproduction rights are no longer going to be in the hands of the people dealing with it.
I don't think reproductive rights should be political. You have to carry the consequences of children and the ability to have them. I don't get a say over that.
Remus sounded annoyed again. Sirius always loved how much Remus was for his rights.
So far, the only thing I have had to do on the regular is birth control and heat suppressants. I know if my ex had his way, I wouldn't have been on heat suppressants.
Remus's hand tightened briefly on his shoulder but loosened a moment later.
How often do you go through a heat?
Remus softly asked a moment later, obviously choosing not to comment on the further abuse.
Once a year.
Sirius informed him. It was recommended for those on heat suppressants to have at least one heat a year.
As far as I understand, it's the same for ruts.
Remus nodded and seemed to consider his question before he spoke.
Have you considered if you would like to spend your heat with me?
Remus asked. Sirius briefly chewed his lip before deciding on an honest response.
No, but I never really considered spending it with anyone.
Sirius responded. He had kept himself far away from his ex when it happened. He had always gone to a facility that would provide him with a private room, 3 squares a day, and water. Heat hotels were very common, especially in large cities like London. Some would even have alpha escorts on the premise, but Sirius had always turned down the company and then used a toy to keep himself from dying of overheating.
I'm not really a fan of my heats. More a necessary evil than something to enjoy with a partner.
It wasn't a stab at Remus, it was how his brain worked. He hadn't thought being that vulnerable in front of a partner was something he was going to do.
If it's not asking too much, I would like us to discuss the possibility of cutting our suppressants at the same time and spending our rut and heat together.
Remus responded after several quiet moments. Sirius swallowed and forced himself not to just react. Minerva had reminded him over and over that the only way his triggers would get worse was by not working through them.
I need a minute,
Sirius murmured. Remus immediately released him. Sirius made his way over to the bench and sat down. His ears rang and the world spun slightly. He loved and trusted Remus, but spending a heat rut with someone was a big deal. Remus would be at his most aggressive. He wouldn't be as focused on consent, and Sirius knew taking a knot was still off the table. The crunch of ice under shoes and the warm smell of fresh laundry told him Remus was close. He opened his eyes when a warm hand touched his knee. Remus was crouched in front of him, so their eyes were level.
If you don't want to, I will accept that answer. If you can't even think about it at this point or ever, I will accept that answer too. I would be honored to spend and share that with you, but I understand if you can't.
Sirius leaned his forehead against Remus and breathed in his comforting scent.
I would love to be able to say yes, but...
Sirius trailed off with a shrug and swallowed before forcing his eyes open. He didn't want to see the disappointment written on that handsome face, but he had to give Remus the benefit of eye contact. Instead of disappointment, there was warm affection there.
Love, I only asked, because I know how uncomfortable that time can be. I mean, at least for me, if you're not okay with that, we can offset and simply look after each other with a door between us.
Remus comforted. He would be okay with simply dropping groceries off at Sirius's when he was locked up for a heat. He would be okay having Sirius drop off groceries or having Lily do it when he was about to start a rut. He could ask Sirius to look after the shop. Lily normally did it for him. Quicksilver eyes examined Peridot eyes, green and gray intent on each other. Their warm breaths fogged between them. Padfoot was bored of waiting, so he sniffed around the bench, getting his leash tangled. Sirius had only had one heat with another person, his first, and he had hated the whole experience. He had hated the feeling of being so out of control. He knew for a fact that he had done things he would never repeat.
I feel very safe when I'm with you, but I am very aware I have only met and interacted with upper brain Remus. I don't know that I would be okay with the side that comes out during a rut.
Remus nodded and brushed Sirius's hair back, running his fingers over the silver adorning Sirius's ear. He only removed the ear cuff to shower. He loved how it looked, and he loved how often Remus would trace the sensitive shell of his ear when he wore it.
That's completely fair and valid, especially given your past. I do want to let you know this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment offer. I do want to have a conversation. We can cover what's happened in the past, because I have a few encounters I am not okay with and what we would be okay with now. I will let you know that no matter what state I am, a no or stop will always work, even during a rut.
Is this another lie I've been told, or is it just one of those things you do?
Sirius asked. Remus's brow creased for a fraction of a second, and Sirius could see him working very hard not to just lose it. He knew one day one of his traumas would prove to be Remus's breaking point. So far, it hadn't been reached, but he knew one day that beautiful way Remus looked at him would be broken.
I don't actually have an answer for that one. Personally, I have never reached the point of no return. I mean, obviously, Once we're locked together with a knot, there's not really any way to stop, but I've never met a point where I can't stop.
Remus answered,
It's difficult, sure, but I would rather do the difficult thing and stop versus harm the person sharing their body with me.
Sirius swallowed and took the offered hand. Remus moved to sit on the bench, feeling the pressure in his hips scream at him that he was abusing them a bit too much.
I don't want to get in a position where we are less concerned about consent. I feel very safe with you, because of the amount of time we spent on consent.
He adored Remus, and how any time he so much as tensed, Remus was checking on him.
I am hoping someday that we've developed a shorthand, like things we never get close to and things we both enjoy. But for now, I want us to both be exceptionally clear. I would be upset to find that you were doing something simply because I enjoyed it. That doesn't change if you agree to share a heat with me.
Sirius nodded. Some part of him knew that. He knew Remus would never demand anything. The man had near superhuman control. Last night alone had proven that. In the middle of sex, both climbing that hill, Sirius's brain had engaged and he had a full panic attack. Remus had soothed him and run a warm bath, never once making Sirius feel guilty or obligated to see to his release. In fact, he was pretty sure as soon as Sirius's mind had spiraled, Remus had gone soft.
I'm not so much worried about you. I'm not fully in control of myself during a heat. I don't like my own reactions.
Remus held his gaze for a long moment.
Siri, I would never cross a line you asked me not to cross. If you told me you don't want to do something and then tried to do that thing, I would talk you down to something that was within your limits.
Remus responded. Sirius took a deep breath of the cold air and forced himself not to shy away from what he was about to say.
What if I presented? I hate the position, but I know my heat-addled brain.
He didn't get to finish. A warm finger touched his lips briefly. Remus moved his hand to Sirius's cheek. Normally he would be annoyed at being interrupted, but the absolute adoration in Remus's gaze softened the gesture.
You said it just there. You hate it. That's all I need. If we were sharing that vulnerable time and you felt the need to present, you could do it completely naked, smelling like heaven, and I wouldn't touch you until the position was something you enjoyed.
Remus informed him. Sirius felt his face warm at the description, but felt something so wonderful bloom in his stomach and the base of his spine.
You make it sound so simple.
Sirius tipped his forehead against Remus's. A warm arm went around him, and he leaned into Remus properly, wrapping his own arms around the other.
You're a whole person with thoughts and feelings that I respect. I love all of that, and I will work to make sure I never trample the beautiful soul offered to me with such trust. Your brain and heart will always be more important to me than the physical side of our relationship.
Remus murmured, holding Sirius close. Sirius inhaled the wonderfully comforting scent that was Remus and felt his nerves settle. He swallowed and placed a kiss against his temple.
I'm not saying yes. I am saying I would like to discuss limits during a heat and rut. We can make an informed decision from there.
I can do that.
Remus agreed and ran his thumb over Sirius's bottom lip. They had just met for a kiss when an annoyed bark pulled them apart. Padfoot had tied himself up on the bench and was now bored. Remus spent several long moments untangling the leash while Sirius had distracted the playful pup. When Padfoot was untangled, their hands wrapped together and they continued on the way to Remus's place. Chapter 58, Wedding Bells. A few late nights, an emergency therapy session, and 3 panic attacks later, they had a very clearly defined list of hard limits. Deciding to cover not just heats and ruts, but the whole of their physical relationship before they crossed the line accidentally. Minerva, while not pleased with the extra stress causing Sirius to spin out, was glad they were talking about it.
Are you sure you don't want to come to London?
Sirius asked Lily one evening as he played with Harry.
I would love to, but I don't want to walk Harry into such a loaded environment.
Lily answered. She was glad they were going up to protest and had offered to open the store for Remus.
Have you considered asking Panda to stay behind?
And have her rip our heads off? No, thank you.
Remus replied, handing her a mug of tea as he stepped back into the sitting room. He had barely sat down before Crookshanks was on his lap.
I just worry about the stress. I mean, rebuilding her life from scratch is already stressful enough, but getting involved in a political rally right now.
Lily made a face. Sirius bounced Harry and offered him a foam block. The foam block was promptly used to hit Sirius in the face.
Hey, little man, not cool.
He stopped Harry from hitting him. It was never too early to teach them not to hit others, and moved him to the more constructive activity of building a tower. or at least knocking down the ones Sirius set up.
If we sit back and let this happen, it doesn't matter anymore. We become property. The laws are still stacked against Omegas, but currently, we're able to get comprehensive care without having another person involved. This is needed for kids stuck with bad parents and adults stuck with bad partners. I highly doubt Orion would have given me access to birth control and heat suppressants under his control, and I know my ex thought I was less for taking them. She wants control over her body and she wants her kid to have those rights no matter what.
Omega-specific laws are so outdated. Repeal all specific legislation and just give everyone autonomy over their body. If I thought I would have to defer to my husband for birth control, I would go insane.
Lily answered, watching as Sirius once again redirected Harry from hitting to knocking down the blocks. She glanced over at Remus, who was watching him with a fond look on his face.
That would be too simple, but it's nice to know a beta who has an opinion.
Sirius answered. He steadied Harry when he threatened to topple over.
I'm glad he won't have to face that.
He gestured to the small boy. Alpha-Omega couples could throw beta children, and it was very common. However, betas rarely had alphas or omegas, so rarely it was considered a medical anomaly. Lily looked at Harry with concerned eyes, and they slid to Sirius.
Don't look at me like that, even if the government doesn't think I deserve rights my circle does, and that's all I need.
Sirius responded. Lily considered him for another long moment.
So if this rally works and you need an alpha consultant on all your medical stuff.
Sirius paused but glanced up.
I would ask Remus to sign my paperwork. Considering he thinks I have a functional brain, I doubt he would ask any questions.
Sirius answered. Remus gave him a fond smile.
I wouldn't read what you asked me to sign if you asked for your privacy. However, I would like to know what's going on with you.
Remus answered easily enough. Sirius met his eyes openly.
All you have to do is ask.
Sirius pointed out, and Remus inclined his head. That was a good point.
This doesn't worry me for people like me and Panda who have the support system in place. It worries me for the Omegas that don't. The abused ones, or even the ones who are out of their parents' home, but don't have a partner, don't want a partner. This would strip them of their rights. Can you imagine Ab deferring to someone?
Sirius asked, taking the block from Harry when it was used to strike him again. He redirected the boy to a mat where he could lie and reach up for the brightly colored toys.
I am sure Hagrid would go to bat for him.
Lily answered. Sirius made a face and Remus explained.
Hagrid isn't able to speak up for Aberforth. He's a beta. The law is very carefully written to give Omegas rights they didn't have even 50 years ago. It wrote over a property law instead of repealing it, meaning the property law is still there. If this law gets repealed, all decisions regarding the medical care of an Omega must go through an Alpha with a significant connection to the Omega, meaning a guardian from the family, parent or something similar, or a partner. I am not even sure I would qualify for Sirius. They would likely want you to defer to Regulus or even Orion.
Sirius made a face and covered Harry's ears.
I would throw myself off a bridge.
He spat contemptuously. Remus and Lily both flinched. Sirius felt bad, but it was the truth. If he had to place himself back under his father, he would rather die.
I would hope before doing something that dramatic you would consider marrying me.
Remus suggested, and Sirius glanced up in surprise.
Are you proposing because I have to tell you this is not what I imagined?
Sirius scolded. Lily glanced between the two of them and shook her head. They were impossible.
I am not proposing. I am offering an alternative to such a dark possibility as the world existing without Sirius Black.
Remus responded. His tone was level and completely confident. Sirius swallowed. He knew Remus loved him, but he had never had someone so explicitly state they would miss him if he was gone.
How has that imagined proposal gone? Because I would like to fulfill all your fantasies.
Sirius flushed both at Remus calling him out for imagining the proposal and also the promise in his voice. They had discussed a few fantasies, very tame, but Remus had indulged him. Sirius knew Remus would be open to most anything Sirius wanted, but he did have a hard time with that sometimes.
Remus Lupin, it is entirely unfair to melt me right now. Knock it off.
Sirius scolded, focusing back on Harry. He got a warm chuckle and Lily gave him a fond grin. The conversation turned lighter, and Sirius sacrificed the child to James when he returned home. They left shortly after that. Pandora wanted to get an early start in the morning.
Would you really commit suicide if the worst case happens?
Remus sounded pained. Sirius forced himself not to shy away.
I can't go back to that house, Remus. He did everything he could to break me. I can't stand to even think about him. The choices are to let him kill me slowly and painfully, or do it myself. I would much rather put myself out of his reach by marrying you, although I would want to keep seeing other people.
Sirius laughed when Remus shoved him gently. He was immediately pulled back into Remus's hold, and a gentle hand ran over his cheek.
If this looks like it's going to be repealed and you need a bailout, I am here for you. I would rather not have to marry you as a band-aid. I would much rather be able to take our time, but I wouldn't let Orion have you back.
Remus promised. Sirius gave Remus a grateful smile and ran his own fingers over Remus's cheek before pressing in for a kiss.
Oi, Black. Lily tells me Dorcas will be with you all at the rally tomorrow. Can I catch a ride up to London?
A loud voice sounded, causing them to break apart. Sirius glanced back to see Marlene hurrying up the sidewalk toward them.
You want to score a date at a reproductive rights rally?
Sirius asked. Marlene stopped as she reached them. Her red hair blew over her face briefly and she shrugged.
If you can't score at a reproductive rights function, then you simply cannot score,
she answered. Sirius frowned at her but sighed. More people the better. If they could make themselves heard over Riddle and his ilk, they might stand a chance.
We leave at 6. Make sure any of your cosmetics are unscented,
Sirius commented. That had been Pandora's request, along with a very sweet one to Remus to please wear a scent blocker. The baby made her nose very sensitive, and being stuck with any scent for a few hours in the car would be difficult. Marlene nodded.
I can do that.
She started to walk away.
Oh, and thank you.
She called back. Sirius gave her a wave and turned back to Remus.
Are we going to London to stand up for Omega rights or the social aspects?
Remus asked as they set off down the street again. Sirius shrugged.
All of the above,
he answered.
We have a large friend group. Shit is bound to get complicated. I admire Marlene's confidence, trying to pick up Dorcas at a rally.
Marlene has never really had a bead on what is appropriate,
Remus answered. They made their way to Remus's house, and Sirius retrieved the towel to wipe off Padfoot's feet, making sure his pads weren't damaged by the cold. Sirius wound himself around Remus from behind.
Hi, love,
he said. Remus automatically locked his arms under Sirius's legs and held him up.
Take me to bed, brute.
Don't tempt me,
Remus answered, but started up the stairs with Sirius on his back. Sirius felt himself swoon internally at the show of strength. He dumped Sirius on the bed and turned to face him properly. Sirius grinned into the kiss that pressed him back into the bed. Hands slid under his shirt and pulled it over his head. Hands traced over the lines of his body. He relaxed under the loving hands. The lips traced down his jaw and over his neck. Sirius shivered happily when Remus's lips brushed over his scent gland.
Fuck Rem.
He breathed and got a huffed laugh. Lips returned to his scent gland, and the answering scent of Slick had Sirius squirming and Remus nuzzling closer. It made every part of Sirius tremble in pleasure instead of fear and tension. Those hands, which Sirius spent an unhealthy amount of time fantasizing about, cupped his hard cock through his pants.
I want to get you off with my mouth. Take a shower so you can recover, then take you apart very slowly. What do you think?
Remus had removed his hands from the erection and his lips from the scent gland before asking. Sirius glanced up at him, grateful for the moment to think.
Is there a catch because I can't see turning that down?
Sirius asked curiously, stretching under Remus like a cat enjoying the feeling of being covered in that warm body.
Nothing more than normal,
Remus commented. So far, the only consistent thing was asking Remus if he could come. This was easy, and Sirius enjoyed it. Just that small surrender was so safe and made him feel so warm and happy. Sirius slipped his hands under Remus's shirt and pulled it off.
Have your way with me,
Sirius answered, managing to undo Remus's pants and trying to push them down without moving. It wasn't going well, and Remus chuckled. Remus shifted off of him and pulled off his own pants. He moved between Sirius's thighs and ran his hands over Sirius's hard cock. Sirius relaxed against the bed, lifting his hips so the jeans could be pulled off. Remus leaned forward. Sirius groaned when Remus kissed the scent gland on Sirius's inner thigh. It was always so sensitive. Then a tongue lapped at his crease, and Sirius forced himself to take a deep breath. It always felt so amazing to have Remus's mouth on him. The rough tongue traced over his hole, and those hands came up to roll his balls.
Fuck Rem,
he breathed. He wrapped his legs around Remus's shoulders and arched toward that talented mouth. Remus slid his arms under Sirius's bottom and supported him. It allowed him to delve even deeper with his tongue. Sirius could feel the slick dampening of his inner thighs. The scent was heavy in the air. A hand clamped around his cock and started slowly stroking him. This was something Remus enjoyed doing to him. He would drag Sirius up slowly and drop him off suddenly. It was always so lovely, but it drove Sirius insane. He rode out the slow waves, carrying him up. Every pass of Remus's tongue and every stroke of his hand had Sirius gasping against him and clinging to his pillow.
Fuck, Rem's so close.
He breathed. Remus pointed his tongue and pressed it into Sirius.
Come for me, pretty boy.
Remus breathed and latched his mouth over the tip of Sirius right before he spilled down Remus's throat. Sirius whimpered at the feeling of the suction as he came. He was so sensitive as he rode the waves and aftershocks. Remus's hand softened, but his mouth continued working over Sirius until he gave a low groan.
Sensitive love,
he breathed. Remus immediately let up. Sirius relaxed into the soft mattress, regaining his breath. He curled into Remus's chest when the other man moved to hold him.
This melting me thing isn't a fair skill to wield so efficiently.
Once I convinced you that I was a safe person, it was remarkably easy to get you to melt.
Remus responded. Sirius tried to work out if he was offended or not. It was too much work to be offended.
Not easy.
He protested, and Remus leaned in to kiss him properly. Their lips met, and tongues tangled damp and warm.
I never said you were easy, and would never insinuate you are. I worked long and hard to earn your trust. I am grateful you let me touch you, and hold you, and make love to you. I don't want easy. I just want you.
Remus answered, nuzzling against Sirius to share his scent again. Sirius adored being scent-marked by Remus.
I appreciate that.
Sirius murmured. It only took a moment before he could feel the excess slick and spit making him feel sticky.
Shower?
He asked, and Remus nodded. They made their way into the bathroom. Sirius brushed his teeth a bit lazily while Remus turned on the shower to warm it. He hummed happily when Remus pressed against his back and kissed the top of his head. He rinsed the toothbrush and leaned against Remus.
Would you really look after me if the government makes me a non-person?
Sirius asked softly. He was really concerned that Tom and his followers were going to take his rights.
If you wanted me to, I'm not going to say marriage could fix you losing your rights, because either way, that is the most...
Remus paused and took a deep breath, seeming to get himself back under control.
ridiculous thing I have ever heard.
Sirius met his bright green eyes in the mirror and admired the features he adored.
I can imagine worse things than being married to you.
Sirius responded. He turned in Remus's arms and wrapped his own around Remus tightly.
I love you, and I love that you are so willing to go to bat for me.
Remus's arms were tight around Sirius.
I don't understand why this continues to be an issue. A quirk of biology doesn't make alphas superior to anyone. If anything, omegas should be superior. You can make a whole human from scratch. Who are we to tell you what to do?
Remus asked. Sirius smiled against his shoulder.
I love you too.
He was eased back and his face examined. He didn't know what Remus was looking for, so just kept his expression open.
I want you to understand something, Cariad. I want to marry you for you, and I would rather do this the traditional way, but I will marry you for protection if needed, and you agree. I won't have you against your will, and I hope we don't have to get married to protect you against your father.
Remus's sweet words melted him.
I appreciate that. I could see you being an amazing husband and father. I agree I want to do this the right way. I also appreciate that you are willing to skip all of that to keep me safe.
Sirius responded. Remus ran a gentle thumb over his cheek before their lips met again. Chapter 59, Omega writes. The protest was loud, and Sirius found he could have gone without the weird flirting he was seeing between Dorcas and Marlene. Both girls seemed unwilling to admit they liked each other. Sirius knew why. Dorcas didn't want to move to a small town. Marlene didn't want to move to the city. Neither wanted to date someone geographically undesirable. On top of that, it was the first time Sirius had actually sat through a speech made by Tom Riddle. He was annoying and misogynistic, but it was worse because he could see his family there. Bellatrix was always at his side, lending a false narrative that he had Omega support. Her worshipping expression set Sirius's teeth on edge. He had also seen his father and mother, but they were up near the stage, so thankfully hadn't seen him and Regulus. Seeing his family had Sirius already feeling nervous, but he noticed something deeply disturbing. When Tom spoke, silence would fall. This wasn't unusual if the crowd had been Omegas, since he seemed unable to talk in anything but his alpha tone. However, it seemed to knock the other alphas silent as well. For Sirius, it made disgust creep down his spine. He could see Remus and Regulus fighting the sway of this voice, but it seemed to catch them each time.
I don't know how, but he's cheating.
Regulus was annoyed as he shook off the spell again. Remus was staring at Tom with a muscle working in his jaw.
He could be a Sigma. It's rare but not unheard of.
Remus sighed. Sirius hadn't considered that. It would explain why his followers were so involved. There had been a few instances of alphas using their exceptional powers to build harems of omegas. A few had been prosecuted, not enough in Sirius's opinion. Very rarely were alphas able to affect other alphas. Tom seemed able to get all on his side with very little effort. If he was a Sigma Alpha, that would give him sway over other alphas.
Watch it.
Pandora snapped at someone who nearly knocked her over. Regulus immediately moved closer to her. The large man that had run into her glared down at her and over at Regulus.
Keep your breeding bitch under control.
He snapped at Regulus. But before anyone else could respond, Pandora slapped the other. Quick instincts got her out of the range of a bad reaction. Regulus caught her arm and immediately stepped between her and the other alpha. Marlene, who had obviously been more tuned in than they thought, was in between the man and Pandora as well. It was good too, because Sirius was sure this guy could snap Regulus like a pixie stick if he wanted. The resulting tussle was short but drew attention. Riddle swept down through the crowd, which parted like the Red Sea. Sirius felt his nerves rise. He didn't really want his parents to think about him or know that he and Regulus were hanging out. It seemed Orion and Walburga were nowhere to be seen, and Bellatrix was following behind. Sirius stepped behind Remus properly and placed a hand on Remus's back so the other would know where he was. Tom's sharp eyes ran over the small group. Pandora was blocked from another by two people, the third obviously angry alpha glaring at the small girl, the defiant expression on her face, and finally to Remus and to Sirius, mostly hidden behind.
This is what happens when we allow our omegas to make their own decisions. We end up fighting each other instead of actual threats to our life and liberty. We fight each other instead of defending our country from foreign threats of terrorism.
Tom's tone was silky. Sirius felt his skin crawl. Every word from Riddle felt oily and gross. He tuned out most of it, moving carefully next to Pandora and wrapping a hand around hers. When he was done pontificating, he turned to Regulus properly.
You look very much like your father. Orion always spoke highly of you.
Tom held out his hand to Regulus.
That's Regulus. He'll be carrying on the Black family name in a few years, once he has his medical degree. Orion is already negotiating a contract with the Green Grasses for their pretty Omega.
Bellatrix twittered, but she fell silent at a look from Tom. Regulus's nose wrinkled, and he took a step away from Tom.
Over my dead body,
he responded.
I'm staying with Pandora.
He took Pandora's other hand, and Sirius saw Pandora looking at him with admiration. Sirius glanced back up at Tom, seeing his eyes shift over the obviously pregnant Pandora and then over him.
It's unfortunate you went to such a liberal university. Nothing worse than a liberal alpha. Your parents are sure to be disappointed.
Tom answered, his tone going cold.
Good, they should be. Having our parents be proud of us would leave me deeply shamed.
Sirius spoke up. The condescending attitude from Riddle rubbed him the wrong way. He heard the sharp intake of breath from Bellatrix but ignored her. She had made her alliance very clear. He only realized how dangerous this was when Remus shifted just slightly. Tom's eyes settled on the unassuming-looking man, but was obviously against causing a scene next to a pregnant Omega against members of such a prominent family.
I hope you come to your senses. There is nothing for a liberal alpha, and the only use for an Omega out of control is as a fuck toy.
Tom responded dismissively. Pandora jolted back and actually stumbled into Dorcas. Sirius wasn't sure what happened until he saw Remus holding Regulus back. The scary part about the whole scene wasn't the growling and cursing coming from Regulus or the way Tom had shifted and immediately protected his back. It was the complete silence from Remus, as he countered all the raw energy coming from Regulus. He was smooth with his motions as opposed to Regulus. Regulus had the strength but none of the training, so he never stood a chance. Marlene jumped in too, and once she got arms around Regulus, Remus turned to face Tom, obviously to keep him from attacking, as Marlene drug Regulus out. Pandora and Dorcas followed. Sirius wanted to as well. The fight and the pheromones had his stomach rolling, but he couldn't leave his partner. Both Tom and Remus straightened, but Remus broke eye contact first. He held his hand out, and Sirius rushed over, not allowing himself a moment of doubt. Remus led him out of the crowd, holding him close. It was almost too tightly, but Sirius could feel the tension in his body, so said nothing. They reached the edge of the crowd and walked to the bench across the street. Pandora was sitting on the bench with Dorcas rubbing her shoulders. Marlene was still tense and standing between Regulus and the crowd. Regulus was worked up. Remus released Sirius and made his way over to the pacing man.
Regulus, knock it off. They want us to get worked up and give in to our instincts. You need to get it together. You would not have come out of that in one piece, and Pandora needs you right now.
Remus grabbed Regulus's shoulders. Sirius saw the haze fade out of Regulus's eyes and those blue orbs flick over to Pandora. She did not look like she was doing well. He immediately shrugged off Remus's hands and made his way to kneel in front of her.
Ma fraise.
Carefully brushing back her hair, Regulus looked into her eyes. She winced and held her swollen belly.
I don't think all this excitement is good for the baby. Can we go to the hotel? I want to get out of this city tomorrow morning as soon as possible.
She muttered and allowed Regulus to help her up. As soon as she stood, a wet patch appeared on her jeans.
On second thought, it looks like we need to go to the hospital.
I'll pull the car around,
Sirius informed as Regulus helped her sit back down. Marlene agreed to stay with them while Remus walked with Sirius. They all agreed no one should go anywhere alone with a hostile crowd so close. Sirius held up a baby grow, and Remus's eyes ran over the words.
You. Even if it wasn't a gender stereotype blue, that is gross.
He answered. Sirius read the line again. I like boobs.
No, it's defiant because Pandora is having a girl.
Sirius answered. Dorcas plucked the fabric out of his hands and replaced it with a warm woolen brown baby grow with a cute frog on the front.
Cute and warm,
She informed him. Pandora and Regulus were at the hospital already, leaving Remus, Sirius, Dorcas, and Marlene to build a baby bag. The already prepared baby bag was in Hogsmeade in Pandora's flat.
You all lack adventurous spirit,
Sirius answered, but felt like he had to eat his words when Marlene added a rainbow baby grow to the basket.
My best friend is Lily. I can't lack an adventurous spirit.
Marlene answered.
We need to go check out the car seats.
We should also get diapers. Do you know if she's planning on breastfeeding, or do we need to get bottles and formula?
Dorcas asked as they headed toward the car seats nearby.
I am the gay older brother of her current romantic interest. Me asking about her breasts and anything to do with them would have gotten me murdered.
Sirius pointed out. Pandora was a firecracker and never hesitated to tell them when they crossed the line.
We'll get some bottles and formula, and if she decides not to use them, we can donate them to a local Omega shelter.
Remus suggested picking up a pair of socks to add to the basket. They didn't have to get everything. Pandora was fairly well prepared. She had inherited her trust before being disowned, so she had enough money to give her a landing cushion and enough to get supplies, but none of it was in London. They added bottles, diapers, and formula to the haul. The car seat took longer, with no one quite knowing what features to look for. Sirius finally suggested they just go with the one with the highest safety rating. Remus added wipes and pacifiers to the basket before they made their way to the register. Sirius insisted on paying for it himself. The baby was practically his niece after all. The trip back to the hospital was quiet.
As much as I hate to bail, I need to get back to the office and call the PR department to make sure Sirius is looked after. There was more press present for the altercation than I like.
Dorcas mentioned when they reached the hospital.
Are you still meeting me tomorrow?
She asked Sirius.
I assume so, as long as this goes smoothly. I can bring Remus right.
Sirius asked, and she nodded with a smile.
Remus should be there. Just know your privacy will take a hit by dating a famous author.
She informed Remus. Remus leaned over and kissed Sirius's cheek.
Worth it?
He answered as Sirius parked. They climbed out of the car, and Dorcas fiddled with her phone, likely calling a Lyft or taxi.
I don't begin to know how this will work, but you're the most interesting date I have had in months.
Dorcas offered her phone to Marlene. Marlene's answering smile was breathtaking. She entered her details and Dorcas sent her a text. Then Dorcas stepped into Marlene's personal space and pulled her in for a kiss. It took the ginger a moment to catch up. Her hands came to rest on Dorcas's shoulder. It wasn't a long or deep kiss.
It was nice to see you again. I'll hit you up later.
Dorcas hugged Sirius and headed out.
Dude, I just got kissed by a cute girl.
Marlene exclaimed as soon as she turned her brain back on. Sirius laughed and wrapped an arm around her waist to pull her along. She had defended Pandora, kissed his editor, and kept Regulus from getting killed. She was well on her way to being called a friend.
That you did, Let's go see if another cute girl has been born yet,
Sirius suggested. After finding out what room number she was in, they rode the elevator up to the maternity floor and made their way to Pandora's room. She was laying in the bed looking pissed off. A doctor stood nearby, obviously at the receiving end of a lecture. Regulus looked annoyed but proud of Pandora.
And even if he was my husband and the father, the baby is in my body. I have a brain and mouth. He does not get to make decisions for me. Get me the epidural and a different doctor. Now.
She exploded. The doctor scampered out of the room with his tail between his legs.
Did we miss something?
Sirius asked, handing Pandora the one thing she had requested, a soft cotton blanket in purple thread, and a pack of sewing needles. She wanted to stitch the baby's name on the blanket. Sirius doubted she would finish it before the baby was born, but had bought it anyway.
Stupid-ass hat doctor asked Reg about my pregnancy, my body, and his fucking plan for the birth. I wanted to strangle him.
Pandora snapped opening the packet of needles after examining the blanket and thanking Sirius.
I turned to Panda to get her decision because, as she mentioned, I have no say. Doesn't matter who the father is, your body, your choice. Even if it was my kiddo in there, Panda is still the one birthing her, not me.
Regulus rubbed her belly softly. She reached up and rubbed his face.
She's as good as yours. You're already a better dad and partner than Zeno ever could have been.
She answered and paused.
Unless you don't want to be. I know a baby and stuff can be too.
Her ramble was cut off by a soft kiss.
I'll be there as long as you let me.
Regulus promised, leaning his forehead against hers. She gave him a gentle shove and he sat back in the chair.
Right. So Reg turned to me, because he's not an asshat. I said I wanted as natural a birth as possible, but I do want an epidural. Dr. Cop Biscotti scoffed and said I didn't need an epidural. It was better if I went without. Then, he heavily implied to Regulus that I do not get the medication.
Pandora continued as though she hadn't stopped the story.
At which point I informed him that it was her body and her choice. He then tried to pressure her into not getting an epidural. She tore him a new arsehole.
Regulus continued.
This finishing each other's stories is gross.
Marlene commented, plucking a glove out of a box and blowing it up. Sirius made a face, and Remus made a derisive noise in his throat.
Inequality in healthcare, lovely. You should report him. I can help you pull up the form if you would like.
Remus offered, not wanting to trot on her toes. She was less forgiving than Sirius.
I would appreciate that. Perhaps when I don't have a baby trying to make a forcible exit from my uterus.
She grunted, gripping Regulus's hand through the pain of a contraction.
I didn't expect to have to fight for my voice. Poppy would have never deferred to Reg like that.
If she tried, I am sure Minerva would be checking for pods and body nappers. We keep things professional during our sessions, but I have seen the tail end of their dates and such. They are very sweet, but Poppy doesn't let Minerva pull the alpha card.
Sirius responded.
There's something in the water in Hogsmeade. Keeps the alphas kind, and the omegas strong.
Pandora answered, relaxing and taking a deep breath. She turned to the doctor that came through the door. Eyes flickered through the group and finally landed on Pandora in bed.
I'm Gideon Weasley. I hear you're about to have a baby and want an epidural. I just need to get some info and kick some folks out, and then we can get you something to make this all a bit easier. Is the father here?
He asked. Sirius moved away from the bed while Pandora answered the relevant questions and got acquainted with the doctor.
Sounds perfect. Friends and family of Ms. Malfoy need to step out.
He gestured to all of them. Sirius kissed her on the forehead and moved to step out. Just as he started to stand, Pandora gripped Regulus's hand harder than before.
Stay with me. If you're going to be her dad, I want you to be here when she's born.
Pandora asked. Regulus glanced at the doctor, who nodded easily, but ushered the other three out of the room.
Looks like Regulus will not be marrying a greengrass. Father is going to shit bricks.
Sirius snorted. He knew Regulus hadn't even made a full break from their parents yet. He was sure Riddle was going to tattle on him about their meeting today, but shacking up unmarried with a kid that wasn't his biologically, there was no bigger fuck you.
The Black brothers, always choosing love over duty.
Remus sounded heavily put upon. Sirius leaned into his warm hold and kissed him softly.
It's easy when we meet the people who turn our world on end. I needed to know of kind alphas who listened, and he needed to know of assertive omegas who wouldn't be silenced.
Sirius answered. Remus looked down at him, seemingly surprised. Sirius realized it wasn't Remus knocking him speechless this time. He had knocked the older man speechless. Chapter 60, Coming Home. Luna was born shortly after midnight on February 13th, with a lovely head of peach fuzz blonde hair. She had beautiful silvery eyes that looked almost white. She was far more focused than normal newborns. She stared at people like trying to get to know their souls. Marlene had gone to make their reservation at the hotel and extend it by a day or two. Sirius and Remus were staying to make sure they were looked after, while Bone tired, and to make sure Pandora got the respect she was owed.
Can I hold her?
Sirius asked, sitting on the edge of the bed. Pandora smiled and handed the little one over.
Thank you for asking. The nurses keep snatching her away, or when she's being held by Reg, looking like he's going to drop her.
Pandora answered. Sirius rocked the little girl.
I would remove your daughter from you and her father when I wanted to lose an arm.
Sirius teased Pandora good-naturedly. Pandora's eyes flickered over to Regulus, who was asleep in his chair nearby. He looked completely wiped out.
He was so good when I was in labor. He didn't let anyone walk on me, and made sure I was as comfortable as I could be.
Pandora murmured.
I picked the right guy, finally.
Remus leaned over Sirius's shoulder. Luna looked like she was trying to figure out where he came from. She was a very quiet, serious little girl. She yawned and fussed. Sirius handed her back to her mum.
Reg and I wanted to ask you to be the godfather.
Pandora winced as she tried to lean forward. After getting permission, Sirius helped her undo the shoulder of the gown and helped cover her in a blanket as she got Luna to latch.
Who would I be raising her with?
Sirius asked, and Pandora grinned cheekily.
Tonks,
she responded. Sirius huffed, but it was all in show.
She's been so supportive of me. I was hoping she would be here for the birth of this one. I will be sending out pictures to everyone tomorrow.
Sirius nodded.
I will be godfather only because I take my duties as uncle very seriously.
Sirius answered. She gave him a happy smile.
I am glad for the day I decided to knock some sense into Reg. Means my daughter has a wonderful family net.
Pandora answered. They continued to chat lightly as she fed Luna and burped her. Sirius set her in the little plastic crib and moved it so Pandora could see her. Eventually, they dimmed the lights in the room so she could get some rest. Sirius got a cot for Regulus and helped him to bed. He tucked Regulus in. He hadn't done that since they were kids.
Love you, Siri,
he said sleepily, rolling so he could see Luna as well.
Love you too, Reg.
Sirius answered fondly. He moved to sit next to Remus.
Are you sewing?
He asked, glancing over. Remus had the blanket in his hands from earlier and was carefully working Luna's name in the fabric.
She got 3 stitches. I don't think she's going to be up to finishing the project for a while.
Remus responded.
I did get her permission just in case.
Sirius gawked at him.
I figured you got permission. Stitches and being confined to a bed don't make her any less dangerous. I'm more amazed that you can sew.
Sirius responded and Remus's lips quirked.
You know, I've spent ages unraveling my beliefs about Omegas and their place in the universe and all that. Yet everyone is always so surprised to meet an alpha that can sew.
Remus's stitches never faltered.
I learned in the military for less than recreational purposes.
Sirius considered if he actually wanted to know.
Did you have to stitch up people?
He wondered. Remus glanced over at him, obviously deciding if he could handle it.
Yes, I did.
Simple and concise. Sirius let himself fully process that before reacting. He leaned over and carefully, not jostling Remus's hands, hugged the other tightly. Remus dropped a kiss on top of Sirius's head.
It was sloppy, and I subjected those people to really gnarly scarring, but they survived. I got better at it as time went on. When I left, I wanted to redirect all my training, so I took a sewing class. The professor thought I was only there for the Omegas, to get laid.
It's something that happens. I took a cooking course in university to be able to take care of myself, and there were a few alphas in the class. It became very clear, very quickly they were there for the Omegas. The professor put them in a group together, and they nearly burned down the classroom.
Sirius pointed out. Remus frowned at him.
I am working on not seeing all alphas as mindless assholes, but I have so many stories like that. You're the main reason for my mindset changing.
You and your brother have to stop looking to me as a good influence. I am just a simple guy trying to live my life.
Remus responded. Sirius gave him a look that implied he was being stupid.
You opened both our eyes to a new way of living. Deal with it. You're stuck with at the very least me.
Sirius informed him. Remus set down the blanket for a moment and wrapped an arm around Sirius.
I am blessed to have you in my life.
Remus corrected. They stayed like this until Sirius tried to hide a yawn.
Get some rest. You have an important meeting in a few hours.
Sirius pushed his meeting with Dorcas by a few hours. They managed to get checked into the hotel, and Regulus and Pandora were still trying to get checked out of the hospital. Sirius had left his car with them, and they got a lift to the room. After a quick shower and change, they headed back out.
How is everyone?
Dorcas asked when Sirius let himself into her office.
Pandora and her sweet little one are resting comfortably. Marlene is bored at the hotel. She was floating forlornly in the indoor pool when I left. Something about the cute girl who kissed her yesterday leaving her on red.
Sirius answered, depositing himself in the chair across from her.
Oh, shit.
She muttered and pulled her phone out. Sirius watched her fingers flash across the screen.
I meant to send the message this morning. I was hoping she would still be in town for dinner.
Dorcas responded and looked up at them.
Thank you.
Are you kidding me? If this goes sideways, I have to hear it from both of you. If it takes a little nudge to get it moving, I will take that as a win.
Sirius supplied, shrugging. She gave him an unamused look. He pulled a face back at her. After another quick reply, she pulled out a sheaf of papers.
This is a preliminary schedule of the book tour. It won't happen until after next year, which means I need the final copy by the end of May. I built you a bit of a longer deadline, and then I kept the holidays clear.
Dorcas told him. Sirius gave her a grateful smile. It was a good schedule. His book would go to print before Christmas, but he would still be able to spend the holiday with his town. She walked Sirius through the press tour and all he would have to do in the lead-up.
I've worked to keep your location from the press. I would recommend you and Remus get seen a few times in the lead-up to the release, like I have press waiting to photograph you as you walk out.
Sirius made a face but didn't argue. He just glanced over at Remus.
I can be photographed if it means I get to spend time with you.
Remus responded serenely with that warm smile that always filled Sirius's stomach with butterflies. They worked out a schedule for him to meet with Severus, his manager, and Barty, his publicist. She pushed it to June. They could work on his look for the new tour.
If you would like, you can join Sirius for parts of the tour. I just need to know before we finalize things so I can let the team know.
She told Remus. Remus sat forward so he could see the schedule better.
Would you like me to join you?
Remus asked Sirius. He grinned at the face Sirius made at him.
I'm always going to ask. This is your career. I can be the mysterious at-home boyfriend.
I would ask you to be there for the whole tour, but I know your store is important to you.
Sirius informed him with a petulant tone in his voice. Remus touched the ear with the cuff in it gently. Dorcas offered him a highlighter. Remus highlighted a few days that he could be available or when the tour came close enough for him to take the day. It was more than his ex had ever even attempted. Sirius adored Remus for that. Even with his own business, he was trying to prioritize Sirius's career and public image.
All right. Everything looks good. I will need you here April. Oh, blast, what is the date?
Dorcas dug through papers on her desk. It was always amusing to see the organized girl a little bit crazy. She hated arranging tours.
April 19th, a production company wants to make your series into a movie. I made sure it wasn't the people that made 50 Shades.
She preempted, knowing Sirius's issues with that series.
I'll meet with the production company for you, but I am not sure I want my works made into a movie.
Sirius informed her.
I know, but it's a good thing. More fans, more royalties, and as such, when you start your next book series, you aren't starting from scratch.
She reminded him. Sirius didn't want to admit that she was right, but didn't argue anymore. After a few more arrangements, they headed out.
Don't forget to text Marlene.
Sirius told her as he hugged her. She gave him her word that she would and then hugged Remus as well. They made their way outside. Remus wound an arm around Sirius's waist right before they stepped into the view of the cameras. Sirius offered Remus a set of sunglasses.
This okay?
He asked, squeezing Sirius's waist.
More than...
Sirius answered. They stepped outside and Sirius advised him not to look at the cameras.
Do you want to go get lunch?
He offered, as they waited for the car Dorcas had called for them. He got a text from Regulus that they were released from the hospital and heading back to the hotel.
Or we could go back to the hotel, get room service, and help everyone rest up so we can get back home tomorrow.
Remus suggested. Sirius nodded. That was a good suggestion. He smiled when Remus pressed a gentle kiss to his cheek. Dorcas would be thrilled by the press from this moment. He knew Remus wasn't even thinking about their audience. He was just that sweet.
When we get home, I want to talk to you about this. We should have clearly defined limits of what we want to share with the press.
You want PDA rules so we don't argue in front of the cameras.
Sirius clarified, looking up at the other man. Remus nodded.
I love you,
he responded. Remus stroked his cheek. It was clear he wanted to kiss Sirius, but wasn't sure it would be welcomed.
Sirius.
A familiar voice called from nearby. Sirius felt a lead weight descend into his stomach, even as he turned automatically toward his name. Remus's arm was loose enough for him to turn. He felt every bit of fear and tension he'd spent so long getting rid of return as he looked at the blonde making his way down the street. Every cell in his body wanted to flee all at once. The only thing keeping him from dissolving into a full-on panic attack was the warm presence of Remus right there.
It's been too long. How have you been?
The other man asked, looking for all the world like nothing was wrong. Sirius could feel himself physically recoil from him as he walked closer. He trod on Remus's foot and was automatically steadied by him.
Peter, what are you doing here?
Sirius was internally panicking, but externally he could look calm and collected. He crossed his arms defensively over his chest. He could feel the concern from Remus.
Saw your picture in the paper and figured you would be doing some damage control with that thick slice of chocolate cake.
He jerked his thumb toward the building Dorcas was in. Sirius felt Remus stiffen. It was so offensive. Peter had never understood Dorcas. She wasn't willing to sleep with him or submit to him. He had never really seen her as anything but a sex object.
Don't call Dorcas that.
Sirius responded heatedly. Peter's eyebrows went up and Sirius swallowed. He had thought he was immune to Peter now. The fear that slithered into his heart told him he wasn't. Peter was surprised that Sirius had spoken up against him.
Doesn't matter. I wanted to see you. Make sure you were doing okay after the rather abrupt way you left.
Peter was obviously guarding his words in front of others. Sirius could practically hear the pieces click in Remus's brain. He reached back and wrapped a hand around a wrist to convince Remus not to lose his temper. He couldn't deal with the monster in front of him, and Remus losing his gentle nature all in the same day.
I'm fine, Peter.
Sirius replied shortly. Peter's eyes roamed over him and made Sirius feel icky. Then his eyes went to the connection between Sirius and Remus and over Remus. Sirius swallowed again. Remus didn't look like an alpha, but Sirius knew if provoked he would stand up for Sirius.
Getting yourself wrapped up in a political mess is not an indication that you are fine. At least I kept you from getting tangled up in all of that. Your fans won't like you getting political.
Peter advised. Several months ago, that criticism would have crippled him. It still felt like a blow, but in a different way. He didn't take what Peter said seriously. It was more that he could see how thin it was. It was painful to know how easily he'd been manipulated.
If my fans have a problem with me standing up for Omega rights, I don't want their money.
Sirius fired back. He wished there was more strength in his voice. He felt like he would collapse at any moment.
Your books are fantasy, Sirius. They don't want a politically minded person. They want a sexy Omega. Screaming about rights and respect takes away from your sex appeal.
Peter responded. Sirius swallowed again. He had never bothered to see Sirius as anything other than a sex object. He had broken Sirius down so far that the idea of going to a rally had never been a possibility. He had let Peter take away his confidence. Now hearing this man talk about his sex appeal, and remembering that he knew what Sirius looked like naked made him sick. He couldn't get back the pieces this man had stolen.
You have no idea what makes someone appealing. If an Omega standing up for their rights makes them unappealing to you, I feel nothing but sympathy for your future partners. Sirius is incredibly sexy when fighting for his rights, and in every other way, he expresses his personality. He's not a doll.
Remus's voice was full of barely contained anger. Sirius glanced back at him. Remus was tall and confident at that moment. His green eyes blazed as he glared at Peter. Sirius could see the military man his boyfriend had been. Instead of striking fear into him, he was glad to have that force of nature on his side. He tore his eyes away from Remus and back to Peter. Peter was looking like he was debating on engaging in this exchange. He leveled a look filled with venom at Sirius.
You'll come crawling back. After all, Omega whores like you need someone strong to handle them. New agey rights and feelings alphas can only keep you satisfied for so long.
Peter shot out and turned to waddle away. As soon as he was around the corner, Sirius felt his walls crumble.
Don't collapse yet. We still have cameras on us. There's the car. Just breathe,
Remus advised. Sirius used that warm voice to keep himself from crashing. As soon as the door closed and Remus gave the address of the hotel, Sirius broke. Sobs racked his body as Remus held him.
He's so vile. How could I have given so much of myself to someone so cruel?
Sirius felt like he wanted to crawl out of his skin. The looks had brought everything up, every touch, every kiss, and every word. He hated all of it. He wanted to take it all back. He didn't want Peter to know what he looked like naked or what it felt like to kiss him. He wanted Remus to have all of those memories. It killed him that Peter had so many more.
I won't let him near you again, I promise.
Remus whispered against his hair. Sirius pulled back slightly to look at him.
It's not some misplaced idea of an alpha looking after an omega. It is me looking after my boyfriend against someone who brutalized him.
I didn't think you were being pushy. Just knowing that he's never going to touch me again while you draw breath is enough for me.
Sirius responded. Remus ran a hand over his cheek, brushing away tears.
I never know where that line is with you. I enjoy continuing to find it.
Remus assured him when Sirius opened his mouth to apologize.
May I kiss you?
Sirius leaned in and kissed Remus instead of answering. It felt like coming home. Chapter 61, In Control. Sirius was quiet for most of the day. He looked after Luna with Remus and Marlene while Pandora and Regulus rested. That night, instead of just a shower, he decided to take advantage of the hotel's large tub. He filled the tub with hot water and nice bubbles. He was just starting to relax when Remus came in.
Mind if I join you?
Remus asked, setting down a towel on the counter for Sirius. He kept his own towel in his hands, obviously willing to exit the room if Sirius refused.
Of course.
Sirius responded. Remus set the towel down and quickly stripped out of his clothes. He sank into the hot water next to Sirius, who immediately shifted so he could lay against Remus's chest. Their legs tangled in the water. Remus traced a gentle hand over Sirius's shoulders.
I'm going to ask what might be a stupid question. Are you okay?
Remus's voice was soft. His hands were gentle and his comforting scent wrapped around Sirius.
I think so. Seeing him is the worst thing I have faced in a long time.
Sirius finally answered. Remus kissed his temple and Sirius nuzzled into him. Their scents mixed pleasantly.
Thank you for being there.
I will be there however I can.
Remus hummed and Sirius looked up at him. Remus leaned down, giving Sirius plenty of time to pull away. Their lips met gently and a hand slid into his hair. This was why it was so easy for him to trust Remus. He was so much gentler and kinder than Peter. He made sure Sirius was into every move he made. They parted with no push to go further. Sirius dipped under the water when Remus asked and relaxed as strong fingers worked his shampoo in.
I've been thinking I do want to spend a heat rut with you. I trust you to look after me.
Sirius mentioned. Remus's hands paused for only a moment.
I would like that.
Remus finally managed.
Under.
Sirius popped back under the water to rinse his hair and made sure to wipe his face as he surfaced to keep the soap out of his eyes.
What brought about this revelation?
You would never do anything I'm not okay with. If I did something during my heat that I wasn't 100% about normally, you wouldn't take advantage of the situation. You would encourage us to do something else.
Sirius answered. Remus smoothed conditioner through the dark locks. Sirius enjoyed the gentle attention. It was keeping any stress as they talked at bay.
This is true.
Remus mused. Sirius waited. That tone usually implied something else.
Even in that moment, I would keep control of myself, but I want to know how you would feel about a knot.
The question was carefully phrased. Sirius forced himself to take a deep breath and not immediately spin out. Remus would not force it on him. If he said no, it would never be pushed.
I don't know. I've never had the option to say no or yes. I know it makes the rut easier to endure.
Sirius responded. Remus picked up the body wash and ran a washcloth of suds over Sirius's shoulders.
It's rumored to, but if you're not okay, I can do without.
Remus answered. Sirius chewed on his bottom lip and pulled off a piece of dried skin. It stung. He would regret that later.
I would be willing to try it once.
Sirius finally agreed. Remus leaned over and kissed his shoulder.
We can definitely see how you feel about it. If you don't like it, we never do it again. And if at the time, you can't just let me know.
Remus assured him. Sirius leaned back happily.
And this is why I agreed. I know all I have to do is say I don't like or want something, and you will never force it on me.
Sirius informed him. Remus smoothed his hair back. Sirius went under the water again and rinsed the conditioner out of his hair. Remus washed his own hair and they stepped out of the tub. They brushed their teeth side by side and Remus kissed his cheek before stepping into the bedroom. Sirius combed out his hair and applied his face moisturizer before stepping out into the bedroom as well. Remus was lounging on the bed, having picked up a book. Sirius dropped his towel and made his way over. He smirked when he realized Remus was now watching him. He climbed onto the mattress and crawled between Remus's legs. He cupped Remus through his pants.
I want to be with you tonight,
Sirius commented. Remus was hard in his hands, but Sirius waited. Their relationship was based on trust and consent. Remus reached down and touched his chin.
Is this actually about us, or is this about you feeling rough?
Remus asked. His tone was neutral. Sirius actually paused to think about it.
It's about us, or rather about you. Thinking about everything that happened to me makes me feel...
Sirius made a face and shuddered slightly. He didn't have words for how gross it made him feel, knowing that Peter was probably still getting off to thoughts about him and the pain Peter had put him through.
I love you in the way you make me feel.
He wasn't sure if this was the right answer or not. Remus seemed to consider this.
All right.
He agreed, and Sirius paused, prompting Remus to question him.
Can I take the lead tonight?
Sirius asked, and the smile from Remus made him wish he had asked earlier. Remus relaxed on the bed properly and gestured for Sirius to carry on. That made Sirius feel warm to the core of his being. Peter never would have surrendered to him. Sirius tugged off the pants with a little help from Remus. The heavy cock springing loose had Sirius excited instead of nervous. He ran his tongue up the length and then closed his mouth over the heavy shaft. Remus's low groan had slick, dampening his crease. He knew Remus could smell it. His cock throbbed in Sirius's mouth. Sirius sank down as far as he could comfortably. He stroked the part that he couldn't fit in as he bobbed his head. The lovely sounds pouring from Remus bolstered his confidence. He continued to move over the hard flesh, enjoying the taste of Remus heavy on his tongue. Soft fingers tangled in his hair. He ran his tongue over the slit, reveling in the way Remus's toes curled against the blankets. He pulled off with a soft pop.
Do we have lube?
Sirius asked. Remus glanced down, his eyes hazy and dark.
In my bag front pocket.
Remus managed. Sirius hopped up out of bed and made his way over to the bag. It smelled like him, and Remus, which made him smile slightly. He opened the front pocket and retrieved the small container. He made his way back to the bed and settled on Remus's hips this time.
Want me to open you up, Carrie-Ant?
Remus asked, sliding his hands down to grip Sirius's erection and give it a gentle stroke. Sirius shook his head, curls falling into his eyes.
I'ma do it myself.
Sirius responded. He was a bit nervous, but he wanted to do this. He wanted to take charge this evening. He wanted to remember what it felt like to be loved. He wanted to claim back himself and give all of it to Remus. He opened the slippery container and poured some of the substance over his fingers. Aside from a few instances when he was younger, which hadn't involved extra lubricant, Sirius had never really fingered himself. He had used toys and such when he went through his yearly heat, but that was a whole different thing. He adjusted his position, not caring that the arch basically put everything on display for Remus, and pressed one finger carefully into his body. His fingers were longer than Remus's, so they didn't stretch or rub the same way. The angle was also shit. He twisted a bit more and was able to more effectively press in. He was quickly adding a second finger, feeling the stretch properly. He twisted his fingers and gave a frustrated noise. Remus gave a small chuckle as he continued to stroke Sirius's cock.
I told you your prostate moves.
Sirius huffed and removed his fingers. He moved to position himself over Remus, and a hand came up to rest on his waist.
You're not going anywhere near my cock with that little bit of prep. I promised never to hurt you, and I meant it.
Remus murmured. He sat up and scent-marked Sirius while collecting the lube. Sirius loosed a small sigh when those familiar fingers breached him. He sank back against Remus's talented fingers. His own hands gripped Remus's arms, which kept him so close and so safe. He could feel Remus layering damp kisses along his shoulder and over his scent gland. Every pass made him shiver in pleasure. Remus's fingers pressed against his prostate, and he pressed harder against those fingers. He groaned out his pleasure while laying his own kisses and nibbles over the broad shoulders. He got a lovely groan from Remus when he nibbled at his scent gland. Their smells mingled and twisted together in that intoxicating scent Sirius could only ever describe as home. 2 fingers turned to 3, and eventually Remus eased him back. He shifted to sit up against the headboard. Sirius gripped his heavy cock and sank down carefully.
Fuck, Rem.
He breathed as he was breached and filled. It already felt so good. He braced his hands on Remus's shoulders and used his legs to push up. It was intense like this. His forehead rested against Remus, which meant whenever eyes flickered open, they were right on each other. The air was heavy and their skin was slick. Sirius set up a slow but deep pace. He wanted to feel Remus. He never wanted to feel anyone else. He wanted to replace all of his memories with the feel of Remus. Those hands, that wonderful body, every mole, freckle, and scar. He wanted to feel those lips against him and wrap himself in the safety and scent of Remus. For his part, Remus met him movement for movement. They rocked together, slow emotions and pleasure rising. The kisses and touches shared were sacred, the words whispered against heated skin treasured. Instead of tugging on hair, fingers slid through silky locks. Instead of nails biting into skin, his touches were soft. Instead of nibbles and hickeys, soft kisses were pressed to slick skin. The rise to the top was slow and intense. The intensity and the vulnerability had Sirius trembling and leaning into Remus. Remus held him closer, offering comfort and safety.
I've got you, my love,
he promised in Sirius's ear. Sirius fell apart against him, rocking as he brought Remus to release as well. He didn't disengage when they both came down. They stayed connected, touching, stroking, and kissing until Remus was hard again. Sirius gripped the headboard this time and set up a similar pace to the first time. Remus held him gently, seeming to enjoy Sirius moving on top of him. Sirius's legs ached, but it was too good to stop. Having control over the depth and the pace was amazing. He felt so confident as he rocked on top of Remus. His arm flexed as he rolled his hips.
Feels so good.
Sirius breathed, and Remus leaned in to take a nipple into his mouth. Sirius gave a low, broken groan, spilling again between them. Remus moved against him, and a moment later, Sirius felt him taking his second release. He carefully climbed off and collapsed against the bed, boneless and sated. Remus rolled and pulled Sirius close.
You are so beautiful.
Remus sounded sleepy. Sirius turned his head to see a lovely expression on Remus. He looked satisfied. Remus ran a gentle hand over his cheek and a thumb over his bottom lip.
I like this look on you. Completely relaxed and totally replete.
Sirius nipped at his finger and got a retaliatory nose boop.
Thank you for not turning me down tonight.
Sirius finally whispered, pressing close. Remus examined his face.
I'm still learning to trust what you say. I've pushed the idea of you being a survivor out of my thoughts of you, because you asked me to. Today reminded me of that, and I was concerned about it setting your recovery back. Didn't want you to be with me, because you thought it was expected. You told me it wasn't about that. I could also sense how much you needed me to just be with you.
Remus responded. Sirius ran his fingers through Remus's chest hair. He had been so fragile when he had reached for Remus tonight.
I liked you taking the lead. That was sexy as hell.
Remus informed him. Sirius flushed, but with pure pleasure. He settled properly into Remus's hold. Remus reached over to turn off the light. They double-checked with Pandora and Marlene when they wanted to leave and set alarms. When they finally reached Hogsmeade, it was to the relief of everyone in the car. Luna had not liked the long car ride and had been fussy for most of the trip. It hadn't really bothered Sirius or even Pandora, but it was very clear the three alphas in the car were about to go out of their minds. They pulled up to Pandora's building. Sirius left the baby in the hands of her mother and helped his brother carry the bags upstairs.
This is our home, ma trésor.
Pandora murmured, lifting the small infant out of the car seat and showing her about the place.
I know it doesn't look like much. You arrived early. Your papa and I will have it all fixed up by the time you are old enough to form memories.
Pandora assured her.
Do you need anything?
Sirius asked, and Regulus shook his head, watching as Pandora carried Luna into her room to show her the crib and the teddy bear.
Lily is already arranging the town. Make sure the fridge is clear. She has people bringing you dinner every night for at least a week.
I will take care of it while she is recovering. She asked if you can contact Poppy for her.
Regulus responded and Sirius nodded.
I reached out to Minerva because that is the number I have. Poppy has already put her on maternity leave.
Sirius answered. Pandora had brought it up on the car trip down.
Thanks.
Regulus sounded exhausted. Sirius hugged him and brushed his hair back.
Good luck. Remus and I will be bringing you dinner the day after tomorrow.
Sirius informed him. He left the flat to find Remus alone in the car playing with the radio.
Marlene decided to walk home. After several hours in the car with a fussy infant, she thought her head was going to explode.
Remus commented. It was easy to see he was still keyed up.
She's a baby, Rem. She didn't like the car. Considering we live in a walking town, is that a problem?
Sirius asked, driving carefully through the town. There was very little traffic in this town. Most people walked everywhere. Sirius's car rarely left the garage. Before the trip to London, he had double-checked the oil and tires to make sure nothing had been damaged from sitting for so long.
No, which is why I worked very hard at not losing my mind, but...
Remus spread his hands to say here they were. Sirius pulled into the garage and turned to frown at Remus.
I assumed you were good with babies considering how you are with Harry. Are you not? Should I be concerned about taking on all the baby duties?
Sirius asked, and Remus reached over.
I didn't mean to worry you. As much as the crying baby made me feel a bit itchy, it was mostly because I couldn't do anything to make her life easier. If that was our baby, we could have pulled over and talked and sang until she was asleep. I would never dump all the baby duties on you. It would be my kid too.
Remus answered. Sirius felt his lips tug into a smile despite himself. They climbed out of the car and trudged down the road to Remus's house. Padfoot was on them as soon as they were through the door. Sirius knelt down to greet the overeager dog.
I swear you've grown since I saw you last.
Sirius informed the puppy. Padfoot settled back happily, and his tongue lolled out.
Oh, is that right? Well, Lily wasn't supposed to feed you. She was just supposed to put a brick on your head to keep you small forever.
Padfoot tipped his head to the side.
I suppose you're right. You have to grow into your dinner plate feet and your satellite ears.
Sirius ruffled his ears and leaned in to kiss the middle of the dog's forehead. He glanced up to see Lily and Remus watching him. He flushed and stood.
I think he loves the dog more than me.
Remus Stage whispered. Lily simply laughed and pulled Sirius in for a tight hug.
You were sunk the moment that puppy entered the picture, Remus.
Lily answered, holding Sirius close. Sirius had told her about running into Peter, and she had made sure to ask if he was okay and how she could help. This helped just being back with his friends and family in a safe space. He would be okay. Chapter 62, Round 2. Sirius was right, he would be okay. A session with Minerva, a few late nights with Lily, and by the end of February he was forgetting about Peter in a way he had never been sure he would. Seeing him again had cemented all the things Sirius had hated about him. Now he was on a better path. He got to see his brother being truly happy with Pandora and looking after a sweet baby girl. He got to spend his days with his dog and write his book. He got to spend his evenings wrapped up with the most lovely man in existence. February blew around them with blustery winds and nasty ice storms. March promised to be more of the same. Sirius pouted as he looked at his pretty leather boots, but turned away to the heavy-duty, non-slip winter boots Remus had talked him into buying. They were ugly, utilitarian, and gray. He hated them, but they were warm. Paired with a warm sweater, his heavy coat, a scarf, gloves, and a hat. He looked down at Padfoot.
I feel like a marshmallow. When this ends, we need to go shopping for the tightest pair of jeans known to man, so Remus remembers that I have a phenomenal ass.
Sirius informed the dog. Padfoot's tail just thumped happily. Sirius attached the leash to his collar and stepped out of the warm cottage. They didn't talk about the fact that Sirius spent all of his time at Remus's. They didn't talk about the fact that Regulus and Pandora spent most of their time at Sirius's. No one talked about the fact that the spare room had been changed into a nursery, and Regulus and Pandora were occupying the master bedroom. Sirius established a quick walking pace, not wanting to be out in this weather any longer than necessary. The few people he passed also seemed to agree. They all nodded greetings to each other, but everyone kept walking. Faces were not pulled out of scarves, and hands were kept tucked in pockets. Padfoot walked right behind Sirius, using his legs for protection against the wind. This is why the hand on his shoulder came as a surprise. He hadn't heard anyone call his name, of course. This could be due to the deafening volume of the wind. He turned to see who was keeping him from the promise of a warm bookstore and an even warmer hug from Remus. All the breath felt like it had been sucked from his lungs. He was facing Peter with his short, squat frame, messy blonde hair, and watery eyes. Now Sirius could see why people said he looked a bit like a rat. A small pointy nose, large front teeth, and dirty, untrimmed nails.
I was surprised when I found out you moved out of London.
Peter intoned, even as Sirius took a step back. That hand fell off his shoulder. It had felt incredibly invasive. He looked around for anyone he knew to reach out to at that moment. The streets were empty, and many of the shops weren't even bothering to open as they got battered with ice and wind. Sirius had tried to convince Remus to stay closed, but Remus had insisted people needed books while stuck inside. The smug bastard had been right. His sales had been incredibly high all week.
What are you doing here?
Sirius asked sharply, the cold air stinging his nose and cheeks. He wondered if he could run to the bookstore. But he shoved that idea aside. It was a bad plan. Alphas chased Omegas who ran. He wasn't in the mood for those kinds of bruises. As long as he kept his cool, he should be okay, right?
I was looking for you. Took a bit of digging, but one of your fan sites talked about your recent move to Hogsmeade. Small town, I figured when I got here someone would know where you were. Luck would have you dropping right into my lap.
Peter sounded pleasant, like an old friend just looking to catch up. His squinty eyes noticed the next step back Sirius took.
I'm really not interested, Peter, and I'm late.
Sirius turned away, wanting to get as far away as he could. He felt perilously close to tears again. He hated that one conversation with Peter was all that was needed to ruin his tenuous peace.
Hey, don't you turn your back on me.
A hand closed around Sirius's wrist. It was painful and had Sirius pulling away in shock. It had been a long time since anyone had reached out to him intending to hurt him.
Don't touch me.
Sirius snapped. Padfoot stepped between them and barked. At nearly 6 months, he was no longer a tiny fluff ball. He was starting to look like a proper dog, some sort of shepherd mix, and still pitch black. He came up to Sirius's knees, which meant nearly Peter's waist.
Leave it,
he told the dog. Padfoot looked back at him, gave Peter a look, and settled onto his haunches.
You reek of him. Tell me, Sirius, how does he measure up? Does he get you to make those delightful little noises when you're not sure how you feel about something? Have you let him mark you yet?
Peter asked, his eyes narrowed malevolently. Sirius felt like he might throw up. Having Peter talk about his relationship with Remus was physically repulsive.
What happens between Remus and me is between us, and you will never know.
Sirius answered, forcing his emotions behind his mask. It was rusty and ill-fitting now, but effective.
Useless Omega bitch doesn't know his place. Should have held you down and forced my teeth into your neck.
Peter muttered. Sirius felt true fear touch him as Peter's eyes darted about the empty town square. His step back was more deliberate this time. Things had never ended well when Peter used that tone. He glanced over his shoulder at Flourish and Blots. Too far to make, even if he didn't have eyes on him. Peter didn't have the typical alpha speed or strength, but his alpha voice had always been able to bring Sirius to his knees. Sirius was half convinced his charisma was his gift. He had a talent for flawlessly lying. He had used it against Sirius for most of their relationship. Still, he had to at least try. A hand clamped down over his neck as soon as he turned his back.
I told you not to turn your back on me.
Peter's voice had changed, and with that hand on his neck, his knees buckled. Nothing in the world felt worse than his body and instincts betraying him. Every cell thrashed against the cage he was suddenly trapped in. He might not be able to do much, but he still fought the hands that pulled on his scarf and coat, trying to get it off, trying to expose his neck. The same neck that had the thin silver chain on it, holding the moon charm so close to his heart.
Always so hot to have an Omega fight back. Doesn't matter, Starlight. You'll learn to surrender yourself soon enough.
Tears fogged his vision as he fought back. A cry forced its way out of his throat when Peter's weight overbalanced them. His head made contact with the frozen ground. Now he was hazy for a whole other reason. He heard Padfoot barking, a low curse, and then a sound that broke his heart. Padfoot's pained yip and heavy whining. The leash slipped from his hand. He was about to lose his freedom, his Remus, and his Padfoot. His movements were sluggish as a body covered him in the snow. He couldn't push Peter off. Everything was foggy, and his head hurt. He felt a puff of hot breath on his neck and tried to get away. He was unsure what happened, but suddenly he was alone. Suddenly the heavy body was no longer pinning him down. A wet nose nudged his cheek and he looked over. Padfoot looked miserable, but the concern in those blue eyes had him reaching up to touch him lightly. Another sound caught his attention. Low snarling and growling, he slowly and painfully pushed himself into position. Peter and Remus were locked up and struggling. His heart pulsed painfully as Remus got a nasty scratch across his cheek from those nails. A moment later, he had Peter pinned to the ground, a knee between his shoulders and his arms wrenched back. Remus was once again completely silent throughout the whole encounter. Sirius could hear the low growls coming from Peter. Remus glanced over at him, green eyes tracing the edge of his hat, and another nasty pulse had Sirius reaching up. His hand came away red. Shame he liked this hat.
Are you able to call the authorities?
Remus asked, his voice eerily calm and collected. It took a minute for the words to fully process, and he patted his pockets automatically, pulling out his phone. Mr. Weasley answered the phone after the second ring. He assured Sirius he would send out Proudfoot and Shacklebolt. Sirius had met the two men before. They were very nice betas who had spent a solid hour bragging about their kids to Sirius at the Hogshead one morning. They were quick to arrive, taking Peter into custody and asking for statements. The snow was cold and his head ached. Actually, if he was being truthful, every part of him hurt. Shacklebolt's eyes traced the rucked-up coat and scarf, as well as the blood slowly pulsing against his hat.
Did he?
Shacklebolt trailed off uncomfortably, and Sirius shook his head.
No. An effort was made. The only time I'm grateful for the number of layers required to keep warm.
Sirius answered, taking the scarf when it was retrieved. It smelled heavily of Peter. It made his stomach turn. Shacklebolt asked a few more questions. Finally, Sirius shot a look at Remus, who stepped over.
Kingsley, if you do not mind, I would like to get his head looked at. Can we deal with this later or tomorrow?
Remus asked, wrapping a warm arm around Sirius. Eyes flicked up to the rapidly growing bloodstain on his hat, and Kingsley nodded. He offered a ride, and eventually they were left alone.
Can you walk to the house while I call Poppy?
Remus asked, and Sirius nodded. He looked over at Padfoot, who was limping heavily. Remus reached down and scooped up the dog.
How did you know I needed you?
Sirius asked, falling into step with Remus.
Padfoot ran up to the shop door. Without you. I knew immediately from the sound and the way he was walking. It wasn't just that he got excited and pulled the leash. My blood ran cold when I saw someone laying down on the street. I thought you had passed out or something then. I smelled him and your fear. First time in years that I listened to my instincts.
Remus answered. Sirius looked at the black animal in Remus's arms.
Thank you, buddy. Sorry he hurt you.
Sirius reached out, lightly stroking his head. Padfoot's tail wagged weakly. They reached the house, and Sirius unlocked the door. Remus set Padfoot in the chair, and Sirius sat down on the couch. He let Remus strip off his winter clothes. His arm was lifted and placed against a towel that was placed over his head when the hat was removed. Remus helped him lie down, and a warm blanket was placed over him. He could hear Remus on the phone. An indeterminate amount of time later, the door was opened, and other voices sounded.
Sirius, honey, can you open your eyes?
Familiar and reassuring, it was Poppy's voice. Sirius opened his eyes, unsure of when he had closed them. Poppy moved his hand and probed at the bleeding head wound. Sirius tried not to shift away. She asked all the usual questions. What year was it? Who was the Prime Minister? His name and age. Sirius realized he was being evaluated for a concussion.
You don't need stitches, so I don't have to shave any of your pretty hair. Keep pressure. If it is still bleeding in the morning, come see me. Otherwise, just warm water and soap when it clots.
Poppy pulled off her gloves and gave Sirius a fond smile.
Let's get your pain settled, and I will see what I can do for your noble steed over there.
Sirius took the pills she handed him and swallowed with the help of the water Remus handed him. His head was cradled in Remus's lap, and he took over the pressure on the towel while Poppy looked after the pup. Padfoot was not happy, but seemed to realize he was being helped, so didn't snap at Poppy or Minerva.
I think he was kicked in the ribs, but I can't feel any fractures. Best keep him comfy for now. Maybe take him to the vet in the morning.
Poppy advised. Remus nodded, since Sirius looked like he was drifting off again. Sirius was unsure how much time passed when Remus pulled the towel from his head and helped him up to shower. As he was woozy and tired, he felt like he could be forgiven for not realizing what the terrible heat rising through his body actually meant. It wasn't until arousal pooled low in his stomach that he rolled over to grab his phone. Remus was downstairs with Padfoot at the moment. He quickly called up Lily.
Sirius, we've had this conversation. If you have a story idea so late, just talk to Remus.
Lily sounded like she had been asleep very thoroughly.
Peter showed up tonight.
Sirius responded. There was a beat of silence on the other end. One long afternoon they had left Harry with Marlene, and Sirius had walked Lily and James through his complicated past. She knew what this meant.
Are you okay?
She asked finally. Sirius nodded before remembering she couldn't see him.
Remus looked after me and Peter got arrested, but apparently I was more chemically invested than I realized. His protectiveness caused my suppressants to fail. Can you call Regulus and Dorcas up tomorrow and explain what's happening?
Sirius asked.
Sirius, I think I should come over there.
Lily protested, sounding like she was getting out of bed. Sirius felt slick dampen his sweats and over the sheets beneath him. The heat was reaching a fever pitch. Having people over was not a good plan.
No, Lils, don't.
Sirius protested, pulling the blankets closer, even as he burned from the inside out. They smelled like Remus and sent a bolt of painful longing through him. He resisted the urge to make a truly pathetic noise.
You can't just brush past your ex, Sirius.
she argued. Sirius closed his eyes as the waves of heat washed over him. He had forgotten how painful it could be in the early stages. Fuck, he needed Remus, and soon. He hoped the latter would quickly be done with the dog.
Lily, I promise you I don't need anyone visiting right now,
Sirius commented. He didn't hear her response. Remus was standing in the doorway, sans his sweater, the top buttons of his shirt undone, his hair erect, and a flush covering his face. Sirius could smell the rut on him, and his answering rush of slick had Remus's eyes flashing.
Lily, don't come over. My heat triggered Remus's rut.
Chapter 63, Claim Me. Sirius hung up and dropped his phone on the bedside table, not caring when he heard it clatter to the floor. He only had eyes for Remus.
Do you want to go?
Remus asked. His face was half feral, and it was very clear it took all of his control to keep from mauling Sirius. His hands were curled tightly around the edges of the doorframe, knuckles white. Every muscle was tight. Sirius admired the amount of control in Remus right now.
Want you?
Sirius answered instead, kicking off the blankets and making to get up. He didn't get far. Remus was on him in moments. Sirius tipped his head when Remus's scent marked him. His whole body was warm and hard against Sirius. He wrapped his legs around Remus, needing to get him as close as possible as soon as possible.
Claim.
He breathed and gave a low groan when teeth scraped over his neck. He was grateful they were nowhere near his scent gland. His inner Omega was screaming at Remus to nod him and mate him, but Sirius's brain was still against the mating bite. Remus pulled back. His pupils were dilated and his face was flushed, hair messy and wild around him. Their lips met. It was a hot kiss that stole breath and reason. Sirius's fingers curled into Remus's shirt, and he clung to the other. Remus was the solution to the horrible searing pain behind his navel. A thick thigh pressed between his legs and was moving in that delicious way that had Sirius arching against it. He felt he would go crazy from the want. He was boiling, covered in sweat, and felt like he was being set on fire. His senses were blurring. Nothing mattered but getting Remus in him as soon as possible. He wiggled against the tight hold and felt Remus's hands slide under his shirt and tug it off. Sirius could have cheered at the liberation of his skin. Warm, strong fingers traced over his chest. The scent of his own slick and Remus's arousal was heavy, as it mixed with the heavy scent of a pine forest in a lightning storm. Heavy sap and damp earth with the sharpness in the air spoke of something dangerous but breathtaking. He could smell his own leather and tobacco scent, mixing pleasantly with that deep, earthy scent.
Need you now.
Sirius pleaded when the kiss was broken for a breath. Remus unhooked his ankles easily, and Sirius felt Remus peel his sweats off his frame. Quite literally peeled them off, as in between the sweat and the slick they were plastered to his body. He would have flushed in embarrassment if he had a single brain cell left committed to dignity. He immediately rolled onto his forearms, presenting eagerly. He shuddered as warm hands stroked over his skin and his back before Remus was pressed against him, still clothed. What was taking him so long? It was sweats and a t-shirt.
We're not going to have sex in this position, Carrie-Anne.
Remus's voice held the low growl of an alpha in a rut, but it was as soft as he could make it. Sirius trembled. Remus kissed the back of his neck. That wonderful warm body moved off him, and then hands were parting his cheeks. He swore as a filthy tongue pressed along the crease, lapping up the slick eagerly. Honestly, the small part of his sanity remaining was grateful that he wouldn't be taken in that position. It had been mostly instinct, an instinct he had regretted as soon as he had done it. Now, with Remus's mouth and tongue in his crease, he could do little more than moan desperately into the pillows. Remus seemed content to take his time winding up Sirius. Desperate tears mingled with sweat as that wonderful tongue swiped over his hole and traced the puckered skin. His hips jumped when Remus pointed his tongue and pressed it in. His whole body lurched as a new wave of heat washed over him.
Rem, please need you,
Sirius whispered. A thumb pressed against his entrance, and he whined in protest, but didn't move from the pressure. A hand wrapped around his erection and fingers pressed into that slicked-out hole. It only took 2 pulls from Remus before he was spilling with a loud shout. His throat felt sore as he was rolled onto his back. Remus was kissing him again. Even with an orgasm, Sirius needed him. He clung to Remus, fingers digging into the broad shoulders of his lover. His legs were adjusted, then Remus was pressing into him. Sirius felt every inch, and his body welcomed the heavy intrusion. He didn't even mind the slight burn. Remus's firm hands held his legs bent at the knee as he split him open. Sirius felt like he would pass out from the feeling. When Remus bottomed out, he shuddered. He was completely full. He struggled to move his hips to get Remus to move.
Impatient little Omega.
Remus murmured against his cheek, nuzzling him again. Sirius felt Remus's hesitation over the last word. Here in their bedroom, hidden from the world and riding out the waves of heat and rut washing over them, Sirius found he didn't mind. It only sounded like praise from Remus.
Fuck, please, just move.
He didn't understand why Remus wasn't just taking him. He needed it so badly. Surely Remus could smell the desperation on him, the pain.
Want to feel you fill me, breed me, and claim me.
That elicited a response, a low growl that had more slick gushing from where they were connected. Remus's hips snapped into him. God, the relief was immediate. It was like a breath of fresh air.
Please, Alpha.
He pleaded and felt the control snap. It was almost tangible. Remus slid into him hard and fast. Sirius could only cling to him as he was filled so perfectly. Every thrust was so perfect. It soothed the heat while stroking it higher. A hand slipped off his sweaty knee to wrap around his cock.
Gonna spill for me back in Tuz.
The low rumble of his voice made it an order, not a question. Even at his wildest, though, the alpha tone was nowhere to be found. Sirius was free to tell him to fuck off.
Want to spill with your knot?
Sirius panted out. It was the only thing that would soothe this awful, ugly feeling in his stomach. He needed his alpha to knot him. Sirius felt Remus shudder at his words and saw his teeth flash briefly. He was surprised when Remus seemed to master the impulse and bit down on a pillow instead of Sirius.
Come on, lover.
Sirius looped his loose leg around Remus's waist. The thrusts were so deep and wild. He could feel the slickness of Remus's skin. The bed creaked under them and the headboard thudded loudly. His eyes rolled back as Remus continued to stroke him and thrust into him. He couldn't breathe or think. He was a vessel of pure need, pure desire. He felt it catch against him and felt a cold sweat trying to push through the hormones. He forcibly pushed it away and rolled into Remus.
Look at me, love.
Remus's voice was gentle and tender. Sirius forced his eyes open and the pace slowed. He could see Remus fighting his own nature and hormones for Sirius.
I can't take this back. Everything else we do, I can stop. If I do this, it's going to be a bit before anything can be done to resolve an issue for you.
Remus reminded him. Sirius felt everything in him melt. Any thought of dignity, any fear, any reservation. Here was Remus on the edge of a knot, in the middle of his first wave of a rut, offering Sirius the chance to back out, giving him a last moment of consent and reprieve. Sirius pulled him down for a sloppy kiss.
Not me, Remus. Want to feel you claim me.
Sirius whispered against his lips. The harsh pace picked up again, and that wonderful hand stroked over his cock. When the knot caught against him, he welcomed it in the sharp piston of Remus's hips. He felt it expand and lock against him. Every muscle went tight, and his vision literally whited out as he spilled over Remus's hand. He came down slowly, his senses returning in pieces. First was his nose, smelling the heavy scent of his and Remus's first wave. Then his nerves woke up. His skin was slick with sweat, and honestly, his slick. He could feel the dry tears across his own face. Soft fingers traced over his hips and his stomach, chest, and traced over his lips. He nipped lightly at those fingers and felt rather than heard the chuckle. He was cradled against a strong chest. In some form of alpha magic, Remus had rearranged them. Hearing returned next. He could hear Remus's even breathing and the even thud of his heart. The gentle tick of the clock and the wind outside were a nice counterpoint. Finally, he blinked open his eyes and smiled up at Remus.
I hate the first wave,
he muttered sleepily. He shifted slightly, and then feeling returned to one thing Sirius had forgotten to think about. The knot caught in his body, the knot that would take minutes to go down. He clenched around it experimentally. Remus cursed his fingers briefly, tightening on Sirius's arms.
Keep that up, and it will never deflate,
Remus murmured. Sirius could feel more cum spilling deeply into him. It didn't hurt, in all honesty. He found the sensation to be borderline pleasant. Of course, he could feel the heat still lingering around the edges of his senses. This was going to be a rough one.
Are you okay?
Feels nice,
Sirius responded, and Remus cupped his chin.
I meant with everything. I called you Omega, and you said a few things that clearer heads might not appreciate.
Remus reminded him. They were twined so closely, and his hands were firm on Sirius. There was no way he could miss the blush or confuse it for another wave. At least while they were knotted, Sirius wouldn't spike again. It was part of why heats were easier to endure with a partner.
I trust you with everything, Remus. That includes what just happened. I know you won't call me Omega in public, and neither of us is going to take any promises or things said in the middle of a wave as an honest statement of intent.
Sirius murmured, not looking away from those deep peridot pools. He trusted Remus to look at his soul at its most vulnerable and not destroy him. Remus ran a gentle finger down his nose, and Sirius wrinkled it. He reached up and traced over a smattering of freckles on Remus's shoulder. He laid his head back down, listening to the heartbeat of his love. He could feel the slightest tremble running through Remus.
Are you all right?
Sirius whispered after several long moments.
It's a bit more intense than I had thought it would be,
Remus answered. Sirius managed to piece his brain back together enough to remember that Remus had never knotted someone before. Sirius swallowed at the sudden rush of emotion. He suddenly wished Remus was the first knot he'd taken. Having that choice so cruelly stripped away was something to analyze at another time.
Thank you for looking after me,
Sirius finally responded. Gentle fingers carted through his hair.
I appreciate that you didn't when I presented and the extra check before. The knot.
Sirius's voice was soft but easily heard in the quiet of the bedroom. Remus's fingers slid over his ear. It was currently bare, all his jewelry stacked neatly on the counter in the bathroom. The ear cuff had been carefully cleaned when Remus had helped remove it, because some of the blood had gotten into the intricate silver design. Sirius counted Remus's breaths while waiting for an answer.
Part of me was so close to jumping you when you presented. It took every piece of willpower I possessed to tell you no.
Remus's voice was tight, but his hands stayed soft.
I knew it was instinct for you, and if I took you like that, neither of us would ever forgive me.
I'll work on it. You're not the only one who should control themselves.
Sirius responded and felt Remus's knot loosen and slide free. He was immediately rolled onto his back and kissed firmly.
As for the knot, I wanted to make sure your consent was real and clear.
Remus answered, and Sirius smiled at him.
It was and still is. I'm happy to have experienced that with you.
Sirius murmured and felt the pull of nicotine, and another wave threatened him.
Let me up. I need a smoke and to make a few phone calls before I can't.
Immediately that warm body was off him. Sirius took the robe offered by Remus and stepped out back to smoke. He sent a text to Dorcas telling her what was going on. She was going to hate this, but there wasn't much that could be done. He sent a text to Regulus, also detailing what had happened and what was currently happening. Up with Luna for a night feed, Regulus texted back. Sirius asked if he had time to stop by tomorrow to take Padfoot to the vet. When Regulus answered with a picture of Luna, Sirius sent him off with a good night.
I'll ask Aberforth to come by and pick up Padfoot, both for the vet, and to take care of him for a few days.
Remus spoke from behind him as Sirius worried his bottom lip.
He'll bring by some groceries, and as an Omega, he won't negatively respond to your heat.
Sirius melted against Remus. Of course, he would think of a way to keep Sirius safe. He finished his smoke and went in to check on Padfoot. He seemed bruised, but happy to see Sirius safe. Sirius pet his furry head.
Thanks again, buddy.
He would be forever grateful to that dog. He had been unable to get Peter off Sirius, so he had run to Remus. There wasn't time for much more. Even just getting to the bedroom proved to be a lot as waves washed over them. The thick rod opening him up was the only thing bringing relief. He straddled Remus and rode until his legs shook from exhaustion. The knot locked again, and he stayed pressed to Remus's body until it went down. Shaky legs, a shower, and some foraging for food was done before another wave overwhelmed them. Sirius had only pulled on an oversized sweater, so Remus lifted him right onto the counter, and they made out heavily like teenagers. Sirius laid back against the counter and braced a hand on the wall as he was filled in one fluid thrust. A hand clamped over his wrists, and he was speared open and pinned down onto the counter they made dinner at. He was too tired to do much, but lock his ankles and let Remus go at him. He found he was grateful when Remus didn't knot him. Their room was fine, but not in the kitchen. That just seemed uncomfortable.
Sleep,
Remus suggested as Sirius rolled his shoulder. Sirius actually worked on figuring out how he felt before nodding. Sleep was a good plan at the moment. They collapsed in bed together. Sometime in the middle of the night, Sirius woke up to Remus nosing at his neck. Their bodies spooned together as he moved inside Sirius. It was relaxing and warm, curled with him like this. Thankfully, the break in the heat and rut came just in time for Aberforth to come and collect Padfoot and drop off not groceries but a casserole, instructions to warm it up right on top, and a nice container, other things that would take only moments to microwave. He was in and out in 20 minutes. Sirius felt a little bad for sending Padfoot off when he had defended him so valiantly, but he couldn't even take care of himself now, let alone the pup. The rest of the week was spent much like the first few days. Initially, the waves overwhelmed both of them and made them frantic for each other. As the days wore on, they had more time between waves. It was nice, actually. He got to spend time with Remus without either of them having to rush off for work or something.
I was thinking of giving up my place to Reg and Panda,
Sirius informed Remus as he warmed up one of the meals Aberforth had dropped off. Remus watched his face for several long moments.
I think they would like that.
Remus returned.
Am I to assume you want to keep living here?
Remus asked when the microwave dinged and Sirius liberated his lunch. Before the phrasing of the question would have sent Sirius into a tailspin, he huffed as he recognized Remus trying not to force decisions. He had concluded that if he wanted Remus to respect that he wasn't the traditional Omega, he had to respect the ways Remus subverted his own nature.
If it's not objectionable to you.
Sirius returned, joining Remus at the table. Those sharp eyes were on him, and Remus seemed to forget he was in the middle of eating. Sirius ignored him for the yummy food. Now he knew why Remus practically depended on Aberforth to keep him alive. The man was a culinary genius.
And this isn't just because your brain is...
Remus stopped when Sirius's head snapped up and his silver eyes narrowed.
If you finish that sentence blaming this on my heat, you will be sleeping alone for the foreseeable future.
Sirius's voice was clipped and annoyed. He watched as Remus forcibly pushed down his own instinct to snap in return. They shouldn't be fighting while waiting for the next waves. It would just make the whole thing more complicated. Right now, though, he was perfectly clear. Remus reached over the table and cupped his cheek, examining his eyes. Sirius tried to let it show that this was not to do with his heat, and all to do with Remus.
We'll talk to the Panda crew when we're more fit for society.
Remus answered finally. Sirius gave him a warm smile in return.
Are you done?
Remus asked. Sirius glanced down at his mostly full plate and back up. He realized it was a moot point. Remus was obviously spiking. Sirius held up a finger, asking for a moment. He placed plastic wrap over the mostly uneaten food and placed it back in the fridge. He wasn't sure it would heat up well again, but he had to try. He had barely closed the fridge door when a warm hand was between his shoulder blades. He was thrilled at the show of strength and allowed himself to be pressed against the fridge. Remus was scenting him almost frantically. His other hand pushed down Sirius's sweats and palmed at his bum. He pushed back, his heat rising and painting his skin pink. 2 fingers slid in between the supple cheeks, and Sirius practically collapsed against the fridge. Remus's hand moved from his shoulders to his hair, and Sirius hissed when the dark locks were pulled. Hair pulling had never really been something he enjoyed. Peter had done it to get him to comply. With Remus, though, he leaned into the sensation. It was lovely and primal.
Since the moment I met you, this hair has driven me insane.
Remus growled against his ear. Sirius was not spared the ability to answer. Remus was pressing into him huge and hard.
Take it all, Omega.
The low growl and the hand in his hair had Sirius melting. It threatened to overwhelm him, though. A tan hand braced on the fridge next to him, and he wound his fingers with it. Remus squeezed his fingers back, and warm lips were on his neck.
You feel so good, Sirius. Just breathe Cariad.
Remus's breath was warm on the back of his neck. His hands slackened in the hair, but Sirius reached up. He wanted this. It was amazing. His brain had outrun his body for a mere second.
Come on, Alpha. Fill me up.
Sirius groaned. The low growl rippled through the kitchen. Sirius felt every hair on his body stand on end, but he wasn't worried about being hurt. Remus at his most dangerous had softened and given Sirius that reprieve he'd needed. That was all Sirius had wanted for so long. He was filled with long, strong thrusts. Remus's movements lifted his feet off the floor a few times. The hand in his hair was delicious and allowed Remus to scent him several times. His hand was untangled from Remus and his wrists pinned to the fridge. The material was smooth and cold against his skin as he was fevered and filled. Remus was not one to take it easy on him. Sirius twisted and writhed as one orgasm was practically punched out of him, and Remus continued right through the cool down and into the build-up for another one. It burned so beautifully.
All filled with me soon to be round with my baby.
Remus pressed in as close as he could, and Sirius turned his head. A sloppy kiss with nipping teeth and panting was perfect.
Fuck.
Remus breathed. The curse was so hot coming from his normally restrained boyfriend that Sirius felt his whole body convulse. He was not alone at this moment. Remus's knot slid into him, locking them together. Sirius slumped, and slowly the body behind him softened. The hand slid out of his hair and down over his shoulders. He was lifted carefully, still locked with Remus, and they moved to the living room. He slumped against Remus when they reached the squashy, overlarge chair.
You're addicting and far too pretty.
You said a curse word.
Sirius returned with a smug smile. Remus stroked a lock of hair back from his face and traced over his nose.
Don't get used to it.
Remus warned him, and then gave him a proper kiss. He was sure if he wasn't already locked onto Remus, he would be wanting to go again. Chapter 64 Reunions. Sirius was sure his walk was a little funny when they finally made their way into the Hogsheade, fully washed and past the feeling of needing to bone every hour. Aberforth gave them a proper smile and a hearty welcome when they came in.
Come up before you get breakfast. Your pup has been climbing in the walls.
Aberforth explained. Sirius immediately ducked under the bar and followed Aberforth up the stairs to the cozy flat. He didn't get to examine much. Padfoot was on him the moment he stepped into the place.
Hi, buddy.
Sirius responded, dropping to his knees to hug the furry body. Padfoot covered him in saliva.
Is he okay?
Sirius asked, looking up at Aberforth.
Fit as a fiddle. All checked and nothing broken. He was bruised up somewhat fierce, but healed up in a few days. You okay?
Aberforth asked. Sirius wondered exactly how much was in the town's group chat.
I'm fine.
Sirius finally answered and took the sturdy leash that Aberforth handed him. He linked it to the dog's collar. Padfoot licked Aberforth's hand as a thank you for looking after him, then followed Sirius, pleased as punch.
Out the back door with you, to Mutts 'gainst the health code. I'll send Remus round to meet you with your breakfast to go. Don't expect you want to sit on toast stools, Am. 'Tis last week.
Aberforth chuckled heartily. Sirius flushed and allowed himself to be ushered out the back door. Padfoot relieved himself on a bush, and Remus strolled around the corner with 2 styrofoam containers a moment later.
You get us kicked out of everywhere.
Remus proclaimed affectionately. Sirius was about to object to this categorically false statement when Remus handed him the containers and settled on a knee to Padfoot's level.
I'll let you get away with it because you looked after Sirius, and you're so cute.
Remus informed the pup, seriously scratching behind his ear. Padfoot's tongue lolled and his tail bruised Sirius's shins. Remus inquired after his health as they wandered toward the bookstore with Padfoot prancing happily between them. They ate at the bookstore and Sirius planted himself in a comfy chair near a window to write in for the day. He didn't want to be away from Remus for a bit. Padfoot seemed more than happy to curl up at his feet like a fur rug. Occasionally he would feel eyes on him and look up at Remus. He would get a fond smile, and Remus would go back to what he was working on. Sirius finally closed his computer and got up.
Can I help you?
He asked, leaning across the counter, and Remus set something down in front of him.
Your publishing house sent me these.
Remus answered. Sirius glanced down at the large poster announcing the release of his last book. It didn't have an exact date, but it was more advertising than he wanted.
You should sign them.
And look like a right twat, I don't think so. People know me here.
Sirius responded with a derisive snort.
God, I can't believe they used that picture.
He frowned. He was leaning against a gray brick building, an unlit cigarette in one hand and a leather jacket slung over the other. He looked like an asshat, a full-of-himself asshat.
You look handsome,
Remus replied. Sirius looked down at Padfoot, who was once again unaffected.
I agree he needs to get his eyes checked, because this is a smug bastard who needs to learn that smoking is bad, and just because I own a leather jacket does not negate the fact that I drive a grey four-door.
Sirius showed the poster to Padfoot. He just got a head tip in response.
We all have to grow up sometime,
Remus pointed out and held his hands in surrender at the dirty look Sirius gave him.
Or not, my boyfriend can stay a boy his whole life.
That is so gross.
Regulus groused behind them. Sirius turned to them. Regulus was looking slightly off-put, and even Pandora, who had been lifting baby Luna out of her harness, had paused. Sirius didn't offer any explanation. He went over to claim his niece, who was immediately surrendered by her mother. Sirius pressed a kiss to each of Pandora's cheeks.
How are you, Luna?
He asked, happily bouncing her. She burbled happily and reached uncoordinated hands for his shiny baubles. He brushed her hands away from his ears.
Not for you, baby girl. But tell you what, when you stop drooling all over the place and don't stick everything in your mouth, we'll go blow some ill-gotten book royalties on shinies, and enough sugar to make Reg turn an interesting shade of purple.
I think he is the first person to use something other than baby speak with her.
Pandora admired. Regulus just shook his head fondly as Sirius walked her around the shop, explaining the different genres of books to her.
Don't be impressed he talks to Padfoot like he can understand English.
Regulus pointed out, reaching down to pat the furry dog who was licking at the hem of his trousers. Pandora frowned and swatted Regulus.
Dogs, babies, and omegas are usually smarter than is accepted.
Pandora informed him. Remus snorted.
I'll be sure to inform Sirius that you think his intelligence is on par with Padfoot's.
Remus commented, sorting through the promotional material.
Insult to the poor beast.
Regulus responded dryly as Pandora leaned down to pet the dog and shove him away from Regulus's trousers and the dirty water from the melting ice and salt outside.
I have ears, you know.
Sirius chirped as he continued to take Luna around to all the different sections.
And here is the romance section. Most of it, okay, all of it is trashy, and you aren't allowed over here until you're 18. But if you're anything like me, you'll probably sneak over here to drool over the handsome alphas with their oiled abs and perfect hands when you're 15.
Sirius commented. He made his way back over to the front desk.
Are you already corrupting her?
Pandora tittered and Sirius gave her his shit-eating grin.
I am the uncle. It is my job to spoil rotten, corrupt absolutely, and not tell Mum and Dad when I catch her smoking ciggies.
Sirius answered.
Do you think they make a leather jacket in her size?
He asked Remus. Remus's lips twitched as he typed on the computer and turned the screen to Sirius.
Look at this.
Luna attempted to grab his earrings again.
Oi, you grabby-handed twerp. You will not get out of trouble even with a cute little face.
Sirius jabbed her belly gently. Sirius walked with Pandora and Regulus along the river. He tossed the tennis ball for Padfoot. Luna was strapped to Regulus's chest.
Are you doing okay?
Pandora asked, looping her arm with Sirius's.
I wish everyone would stop asking me that.
Sirius responded. Pandora leaned her head down on his shoulder.
Barely anyone knows about Peter, but enough people saw Abby taking Pads to the vet. You love that dog, so a lot of people put it together. When you and Remus vanished for a week, I know what triggered it, and I know those can be the worst.
Pandora's voice was low and sympathetic. She smelled like fresh, ripe strawberries. It was so different from her baby smell. Sirius couldn't tell if it was a suppressant or just what she smelled like. He knew Regulus called her Strawberry, but Sirius had assumed that had to do with the natural strawberry blonde of her hair.
I don't like heats at the best of times, let alone on the heels of my ex trying to claim me in the middle of the street.
Sirius responded. Pandora frowned, and Sirius sighed. He elaborated on what had happened to trigger this particular heat. She looked more sympathetic at the end.
Should kick his ass.
Regulus commented, and Sirius shook his head.
No, he's in jail where he belongs. I have to go give an official statement to Kingsley at some point, but they managed to get a heat rut extension pushed through, so I have a day or two to do that. Remus is closing the shop early tomorrow and coming with me.
Sirius hadn't wanted to face it alone. Remus had so kindly offered to close early the following day.
The important thing is, you are okay.
Pandora celebrated. Sirius smiled at her infectious spirit.
The rally to get the bill overturned was also unsuccessful. It was decided with the protest that London would go up in flames if the bill was overturned. Riddle is looking at some other laws to see if he can turn us into incubators, but for now, he's been thwarted.
I have no problem with anyone being a homemaker or baby maker as the case may be, but that should be a choice based on education, not a law based on biology.
Regulus commented dryly, adjusting the hat on Luna's head. Sirius tossed the tennis ball again.
You guys should get the little one inside. It's a bit nippy, and I agreed to meet Lily for lunch.
Sirius said once they looped back toward the neighborhood.
Oh, and tomorrow we'll discuss you two taking over the mortgage when I move in with Remus.
Pandora gave him a happy smile and wink. Regulus just wrapped his arm around Pandora and tugged her along to the house. Pandora was definitely in charge of that relationship.
Come along.
He led Padfoot to the familiar door and knocked.
Sirius Black, fuck is it good to see your face again.
The voice and arms were not Lily's. James was embracing him tightly.
At least try for subtly, Candy Dick. Your wife and Spawn are right there.
Sirius hugged James tightly as well. It was good to see these two. Lily simply smiled as she straightened from setting Harry down.
I'm cool with it.
Lily answered when James released him and stepped in. The door closed behind him, and he shed his wet shoes and cold jacket. He started over to Lily, but she held up a hand.
Wait right there.
Sirius was pulled down to kneel, and James had a grip on Padfoot's collar. Sirius watched as Harry babbled happily at them before pulling himself and toddling toward them. Sirius automatically caught the small boy when he was close enough.
Oh wow, you're walking already. You're going to be a force of nature soon,
Sirius informed him. Harry giggled and reached for Padfoot.
Remus is going to be so jealous.
He left the baby with the dog and James and hugged Lily tightly.
Hey love, how are you doing?
She asked, stroking his dark curls. Sirius sighed, basking in the love, warmth, and magic that came from her hug.
Better now,
he answered, feeling his nerves settle slightly. He loved Remus and his brother along with the fiery mother of his favorite niece, but Lily was a special love all her own. He had needed to see her after Peter more than he realized. Lunch was a fun and easy affair. Things were a bit more fraught when Harry was put down for a nap and Sirius explained what had happened.
That explains why you smell funny. I thought it might just be a forgotten scent suppressant.
Sirius frowned at her.
It kind of reminds me how Panda smelled.
You mean when she was carrying Luna?
Sirius asked, his voice pale. She nodded and understanding crossed her face a moment later.
I wasn't thinking that. I just assumed you were off because of the heat slipping through. Does that affect your birth control?
Lily asked. Sirius ran a hand through his hair. Technically, his birth control and heat suppressant were two different drugs with two different purposes. However, he got a combined shot every month. He'd also used a lower dose because the higher doses messed him up. Could the failure of his suppressant have also caused his birth control to fail?
Come on, we'll go get a test right now.
Lily answered. Sirius shook his head.
It won't show up yet. I should schedule an appointment with Poppy anyway.
Sirius set down his tea and swallowed. He hadn't even considered using a different contraception while they weathered out the heat and rut. He had assumed his birth control worked, no matter what his suppressants were doing. Lily looked sorry to have ever brought it up. Sirius felt a bit sick.
You're quiet,
Remus commented that evening as he ran a brush through Sirius's dark hair. He had been doing this for Sirius during the tail end of the rut. Sirius let him carry on. It was lovely. Sirius swallowed.
Do I smell off to you?
Sirius asked. The brush paused and Remus leaned down to inhale against his shoulder. He seemed to consider it, and the brush went back to detangling the damp hair.
You smell like the shower and soap. I can smell the laundry detergent from your clothes and a bit of wet dog, although I think the culprit of that smell is over in the dog bed. You also smell a bit worried, but mostly just like home.
Remus answered.
What has you stressed?
Lily commented that I smelled odd. She thought it was my hormones being a mess after Peter and my heat. She said it reminded her of Panda when she was carrying Luna.
Sirius answered. Remus paused for only a brief moment.
Do you think you might be pregnant?
Remus asked. Sirius shrugged.
I know that birth control and suppressants are usually different.
Sirius nodded.
That was intentional. If we have to have one heat a year, we should be able to do so without getting pregnant or having to abort. They should be separate, but it's not unheard of for a breakthrough heat to also affect birth control.
Sirius answered. Planned heats were usually accompanied by a high dose of birth control. A heat caused by hormones and instincts could cause a failure of both mechanisms.
Would you like to pick up a test tomorrow during our food shop?
Remus asked kindly. Sirius shook his head and got a tongue click as the brush tangled in his hair. Remus started over detangling the new mat.
I need to get a new shot from Poppy, so I will just let her know my issue when I make my appointment with her.
Sirius held his head still as Remus carefully tugged out the knots.
Would you be upset if I was pregnant?
This was asked in a whisper. It was met with more tongue clicks.
I would be upset simply because I know you would be, and it's not what we had planned. I would like to discuss what would happen with this pregnancy. However, if you chose to end it, I would not hold it against you.
Remus's voice was low.
And if I chose to keep it?
Sirius asked, barely able to get any volume around the lump in his throat. Remus's soft lips touched his shoulder and arms wrapped around him, grounding him.
I would move heaven and earth to make sure you could finish your tour and not be separated from me or the baby.
Remus answered kindly, his hands skimming over Sirius's thighs and stomach. They skimmed over his chest and eventually up his shoulders.
It is ultimately your choice, and I will support whichever one you make.
Remus pressed a finger to his lips, likely thinking Sirius was about to protest, and shifted so they could sit face to face.
We've had our setbacks in the area of me letting you choose our future path, but this time I really can't make this decision. I have no problems having a baby with you now, or later, or never.
Remus took his hands gently. Sirius swallowed and leaned into his touch.
I love you,
he murmured, tipping his forehead against Remus. The return was murmured just as softly.
I wouldn't get rid of a baby that we made together. It may not be the perfect time, but it is with the perfect guy.
Remus's lips were warm against his and Sirius sank into the kiss. Chapter 65, Birth Control Fail. Sirius picked at his nails as he sat there. Remus caught his hands. He glanced over at the sandy-haired man and got a reassuring smile and a gentle hand squeeze. He hated this waiting room. He had become familiar with it during his months with Minerva. However, waiting for Poppy was different. This was a different situation altogether.
Come on back, Sirius, Remus.
Poppy spoke. Sirius stood and they made their way back into the exam room.
Let's not keep you two in suspense longer than necessary. Hop up and roll up your sleeve.
Poppy told Sirius, who did as he was told. She snapped a pair of gloves on and quickly extracted a vial of blood from him.
I'm not going to give you your shot today in case you are carrying.
She changed her gloves and jabbed Remus with his own rut suppressant.
Ow.
He complained, and Poppy gave him an innocent smile while placing a Band-Aid over the prick mark.
I can't do anything to get your results today, but I will call you as soon as I know anything.
Poppy responded.
I'm glad you're okay.
It took 2 days for Poppy to call him.
Can you come in, Sirius?
She asked, and he felt the stomach drop out of him. If she was going to tell him he wasn't pregnant, she could have done it on the phone. Though if he wasn't pregnant, he'd like to get his shot sooner than later, he supposed.
Yeah, I can come by in about 10 minutes.
Sirius answered, closing his computer. Remus was at work. He checked on Padfoot, finding him curled up with Mooney.
You might have a sibling soon,
he informed Padfoot, rubbing the dark head of fur. He also gave Mooney an affectionate pet, which earned him a happy chirp while she stretched under the attention. He pulled on his jacket and made his way to the town center, walking quickly to the dual practice. Poppy greeted him warmly and led him back to the exam room.
You aren't pregnant.
She informed him almost before he sat down. He slumped in relief.
You couldn't have told me that over the phone,
he asked and then met Poppy's eyes. She did not look pleased. He knew from experience that look meant only bad things.
I ran a few more tests when I noticed something odd about your results. Do you know if your family has a history of infertility?
Poppy asked carefully. Sirius felt his face pale fully. She couldn't be asking what he thought she was.
The Black family has a long history of fertility issues, and the physical abuse doesn't help.
Sirius responded faintly. Poppy glanced down at the paper in her hands and sighed. Sirius swallowed against the burn in his throat as she sat down and removed her glasses.
I would want to run more tests to be sure, based on current hormone readings, especially so soon after your heat. But you likely aren't able to conceive.
Poppy sounded like she had a well of sympathy for Sirius. The words took a moment to sink in. He swallowed against the burn again. Sirius had waited to have children like many in his generation. He thought he had ages. Peter had not been a good candidate, so he hadn't let himself think about it. Now here he was with Remus. They talked about their futures together. They talked about their kids together. Was Sirius not going to be able to have that beautiful, warm future? As he blinked against the tears, he saw very clearly for the first time 2 beautiful children. Peridot eyes shone beneath sandy hair. A little boy with the sweetest smile he'd ever seen, and a little girl who he knew would speak Welsh with the cutest lisp in the world. They both held the scarred hand of their father. A wonderful man who had taken Sirius in, who was broken, twisted, and damaged, and made sure to carefully piece him back together, never once losing patience or faith. Tears spilled over his cheeks as the vision faded. That vision wasn't a possibility for him. He felt numb. His body had betrayed him. He blinked slowly at Poppy and realized she was talking again. He tried to tune in, and slowly her voice faded into the range of hearing like an old radio picking up a station.
Sirius, it's not definite. There are several tests we can run, and many forms of treatment we can try.
Poppy responded. Sirius knew all about the tests and treatments. Months and months of needles and feeling sick for a smaller than average chance at maybe having a baby.
I'll have the tests and my shots today.
Sirius's voice was congested. Poppy nodded and handed him a tissue. He wiped his face.
When you're ready, step behind the curtain and change into the paper gown. I will go get your birth control and heat suppressant ready,
she answered. Sirius was left alone. He buried his face in his hands. An ugly sob ran through him. Every cell screamed at him. For the first time since that ill-fated night, he craved the oblivion alcohol promised him. Alcohol would get rid of this horrible clawing feeling in his chest. The sobs stole all the oxygen in his lungs, forcing him to take a deep, shuddering breath. The worst part wasn't that he was being robbed of children and his own parenthood. The worst part was this was going to cost him Remus. He wasn't going to steal Remus's parenthood. He tried to pull himself together. When he heard Poppy returning, he quickly stood up and disappeared behind the curtain. He didn't want to talk about this. His hands shook as he pulled on the ridiculous paper gown. He made his way back out into the main part of the room. He climbed onto the exam table. Poppy ran the alcohol swab over his arm, and the small prick from the needle. Then a Band-Aid was placed over the small wound.
Watch for swelling or irritation. You might be a bit moody for a few days.
Poppy walked him through the side effects. Side effects he already knew, but knew she was required by law to remind him of.
Lay back. We're going to get an ultrasound to see if any exterior factors are causing odd hormone levels, and then I'll need some more blood from you.
Poppy informed him. Sirius nodded numbly. He lay back on the table and barely felt the cold gel on his stomach. He didn't bother to look at the small screen. He wasn't sure what he would be looking at anyway. The exam went on for what seemed like forever. He wiped the gel off his stomach, and she took a vial of blood from him.
I'll have some answers for you in a day or two. Don't panic, Sirius. It could have been an abnormality. You could be one of the few whose hormones drop sharply after a heat.
Sirius nodded, not trusting his voice. He dressed quickly and made his way out into the cool air. He quickly walked through town to the forest path he often walked down with Remus when one or both of them was having trouble sleeping. He sat on a bench just inside of the trees and frowned at the nearby river. It was just losing the icy chunks that had been covering it. March was definitely warming up the area. It wasn't the right time for them to have a kid. Sirius knew that. He had been relieved when Poppy had told him he wasn't pregnant. He had a final book to put out and several more decisions to make with Remus before they decided to have kids. Sirius wasn't sure he wanted to put out any more books when he had kids. He didn't want to be away from his babies for months at a time. He didn't want to be away from Remus for months at a time. Now, none of that mattered. He couldn't have the kids he wanted. Some might see this as a good thing. His career would be able to continue unhindered. He would be able to travel the world and have 1,000,001 adventures that he might not be able to have if he was with children, but none of that held the appeal. Marrying Remus, carrying their family, and becoming old and boring held appeal. Having his kids grow up with Harry, Luna, and all the siblings those two were likely to have. Cousins and family that were so far removed from the cold judgment of the Black family. Tears ran down his face again. He was going to have to move out of the cottage he'd found to feel so much like home. He was going to have to peel his dog away from the cat and the man his dog adored. He should have stuck to his original plan and not gotten attached. Everything was so complicated with attachments. Now he was more broken than when he had first shown up in this tiny town. Peter tossing him down the stairs was nothing compared to this pain. The image of those sandy-haired kids would haunt him to his dying day. It would be even worse to see it actually happen, with someone else. He swallowed. So it wasn't just leaving that cottage, he was going to have to leave Hogsmeade. That brought a fresh wave of tears. He wouldn't even get to see Luna and Harry grow up. He wouldn't get to see the day Hagrid caved and moved permanently instead of just visiting during the weekends. He might see the moment Dorcas and Marlene made their decision, but he would only see that from one side, Dorcas's. His parenthood had been stolen from him, and now his whole family was going to be gone too. He wished it didn't have to be that way, but he couldn't stay in this town and watch Remus fall in love with someone else and have children with someone else. That would literally kill him. His face was raw and red from the tears, and his constant rubbing of the rough sleeves of his jacket against it. His nose was stuffed and cold from the air. His hair was a mess, and he knew he looked like shit. He had to get himself under control. If he walked back looking like this, someone would stop him, and it would get back to Remus. Slowly, the tears stopped, and he finally felt well enough to walk back to the warm, safe cottage. The smell of him and Remus was so delightful. It brought more tears to his face. How many tears could one body hold? He sat in the entryway trying to remember how to move. When Padfoot and Mooney came to comfort him, it made him cry harder.
Should I leave you here? Would you be happier with Mooney and Remus?
Sirius asked the black puppy. Well, less puppy, more dog these days. Padfoot didn't answer. He just licked at the salt water running down Sirius's face. He was going to be taking Padfoot from everything he had known and loved. He was taking that sweet dog away from Remus, Mooney, Harry, Crookshanks, and Luna. How would he cope with Sirius being depressed for months on end? Would Sirius be able to take care of him properly? It took longer than he cared to admit to get control of his tears this time. He made his way into the kitchen and poured himself a glass of water from the pitcher in the fridge. His eyes landed on the delicate orchid Remus had gotten him on their first date. It was in one of the windows that got partial sunlight. He ran his fingers over the delicate petals. Remus had bought him that flower because Sirius had mentioned he liked orchids but didn't like cut flowers. The pretty shade of blue matched the kitchen perfectly. Should he take the flower with him? Should he leave it here? It would probably thrive better here. He was going to be pretty unstable for a bit, and London flats were not known for their sunlit windows. Just another thing he was going to lose. He had thought he was over it, but the thought of not waking up and checking on that small splash of color had him crying again. The water didn't help, it just made his stomach hurt. He left the half-full glass on the counter and made his way upstairs. There was no use delaying the inevitable. He made his way to the hallway closet. It was separate from the one that held the towels. This was the one where Remus kept all the tools, light bulbs, Christmas decorations, and spare boxes. Sirius grabbed a few of the collapsed boxes and the tape gun. He should start in the bedroom. He knew this. His clothes and such would be faster to pack than books, but he wasn't ready to face that. Their literary world would be easier to detangle than their sartorial world. He set up one of the boxes and started sorting out the books. Remus had never commented on the 2 boxes of books Sirius had just brought over one night. He'd simply introduced Sirius to his bookcases. The organizational system made sense, and Remus had ordered a new bookcase when the books overflowed. They had spent an enjoyable Sunday afternoon cleaning out the old bookcase and adjusting it next to the new one. Both had been wiped out to get rid of dust and debris, then the books were stacked in and organized. Sirius had never bothered to organize his books before. They had just gone in the bookcase, either in the order he bought them in or when he moved, the order he pulled them out of the box. The only exception was Sirius. He would always stack those together. Remus's system was much more like a library, arranged alphabetically by author's last name. His own writings were right in the middle of the top shelf. Sirius had asked when they got married. If he changed his last name, would Remus resort them? Remus had answered not unless they were reprinted because the printed name was black. Sirius had simply shrugged. Even if he had changed his last name, his professional brand was likely to stay the same. He left those on the shelf. They were Remus's. His own set was upstairs in the bedroom he wasn't ready to face. Every shelf held memories. Some were pictures of Remus, one with him young and standing with his parents in front of some old ruined castle. He had told Sirius about the castle. It was in Wales and was believed to be King Arthur's castle if that truly existed. Sirius's eyes traced that young face. His eyes stung again. Remus was playing with Harry in another picture. Sirius had added his own pictures, one of him and Regulus. They were stiff-looking in their school uniforms, but Sirius had wanted to include his own childhood, no matter how dreary it was. There was a picture of Remus and Sirius taken by Lily at Christmas. They looked so happy and carefree. Less than 12 hours after that picture was taken, he had made love to Remus. This led to more crying. He was getting annoyed at the way his tears were coming so thick and easily. He needed to get this done so he didn't have to pack with Remus standing and watching him with those deep pools of warm green. He sat down on the floor and buried his head in his hands. Once again, he was accosted by furry babies. Mooney settled in his lap, purring up a storm. Padfoot nudged against him until Sirius wrapped an arm around him. He buried his face in the dark fur. He sobbed and sobbed as his heart fractured. As he managed to stop the tears hiccuping a little, he felt worse than ever. Every part of his body hurt from the sorrow, the cold, and now sitting on the floor. Mooney was curled up on his lap, purring her little heart out. He stayed seated and ran his fingers over the soft lump in his lap. He didn't want to do this, but he had to.
All right, Mooney up.
He urged her and nudged her off his lap. She gave an unhappy chirp. He stood and went back to sorting through the books.
Please tell me this is not what it looks like.
Remus's voice rang through the quiet din of the home. Sirius turned so fast he nearly fell over. Padfoot made his way over to Remus and sat on his feet whining. Sirius felt his voice flee. Remus's face went from guarded and slightly angry to concerned in the span of a second.
What's wrong?
He asked. He leaned down and urged Padfoot off his feet before stepping forward. Sirius immediately stepped back, his back bumping into the bookcase. At that movement, Remus dropped his arm and kept his distance.
What's going on, Sirius?
Sirius swallowed, trying to hold back the tears. He had cried so much since meeting Remus.
I have to leave.
Sirius finally managed, his voice faint and rough. Remus didn't move, and Sirius could practically see him holding himself back and just letting Sirius continue. It was worse. Maybe if Remus was angry, it would be easier to move on.
Poppy called me. I'm not pregnant.
Sirius continued.
Why would you need to leave for that? If you want a baby, Sirius, all you had to do was ask.
Remus answered. Sirius felt a new wave of pain ripple through him. He did want a baby. He wanted all the babies Remus could give him. The image of those children ran through his head again.
Carrie Ad, you've got me going crazy over here. I want to reach out and comfort you, but you've made it clear it's not welcome. Tell me what's happening, please.
I wasn't going to be devastated if it turned out we had messed up. Poppy said, it doesn't matter how hard you try. I can't have children.
Sirius finally admitted. Though it was just a whisper, it took all the wind out of Remus.
So I have to leave so you can find someone to give you pretty babies.
Chapter 66, Babies. The silence between them spiraled horribly until Remus finally let out a soft sigh and made his way to the couch. Sitting down, he placed his head in his hands, breathing deeply. Sirius scuffed his foot against the carpet. Assuming the silence was Remus's way of telling him to get lost, Sirius turned back to the bookcase.
Sirius, I swear to all that is holy, if you continue to pack, I will lose my temper.
Remus's voice was low. Sirius felt a shiver run up his spine from the tone alone. It wasn't the alpha tone, but it still caused his inner omega to curl up slightly. Disappointing his alpha made him want to roll over.
Sit.
A finger pointed to the chair, and it was clear this was not a request. Sirius wanted to tell Remus off, but his voice was gone. Beyond that, he could hear the carefully held anger, so he tucked the books back into the bookcase and made his way to the seat. He pulled his legs up, feeling vulnerable and wretched. His eyes stayed on his own knees, his arms wrapped around them. He wanted to collapse. He wanted to climb into bed and curl up with his dog and his lover. He couldn't do that. He couldn't convince Remus to let him stay. He had to give that wonderful man a chance to be the most perfect dad in the universe. Sirius counted each tick of the clock on the mantel as it echoed through the room. He could hear Remus's soft breathing and his own labored breathing as waves of misery washed over him. Padfoot was somewhere nearby, whining either at the tension or the sadness. Mooney was sitting next to Remus, who was stroking her fur absent-mindedly.
I love you, but you are so frustrating sometimes.
Remus finally managed. Sirius glanced up with damp, red-rimmed eyes, not sure what was happening. Remus sighed as he took in the hunched form of Sirius. He got up and made his way over. He knelt on the floor and placed a hand on Sirius's knees. Sirius carefully unfolded himself and allowed Remus to take his hands.
Why didn't you call me?
Sirius swallowed as his eyes stung.
I'm not going to let you throw away your chance at a family on me. I am defective. I'm not a good Omega. I can't submit or take a knot, and now I can't give you kids.
Sirius's voice was choked. One of Remus's hands came up and he pressed his fingers softly to Sirius's mouth, stopping him from continuing.
You're not defective,
Remus assured him. Sirius felt tears run down his cheeks as he blinked. Remus reached into his pocket and offered Sirius a monogrammed handkerchief. Sirius took it automatically. He knew Remus kept two on him. The one in his left pocket was the one he would use when his allergies snuck up on him. The one in his right pocket was always clean, a backup in case the first got too dirty. The fabric was soft against his irritated skin.
You're wonderful and opinionated, defiant and beautiful. I don't want a servant or a slave. I never really did. I want a wonderful partner to spend my life with as equals.
More tears raced down his sore cheeks.
And what about kids? If you think I can stay here and take away your opportunity.
What about kids?
Remus responded in kind.
Just because you might not be able to carry doesn't mean that door is closed to us. There are 1,000,001 different ways to have a family. Surrogacy in many different forms, or IVF, if it's vitally important that the child shares our genetics. However, family to me has always meant people we love. Adoption is one option, or we could just off your brother and raise Luna,
Remus suggested. The whole thing was horrible, but the joke did break some of the tension. Sirius gave a watery chuckle as he wiped at his face again.
You deserve simple,
Sirius argued. He wanted to stay, He wanted to be here with Remus and Mooney and Padfoot. He wanted to see Luna and Harry grow up. He wanted to spend his summers jogging through the woods and visiting the park with Lily. He wanted to watch Dorcas and Marlene fall in love. He wanted to see Hagrid join this strange little town.
Perhaps, but I chose you. You were never simple. From the moment I saw you, I knew you weren't simple. I don't want simple. I want you.
Remus answered, his thumb catching a tear.
Do you want to do this? To figure out our future together?
Remus asked. Sirius caught Remus's hand, holding it against his cheek.
I never wanted to leave. I just didn't want you to give up everything for me.
Sirius croaked out, sliding down to kneel on the floor with Remus.
I'm not giving up anything.
Remus answered. Their lips met. Sirius was still crying and his tears got trapped between them. Warm hands were in his hair and their lips moved together in that wonderful way. Sirius clung to Remus.
Do you want to talk about it?
Shut up and take me to bed.
Sirius responded. Arms wrapped around him and he was lifted. He couldn't protest. He didn't want to. Remus stumbled up the stairs, lips barely breaking apart for breath, let alone for vision. He gave a low moan as he was pressed against the wall.
We're not going to make it to bed.
Remus's fingers were working open his pants. Sirius panted heavily as he was held in place. He didn't even care. The smell of slick filled the hallway as his pants were tugged off. He was hauled back up, and he wrapped his legs around Remus's waist. Fingers probed his slick hole and breached him easily. Sirius felt a flush working its way up his body. Remus pulled his fingers back and sucked them into his own mouth.
You taste delightful,
Remus informed him. Sirius whimpered. Remus soaked 3 fingers with saliva and then returned them to the hole. Sirius's breath left him and his head dropped back as those amazing fingers teased over his prostate. It was absolutely filthy being held against the wall and using spit as lube, but he didn't care. He needed Remus to fill him. He needed to be claimed, so he could never think of going anywhere. This was his home, this was his family, this was his alpha, his lover, and his partner.
Rem, come on, don't tease me.
Sirius panted, his eyes meeting Remus's. Remus's eyes were nearly black with desire, just a small ring of green around the pupil.
Beautiful temptation, but I am not going to hurt you for the sake of convenience. Hush up.
Remus murmured and stretched his fingers. Sirius whined and tried to grind down on the digits. Remus gave him a look, but pulled his fingers free.
Spit.
He held his hand out. Sirius paused only a second. They were both usually not this messy, but it went with the vibe of the whole day. Sirius spit into the palm, as did Remus, and using the slick, combined with spit, he lubed his cock. Sirius gripped Remus's shoulders as he was filled in one swift thrust.
Fuck.
Sirius breathed, his toes flexing and his legs tightening around Remus. He didn't let Remus worry. He used the wall to help him move on that hard flesh. Every movement drew a low groan from him and a slight growl from Remus. His hips were gripped and he was stopped. Remus thrust up hard, going deeper into him. The smell of coffee and chocolate chased away the lingering smell of sorrow. Sirius leaned his forehead against Remus's shoulder and let the movements continue. A slight shift had him crying out.
Oh fuck, Remus right there.
Sirius mewed. The angle and the press were perfect. His whole body went tight and caused Remus to mouth at his shoulder. Soft lips brushed his scent gland, and Sirius was tipping his head without his full permission. Remus gave the scent gland a lingering kiss, but didn't let it get out of hand. He kept up the pace and angle, making Sirius fall to pieces against him. Sirius could do little more than cling to his shoulders. As his orgasm approached at breakneck speed, he whimpered louder.
Not me, baby, please.
He begged. Remus paused and Sirius wanted to scream at him. He had been so close. Remus's eyes examined his face. Sirius prayed he wouldn't be asked to repeat himself. He wasn't sure he could.
Okay, Anwil.
Remus murmured and picked up the pace again. Sirius dropped his head back against the wall. Remus snapped his hips forward. Skin against skin filled the hallway, and Sirius panted in the heavy air, a hand wrapped around his cock.
Come for me, baby boy?
He breathed. Sirius felt every muscle tighten, and he arched, nearly unseating himself. He spilled between them, and a moment later felt the heavy knot catch his rim and lock them together. He had thought outside of the heat, and just past his release it would hurt or be terrifying, but the look on Remus's face as he spilled and locked into Sirius had any anxiety running out of him. Remus's knot was huge, but it didn't hurt. Sirius was born to take that knot. He caught his breath as Remus filled him with cum.
You're gonna kill me?
Remus breathed, looping his arms around Sirius just under his bum. He continued the aborted walk to the bedroom. They settled on the bed, Remus laying on his back and Sirius sitting in his lap.
"You're home early?"
Sirius commented, noticing the clock didn't even say 3 yet. Remus hesitated.
Poppy didn't violate any confidentiality laws. She said you received some news that might be upsetting.
Remus finally admitted. Sirius considered this. At some point, it would have made him angry. He would have been ready to sue Poppy, or at least tear her a new one for making that decision for him. In reality, he was grateful for Remus, so he let it go, for now.
"Thank you for coming to check on me."
Sirius responded and Remus ran his hand lightly over the raw cheek. Remus pulled him down for a gentle kiss.
I am always going to look after you,
Remus answered. Sirius felt his heart settle. They stayed locked together for several long moments before Remus's knot went down. Sirius climbed off his lap and let himself be held close.
Do you still want kids, even if you can't carry them?
Remus's voice was soft.
"Yeah,"
Sirius answered.
"I've never been opposed to adopting or surrogacy. I wanted it to be easy. I wanted to be able to roll over one morning and just ask you to start a family with me. So much of my life has been difficult. My childhood, my early relationships, my recovery. Why couldn't my relationship and my children be simple?"
Sirius asked softly. Remus kissed his shoulder.
I'm so sorry, my love.
Remus breathed against the soft skin. Sirius wrapped his fingers up with Remus's. Sirius took a deep breath and leaned into the comfort of his lover.
"Do you still want kids even if they aren't yours biologically? I know it's different for alphas."
Sirius spoke in a low tone. He didn't want to upset Remus by suggesting he would be unable to love an adopted child.
My family will be perfect. Blood has nothing to do with that. Love makes a family, not genetics.
Remus answered. Sirius rolled over so he could see Remus's face.
I love you and you're my family. Anything on top of that is amazing no matter how it happens. Your worth is so much more than just being an omega and having children. Your worth lies here.
A soft touch to his head.
And here.
Remus placed a hand over Sirius's heart.
"Thank you for not letting me leave."
Sirius snuggled as close as he could. Remus meant so much to him. Remus stroked his hair.
"I thought about drinking for a second to take away the pain."
Honesty was a good thing. He always wanted to tell Remus the truth.
I am glad you didn't.
Remus responded. The gratitude and pride in his voice warmed Sirius all the way through. Sirius had never felt so hopeful for being able to stay sober as he did in Remus's arms. He was facing a terrible bit of news, but he could handle it. With Remus by his side, he could handle anything.
Can you tell me what happened?
Remus asked and Sirius swallowed.
Poppy called right after I got home, actually, and asked me to come in. She was concerned about my hormone levels. After a heat, especially one spent with a partner, my hormones should have been higher than normal. According to her, my hormones were really low. She took more blood and ran an ultrasound. Funnily enough, she told me not to panic.
Remus gave a low huff against his shoulder.
The thing is, this isn't altogether surprising. My family has a history of issues with children. Yes, every generation did their duty, but black omegas have a hard time conceiving and carrying. Bella, it seems, can't get pregnant, and Sissy was so sick when she was pregnant with Draco. I heard they decided not to have more babies because Lucius actually cares for her and doesn't want her to die. I guess occasionally a political marriage results in genuine love. Mother got pregnant with me fairly easily, but Regulus was rough on her, and she came off medication to have him. She was never the same afterward. I know some of the issues are exasperated by our early abuse. Something about blunt force trauma can cause scar tissue which can impede pregnancy.
Sirius didn't usually think or talk about this. It was a forbidden topic in their home. No one in the family talked about it. The sacred 28 produced children they had to. Those families had to be preserved. They produced the best alphas and omegas. Sirius didn't care about that. Children had been wanted as a means to have a family, surrounding a child in the love and care he had been deprived of.
Rem, do you think we could screen for a kid to be like us?
Sirius asked. Remus was silent for a long time.
It's not conventional. Beta children are usually in higher demand. Why do you ask?
Like you said, beta children are the most commonly adopted. I know AO children tend to sit in the system for years. Beyond that, we could do the thing our parents didn't. Allow the kid to be themselves no matter what. Their subgender won't define who they are.
Sirius responded. While no one could be sure of anything until 16, it was well known that beta parents only had beta children. So any kids born of a beta pairing were snapped up almost immediately. However, children born of an omega could be left in the system for years, passed over even by AO couples.
We can do that, I like that idea. Give a home to a kid who might never have a proper chance otherwise.
Remus responded, and Sirius melted against him completely. The idea of something good coming out of this terrible news was all he had wanted.
I love you,
Sirius said, feeling sleep tug on his senses. Remus returned the sentiment. Sirius was beginning to think having a nap, followed by a shower, and then unpacking his books sounded perfect when Remus shifted.
I have something for you. I'm actually glad it came today. Put on the robe and sit on the edge of the bed with your pretty eyes closed.
Remus passed him the robe Sirius liked.
Is this some kinky sex game?
Sirius tugged on his soft cotton robe and tied it closed. He sat on the edge of the bed. Remus gave him a look and came over. A gentle kiss had him closing his eyes, and when he went to open them, Remus covered them.
All right, they're closed.
Sirius griped. To keep himself from peeking, he covered his eyes with his own hand when Remus's hand moved. He could hear Remus moving about, the noise a bit unsettling, but if he didn't trust him 110%, he would have opened his eyes. A soft curse and a thud had him tempted.
Remus,
he asked.
I'm okay. I just should have thought this out better. Give me a minute.
Remus answered. Sirius huffed, but kept his hand in place. A moment later, Remus took his free left hand.
All right, open your eyes.
Sirius dropped his hand dramatically and intended to complain when his voice vanished. It vanished in the face of the silver ring nestled in velvet. It was a band of Celtic knotwork, with an elegant thin band on either side of the intricate knot decorated with lovely diamonds that looked like water droplets.
I hope you like it. Mam sent it to me, and I spent a nerve-wracking 2 hours figuring out your ring size. You were asleep, and any time I got close to your hand, you would stir. I was so sure I was going to get caught. Alice resized it for me.
You could have just asked me.
Sirius wished he could stop crying. His free hand came up to cover his mouth. Remus shushed him with a smile.
Sirius Orion Black, will you let me change your place in all future bookcases and marry me?
Chapter 67, Horses. Marlene finally pulled up to the sleek, tall apartment building and glanced up. Her heart beat faster as she looked over the cityscape. Any day now, Dorcas was going to realize that Marlene couldn't compare in this world. Marlene was small town. She enjoyed small town activities. In fact, when she had planned for today, she told Dorcas to wear jeans. She had gotten an unamused emoji back. She climbed out of her car and made her way to the box. Dorcas's name was written in pretty handwriting next to the number 8. Marlene pressed the shiny button.
Hello.
Was answered in that familiar voice.
Hey Dorcas, it's Marlene.
The redhead answered, brushing back stray hairs escaping from her ponytail. A low curse and a small thud sounded through the speaker.
Oh, I seem to be running late. I'll buzz you in.
Dorcas answered. The door unlocked next to her and Marlene let herself in. The lobby was modern and clean with shiny floors and walls. She pushed the button for the elevator and rode it to the proper floor.
Sorry, I'm normally more punctual than this.
Dorcas tittered as she opened the door for Marlene.
I didn't realize my request was going to require a full-on shopping trip.
Marlene commented, taking in the bags on the table. Dorcas waved her off.
I don't own jeans. I dress for work and home. Occasional dates usually fall under nicer work clothes, and all the outfits I have for events with clients are decidedly not jeans.
Dorcas looked nice. She was wearing dark wash jeans and a bright orange t-shirt. It made her skin practically glow and set off her pretty dark eyes. She had tied back her curly hair into a neat bundle at the back of her head.
Then I realized I did not own trainers which I should wear with jeans.
Flats would have also worked.
Marlene replied, admiring the view and the art on the walls. She got an unamused look as Dorcas sat down to lace up her shoes.
Good to know I imagined your face perfectly when you sent the emoji.
Dorcas's lips twitched and her cheeks darkened.
All right, now you can torture me,
Dorcas commented. She gathered a jacket from the closet and they exited the apartment.
So, where are you taking me?
Dorcas asked, buckling into the car.
It's a surprise,
Marlene answered. Dorcas made a face but didn't argue. The drive through the streets was pleasant, the conversation light and flirty. They soon left the city behind. Marlene could feel Dorcas's trepidation rise and her nails clicked on her phone.
Texting Sirius, so if I murder you, he knows how to direct the police.
You can never be too safe,
Dorcas responded. She locked her phone and tucked it into her pocket.
I usually only leave the city when I have to go track down a client and bully them into working.
How many clients do you have besides Sirius?
Marlene asked curiously. She wouldn't have thought having multiple clients would be feasible.
Only a few. Used to have more, but Sirius makes enough money that the company wants to keep him happy. The team he has is basically at his call. I'll have to take on more clients when he retires to have kids with Remus.
Dorcas replied. She sounded like she liked her job. They talked about some of her other clients. All writers were neurotic. She had been woken at 3 in the morning to talk through a storyline a few times. Marlene pulled up to the lot of the date she had picked today. Dorcas usually kept them in the city with tourist attractions. They had gone to a karaoke bar and a dance club. Marlene was going a bit more nature-based.
Oh God, are we riding those things?
Dorcas asked as Marlene parked. Marlene grinned, glancing over at the horses.
Aren't you glad you wore jeans?
Marlene patted her shoulder and climbed out. She came around to open the door for Dorcas and offered her hand. Dorcas climbed out, taking the offered hand and not letting go.
It's because I like you that I'm doing this.
Dorcas informed her. Marlene would run with it. They came over to the paddock.
Sylvanus Kettleburn is my old teacher. He used to take us to ride horses for some of our phys ed classes.
Marlene leaned on the old wooden fence. The eccentric silver-haired man made his way over.
Marlene, how are you, my dear?
He asked jovially. She ducked through the fence.
I'm doing great, Professor Kettleburn. How are you?
She asked, shaking a weathered hand. A large wooden claw was placed on her shoulder. It was the replacement for an arm. Dorcas noticed he walked with a pronounced limp. One of his legs was also prosthetic.
Oh, can't complain. Is this the girl?
He asked happily, gesturing to Dorcas. Marlene helped her climb clumsily over the fence. She was glad when her feet were back on solid ground.
This is the girl. Dorcas, meet Professor Kettleburn.
Marlene introduced her easily. Dorcas exchanged polite greetings with him.
Well, I picked out a gentle mare for the city girl. Your horse is already out there being ornery. Why don't you go get her while I get your girl situated?
Marlene double-checked that Dorcas was okay with that before leaving her alone with Kettleburn.
She's a sweet girl and not likely to shift on you.
Kettleburn assured as they approached an already saddled brown horse. She was mottled through with white. He placed his hand on her neck and Dorcas followed suit. She wasn't sure what she was expecting. The hair was smooth and the animal was very warm. She eyed Dorcas with a bright, inquisitive eye and turned toward her. Dorcas giggled when the horse sniffed at her hair and shoulder. She rubbed the soft nose.
Pretty easy to climb on.
Dorcas spent many moments mounting while Marlene saddled her own horse and trotted over to where Dorcas was finally in the saddle.
All right, you'll grip with your thighs. Urge her forward with your heels. If you use your right heel, she'll turn right, and same on your left. You shouldn't need the reins much. If you lean back, she'll slow down,
he advised. Marlene assured him she would keep an eye on Dorcas and the horse. Her own horse was slightly taller and seemed more inclined to move and argue. Dorcas was glad for the tame horse, eating grass as they talked. She squeaked when the beast moved forward and scrambled to hold on. Marlene moved in front of the other animal, and it stopped with a snort.
Grip with your thighs, not your hands, and lean forward slightly. Move your hips with Laurie,
Marlene advised. After a few slow laps around the paddock, Dorcas was feeling a bit more confident. It was still a constantly shifting balance, or she would roll off, but it was fun in a certain way. Marlene led the way out of the paddock and up a thin trail. Laurie seemed content to follow Marlene's horse, requiring little to no input from Dorcas. She admired the scenery and the fresh air as they wound their way up the hill.
So, it's a fun date, but I am not sure if I should congratulate you on that.
Dorcas informed her as they came to a wide spot in the path, and their horses could walk side by side.
This is not the date. Okay, it's part of it. This is simply the mode of transportation,
Marlene informed her. Dorcas tried to look disapproving, but her lips quirked in a smile.
I will give you that it is more inventive than simply a car.
Dorcas granted. Marlene reached over and brushed a hand over one of the curlies that escaped, smoothing it down. Dorcas knew the corkscrew hair wouldn't consent to be tamed much longer.
Come on, we're almost there.
Marlene replied and urged the horse a little faster. The canter was a bit harder than Dorcas anticipated, but she kept her seat well enough. They topped the hill and found a small encampment, much like a fair.
It's just a fun little medieval thing, kind of like a Renaissance fair, but more woodsy.
Marlene helped her down with hands on her waist, releasing as soon as she had her feet back under her. Dorcas glanced around. It did look like a Renaissance fair. People were wandering about in old-time clothing, and every tent seemed to have some other kind of artisan product. Marlene ordered some sort of meat dish, and they found a place on the grass to eat. Nearby people were throwing axes and sword fighting. The swords seemed to have blunted edges, and the people were wearing pads. It was strangely rustic, but very charming.
All of my instincts are saying grubby country, but a deeper part of me likes it. I can't remember the last time I just sat in the grass and ate something simple.
I'm not really a fan of the city. You've shown me some beautiful things, but this is the kind of thing I usually enjoy.
Marlene mused, admiring the play of light over the dark skin of the girl who had stolen her attention and infatuation so completely.
Yeah, I know London makes you tense.
Dorcas admitted, shaking her head fondly. The edge of her curls caught the sunlight and refracted it in bright gold.
We're not sleeping up here, right?
Dorcas looked suddenly stricken by the idea.
I would not do that without talking to you first. You did not consent to a camping trip, and we have not shared a sleeping space yet.
Marlene informed her, meeting those bright eyes. They made her think of fresh soil in the spring, ready to be planted, bursting with potential and promise. Dorcas looked briefly, scrutinizing for a second.
Play your cards right, and that might change.
Dorcas finally managed. She seemed wholly pleased by this answer. Marlene simply laughed and got a petulant question.
You're going to be so sore tonight. I'm sure all you're going to want is a hot bath.
Marlene noted and got an appraising look from Dorcas.
Nothing to say we can't do it together.
Dorcas wiped her hands on a napkin.
Now, do you know how to do the axe thingy? Because if so, I want you to teach me.
You want me to teach you how to throw an axe?
Marlene asked, and Dorcas nodded. Marlene agreed, and they stood. Trash was disposed of, and they made their way over to the axe-throwing ring. Marlene paid the man for an hour, and they took the stall in the middle.
So, you just sight down the target over the top of the axe, step forward and release.
Marlene followed the movement through smoothly. The axe swung out of her hand and twisted end over end before embedding itself neatly in the wood target.
Don't follow the instructions up here.
Marlene gestured to the painted instructions.
You are a woman, so you'll have to use your hips.
Marlene stepped back and handed Dorcas one of the axes. Dorcas tried to mimic what she had seen Marlene do. She felt pretty confident, but the axe hit the wall sideways. She glanced over at Marlene.
Little less force.
She threw it softer. It landed in the grass. Marlene retrieved the 3 axes and returned to Dorcas. She handed one to Dorcas and stepped up behind her.
So just like this. Don't lead with your shoulder. Lead with your foot and your hip.
A warm hand came to rest on her hip. She could feel Marlene pressed in close behind her. Her other hand came to rest on her wrist and adjusted her grip on the axe.
Now look over the top of the axe and line it up with the middle of the target. Then pull back and step forward. Swing your hips and your arm. Release and follow.
The axe slid smoothly as Marlene was pressed as close as possible. Their bodies shifted together. She heard the crack of the wood. The axe was embedded just off-center. Marlene's breath was warm against the side of her neck.
Good job.
Dorcas swallowed as she was handed another. Marlene did not step back this time. She led her through the other 2, both embedded in the wood with a satisfying crunch. Marlene retrieved them, and they set up a competition of sorts. Of course, Marlene annihilated Dorcas, but the city girl managed to embed the axes in the wood on a fairly regular basis. They were chivied out after their hour. Dorcas ducked under Marlene's arm as they wandered about.
I can't imagine any of my dates in the past teaching me to throw an axe.
Dorcas commented, pausing at a display of handcrafted jewelry. She inquired about a few pieces and purchased one.
Oh, and what did they do instead?
Marlene asked as they looked through hand-woven clothes and leather patches.
I mean, come on. They were your stereotypical posh Londoners. We did posh London things.
Dorcas didn't bother to elaborate. She had found the whole thing boring. This was much more interesting.
Nice restaurants and nights at the theater.
Marlene's tone was a bit mocking, and Dorcas shot her a glare only to giggle. Marlene had put on green glasses and had wrapped a scarf around her neck to look like a rustic version of a posh woman.
You look ridiculous,
Dorcas informed her. Marlene placed the glasses carefully back but bought the hand-spun scarf. They wandered through, getting some loose-leaf tea and homemade jam.
Come on, we should get back before it's too late. While I would love to ride in the stars with you, I don't want to be out that late when you are not quite proficient on a horse.
Marlene mentioned as the sun started to creep toward the horizon. They retrieved the horses and made their way back down the hill.
God, I tend to forget how many stars can be seen outside of the city.
Dorcas spun slowly in a circle, looking up at the sky. Once they returned to the stables, they brushed the horses and put them away for the night. Now they were getting ready to climb back in the car and return to reality. Marlene came over and looked up as well.
I loved laying in the park and looking up at the stars. I actually kissed my first girlfriend under the stars.
Marlene replied, looking down at the pretty girl she was with now. Dorcas had looked away from the stars and met her eyes with a bright smile.
Want to replicate it?
She asked. Marlene considered her for a moment. She wrapped an arm around Dorcas, pulling her close. She leaned in, and right before their lips touched, she pulled them down to lie in the tall grass.
Sorry, going for authenticity.
Marlene informed her before leaning over her and kissing her right there in the tall grass. Dorcas's arms went up around her and slid into the silky red hair, freeing it from the hair tie and smoothing some tangles. Their tongues tangled briefly as Marlene let her body rest carefully on Dorcas. They parted for air and Dorcas blinked up at her.
You failed on the authentic front.
Dorcas informed her and Marlene raised an eyebrow.
There is no way you were that good of a kisser when you were younger.
Cheeky.
Marlene responded. She gave another brief kiss, but then helped Dorcas off the ground. If they had a blanket, she wouldn't have bothered, but she didn't want Dorcas to be uncomfortable. The drive back to the city was nice. They sang along to the radio and exchanged stories about car trips as kids. It was wonderful. Marlene walked her up to the apartment and thought she might get another kiss.
Do you want to come in and get laid?
Dorcas asked with no sign of embarrassment.
I could beat around the bush and make up a request if you want to come in for a nightcap, but I prefer for there to be no mixed signals.
We need to cover a few bases before that, but I would love to.
Marlene answered. Dorcas unlocked the door and led Marlene in. Chapter 68, Congratulations. Sirius cackled.
You got Dorcas on a horse. Please tell me you took a picture.
Sirius asked Marlene as they wandered down the street. Lily pushed Harry in a buggy. Remus had a hand in Sirius's, and Marlene was telling them about her most recent date.
I do not have any pictures of the rather rustic date I took her on.
Marlene responded.
It was nice. I didn't see her glance at her phone once, and I didn't glance at my phone. It was a lot of fun.
I'm amazed you got Dorcas out of the city and into pseudo-camping.
Sirius answered. He had never seen Dorcas in anything less than business casual. Once or twice he had seen her in yoga or jogging clothes. The idea of his slightly tight-wound editor shedding her smart skirts and heels for jeans and trainers was nearly unthinkable.
Marlene is very persuasive. Honestly, the Rendezvous Club is fun. They set up that little camp every spring. They make some good jam without all the added preservatives.
Lily commented. They reached the park and she adjusted Harry's hat before placing him in the baby swing.
Some girls like diamonds. I like a hammock and a campfire. Maybe Dorcas does too and has just never been offered.
Marlene pointed out, and Sirius conceded the point.
Well, I am glad you two are making a go of it, and honestly, it should make her happy. She's been bitching about unimaginative dates for a while now.
Sirius told her and helped Lily push the small black-haired child in the swing. His heart gave a small pang as he noticed the similarities between Lily and Harry. He glanced over at Remus and reminded himself that they had a plan. He was still waiting on the results.
Seems many Londoners are willing to give up their lives in the chaotic city for us simple country folks.
Remus mused, sitting on the grass next to Marlene. She glanced over at him and furrowed her brow.
Oh, ask him. It's great news. I think he would have told you already had you not distracted him with the funny information about Dorcas.
Marlene glanced over at Sirius.
I said yes.
Sirius held up his hand. He heard the happy squeal of Lily before he was enveloped in a tight hug from the bright-haired woman. Marlene knocked her shoulder into Remus's.
Congrats on that.
She sounded very happy for him. Remus gave her an easy smile. The moments after the proposal had been nerve-wracking, but Sirius had responded positively. The ring had slid onto his finger, and neither man emerged until breakfast the next morning. Lily started quizzing him about details he didn't have yet. He only had a few facts worked out so far. Most of them involved telling the important people in his life. His next set of notifications was his brother, sister-in-law, and niece. They sat in the sun discussing the details until the clouds rolled in. Lily rolled Harry back home and Marlene followed. Sirius made his way over the soft grass and joined Remus.
We should go horse riding sometime.
Remus snorted and Sirius shoved his chest.
Are you saying you would consent to get on a horse?
Remus asked, catching Sirius and pulling him close. Sirius nodded.
It means spending time with you.
Sirius commented, and Remus considered him for a long moment.
I would rather not scare you off with a horse when you just agreed to marry me.
Remus finally replied, and Sirius frowned at him.
If you think a large mammal could scare me off, you are underestimating me, dear sir.
Sirius informed him haughtily. Remus pursed his lips, a clear sign he was trying not to laugh.
Cariad, I think a light breeze and just a smidge of self-doubt could scare you off. I am not adding even a small mammal to that equation.
Remus pointed out. Sirius stuck his tongue out at him.
We should head up. We're about to get rained out.
They left the park and made their way to the small apartment that the family of 3 was still working on clearing. They managed to get inside just as the sky opened up and doused them in rain.
Hello.
Regulus looked up from the box he was packing.
Come to help us pack up.
Sirius shook his head.
Never. I came to see this little one.
Sirius argued as Pandora came out with squishy baby Luna. She handed over the small child to Sirius, and he kissed her pudgy cheek. She smelled like babies and sweet like strawberries. Sirius felt the scent of the family soothe his fractured soul a bit. Remus's proposal helped, and yes, they had a plan, but he still ached at the thought of never having a baby of his own. That was another fact they were going to share with the couple today.
Our daughter is more popular than us.
Pandora murmured as Sirius settled on the couch with the small baby. Pandora moved to help Regulus with the books.
That was a given. She takes after her mother.
Regulus informed her, a hand coming to rest on her lower back. It was done without either person thinking about it. Regulus gave her a gentle kiss. Sirius was glad to see they were so solid.
Did you actually come to snuggle Luna?
Would that be a problem?
Remus asked curiously. He could see that having the little one in his arms was helping with the sorrow Sirius still felt. Remus knew the issues about them had been settled, and Sirius knew Remus wasn't going anywhere. However, the sorrow of not being able to carry would sit with him for a long time.
No, I would like her to grow up surrounded by family, accepting family.
She amended when Regulus made a noise.
You'll have to forgive Reg. He's still emotionally constipated.
They called last night. How the hell am I supposed to tell them to sod off?
Regulus demanded, taping the top of the box. Pandora smacked the back of his head.
You will watch your language. I won't have you teaching her bad words.
Pandora informed him. Regulus made a face at the other 2 in the room. Even the argument was affectionate.
I leave dealing with your parents up to you. All I care about is you leaving her out of it.
Regulus's eyes settled on the baby falling asleep in Sirius's hold.
I would never tell them about her. I want her to grow up knowing she is loved. My parents are the last people who would facilitate that.
Regulus answered. His eyes moved from Luna to Sirius, and they briefly flashed with that shared trauma.
We did not come by just to snuggle the child.
Sirius responded. Pandora glanced over as she dropped a few books in the box behind her. Her face was curious. Regulus looked up from the box he was assembling to pack up the rest of the living room with.
Remus and I are getting married.
Pandora responded first with a happy noise as she made her way back across the living room and hugged him tightly, working to not squash her daughter, a baby that was suddenly wide awake and fussing. It took Regulus a moment longer. He actually waited until Pandora was out of the room changing her.
You're sure about this?
He ignored Remus for a moment.
I thought you liked me.
Remus commented and didn't push when he was ignored.
Of many decisions in my life, this causes the least anxiety.
Sirius responded calmly. He could feel the happiness roll off of Remus at his answer.
I wanted to ask you a favor if you would be willing.
Of course I'm willing. I wanted to make sure you were okay with this.
Regulus answered easily. Sirius braced himself to ask this question. It had been a decision he had come to last night after Remus had asked.
I can't ask Father, and even if I could, I wouldn't want him there. Would you consent to walk me down?
Sirius asked. He wasn't going to ask for permission or to be given away. The choice to get married was his and his alone, but he did want the ceremony. He wanted to be walked down by a family member. His brother was a perfect choice for that.
Never thought I would see the day you would bow to tradition. Of course I will walk you down. Are you going to ask to use my daughter as the flower girl?
Sirius shrugged. He only really had 2 children in his life, Harry and Luna, and they fit into 2 particular roles perfectly.
Might be a nice way to incorporate Pandora as well,
Remus suggested. Regulus seemed to consider this for a moment.
What do you think, ma fraise?
Regulus asked, glancing over his shoulder at Pandora, who stepped in with a baby monitor.
As long as everyone remembers that she is a baby and not a prop.
Pandora reminded them all. Sirius knew many childless couples chose not to incorporate children into their weddings. He was willing to deal with the potential delays and lack of perfection that came with children.
I don't need a perfect wedding as long as my family is there.
Sirius commented, reaching over to take Remus's hand. He was being truthful.
I'm marrying the man I love. It already has everything it needs.
Remus answered happily. He leaned over and brushed his lips over Sirius's temple. The wonderful scent of fresh laundry had him relaxing as he considered how to tell them the next bit of information. He wanted to make sure everyone close to him knew about the struggle Remus and Sirius would face with trying to have a family. He didn't want to face the questions.
Well, looks like you got your storybook ending.
Regulus observed. Sirius swallowed.
Only part of it.
Sirius answered, his hand tightening in Remus's. He swallowed against the lump in his throat again. Would this ever get easier?
Give it time, you'll be having cute little babies in no time. We've been needing new blood for a while. Hopefully your kids won't come out with webbed toes.
Regulus supplied, and Sirius felt pain ripple through his body. It caused an almost visual recoil. Webbed toes or not wouldn't matter to him. Regulus's blue eyes had been on his face, and that brow wrinkled in brief confusion before his whole face shifted. He looked very contrite all at once.
I'm so sorry that was glib and unkind, especially since your face tells me it's more complicated.
I may walk away and make choices for myself, but the family will always find a way to make it complicated. Turns out fertility issues are an unwanted inheritance I couldn't turn down.
Sirius tried to make it a joke. It fell to the floor like a bowling ball. No one laughed, no one smiled, and the tension was heavy. Remus's hand was grounding in his. Regulus ran a hand through his hair with a deep sigh.
Well, as a parent going through formally adopting an infant, it's worth those extra steps.
Sirius was glad to know they were working on making Regulus's claim to Luna formal and legal. He would never bash adoption. He had just hoped they wouldn't have to do that. He had hoped it would be easy.
Reg, it's not about that.
Pandora chastised him, returning to the room. She turned to Sirius and took his free hand.
How are you holding up?
Sirius felt such gratitude for her at that moment. Regulus tried, but he could never understand what was going on for Sirius. His body and genetics had betrayed him. He would never know the joy of carrying and protecting a child in his own body. He would never have the wonderfully deep love for something that was so deeply him. It broke him. Adopting was fine, and surrogacy was fine. He would do whatever he needed for his family and enjoy parenthood with Remus, but some of him wanted it to be simple.
I had a rough day yesterday. I'm still processing everything.
Pandora's hand was warm and soft in his. Her bright eyes were soft and caring.
Have you done all the follow-ups that I'm sure Poppy will suggest?
Pandora asked, and Sirius nodded. He explained the initial results and her follow-up tests.
You were told not to panic, and your first impulse is to panic and then leave Remus.
Regulus teased, and Sirius sighed.
I don't know how to frame for you the abject sorrow that filled the depth of my soul when Poppy told me there's a good chance I couldn't have kids. I spent years with my ex trying to convince myself that I was happy. He was all I needed, and we could be fine and happy. When I got away from him and found someone willing to take me in all of that brokenness, I allowed myself to want things again. And one of those things was to have a child and be a parent. Finding out that the easier and natural path was closed destroyed me. I still haven't picked up all the pieces.
Sirius tried to explain. Regulus was examining his face. He still didn't seem to get it. Sirius didn't have the language to explain it further. Pandora sighed.
Regulus, do you want to have more kids?
She asked. Regulus's eyes immediately moved to her.
I leave that decision to you. You have to carry them. It's all fun for me. You, however, have to spend 9 months sharing your body with another human before birth, which looks like the worst pain imaginable. If you agreed, I would love to have more children.
Regulus answered. Pandora nodded. It was clear she wasn't about to have the full conversation that was involved. She was making a point.
Now, say that we had that discussion and made decisions about the parameters that would need to be met to try for a baby, and then we found out you couldn't get me pregnant, or something went wrong with Luna, and we couldn't have another baby.
Pandora's voice was confident. The slightest flinch told Sirius she had gotten through to him.
Now imagine how much worse that would feel if our daughter didn't exist yet.
Regulus reached over to touch her hair, stroking through the bright ombre that was fading back out to her natural strawberry blonde. Sirius wondered briefly if she would diet again now that she was no longer pregnant.
Always beating me into being a better person.
It was a soft complaint that he made sound like the ultimate compliment.
You needed it. When I met you, you were such an asshole.
Pandora replied.
I saw it the second you got out of the car. I told myself to just breathe and not judge. I was still trying to get over my family drama. It would be unfair to judge you so harshly. Then you opened your stupid mouth.
Regulus made a face seeming to remember the day clearly.
And you punched me.
He returned and she grinned, clearly pleased with herself. Sirius felt his mouth curve into a smile. They really were perfect for each other.
I am sorry that the Black family curse has taken something else from you. If you need anything, let us know.
Sirius felt the comfort offered. Regulus would likely never fully understand where he was coming from, but it seemed he was willing to offer his company and someone to remind Sirius and Remus that they had someone in their corner. Silence fell over the four adults. It wasn't a bad silence. It was companionable, as they all enjoyed just being with people who loved them. It was the same feeling Sirius got around James and Lily.
Are you inviting your parents?
Pandora asked Remus eventually. Sirius realized of the four in the room that Remus was the only one with a good relationship with his parents.
I have to. I used my mam's ring to propose.
Remus's thumb brushed over the ring adorning Sirius's finger.
Tad updated hers, and they sent me this one. She was so thrilled to hear you accepted.
Sirius adored Hope. He had texted and spoken with her a few times. She was a sweet woman, and she was so accepting of him.
I look forward to seeing her again.
Sirius answered. He surrendered his hand when Pandora asked. She examined the ring on his finger, twisting it so the beautiful diamonds caught the light. Sirius shivered when Remus's fingers found the cuff on his ear. It was so rarely not in place. He liked the fact that most of his permanent jewelry was from Remus. It made him feel loved and cherished by the other man. He leaned into him as Pandora let go of his hand. Chapter 69, Stolen Freedom. Hate speech, crude language, and suicidal ideation.
Lily and Marlene, it's like you want to see everything on fire.
Sirius commented, setting down the fruit and yogurt for their morning breakfast. Remus kissed his shoulder.
Who are you asking?
Remus murmured, taking the bit of fruit Sirius offered, making sure to wrap his lips briefly around the fingertip. Sirius flushed and pulled back.
Dorcas and James.
Sirius responded sweetly, eating his own strawberry.
Dorcas and I have a long-standing promise to be waiting on standby with the getaway car.
Sirius lightly tapped on Remus's nose when he made a face.
No, it was something we talked about when we met. We were best friends in Omega School. We both hated it, but we agreed if we found our people that they had to pass the best friend test.
Oh, and I passed, did I?
Remus asked, eating a blueberry and stopping Mooney from sticking her face in the yogurt again. Sirius pretended to think about it.
Yeah, you did. She was all for it when you agreed to block off some dates to meet me on tour, but after the whole mess with my ex, she basically threatened to kick my ass if I didn't marry you.
Sirius informed him.
She might just frog march me up the aisle when the time comes.
I hope that won't be necessary.
Remus frowned and ran a finger down Sirius's cheek.
Besides, Regulus will definitely beat her to it. Kid has been rooting for us.
Sirius scowled and Remus leaned down. Their lips brushed briefly.
Don't pout. Your brother has your best interests at heart.
Damn alphas trying to manipulate the world around them. You are not the supreme leaders of the universe.
Sirius muttered. The tray was removed from between them and he was pressed to the mattress under Remus.
I am always going to try and manipulate the world to let me keep you, and I am the supreme leader of the universe. Or at least, your universe.
Remus commented, pinning Sirius's arms easily. Sirius allowed it to happen. Nothing about Remus made him even remotely nervous anymore.
I'm going to marry you and covet you greedily, only reluctantly sharing you with the adoring public.
You know, if anyone else said that to me, I would run screaming for the hills.
Sirius commented, and Remus raised a brow, as Sirius easily slid one wrist free to adjust the hold Remus had on the other, and returned the first to the loose cuff of fingers.
I mean, I would put up some resistance, but honestly...
He shrugged.
You're an insufferable brat.
Remus commented, and Sirius simply gave him a sweet smile.
Want to go jogging this morning?
Sirius paused. It had been a long time since they had drugged themselves out for a jog in the morning.
Is it finally warm enough?
Sirius asked as Remus moved off him. He picked up his phone and opened the weather app. Padfoot watched Remus retrieve shorts from the dresser.
Should be,
Remus answered. Sirius wrinkled his nose at the temperature, but took the shorts from Remus.
We should consider using the indoor running course during the winter. This run is going to be brutal.
Slave driver.
Sirius muttered mutinously as he walked into the bathroom to tame his unruly hair. They got dressed and laced on trainers. Sirius hooked Padfoot to the leash. Padfoot was usually well behaved, even without a lead, but Sirius didn't want to risk him getting overexcited and taking off. They took a warm-up walk around the block to loosen muscles and let the dog go potty. Then they reached the trail mouth. Sirius double-checked that his phone was in an inside pocket and zipped in. His water bottle was clipped to Remus's waistband. He threaded the lead through his own belt loops. They started up the hill. It only took a few minutes for them to find their stride, measured and on pace with each other. Sirius was gratified to hear Remus was breathing hard.
Used to be you didn't even break a sweat on this jog.
Sirius teased, breathless on his own. A stitch was forming in his side. Padfoot was enjoying himself, though, those legs that had grown like weeds fully stretching as he loped beside the two men. He wasn't altogether graceful, but he was happy.
That was fully in shape. It's going to take a minute,
Remus reminded him. Sirius conceded the point and they continued up the hill. The crest took forever, but eventually they were standing on top of that hill. All the trees were just barely turning green and the whole world smelled fresh and alive. Sirius leaned against the boulder. Padfoot bounded happily around the clearing, his lead dragging on the ground. Remus took a long drag of water and passed the cold liquid to Sirius. Between the two of them, they drained half the bottle in one go. Sirius had the forethought to bring a collapsible bowl. Padfoot lapped thirstily at the water. The sun crusted the leaves in that beautiful golden aura. Sirius leaned happily on the rock, looking over the scene.
This is what convinced me to stay at first. I didn't want to leave London, and I was pretty sure I was going to be dead bored. I was going to stay for the view.
The scenery was ahead of me in terms of things you fell in love with.
Remus asked and Sirius shrugged.
A tree has never pushed me down the stairs. A romantic partner has. I have no trauma related to a tree aside from the one I fell out of when I was 12. I have trauma related to a romantic partner. You were points down,
Sirius defended.
Beyond that, there is no reciprocity where the sun is concerned. Falling in love with humans is harder, takes a bit longer.
I suppose,
Remus answered.
I also know you were let down by your past. The sun pretty reliably rises and falls.
Sirius nodded his agreement.
If you want to be more reliable than the sun, we could move to Alaska, where it doesn't fully set for like several months. Or we could go study penguins when the sun doesn't come up.
Sirius responded, seeming earnest about this proposition.
We are not moving to Alaska because first of all, no, and second of all, why, and third of all, have you seen what is going on in that country? No. And we are not going to study penguins.
Remus didn't offer his reasoning on this. Sirius guessed they were the same as not moving to Alaska.
Then you will forever be outshone by the sun.
Sirius smiled a little at the pun, closing his eyes as he absorbed the vitamin D. His smile only grew wider when warm lips pressed to his.
Only difference is that I am available at night, and my warmth doesn't disappear for months on end.
Remus pulled back from the kiss and Sirius lazily blinked at him.
You win in those categories, which is why I am marrying you and not joining some crazy sun cult,
Sirius pointed out. Remus kissed him again and they spent far too long up on the hill. The jog down was a race, but a lazy one. They reached the street just as the moving van pulled up.
Hey, good timing.
Sirius made his way over to greet his brother and Pandora.
Oh God, they're jogging again. I told you everyone in this town is mad.
Regulus commented as he climbed out of the cab and immediately slid the car seat loose so he could carry Luna inside.
We live in this town, so by that logic we're mad too.
Pandora pointed out, sliding out of the driver's seat.
We aren't from here.
Regulus shot back and she smiled at him with that smile that said she was about to win. Regulus gestured for her to tell him.
Exactly. We moved here knowing that the town was full of mad people. We chose to be here and raise our daughter here amongst the madness. What does that say about the state of our mental health?
She asked, looking smug. It seemed Regulus did not have an answer for this.
Would you two like to come in for coffee?
Regulus asked, ignoring the now preening Pandora. It was cute to see the two of them playfully needling at each other. It kept Regulus from getting too uptight and reminded Pandora that Regulus adored her feisty nature.
We should probably get the pup home and get showered before Rem has to open the shop. And I'm having lunch with Dorcas, so I need to not slug out right now.
Sirius responded, glancing over at the sandy-haired man. Remus wasn't tuned into the conversation. His green eyes were focused over Sirius's head. His normally warm face was cold and hard. Those dark pools of warm, bright green were hard and flinty. It made Sirius want to run and hide. He didn't like that expression on Remus at all. He turned toward the thing that had made his boyfriend, no fiancé, so cold. A sleek town car had pulled up while they stood chatting in the bright morning sunlight. The driver had climbed out and opened the door. The man unfolding from the back seat made Sirius's blood run ice cold. All the color drained from his face, and all the happiness drained away. His back ached, and he had the sudden urge to hunch and hide himself from those piercing eyes. Orion Black was standing on the sidewalk, looking over at the small group of people.
Regulus, give me the baby.
Pandora's voice was calm, but unrelenting. Sirius watched as the white knuckles loosened and eventually released the handle. Pandora carried the car seat inside. Sirius felt a hand come to rest on his lower back. Orion made his way stiffly over to them. Sirius could feel the tremor running through Remus's hand on his back. Sirius swallowed. If Remus was scared, then Sirius knew he should be terrified. He glanced up at that face again and realized it wasn't fear. Remus was keeping a tight grasp on his temper. He had listened to Sirius detail his abuse again and again. He had kissed and stroked the scars crisscrossing over Sirius's back. He helped Sirius when an old break ached from the cold.
Regulus,
he said, formally offering his hand. Regulus looked at it like it was a venomous snake that he was trying to decide how to kill without being bitten himself. After too long of a moment to be considered polite, he took it. It was dropped almost as quickly.
Father,
Regulus answered. His tone was cold as well. Sirius wanted to upchuck. This was horrible. He could see Regulus retreating behind a wall of ice. Orion's eyes didn't stray to Sirius. He preferred it that way, although it did upset him this time. He realized what it was. He had gotten used to being treated as human and equal. Orion was only ever going to see his subgender. He was an omega, less than, a breeder, a subhuman possession not worthy of acknowledgement or respect.
is that your Omega who went inside? Heard it was the Malfoy's youngest.
Orion spoke about Pandora as if he was talking about a prize horse. Sirius wondered if he was actually going to be sick. His face felt clammy, and he could barely feel Remus's hand on his back. His head spun, and his eyes stung. He blinked back the tears. He had not cried in front of Orion since he was 16. He was not going to give him that satisfaction again.
Pandora took our child inside, neither of whom are my property, nor does the parentage of either concern me.
Regulus's tone was still as cold as ice, but Sirius admired the amount of respect given to Pandora and Luna at that moment. She wasn't even present, but his brother was so offended by someone talking about her in such a way that he shut it down. It reminded Sirius of when Remus had made his own dad talk English, so Sirius would be included.
So are you actually the child's father then? I heard someone else got in there before you did.
Orion responded. Sirius watched as Regulus's face worked for a moment, trying to wrangle his own temper.
Whether or not I am is not your business. That is between me, Pandora, and the child when they are old enough to wonder about such things. Since you will never set eyes on said child, you don't have to worry about it.
Regulus's voice was level, but had an edge to it. Orion finally stopped looking at the house to look at Regulus. Blue and gray clashed for several long moments. Sirius felt uncomfortable just watching it. Regulus did not flinch. He did not look away.
Pathetic raising another Alpha's bastard.
Orion scoffed, but he looked away. Sirius would have cheered for the victory if not for those evil eyes coming to rest on him and then on Remus. He swallowed. He knew Orion was nowhere near done ruining their day. Sirius could feel himself practically shrinking under that gaze.
Orion Black.
I know who you are.
Remus's mild voice held its own edge.
Forgive me, but I try not to shake hands with people who have battered their families. I'm Remus.
Sirius glanced up and met Regulus's surprised face. He chanced to glance at Orion. Clearly, the polite but still rude response had caught him off guard. He dropped his hand, wrong-footed.
Is the whelp behaving then? Finally over all the ridiculous hang-ups about an Omega's place in the world?
Orion asked, jerking his head at Sirius. Every word cut to the core and unleashed all that hurt all over again. He kept his hands tucked together, not wanting to share his engagement with such a toxic human. He wanted to walk away with one shred of untainted happiness today.
Sirius is not a dog or a child. His place is wherever he would like it to be, and currently, he chooses for that place to be beside me. And my current choice is to be between you and the beautiful man you worked very hard to break.
Remus answered. His tone never changed, but every word was deliberate. Some of the warmth returned to Sirius. He had always admired the way Remus had with words. He should have been a writer himself.
Oh, you're one of those new age alphas, all for the rights of Omega bitches.
Orion's tone was offensive without even trying to hide behind manners now. Sirius felt those words like a physical blow. He had lost his name, and standing in 1 week, he had gone from Sirius to Omega in that house. Hearing that descriptor again made him nauseous.
I believe everyone deserves rights, especially in regards to what they want their family to look like and how to use or not use their bodies.
Remus answered. His hand was still resting on Sirius's lower back. The tremor was gone now. His tone was mild, his voice steady, his eyes hard, and his chin up. Despite being an inch shorter than Orion, he still managed to make it seem like he was looking down his nose at the other man.
Not even a real alpha, just a pussy with a knot on the end of your dick.
Orion scoffed.
Father.
Regulus sounded scandalized. Sirius was feeling shame washing through him hard and fast. Remus shouldn't have to deal with this foul creature. It was one thing when Sirius cursed in front of him and got a fond smile when he spoke to elicit a reaction. This was base and mean with the intention of being crude and dehumanizing.
Leave it alone, Orion. I love Remus, and you have no say over what our lives look like.
Sirius finally located his voice. He was glad it was steady as he looked up at Orion, and for the first time in nearly 10 years met his father's eyes properly. He was shorter than the other 3 men there, but he could make eye contact. He wasn't less than.
You don't speak to your betters when they don't ask for your opinion.
Orion's hand came up automatically and Sirius flinched. Ingrained reactions, the slap never came. He glanced over. Remus had stepped in between them.
You will speak to him with respect, and not raise your hand to him ever again.
Remus's voice was still steady, but Sirius could practically taste the anger radiating off of him. Orion jerked his wrist away, and Remus let it go. Regulus had flinched and gone pale at the raise of the hand, too. He had spent so much time patching Sirius up that his trauma regarding the abuse was almost as visceral. Was he flashing back to blood on white skin? Broken bones that needed to be splinted until morning, when they could call a car to take him to the hospital. That antiseptic smell that made Sirius feel sick as it inched down his throat.
Fucking pathetic pansy.
Orion spat, shoving Remus as he freed his hand. Remus, for his part, just absorbed the shock, rocking back on his heels. Gray eyes landed on Sirius again, and he saw it right before it happened. He saw his future slip away back behind the ugly silk wallpaper and a horrible tomb-like house. Every muscle screamed in defiance.
Get in the car, Omega.
Orion's alpha voice had not weakened with age. It robbed Sirius of his willpower and freedom. In 5 words, Orion had stolen his whole life. His voice would always work on Sirius. As his father, it would override Remus's because there was no mating mark between them. It would override Regulus's because he was also Regulus's father. Every cell screamed as his feet automatically started moving. His mind thrashed violently against the prison his body had suddenly become. It didn't matter, these instincts were old and inevitable. Orion's eyes held no love, no warmth, and no compromise. He was going to walk Sirius back to a prison cell and strip away his will and sense of self. A sob broke loose despite his best efforts. He wasn't going to sit idly by. If he couldn't have Remus and freedom, he would greet the cold abyss. He wasn't going to let his father destroy him. He would take control of the one thing he could. He could choose to die. So as his feet moved, he made a promise that as soon as he was alone, he would figure out how to rob his father of any power he had gained at the moment. Chapter 70. Mark Me. Sirius hadn't taken more than 2 steps toward the town car when Remus's hand clamped down on his neck right over that pressure point. The only thing that could have pulled Sirius out of that moment was that pressure point. His knees nearly buckled, but at least he was no longer under that horrible control.
No!
Remus's alpha voice was terrifying, and Sirius's omega whimpered, rolling over. Sirius felt something deep inside of him quiver, but not in fear. He could never fear Remus.
If you would like to go with Orion, you may.
Remus's voice had softened, as had his hand, but it was still there in case Orion tried anything.
But only if you want to.
Sirius shook his head. His voice was gone. The meek thing was hiding somewhere as he couldn't access it right then. He turned away from Orion and found himself buried against Remus's chest. Warm, strong arms wrapped around him, keeping him safe.
Fine, keep the bitch. You'll be begging for me to take the whore back in no time.
Orion spat.
Normally, I pity anyone who doesn't have someone as wonderful as Sirius in their lives. but I'm glad you will no longer be a part of his.
The disgust in Remus's voice soothed a part of Sirius's soul. He heard footsteps, then the slam of a car door. As soon as he was sure Orion wasn't there anymore, his wall came down. Ugly sobs broke through the surface, and he clung to Remus as his only lifeline. He was vaguely aware of being led into the house. Remus didn't leave him for even a second as he completely broke down. He wasn't sure how long this went on for.
Oh God, I'm going to be sick.
He spoke when he felt the bile coming up. Someone helpfully held a trash can under his chin as he threw up the yogurt and fruit. Remus used a damp cloth to wipe the sweat and sick off his face as a new wave of tears overwhelmed him. Eventually, he got a handle on himself. He managed to slow the tears and eventually stop them. His hand loosened on Remus's shirt, and he became aware of Padfoot whining and trembling against him. He reached down and stroked his puppy's furry head.
It's okay, buddy,
he promised. Padfoot seemed reassured. He licked Sirius's hand and laid down the trembles and the whines, stopping though he was still tense. Someone handed him a glass of water. He chugged it thirstily. The empty glass was retrieved, and someone stood up to refill it. They returned with a jug and the glass. Oh, it was Remus who was taking care of the water. He poured a new glass so Sirius's shaking hands wouldn't dump the liquid everywhere. He drained 2 more glasses before deciding he was done. Now the embarrassment was setting in. He had fallen apart in a living room that was no longer his. Sirius sat up slightly. Remus's hands briefly tightened before he let Sirius move. Sirius scrubbed a hand over his face.
Don't apologize. If my parents showed up and tried to order me away from Reg, I would have the same reaction.
Pandora's voice was warm and compassionate.
Only time he would ever get away with putting his hand on my neck.
Regulus frowned at the thought and smoothed the hand over her hair. Sirius knew he would do it too. He wouldn't let someone strip Pandora of her will. Sirius spent a while putting his brain back together. Regulus, after checking in with Sirius, went up to check on Luna. Pandora left with him, and Sirius guessed they were reaffirming that they were okay. Both had probably considered how easily their family could be torn apart and needed a minute. Sirius was about to speak when Remus took a deep breath. He eased Sirius up and cupped his face.
I am so sorry.
Remus's face was contrite and apologetic. Sirius frowned. Why was Remus apologizing? Oh God, he was dumping Sirius. After everything they had been through, Orion proved to be too much. Or maybe it wasn't Orion, but Sirius's meltdown. Maybe Remus didn't want to be with someone who had at least one emotional meltdown a month. Seeing the confusion and pain on Sirius's face, he explained.
I promised you, when we started seeing each other, that I would never use my alpha voice or your pressure point to control you, and I did both today.
Sirius stared at him gobsmacked for several long moments. His own hands finally came up and smoothed the frown lines on Remus's handsome face.
My dear sweet man, you saved my life out there. If I had to go to that house and be a good Omega, I wouldn't have made it through the end of the day.
Sirius responded softly.
I am so thankful that at that moment you knew how to supersede his claim on me.
Sirius leaned forward and was met with a kiss that held the tension of the day. Remus's hands were gentle as though cherishing every touch and caress. Sirius trembled with the emotions of all that happened.
Can we just go home? I need to be in bed, with just blankets and you.
Sirius murmured. Remus nodded. He moved away for only a moment, too long in Sirius's opinion. He could hear voices down the hall. He didn't try to tune in. He just pushed his foggy brain to cooperate as he searched out the dog leash, eventually realizing that it was still in his hand through everything. Remus returned, and a warm arm was wrapped over his shoulders. The walk back was cold, and Remus waved off more than one person, including Lily. She didn't push, knowing in her special way that Sirius really couldn't have her around. It wasn't often he felt the need to actually ask for a boundary with her, but right now he just needed Remus. She offered to bring soup the next day, and Remus, after checking Sirius's face, said they would let her know. She didn't try to hug or talk to Sirius. He was grateful. Just walking was taking all his concentration, and with how triggered he was, any touch aside from Remus's would cause him to panic. The cottage was familiar and smelled like home. Sirius collapsed as soon as they were inside. Remus helped him to the couch and removed his shoes. He checked on the cat and the pup, making sure Padfoot wasn't injured or sore.
Let's get you showered.
Remus's voice was low and soft. Sirius didn't argue. The hot water felt nice when he wasn't numb to it. Normally, joint showers were an excuse to joke around, grope, and otherwise get more water on the floor than their bodies. Today, Sirius stood still and let Remus wash him. The touch was very gentle and he was very clinical about it. Sirius was grateful to be clean. He curled up in warm jammies with his head pillowed against that chest. Remus's fingers drugged through his dark curls.
Rem,
Sirius got a hum from the other.
you have my permission to do whatever needs to be done so I don't leave because a blood-related alpha told me to.
Sirius knew that while Regulus's alpha wouldn't dent any command Orion gave, his alpha voice outranked Remus. Sirius would listen to Regulus before Remus. He frowned.
I'll keep you safe. Won't let anyone steal your way.
Remus murmured. Sirius felt his arms tighten briefly.
When I saw the light go out in your eyes, and that desperate resistance, I had the briefest impulse to shred him. I wanted to destroy the man who was trying to destroy the love of my life.
Sirius shivered slightly. He knew Remus could do it too. They'd had conversations about Remus's training. Sirius knew Remus could have killed Orion with his bare hands, and likely not broken a sweat.
I'm glad you didn't. I hold no love for that man, but I would have been upset about the whole jail thing.
Neither one laughed. It wasn't funny. Sirius spent the rest of the day trying to recover. The next morning he shut off the alarm, and Remus didn't even try to get up. Sirius pressed a kiss to Remus's cheek and down to his neck. Remus tipped his head.
What are you doing, love?
Make love to me. Help me get out of my head.
Sirius's request was whispered. He needed to feel his love inside of him. He needed that passionate closeness and the hunger as they chased release and their partner's pleasure.
If you're sure.
Remus agreed softly. Sirius nodded and Remus rolled them so Sirius was on his back. Sirius knew this had nothing to do with an aversion to being on the bottom. It was because he liked foreplay and enjoyed driving a partner nearly insane before sex even happened. Fingers had moved through shirt buttons and soft PJ shirts were cast on the floor.
Rem, I want you to do something else for me.
Sirius murmured, and Remus pulled back from where he had been lavishing attention on his nipples.
Name it.
Remus responded confidently, and Sirius chewed his lip.
Want you to knock me and mark me. Want to be yours.
Sirius had come to that conclusion yesterday, when his father had tried to steal him. He had slept on it, though, to make sure it was real and not a trauma response. Remus's eyes were soft as they examined his face. Sirius hoped his face displayed whatever Remus needed to see at that moment.
I love you.
Remus answered, leaning down to brush his lips over Sirius's.
If you change your mind before we get there, just let me know.
I love you. I'm not going to change my mind.
Sirius responded. He loved that Remus was continually checking his consent. It was why he wanted that wonderful man's mark. He wanted to be with Remus for the rest of his life. He wanted to be his mate, to be his husband and his life partner. Their lips met in a deep kiss, tongues tangling as the scent of their arousal filled the air. Sirius was sure he would never be able to drink a mocha without getting an erection. He arched against Remus, tugging him down so their bodies were aligned. He parted his legs so Remus could settle against him. Soft fingers traced over his chest, tweaking the nipples in his path. Sirius gave a low groan. Remus's lips traced over his jaw and down. Sirius gripped those warm shoulders as a mouth closed over a nipple. His body tingled and responded to Remus in a way that he adored. He traced his own fingers over Remus's back, tracing the ripples of muscles and over the scars. Teeth rolled his nipple and he gasped. Remus layered kisses and gentle bites across his chest to the other nipple. Sirius writhed in the sheets as Remus's mouth closed over the other nipple. Remus seemed to take his time in pulling Sirius carefully apart. His mouth traced over every inch of skin, taking in the scent and the taste. Sirius felt sweat running over his body and wound his fingers into Remus's hair. Remus's lips brushed over his treasure trail. Sirius gave a low whimper as Remus mouthed at his erection through his pajama pants.
Rem, love, don't tease.
Sirius pleaded softly. Remus looked up at him affectionately.
Let yourself be looked after.
Remus murmured, but hooked his fingers under the waistband of the pants and tugged them off, leaving Sirius bare. He shivered slightly in the cool morning air, but felt warmth flood his whole body as Remus's eyes traced over him. Sirius felt his breath catch as Remus lowered his mouth over the hard, leaking erection. He groaned, his hands tightening in that sandy hair again. He was taken deep and held. He could feel Remus's throat contracting around him. Every pass of that wonderful mouth had more slick leaking out of his body. He could feel the damp spot forming on the sheets under him.
Oh fuck, close.
He breathed, his fingers tugging on that hair. Remus reached up, pulled his hands free of his hair, and continued moving over Sirius. Sirius groaned as the tension snapped, and he spilled deeply into Remus's mouth and fell back against the bed, still craving Remus, but satisfied for the moment. Remus pulled off the softening flesh and nuzzled over Sirius's thighs. Sirius shivered as his breath brushed over that damp place. However, that was not Remus's goal. His teeth sank into the scent gland in his thigh right next to his crotch. Sirius gave a small whimper as Remus's teeth broke the skin. Endorphins flooded his system, and he relaxed back again. Remus's hands were firm on his hips as he marked and claimed Sirius. A burst of love and pleasure washed through Sirius, and he felt fangs leave his skin. Remus licked briefly over the mark, soothing any lingering pain. Remus moved up. The kiss they exchanged was slightly tangy, but Sirius didn't even care.
You okay?
Sirius nodded dopily.
It was a bit sharp, but the endorphins are pretty spectacular.
Sirius informed.
Why there and not on my neck?
Sirius asked as he strung his brain back together bit by bit. Remus ran a hand through his hair.
Anyone can see and touch your neck. I am the only one who can see and touch that mark. If you are amenable, I was going to mark your neck when I knotted you and let you do the same to me.
Remus responded softly, running his fingers over the scent gland. Sirius shivered happily. Not all alphas let their omegas mark them. Sirius hadn't even thought to ask. Remus offering without it being asked was amazing.
I would love that.
Sirius answered. Remus gave him an easygoing smile. His hand snaked between them, and Sirius let his legs fall open. The smell of slick was heavy again. Remus's hand brushed briefly over the fresh mark before tracing over Sirius's prick.
Gonna get hard again for me, Carrie-Anne?
Remus asked, wrapping his hand around the soft flesh and gently stroking it. Sirius was still sensitive, but his whole body tingled. Was this in response to the mating bite, or because he was so deeply in love and trusted Remus? He closed his eyes and let the sensations wash over him. His cock quickly hardened and filled out. Remus leaned over briefly to retrieve the tube of lube, and his slick fingers pressed against Sirius's body, slipping in easily.
Probably don't need lube.
Sirius teased, feeling slick still drip out of him.
Unless we are in a heat or rut together, I am not going anywhere near your sweet little hole without lube and prep.
Remus informed him. Sirius whined low in his throat but didn't argue. He was grateful that Remus was so determined not to hurt him. Remus pressed in 2 fingers and twisted them. Sirius twitched as they brushed over his prostate. He tried to be patient as Remus tortured him with his fingers, but he wanted more.
Come on, Rem, please, need you.
He pleaded. Remus removed his fingers and slicked his cock. He lined up, and the stretch had Sirius's mind blurring pleasantly. The stress of the night before melted away as Remus filled him so perfectly. Sirius immediately locked his ankles behind Remus's back. Remus pinned his wrists to the bed, and they locked eyes. They rocked together, connected deep and intensely. Every part of him felt warm and claimed. He would never need anything else in this life. Remus was his endgame. That was his everything. He would get to wake up to that handsome face every day. The build-up was slow and wonderful. It made Sirius feel so loved and connected as they rocked together. Every movement brought them closer to the edge. The air was heavy with laundry, electricity, leather, and tobacco. He could also smell rich chocolate so thick in the air that it smelt like he was baking a cake mixed beautifully with coffee. His legs flexed against Remus, and his arms were trapped on the mattress. Every pass made him shudder in pleasure. When Remus released one wrist, Sirius kept it on the bed. Remus reached between them.
Tell me when you're close, love. I want to come together.
Sirius nodded as his breath came in quick pants, and the pleasure pooled at the base of his spine. Every thrust was right over his prostate, and those beautiful fingers were wrapped around his cock. He gave a low moan.
Oh fuck, baby, right there.
Sirius leaned into it, feeling his release rush up. He pushed back at the last moment, holding himself there.
Close, so close. Claim me, mate me.
Sirius shouted, every muscle in his body tense. It took 2 more thrusts, but the knot caught and locked them together. Sirius nearly screamed as he spilled between their bodies. Remus's teeth on his shoulder breaking the skin had another orgasm rushing through his body, the endorphins driving him higher and higher. His vision whited out, and he knew pure bliss before the black blanket fell over his senses. Sirius came back slowly. They were still locked together. Remus had wiped the saliva and blood off his mark.
Fuck, that was good.
Sirius murmured and got a lazy smile.
Can I still?
As long as you do it while we're locked together, it will take.
Remus assured him. Sirius was glad. He had heard outside of the orgasm it wouldn't work, so he thought he had lost his chance. Remus leaned down and Sirius nuzzled over his shoulder, letting his instincts guide him. When he nudged his nose along the scent gland, he let his teeth find the spot and sink in. The skin gave under his teeth and he felt Remus throb inside of him, another orgasm overwhelming Remus. Sirius freed his teeth from the gland and used the nearby tissues to clean it up. Remus sighed as arms wrapped around him.
I love you. Thank you for trusting me enough to do that with.
Thank you for being kind and patient with me. I love you too.
Sirius responded. The knot deflated and they separated. They cleaned up the marks and covered them with gauze. Neither liked covering them up, but the risk of infection was high. Sirius slumped against Remus.
I will never be able to thank you enough for not letting him take me.
Epilogue Part 1, Wedding Amends. 15 months later. Sirius wiped his sweaty palms on the handkerchief, with RJL embroidered on the corner. It was his something borrowed. His blue was the socks he had under his boots. Something new was the wedding bands they had purchased a month ago. Sirius turned to his brother, stricken.
I don't have something old.
He suddenly panicked. Regulus pried his fingers off his shoulders.
I told Remus you would respond this way. He told me to just trust him.
Regulus responded and kept Sirius from picking at his nails. Sirius paced and paced and paced. Finally, there was a light knock on the door and Hope stepped in.
Hello, Anwyl. How are you?
Hope asked, and Sirius felt his nerves settle. Her Welsh accent wasn't as comforting as Remus's, but it still helped.
I don't have something old and now everything is ruined.
Sirius was always a drama queen. He felt weepy now. Hope came over and took his hands in her own.
Breathe. Everything is not ruined. You and Remus are perfect together and I have something old for you.
Hope answered.
It's not borrowed. I'm giving it to you. We pass it on to Omegas in our family. You can pass it down when any of your children decide to get married, even if they are betas.
Hope continued. She knew about Sirius's fertility issues and was fully for adoption. She held out a box and pulled the lid with a flourish. She offered it to Sirius. He carefully took it and folded the tissue paper out of the way. Inside was a beautiful silver circlet. It was simple with just a few strands of silver wrapped up in intricate designs. It was so wonderful and delicate.
Let me put it on you.
Hope picked up the silver piece and stood in front of Sirius, working it into place without ruining the careful hairstyle.
It's platinum, so you don't have to worry about it tarnishing.
Sirius smiled as she picked up a hand mirror so he could see himself. The circlet sat against his forehead perfectly and complemented the makeup he was wearing. His outfit was nice, but not overly formal. He was wearing slacks and a nice set of boots. His shirt had ruffles on the front and over the sleeves. After a lot of conversation, both men decided they wanted something simple.
Thank you, Mum.
Sirius responded and hugged her tightly. She gave him another smile and rushed out to go sit down. Sirius took the bouquet offered by Regulus. The flowers were all mismatched. Sirius still wasn't a fan of cut flowers, so they had agreed to do potted plants down the aisle. Pomona had also provided slightly dried rose petals that had fallen naturally in the garden, and this morning she had brought in a few bouquets. She claimed they were all flowers she couldn't sell or had been rejected but were still in good shape. Sirius had accepted that they were dead, and not because of him. It was enough for a bouquet for him, Lily, Marlene, and Dorcas, and a cute little flower crown from Luna. At 1.5 years, she was the sweetest and cutest little goblin ever. Sirius reached the arch that blocked him and the others from view of the guests waiting, just as the music started. Pandora was carrying Luna and started down the aisle, helping the child throw petals on the ground. They were outside in one of the many clearings of the forest, and both he and Remus had decided they didn't want to do this indoors. Andromeda carried Harry down the aisle with his little pillow. In reality, Lily and Dorcas had the rings. All of the people looked amazing. They hadn't forced matching dresses or suits on anyone. It was a come-as-you-are sort of event. Lily was wearing a bright green sundress that made her eyes pop, and her hair was twisted up simply. She looked very casual but nice next to James, in a nice t-shirt of the same shade and nice dark-washed jeans. Dorcas was wearing a black overall dress over a white crop-top t-shirt, the straps crossed in the back. It was fun and flowy. She had helped Marlene dress in a nice romper with pants and a pretty top with thin sleeves. It was also green. Dorcas and Lily walked down together. Initially it was going to be couples, but with Lily and Dorcas having the nominal positions of maid of honor and best man, it had been decided they would walk down together. When they reached the end of the aisle, James and Marlene walked down together. Sirius counted silently in his head.
Do you want to run, or do you want to go down the aisle?
Regulus asked, looking like he would support Sirius either way. Sirius took a deep breath and held out his arm for Regulus.
I want to marry Remus.
Sirius responded. Regulus gave him a happy smile.
Good choice.
Regulus praised, and they made their way into the bright sunlight. Everyone looked so lovely and comfortable. The potted plants lined along the walkway were gorgeous, and the trees swayed in the breeze full of spring leaves. Tonks stood at the end of the aisle, her bright purple hair blazing in the sunlight. Sirius could see Rowena in the crowd. Aberforth and Hagrid were standing near the back. Sirius could name every face here, and it made his heart feel full. There was not a single camera in sight. His team had arranged everything so he could get married quietly in his hometown. Then Sirius saw Remus. He was beaming in the bright light, and it made Sirius's knees go weak. He was also dressed simply in slacks and a green button-down with a vest over the top. He looked so handsome. Sirius had found out about the tradition of the Welsh wearing kilts, and tried to get Remus to wear one. Remus had simply raised an eyebrow and said no. Sirius still thought it would have been a lovely idea. Remus would look very nice in a kilt and knee-high stockings. He even remembered his argument.
Oh, come on. Omegas always play the schoolgirl or nurse or whatever.
Sirius had wheedled. Remus had wrinkled his nose.
How about neither of us is the schoolgirl or nurse or whatever, and we get married as two respectable men with respectable jobs?
Remus suggested, pulling Sirius in for a hug.
I write smut for a living. I am far from respectable, and you have a thing for holding me down and making me beg.
Sirius reminded. Remus simply ran a finger over his nose. Sirius dropped the kilt idea. The small doubts in the back of his head went away as he approached the beaming Remus. He took that warm hand in his own.
You look so handsome, Cariad.
Remus whispered in his ear as they turned to face Tonks. Sirius felt his face warm. She smiled brightly. In a different setting, she would have said, "Watch her," but instead the greeting danced in her eyes this time. She unfolded a piece of paper. She had gotten ordained on the internet and asked if they wanted traditional. They both had scoffed and reminded her they had asked for her specifically because they wanted unique.
To love is not to possess, to own or imprison, nor to lose oneself in another. Love is to join and separate, to walk alone and together, to find a laughing freedom that lonely isolation does not permit. It is finally to be able to be who we really are, no longer clinging in childish dependency, nor docilely living separate lives in silence. It is to be perfectly oneself and perfectly joined in permanent commitment to another. And to one's inner self, love only endures when it moves like waves, receding and returning gently or passionately, or moving lovingly like the tide, in the moon's own predictable harmony, because finally, despite a child's scars or an adult's deepest wounds, they are openly free to be who they really are and always secretly were, in the very core of their being, where true and lasting love can alone abide.
She folded the paper she had been reading from.
Sirius and Remus told me they wrote their own vows, so I'm going to let them get on with it.
There was a ripple of laughter through the crowd. Sirius was glad they had chosen the free spirit that was Tonks as their officiant. She made everything so bright and happy. Remus gestured for Sirius to go first. He handed his bouquet to Dorcas, who in turn handed him a sheet of paper. He had tried to memorize the lines, but in case he faltered, he wanted to make sure he knew what he was saying. He ignored the crowd and focused on Remus. The last year hadn't been easy, but Remus had never faltered, and with every challenge they had faced together.
What was unforeseen is now a bird orbiting this field. What wasn't a possibility is present in our arms. It shall be, and it begins with you. Our often misunderstood kind of love deems dangerous, how it frightens and confounds and enrages, how strange, unfamiliar. Our love carries all those and the contrary. It is most incandescent. So I vow to be brave, clear a path through jungles of shame and doubt and fear. I'm done with silence. I proclaim, it shall be, and it sings from within. Truly, we are enraptured, with Whitmanesque urge and urgency. I vow to love in all seasons. When you're summer, I'm watermelon balled up in a sky blue bowl. When I'm autumn, your foliage ablaze in New England. When in winter, I am the tender scarf of warm mercies. When in spring, you are the bourgeoning buds. I vow to love you in all places, high plains, prairies, hills, and lowlands, in our dream-laden bed, cradled in the nest of your neck, deep in the plum. It shall be, and it flows with you. We'll leap over the waters and barbaric rooftops. You embrace my resilient metropolis. I adore your nourishing wilderness. I vow to love you in primal ways. I vow to love you in infinite forms, in our separateness and composites, to dust and stars and the ever after. Intrepid travelers, lovers, and family, we have arrived.
Sirius folded the paper and looked up at Remus. The warmth in his eyes had Sirius's heart stuttering happily. Remus took his paper from Lily. Sirius already knew he was going to cry. Perhaps that was why Remus had lent him the handkerchief. He pulled it out of his pocket and caught the twitch of Remus's lips. The light breeze seemed to pause, and even the stream flowed a little quieter, as though it wanted to hear what Remus had to say.
I cannot promise never to be angry. I cannot promise always to be kind. You know what you are taking on, my darling? It's only at the start that love is blind, and yet I'm still the one you want to be with, and you're the one for me. Of that I'm sure. You are my closest friend, my favorite person, the lover, and the home I've waited for. I cannot promise that I will deserve you from this day on. I hope to pass that test. I love you, and I want to make you happy. I promise I will do my very best.
The promises meant more to Sirius than he could ever begin to explain to another person. Remus had worked long and hard over the last several months to meet Sirius halfway. No one made all the decisions in life. Remus didn't just leave it up to Sirius, and Sirius learned to say no. He felt blessed to be standing here in the sun with the love of his life.
Do you have the rings?
Tonks asked, and Sirius was handed his by Dorcas. Remus turned to Lily. The first thing that came out of her purse was a dummy, causing everyone to laugh as Harry shouted,
Come on.
Finally, she pulled out the ring and gave them both an apologetic smile as an indignant Harry came storming up. She picked him up and waved off Andromeda. They exchanged rings with more traditional vows. Tonks flipped over the paper she had been reading earlier.
Most importantly, love, like it's the only thing you know how. At the end of the day, all this means nothing. This page, where you're sitting, your degree, your job, the money, nothing even matters, except love and human connection, who you loved and how deeply you loved them, how you touched the people around you and how much you gave them. You may kiss.
She ended. Sirius moved before Remus and pulled him in for a passionate lip lock. Remus smoothed his hands down Sirius's sides and held him close. There were whoops and whistles muttered with raucous applause and cheers. They pulled back with a shared smile. The reception was spread out a little way away. Dorcas, Marlene, Lily, and James directed people to the reception, so Remus and Sirius had a moment. Dorcas returned as the lawyers descended. People were happily chattering, and already the disposable cameras were being put to use. They had a professional photographer, but every table had a small disposable camera. Lily would collect them at the end of the night and get them developed. Every guest would get a copy of any pictures they or their family were in. Sirius and Remus followed the lawyers to a little spot away from the family and friends. Dorcas, as Sirius's legal counsel, joined them. Both men had signed a prenup. Now they just had to sign the marriage certificate and Sirius's legal name change.
This bit here will keep your brand as Sirius Black, even though your new legal name will be Sirius Lupin.
Dorcas mentioned and Sirius sighed. He had expected it but hated it nonetheless. He signed both papers and Remus signed the marriage certificate, as did Tonks and Dorcas.
All right, lovebirds, let's get you to the party.
Dorcas urged.
Give me a minute with Sirius and we'll be there.
Remus asked. She sighed but moved off with Tonks, both of them giggling about some shared joke. Remus took his hand, admiring the Victoria Circle that rested against the Welsh knotwork. The beautiful melding of Welsh, French, and British has them both happy. Sirius's own fingers brushed over the ring on Remus's fingers. It looked like roughly hewn silver that had been brushed. It was perfect for his lover. Roughly hewn to become so smooth, kind, and strong.
Still happy with your choice, Mr. Lupin?
Sirius asked when Remus ran a finger along his jawline.
I will always be happy with you. Are you still happy, Mr. Lupin?
Remus returned and Sirius broke into a bright smile.
Never call me anything else. I don't care what they introduce me as at book signings or anything else. I want to hear Lupin from your lips for every day of forever.
Sirius hadn't realized how much he needed to hear that name from those lips. He was allowed to move on and be a new person with his husband. He was no longer bound to his trauma. Remus leaned in, and right before their lips touched, he ran his thumb over Sirius's.
Thank you for marrying me, Mr. Lupin.
Remus whispered, and closed that bit of distance. Sirius molded himself to Remus's body and kissed him with all he had. A flash of light drew them apart. Lily was standing with a camera and grinned at them. The professional photographer was lingering behind her. Sirius couldn't wait to see the picture of her taking a picture. It would be a beautiful photo to put next to the one she had taken. They made their way down the small hill to the reception.
For the first time, Mr. and Mr. Lupin.
Tonks announced. The cheers were instant. Sirius gave a much more chaste kiss to Remus before they settled at the table with Hope, Lyle, James, Lily, Marlene, and Dorcas. Regulus made his way up just as Sirius was starting on his appetizer.
Sirius.
He jerked his head and Sirius got up and followed Regulus.
What's up? I told you if you needed to leave because of Luna, you could go.
Sirius responded and Regulus shook his head. He pointed, and there in the abandoned chairs was a woman Sirius had never planned to see again. Her back was as straight as ever, her black hair streaked liberally with gray, as neat and coffered as ever. She was wearing a nice formal outfit complete with heels that sank into the ground slightly. Her face, however, was no longer passive or drugged. She looked open and heartbroken. Sirius glanced over at Regulus, and he shrugged. Sirius swallowed the lump in his throat, and they made their way together to the woman who had given birth to both of them.
Mother, what are you doing here?
Sirius asked, while Berga flinched and swallowed.
I've come to make amends.
While Berga answered,
I've left your father. I checked into rehab and now I've come to apologize. I am sorry that I was so cruel and abusive when you were children, especially to you, Sirius. I am glad to see you moving on and finding happiness and hopefully peace.
Her voice was brittle. All the stiffness of their childhood was gone. For once, Sirius found himself staring into eyes that looked like Regulus's, but with more pain.
I didn't come seeking forgiveness. I just wanted you to know I was sorry.
She started to walk away. Sirius glanced over at Hope and Remus. Warm, bright peridot eyes met his. His surrogate mother and his husband were waiting for him.
Mum.
Sirius stopped her.
I'm not sure I'm ready to forgive everything, but I want to try. Come join us for the reception. I want you to meet Remus.
Regulus gave him a look like he was crazy, but allowed Sirius to dictate how much interaction he allowed. Sirius introduced her around to Remus, Hope, and Lyle. He got a brief side-eye from Hope, but he quickly shook his head and she didn't remark. Lily was less subtle, flat out asking if Sirius was really okay. He got her to settle. Aberforth had more than enough food to easily include her in dinner.
Are you okay with her here?
Remus asked as the gentle strains of music started up and they moved together in a well-practiced way. Sirius nodded.
She's trying to make amends, and as Minerva is so fond of reminding me, healing begins with forgiveness. I don't want to be damaged anymore. I don't have the chance of ever being whole, but I can at least be healed.
Sirius answered. Remus gave his hand a gentle squeeze.
I think that is the most adult thing you've ever said to me. It was kind of hot.
Remus informed him. Sirius smiled and giggled before shoving his chest.
You can wait for the honeymoon, sir.
Sirius scolded. Remus nodded and spun Sirius, dipping him before he could react.
I could, but why should I?
Remus kissed Sirius deeply and intensely in front of the whole crowd.
Asshole.
Sirius responded breathlessly when he was straightened. The dancing and toasts went on for most of the night. Remus even seemed to step out of his comfort zone and asked Walburga to dance when it became clear neither of her sons could quite stomach the idea. It was short and perfunctory. It took Pandora reminding Regulus that Walburga was an Omega who had been even more oppressed and broken than Sirius had been, that they all seemed to come to their senses. Regulus managed to dance. Sirius gave her two, and although the conversation was stilted and surface, he could see the beginnings of a relationship there. It would never be as easy or deep as the one Remus shared with Hope, but it was better than nothing. They left the venue shortly after midnight. All the children blew bubbles, and the adults threw birdseed. Marlene and James were waiting right at the end and caught the newlyweds right in the face. Sirius knew that would be the picture he would want Dorcas to give the press. Another kiss, and they whizzed off into the night. Epilogue Part 2 Nova Lupin. 2 years later. Sirius greeted Aberforth happily as he settled into his normal seat at the bar.
The usual.
Aberforth asked. Sirius shook his head as the thought made his stomach squirm. Aberforth raised an eyebrow at him. Hagrid looked up from his perusal of the paper. Remus and Sirius came in nearly every morning without fail and ordered the same breakfast.
Can I just get some oatmeal?
Sirius asked as the door opened and Remus stepped in.
Sorry, the adoption agency called. Willow is doing great. She just had some Braxton Hicks this morning, but the doctor says it wasn't real labor.
Remus stated. Sirius nodded as Remus greeted Aberforth and ordered his usual.
Is it wrong that I want her born today?
Sirius asked, sipping at the coffee diluted with milk and sugar.
She'll be born when she is ready, and if she was born today, we would have to move our wedding anniversary. I don't know about you, Mr. Lupin, but I kind of like the day I got to say forever to you.
Remus murmured. Sirius gave him the same melted smile he gave whenever Remus spoke like that.
You can't keep saying stuff like that. We've been together for nearly 4 years. You're supposed to be taking me for granted.
Sirius commented.
Never going to happen.
Remus responded and kissed him lightly. Aberforth returned with a plate for Remus and a bowl for Sirius. Remus frowned as he added butter and jam to his toast.
You okay?
Yeah, I just don't feel up to that this morning.
Sirius waved his hand at the platter in front of Remus. Remus reached over and placed a hand on his forehead.
You don't feel warm? Do you want me to make chicken soup tonight just in case?
Remus asked, and Sirius shook his head.
No, we have dinner with my mum tonight.
Sirius pointed out, and Remus nodded. He drug his spoon through the oatmeal, not really feeling it either. Remus ate and asked if Sirius wanted him to wait. Sirius waved him off and got a light kiss on the cheek. He couldn't even begrudge Remus. If Sirius was getting sick, he didn't want to share with Remus. He let Aberforth take his bowl but tried to protest when his coffee was taken.
I don't serve caffeine or alcohol to pregnant folk.
He pried the coffee away and Sirius gaped at him.
I am not pregnant. That's not funny.
Most of the town knew of his fertility issues. He was open and honest, both in conversations with people and the interviews for his books.
Tell that to whatever scent blocker you put on this morning, and whatever bug crawled into your stomach.
Aberforth answered. Sirius leveled a dark glare at him and slapped a bill on the counter that would cover their breakfast. He grabbed his jacket and made his way out. He was angry. Everyone knew Sirius was very touchy about pregnancy and babies. He found himself sitting in the park and looking over at the kids crawling all over the equipment. They were working on adopting. Willow was a sweet little Omega who got in over her head with a professor and ended up in a very toxic and abusive relationship. She reminded Sirius a lot of himself. She got out when she found she was pregnant. She didn't want to keep the baby but had wanted even less to bring her into an abusive world. As soon as they met, the whole thing clicked right into place. This was the person bringing their child into the world. Sirius had worked with Minerva for hours on the jealousy and on not crowding her. Sure, it was their child, but she was a person with boundaries. As it was, she was always encouraging Sirius to feel the baby kicking. She was a bit wary of Remus, but his warm and non-demanding nature had won her over. As her due date got closer, she moved back in with her mum, freeing up the recently added addition for the baby. It still hurt sometimes to know he would never be able to bring a baby into the world, but knowing he would still have a family with Remus helped.
Sirius, what are you doing here?
Lily asked, coming over with Harry in tow. The sweet little boy was almost 5. He looked more like a child and less like a tot with every passing day.
Uncle Siri, I lost my tooth. Mum helped me put it under my pillow. Do you know what happened?
Harry, with no qualms at all, climbed into Sirius's lap and showed him the hole that used to house a tooth. It was a bit gross to see the tongue poking through the gap, but Sirius had a good poker face.
What happened?
He asked eagerly immediately, steadying the small child on his lap. Harry looked up at him, all love, affection, and eagerness. He glanced back at Lily, who nodded at him. Harry leaned forward as though sharing an exciting secret.
You don't know about the tooth fairy.
He exploded and sighed as though deeply disappointed. He was clearly spending too much time with James.
She came and took my tooth and left this in place.
He pulled out a crisp 5-pound note.
Pretty spiff,
Sirius complimented. Harry smiled and climbed down. He handed the note to his mother with a solemn,
Don't lose it or I'll tell the tooth fairy on you.
He ran off to play.
£5, Lily. You know you grew that tooth in your own body, right?
Sirius reminded her, and Lily tucked the money carefully away and sat next to Sirius. Her perfume was cloying. Sirius wrinkled his nose slightly.
It's James's fault.
She mumbled, dragging a hand over her face.
As soon as Haz was in bed, I was going to pop by a shop and get the 5 turned into 1s, but James had a bottle of wine. So I thought 1 glass and then I could go. 1 turned into 3, which turned into very lovely sex, which was more spontaneous and fun than we've had in nearly 6 years. When I remembered my very eager child in the next room, I had no choice. I was too hungover to drive and all the shops were closed. So now I have to pay £5 for each tooth my child loses.
Sirius wrinkled his nose at the mention of sex, but didn't comment. He knew Lily and James had hit a rough patch a year ago and were still working it out. They went to Minerva once a week for couples counseling. He was glad to hear it was going well.
At least there's a good reason he is spoiled utterly and completely rotten.
Are you okay?
She asked, noticing the careful no-touch zone between them. Sirius viewed Lily as family and practically a sister. They always sat close and were usually touching.
Don't take offense. Your perfume is just a bit much this morning, and it's making breakfast churn a little bit.
Sirius touched his stomach lightly. He really wished it would settle down. Maybe he was getting sick. His heat had been recent enough that he was still a little worn out from it. Catching a bug wouldn't be all that unusual. Lily sniffed at the air and frowned.
Sorry, I just put it on like normal. Is your stomach still sour? Remus said you're not really eating, and when you do, it doesn't always stay down. He's getting a bit worried.
Sirius frowned as he considered the last few weeks. He hoped it was a simple bug and he would get over it soon. Remus shouldn't worry about him.
I'm fine, just a little under the weather. Can you call Harry over? I want to say goodbye. I promised Regulus and Pandora that I would stop by this morning.
Sirius informed her. She nodded and whistled. Harry glanced over and picked up his shoes.
I hated being pregnant. It was so similar to what you're describing now. Everything smelled so overwhelming, and I couldn't keep down anything but crackers and toast for the first several months.
She informed him idly. Sirius frowned. She was the second person to mention pregnancy to him this morning. At least she hadn't brought up his greatest disappointment. He was still so upset with Aberforth for poking at the still sore scab. He said goodbye to Harry and Lily walking down to the familiar house. Pandora looked up when he knocked on the edge of the door and let himself in.
Hey guys,
he said, stepping in and seeing his 3-year-old niece playing with blocks. She abandoned them as soon as she saw him.
See?
She screamed and ran full tilt. He dropped down to catch the wobbly girl and hug her close. He inhaled her sweet strawberry and baby scent.
Hey Dewdrop.
He touched her nose and she giggled at him. He winced as he stood up. His knees were not what they used to be.
Good morning, Sirius.
Pandora answered, more demurely than her daughter. She got up and dropped a kiss on his cheek. The scent of the other Omega settled his nerves a bit. She paused for a moment and sniffed at his shoulder properly.
I didn't know you'd already seen Willow this morning. You could have called, and we would have been happy to take Luna to London with us.
Pandora commented.
I haven't seen Willow. She's having Braxton Hicks. Rem and I are going up to meet her in London for brunch tomorrow.
Sirius was confused. Why would she think he had seen Willow this morning?
Oh, sorry. You just smell like babies. Usually it's much subtler when you spend time with her. I just assumed as she got closer, the smell would get stronger.
Pandora sniffed his shoulder and moved off to start tea. Sirius frowned. Why did everyone in his world suddenly want to bring up babies? He had tea and declined biscuits. It didn't matter, he'd been there all of an hour when the little bit of breakfast he'd had came back up. Pandora had been sympathetic but sent him home. They would find other arrangements for Luna. They were going up to London so Pandora could take some exam. She was still working diligently on a medical degree, as was Regulus. When Sirius left, he'd heard them calling Walburga. She was no one's favorite or first choice, but things had become easier as time moved on. Sirius sent Remus a text canceling dinner and let himself into the familiar house. Padfoot greeted him at the door. Despite feeling bone-tired, Sirius took the dog on a walk. He found himself standing in front of the market. He went in and walked toward the aisle he needed. There, in a corner right next to condoms, were pregnancy tests. He paid attention to the label and found the one that seemed the best. He paid, not bothering to check out the look he was getting. Pickles, peanut butter, and a pregnancy test. He sure looked like the stereotype. The peanut butter and pickles were abandoned on the counter, and he made his way upstairs. He read the label, and use in the morning was recommended. He sighed and tucked it back behind the extra bottles of dog shampoo. Remus would never look there. He had the excuse of not feeling well for why he was so off. Remus made his soup, which he barely ate.
Sirius, can you make an appointment with Poppy? I am worried about you.
Remus brought up as he brushed out Sirius's hair that night. Sirius met concerned green eyes in the mirror. His stomach filled with guilt as he thought about the pregnancy test under the sink. He didn't bring it up. Remus had come to terms with the fertility issues sooner than Sirius. Poppy had tried to help. Fertility treatments, IFV, and everything else. Eventually, she allowed Sirius to say no more. She had stopped the birth control treatment since it wasn't necessary, and they continued to share a heat a year. Sirius had only abandoned hope last year after their first heat and rut, when he was off birth control properly but nothing had taken. It was then he agreed to try adopting.
I'll call tomorrow.
Sirius answered instead, and Remus gave a low sigh of relief. Sirius turned in his hold and kissed him. Remus dropped the brush and lifted him onto the counter.
You taste strange. Are you okay to do this?
Remus asked, pulling back and touching Sirius's forehead again. His face pinched in deep worry. Sirius caught his hand.
We don't play those games, Rem. I want you, please.
It had taken a lot for Sirius to be able to voice what he wanted and to take the lead occasionally. It was even rarer that he had to remind Remus to trust his voice. Remus carried him to bed and made gentle and sweet love to him. Sirius stared down at the stick and then back at the directions. This was some sick, cosmic joke. It had to be. He swallowed the bile, threatening to choke him. One more scan before he placed the cap back in place and made his way downstairs.
Good news, Willow is in active labor. Her water broke an hour ago. At the current rate, they are thinking we should be able to see our daughter this evening.
Remus was happy and bright until he turned around and saw Sirius's ashen face.
What's wrong?
I need to go see Poppy. It's an emergency.
Sirius muttered. Every part of him was in shock. Remus came around to take his hands and paused, seeing they were already full. Sirius didn't fight as he took the test and then the directions reading the same results Sirius had.
Let me get dressed. I'll come with you.
Remus answered. Sirius sat on the couch numbly running his hands through Mooney's fur when she jumped on him. Remus returned and they stepped outside. The grit on the sidewalk crunched underfoot. Sirius huddled into his sweater against the early morning chill. They reached the practice just as Minerva and Poppy unlocked the door.
Morning, boys.
Minerva greeted. Sirius heard Remus exchange greetings, but he couldn't engage. Sick cosmic joke, some illness that replicated pregnancy. He couldn't get pregnant, they knew this. They had tried everything.
Poppy, can we speak to you? Alone.
Remus finally spoke up. Poppy looked over the two of them and nodded. She led them back to the exam room, and Sirius felt both sets of eyes on him.
Since my heat, I haven't been able to finish a meal, or really keep what little I can eat down. Yesterday, Aberforth cut my coffee, saying I smelled pregnant, and that my sickness matched. Lily mentioned hating pregnancy with Harry because of the illness and sense of smell when I mentioned her perfume was cloying, and Panda mentioned that I smelled like I spent the morning with Willow. I got a test mostly to remind everyone to shut the hell up and mind their own business.
Sirius passed her the white stick and the directions with the symbols clearly defined.
Apparently the universe has a sick sense of humor.
Poppy read the results, a frown appearing between her brows. Sirius felt perilously close to tears. He had sat in this room each time something had failed, each time he had let down his children.
Let's get some blood and maybe an exam if you're up for it.
She finally answered soothingly. Sirius pulled up his sweater and let her take the vial of blood. He changed into the ugly paper gown and sat on the table. Remus moved to his head, always conscious of making Sirius comfortable. It made Sirius giggle the first time, because Remus had already seen all of him. After another visit, he found he was grateful. One person staring at his private bits was almost too much. Poppy left with the blood sample and returned with the ultrasound and a tool Sirius hated, the internal wand. He made a face, and she gave him a sympathetic response.
We could wait for the blood test, but I would like to find out if there's a baby in there, and if not, what is causing the hormone imbalance that led to your morning being turned on its head.
Sirius tried to relax. It was harder in this bright office than in their bedroom. The wand slid into his body easily, and Remus took his hand as Sirius scrunched. He hated the internal wand. Poppy watched the grainy screen and paused. Sirius froze, feeling all his muscles lock in place as Remus's eyes moved from his face to the screen. It was faint, but they all knew what a fetal heartbeat sounded like. A moment later, a tiny little blob came into focus. Sirius felt all the air leave his body. The tears that he had fought earlier came all at once. A sob was ripped from his throat as all the panic and pain reared up and swallowed him. His hand tightened around Remus's, and he swallowed. A gentle hand was in his hair.
Well, it looks like we need to get you on some anti-nausea medication and some prenatal medication.
Poppy answered.
The baby looks healthy.
The wand was removed from his body as Poppy burned a disc for them. Sirius dressed behind the curtain.
What are the risks of this?
Sirius asked, and Poppy looked up from her computer.
You have hormonal fluxes I don't like. so I am going to get the results from the blood sample and decide if you need a hormone shot. Right now, though, all your stats are normal. The baby is healthy and growing well. Morning sickness is also a good sign.
She assured him. Sirius nodded and took a deep breath.
It happens more often than you think. You come to terms with not having babies and work on adopting, and then, oh, there's the baby. I'll do everything I can to keep you and that baby healthy and safe.
Are you ready to be a parent with 2 kids?
Sirius asked Remus as he climbed back on top of his emotions and looked over Remus. Remus lifted his hand and brushed a kiss over the back of it.
I am absolutely ready.
Remus answered easily. Sirius leaned into his touch. Poppy gave them some information on how to help Sirius feel a bit better. They grabbed prenatal vitamins on the way out and made their way home.
Can we go get in fluffy jammies and lounge?
Sirius asked, and Remus nodded. They changed into fluffy jammies after walking padfoot. They settled on the squashy chair and Remus pulled a blanket over them. Silence settled over them.
Best anniversary present you've ever given me.
Remus finally breathed against Sirius's ear. He shivered and leaned his head against Remus's shoulder.
I admitted to myself a year ago that it was never going to happen for us.
Sirius murmured with a slightly shaking voice. Remus's hands ran over his arms and down over his still flat belly.
I'm happy it finally happened, but I am so scared.
Remus's hands slipped under his shirt. Sirius rested his hands over Remus's.
I'm worried too, both about you and about our sweet little one. But for now, I know they're happy, and how could they not? They are close to a wonderful person.
Remus's absolute faith was wonderful.
Thank you for accepting that we were still greeting our daughter this evening.
Sirius looked up at his husband. He was so grateful every time he realized exactly what Remus gave him in life.
She's our family, Sirius. We don't leave behind family.
Remus responded. Sirius twisted just slightly to get a kiss. They stayed in the same position until Willow called saying the doctor was ready for her to start pushing. Remus made sure the baby bag was together and Sirius dressed. He made sure to pull back his hair and remove his jewelry. Babies and jewelry didn't mix very well.
I like when you wear your hair like this.
Remus commented, tucking a stray hair behind Sirius's ear.
I know.
Sirius gave him a quick grin.
Let's go check on Willow and get our daughter.
They piled into the car and took the long drive down. They arrived in full darkness and checked in with a night nurse. At some point, Willow's mom did step out to tell them that Willow and the baby were fine, but it was just taking a bit longer. Sirius wanted nothing more than to go and smoke, but he had agreed to quit when they started trying for a baby. When he had been unable, he had gone back to smoking for a couple of months. He'd quit again when they started the adoption process. He wasn't going to ruin all his progress now, especially since he was carrying.
Please sit down,
Remus requested softly. Sirius sighed and sat down. He knew his pacing made Remus anxious. It was well after midnight before a nurse came out.
Lupin,
She called out. Sirius slid his hand into Remus's, and they followed the nurse. They stepped into a large hospital room. In the middle of the room was the clear-sided crib. Sirius immediately didn't like that their daughter was in the middle of the room, bright and all alone. He made his way over to the small bundle, ignoring the nurse. The sweet little girl looked up at him with unfocused blue eyes. He reached down and picked her up. She settled happily into Sirius's hold. The way Sirius's whole world shifted on its axis was dizzying. This little girl held his entire universe at that moment. The soft, comforting smell of cotton wrapped around them, and a moment later Remus was standing next to him.
Hello, baby girl.
Remus greeted. He ran a finger over a pudgy cheek. Sirius could smell the contentment and protection rolling off of Remus. It mixed with his own contentment and protection. Sirius was also aware he was putting off the bonding hormones as well.
do you have a name we can put on the birth certificate?
The nurse asked, cutting through the happy haze surrounding the men.
Nova.
Sirius responded without hesitation. This had been discussed in advance. The nurse nodded.
Can we see Willow?
He asked, remembering that a young girl was somewhere in this hospital. She had given up a child so Sirius and Remus could have their daughter. Sirius wanted to make sure she was okay.
She's resting right now, but I will check with her when she is out of recovery.
The nurse agreed.
I'll bring an extra cot so you can stay the night with Nova.
Sirius was grateful. Driving back would be dangerous at this point. Now that the baby was here and safe, Sirius could feel the exhaustion of the day wash over him. It took him another moment to remember.
Oh, sorry, you should hold her too.
Sirius suddenly shifted. Remus took the baby from Sirius and cradled her.
I appreciate it, Cariad. I wasn't going to ask since seeing you holding a baby was addictive.
Remus commented. Nova looked up at Remus with those same eyes and babbled at him.
Oh, really?
Remus asked. Sirius hid a smirk. Remus teased him for talking to Padfoot like he could understand words, but he did it too. Seemed their kid fell under the same umbrella.
Well, we'll have to figure that out, won't we?
Sirius admired Remus wandering about the room with the baby talking to her softly. He switched between English and Welsh. Gentle lips touched her temple.
Take the main bed and get some sleep.
Sirius blinked, not having realized he fell asleep sitting up. The lights were dimmed. Sirius stood up and Remus offered him the baby.
Good night, baby girl.
Sirius kissed her pudgy cheek. He wanted to stay awake, but could feel sleep tugging on him. He climbed into the bed and closed his eyes. He could hear Remus ask the nurse for a bottle and an extra set of blankets. Sirius hummed happily when a warm sweater was placed next to him. Having Remus's scent next to him helped him sink into sleep. Part 3. Teddy Lupin.
You should be resting.
Remus commented, his arms going around Sirius and rubbing over the swollen belly.
I am not on bed rest. I got hungry, and I'm hoping your son lets me keep it down this time.
Sirius responded, continuing to make his sandwich. He glanced over when Nova gave a happy shout.
Exactly.
Sit down, I'll make you food.
Remus suggested instead, and Sirius finished his sandwich.
Hush up, helicopter dad. I don't want something else. I want my sandwich, and I've already finished making it. My blood pressure is healthy. My weight is healthy. Teddy is exactly where he needs to be. Knock it off.
Sirius informed him, adding chips to his plate.
Have some fruit.
Remus suggested, seeming unable to help himself. Sirius brushed his hands off him and turned. He crossed his arms and glared.
I am not an incubator. I am still the same man you married. You don't get to treat me differently now. I take the meds. I take the medical advice Poppy gives me, and I let you talk me into more sleep and more rest. My legs hurt from laying down, so I am making myself food. Nova was awake when I got up, so I brought her down. I can't sleep anymore, and if you don't stop micromanaging me, I will go stay with Lily or Panda.
Sirius kept his arms crossed. He wanted to eat, but he had to get his point across.
I'm sorry.
Remus sighed, and Sirius stepped forward to wrap his arms around Remus.
I hate how much I want to just keep you insulated and from doing anything.
Sirius hummed.
We're almost there, love. Just give it another week.
Sirius commented and removed himself from Remus's hold. He picked up his sandwich and bounced on his heels, stretching out his legs. He crunched through a few crisps and got some fruit for Nova when she complained.
You think it'll only be a week?
Remus asked as Sirius bit into his sandwich. Sirius shrugged.
Unclear. Sometimes I hope it will be over. I feel huge and everything aches all the time, but at the same time I want him to stay in as long as possible.
Sirius responded. He knew they were all concerned about early birth and low birth weight. He ran his hand over the bulge. He glanced over to see Remus looking at him with open affection.
Knock it off.
I'm not doing anything.
Remus protested, holding his hands up. Sirius reached over and covered Nova's ears. She giggled at him.
You keep looking at me like that, and it's not her nap time yet, so I can't ride you on the couch. Behave.
Sirius answered and removed his hands. He tore the crusts off his sandwich and tossed them to Padfoot. He covered a finger in peanut butter and let Nova cover it in saliva.
At least she's not allergic to peanut butter.
Remus commented, and Sirius paused as he was washing his hands. He hadn't even thought about that.
But aside from that, I am sorry that seeing my husband carrying my child makes my alpha side all rumbly and happy.
The theory about that is you are seeing evidence of your own virility, less to do with me and more to do with some macho bullshit.
Sirius commented, and Remus gave him a look. Sirius smiled at him sweetly and finished off his sandwich.
You're a jerk.
Remus informed him as Sirius placed his plate in the sink.
Mayhap, but I am your jerk.
Sirius lifted Nova out of her chair.
I am going to change her into something warm and go for a walk. You are welcome to join us if you can keep your trap shut about walking and resting.
Remus mimed, zipping his lips shut.
Good boy. Get some water and leash the mongrel.
Sirius teased. They shared a sweet kiss. Remus collected what he was asked to grab, and Sirius came down with Nova wrapped up. He placed her in the buggy. Remus did insist he put on a jacket. They made their way down the garden path onto the road. It was a sleepy Sunday. Most of the town was in church, but the Potters were at the park. Harry was kicking a ball at James.
Hello.
Sirius greeted Lily, sitting on the bench and taking the water bottle Remus offered him.
Hello?
She returned and leaned in to greet Nova.
She's growing up quickly.
And pretty.
Remus agreed, lifting the girl and kissing her pudgy cheek. Her hair was growing rapidly and was only a shade or so different from Remus's. Depending on how Teddy looked, Sirius thought his fantasy of two sandy-haired children holding the hands of their loving father would come true. He looked forward to it. Sirius winced, rubbed his stomach, and stretched his legs out in front of him. Teddy was a bit active today. He really hoped he would be able to keep lunch down. He hadn't considered the fact that he was still sick a vast majority of the time before the walk. He had wanted to get out of the house.
You doing okay?
Lily asked as Remus walked Nova over to the baby swings and pushed her gently. She giggled, fearless as always.
Teddy has been rough on me. I can't wait to push this kid out. I want to meet him and not just his elbows.
Sirius winced as the elbow against his spine.
Oi, brat, knock it off. I know you're cramped. I am preparing your eviction notice.
Sirius informed his belly. Lily smoothed a hand over the distended stomach and smiled at him softly.
I am so happy this happened for you.
Lily told him. Sirius nodded. He would be grateful for this. He had been terrified for the first several months. He had thought he would lose Teddy. In fact, Minerva and Poppy had worked together to get him on an anti-anxiety medication that wouldn't endanger his pregnancy. The medication had helped. He knew Remus was worried too, and that was part of the reason for his helicopter behavior. Sirius had to remind him wasn't appropriate about once a month. Sirius winced again.
I think this outing was ill-founded.
Sirius informed her. She nodded and helped him stand. Sirius gave her a gentle hug. They went home and Remus set Nova down for a nap as Sirius winced his way through more pain. When the cramping let up, he went to get water and leaned over the counter. He rubbed his belly again and startled slightly when a warm hand ran down his spine. Remus didn't talk, and Sirius was grateful. He didn't want to explain or have to de-escalate the worry. He was just having sore moments. They stayed for a while, just standing in the kitchen. Sirius eventually straightened and leaned on Remus to take him to the living room. They curled up in the squishy chair together. After about an hour, Remus spoke.
I think you are having contractions, my love. I have been timing your tensing. It's getting closer together.
Remus ran his fingers through Sirius's hair.
Should we go to Poppy?
Sirius asked, willing to let Remus take the reins at this point. He was already over the pain. Remus shook his head and continued to pet his hair. They stayed for a while, Sirius drinking in comfort when he could. As time wore on, he could even tell they were getting closer.
We're at 3 minutes. Let me go collect Nova and the baby bag.
Remus carefully settled Sirius on the cushion and kissed his forehead. Sirius worked on the breathing exercises Poppy taught him, but the thing that made him feel better was standing and bending at the waist. Remus loaded the baby bag in the car and helped Sirius into the passenger seat before clipping Nova into the car seat. They had a smaller seat for the baby. Remus double-checked to make sure it was also clipped in, probably before they drove to the small clinic.
Hello, Remus, how are you?
Poppy greeted before she took in Sirius's face.
Oh, that's a face I know well.
A wheelchair with a sweet nurse appeared as though summoned through magic.
Take him to delivery.
Sirius was wheeled off, grateful that Remus refused to leave his side. Once he had settled in the bed in a gown, Poppy came in with the plastic gown over her scrubs.
All right, love, do you want an epidural?
Sirius didn't even glance at Remus. He just nodded and got a hand squeeze from Remus. He ignored the sting of the drug. He was hooked up to several other monitors, and Poppy checked some other things.
You're not dilated enough yet, but we're very close.
The blanket was tucked around him.
Sorry for the pain.
Remus murmured when Sirius closed his eyes against another contraction. He knew the drugs were working. It was less intense.
I would take it 1,000,000 times over for our family.
Sirius answered, smiling up at his husband and daughter.
Do you have someone coming to take her?
Sirius wasn't sure witnessing a birth would be good for her.
Reg and them are on their way to collect her while we focus on you and Teddy.
Remus answered. Sirius was allowed to take the small baby into bed with him. She laid down next to him and looked up at him with love in those pretty eyes. Sirius talked to her softly about her baby brother and her father. Another hour passed before Sirius felt it.
Rem, can you take the baby and go tell Poppy my water broke?
Remus's arms immediately lifted the girl and checked her clothes to make sure she wasn't damp.
Be right back, love.
Remus kissed him softly and left the room. Poppy returned before Remus did. She just carefully shifted him and changed the wet sheets.
Ready to push then?
She asked, and Sirius shook his head.
Wait for Remus.
Sirius argued. She glanced back at the door. She patted his knee, made sure he was decently covered, and went after wayward husbands. Sirius stared at the ceiling while waiting. Eventually, Remus was returned.
Sorry, Nova had a bit of a meltdown. Had to give her a bottle.
Remus informed him, taking his hand. Sirius nodded along and settled when Poppy re-entered the room. It didn't take long before she was urging him to push.
I blame your son's pumpkin head on you,
Sirius informed Remus when he stalled about 20 minutes in.
I will gladly take the blame for that and everything for the rest of our lives.
Remus assured, smoothing back sweaty curls, and Sirius rested his head against Remus. Poppy monitored the fetal heartbeat until labor started back up. This was smoother. The crowning was quick but surprisingly painful. Remus moved from his spot near Sirius's head to cut the umbilical cord. Sirius was exhausted but forced his eyes open when a small warm spot was placed on his chest. He looked down at the surprised, squalling face of his youngest.
You're all right. I know it's cold and bright out here, but we have waited so long to meet you, sweet boy.
Sirius curled his arms around Teddy and soothed him. Teddy didn't look convinced, but he settled, no longer screaming his lungs out. His hair was matted to his head, and his bright blue eyes were unfocused. Small hands balled into fists, and he kicked his legs as Sirius held him.
Just as squirmy outside as you were in.
Sirius informed him, stroking a finger over that perfect nose. Teddy looked like he was trying to decide whether or not to cry again. Sirius tried not to tense up as Remus carefully removed the baby and handed him off to a nurse. He wanted to keep eyes on the little baby, but had to contend with delivering the placenta and some bleeding that had Poppy worried. When he was finally wheeled to recovery, he hadn't seen the small boy for an hour.
Remus.
Sirius was feeling panic set in. Remus ran a hand through his hair, trying to soothe him. It wasn't a logic problem. Every instinct was urging him to tear this hospital apart to find the helpless baby. Poppy had to know this. It was why he had decided to use her as his primary caregiver. She was an Omega who had a college-age daughter. She wouldn't be keeping the baby away from him. Sirius felt relief rush through his body when they met him in the room. Poppy was holding a newly clean and swaddled baby.
All his tests were normal. He had 10 perfect toes and fingers, good hearing, eyesight and respiration. I gave him some antibiotic eye drops just to avoid infection.
Once the small bundle was tucked in his arms, his body literally relaxed and exhaustion hit him over the head.
Name?
Poppy asked as Remus reached down to offer support in case Sirius did fully conk out. No one tried to remove the baby again. Remus was basking in protectiveness for both of them, but they both knew Sirius would remove the arm of anyone taking away his baby.
Another star.
No, Theodore after my favorite grandpa. Teddy for short.
Remus seemed as pleased as Punch, and Sirius smiled. He had agreed when Remus had suggested it, and was now even more pleased. The family name was traditional and passed down every other generation or so. Remus had a cousin named Teddy.
Teddy Remus Lupin. That's a heck of a mouthful, kid,
Sirius said to the small boy. Teddy punched him in the face. Sirius smoothed a hand over the dark hair and tucked his arm back into the swaddle.
Already like his dad, hitting people and with a head of midnight hair.
Remus settled on the bed, careful not to jostle Sirius.
I was hoping he would have your hair,
Sirius admitted, and Remus kissed the side of his head.
I wasn't. I wanted to see my husband reflected in our family. Nova already looks so much like me, despite not being related. Our son should look like the beautiful man who spent 9 months ready to murder me.
Remus mused. Sirius leaned against him and admired the small features of the baby boy.
My little miracle baby.
Sirius breathed, feeling tears dampening his eyelashes, and turned to bury his face against Remus. Remus didn't question Sirius, hiding his tears from Teddy. Sirius was a big believer in formative memory.
I'm so proud of you for handling this as well as you did. For handling me as well as you did. I know I've been a nightmare.
Remus's voice held an apology.
It was for a good reason. You were keeping your family safe. It just meant driving me insane.
Sirius responded. He reached up and stroked over Remus's cheek.
I love you.
I love you.
Remus leaned down and kissed him. The kiss was cut short when Teddy gave a displeased noise at not being the center of attention.
Oh, hush your cute little face.
Remus leaned down and blew a raspberry in Teddy's belly. Nova loved it. Teddy looked so shocked it was comical. Sirius snorted.
We love you.
He kissed the small cheek and felt Sirius relax. It only took moments for Sirius to be snoring. Remus spoke softly until Teddy was asleep as well. He snapped a picture and sent it to their extended family.
Theodore Remus Lupin is safe and happy and now resting with my beautiful husband. More details to follow.
He set his phone aside and removed Teddy to the small clear crib before wrapping his arms back around Sirius and settling into his own nap. Miracle baby indeed. Finite. Thanks for listening to this text-to-speech podfic composed by Burning Aurora, Kaliana, and Flowerhawk.